ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Welcome everybody to ESL Pro League tonight, the last evening of the week for these matches. We're going to be looking at the bottom of the standings today. We're going to see who's starting to get eliminated from any possibility of being in playoffs, who's going to be the player or the teams fighting for relegation to not get knocked down to Mountain Dew League. And to bring us through it, I've got the All-Star lineup. I've got Sponge. I've got Henry.
It's not bad, is it?
It's not bad.
We wore matching shirts as well to go with it.
Yeah, we need the Blues Brothers. They're in.
That's our new name.
That's pretty cool.
It's good tonight.
In the house today.
Nice. It almost looks like a no, not quite. Not denim day. You kind of pass with a light denim.
I think it's been done.
It has been done.
It's been done.
That was a good day, though. Yeah, all this excitement has just got me in the mood to check out the standings. We'll start with North America. We'll see where exactly all these teams are after last night's matches. We talked a little bit yesterday about the fact that the Brazilian teams are currently invading that region. Luminosity in 6th, Immortals and SK at the top in 2nd and 1st respectively. Cloud9 and Liquid sandwiched in there, and a surprise NRG. The ones you kind of maybe think would be Optic and CLG, and I mean Renegades, we've already discussed their misfortune.
Yeah, for sure, especially CLG from what we saw of them from Starladder, right? You think they're actually can take down some big names in Europe and actually struggling here in Pro League.
And obviously, the foundation living up to their name as well, being the foundation of these standings, way at the bottom.
Oh, there you go.
That was pretty good?
That was okay.
You didn't catch on to it till the very end, did you?
Not really. Not my kind of humor, you know?
Yeah.
Henry doesn't really worry about the teams who are at the very bottom of the ladder, so.
Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. Well, here's you, Navi Astralis at the top. We're going to be seeing Navi tonight, the best team in the European side of things. Mouse Sports still clinging on. I mean, all those teams, you can't feel comfortable if you're any of them. I mean, dropping out of playoffs is a separation of, 2 to 3 wins, depending on where you are. But this is a very tight race.
Absolutely. Navi up there with Astralis as well. And I guess LDLC and Kinguin going to be fighting for relegation spots at the moment. That's kind of interesting. We've got Kinguin coming up tonight as well. I guess they have to take a map off Navi tonight to really stand a chance.
I think it's something where if LDLC drops both maps against Navi, which is entirely possible, and Kinguin wins one, then they kind of swap positions. So, I mean, they're just kind of struggling to not get the automatic relegation. They want to be able to at least fight for their spot. This is the schedule we have. We mentioned LDLC and Kinguin. LDLC going up against Navi in the first 2 games. Kinguin going to take on North in the second 2 games. I mean, neither of these underdog teams really have got to feel too confident about this matchup.
Especially LDLC, I don't really see them making that much damage towards Navi at all. Kinguin have always been a bit of an upset team, I think. They have the skill. They have the skill for sure to maybe give North a decent game, I think.
Yeah, upset potential is definitely there. We know that North have been struggling with their well, they've said they've been struggling with their CT sides, so they don't feel confident in it. So that could be an issue for them going to this match. But there's 2 clear favorites tonight.
Yeah, speaking of, well, I mean, I think my big thing with Kinguin is that we just don't see him very often, so it's hard to get excited about what they're going to put out.
In this league, really, isn't it? We don't see him at many events or kind of competing online any other place.
Exactly. Speaking of people we don't get to see too often, it's going to be Mitch over at the stand-up spot.
And welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Pro League. Once again, you guys should be heading over towards our social media platforms and check them out. Facebook.com/ESLCS and at Twitter @ESLCS. As Moses has already explained, tonight is a little bit more about the bottom of the bunch in terms of our standings. LDLC and Kinguin are both fighting right now to climb out of the potential relegation zone. First, we'll have a look at LDLC, who currently sit in 13th position. They come off a recent high note, winning against Virtus Pro 2-0 last week. However, the Wolves will be facing Navi, our current top standing team, which will be an uphill battle for sure. Kinguin, on the other hand, has already slowly started to come back from a string of losses mid-March. Starting in April, the team was able to finally claim victory, winning the Hellcase Cup. And since then, they've had a reasonable performance, including a big win against Envious last week. Should Kinguin overcome North and LDLC lose both of their matches, these boys could very well save themselves from potential elimination from the ESL Pro League. And don't discount their chances. While North does claim more wins in the grand scheme of things, they have noted some failing in their CT-sided performances as of late, albeit that loss was to FaZe Clan, so read into that what you will. Our first map tonight is Overpass, and for it, Rush has put together another pro tip that perhaps even LDLC could put to some good use.
Hey Future Pros, I'm passing on a smoke for overpass for y'all today. This is a fairly open smoke, so I'd suggest only using it when a CT smoke is blocking your movements. When this smoke is used, bank will be completely covered. Now for the how-to. Step 1, find this line and get close. Step 2, aim at the top of this radio tower. Step 3, mouse 1. Easy as that.
Those pieces are really starting to loosen up. I don't think I can ever handle hearing that little southern y'all again.
What was
Rush, like, with his accent as
Where
well.
do you think Rush is from?
Isn't he from the UK?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't
Correct.
sound like
Thank
it
you.
otherwise.
I thought that was a trick question. I thought it was a trick
No,
question.
but he doesn't sound British, really, does he?
Well, it doesn't sound southern either, so, I mean, it's just confusing all over the place.
Maybe he's both.
Maybe he is both. That would be an interesting twist. M. Night Shyamalan. Let's check out the maps. I mean, we thought it would be interesting to take a look at the maps that have been played this season and how frequently each one is played.
Nuke.
Yeah, Nuke is up there. We've seen a lot of Nuke. Obviously, Dust 2 and Red is the map that was taken out. Inferno's right in the middle. That's the new map that came in, so maybe that gets a little bit more playtime if it's in for the whole season.
Yeah.
But, I mean, we've mentioned a couple times, Cash just feels like it's very underplayed. Anything surprising stick out to you guys?
A lot of teams kind of, I guess they don't like Cash as a whole. There's a few teams that come out and said they don't really like playing it. It's certainly a difficult map to grasp, especially on the CT side, and that doesn't operate well with some playstyles, I guess. Nuke, I'm surprised that is the number one, but it does feel like we're casting it a lot in this league so far. I couldn't really tell you a reason behind that. Chad, do you have any insights to why Nuke is so popular these days?
It just shows the way the meta moves, right? When you're playing best of ones like we have here, they're getting vetoed down to more middle ground maps. But when you're at LAN and you're in best of 3 situations, you usually have a perma ban that's usually taken out, and you're seeing more diverse maps. And I think potentially the Pro League could be a good proving ground or a good chance for a lot of teams to work on their Nuke, maybe to bring other maps into their pool, bring it up to scratch for future tournaments. But to see Keish and Mirage have such a huge, like it's not really that big, you know, it's only like 5 less games from Mirage there, but they usually some of the most played maps, right? So it's just weird to see them down that end of the scale.
Yeah, not going to see either of those maps in this first series. It's going to be Overpass, Cobble for LDLC and Na'Vi. But I mean, let's start getting into these teams. I mean, what about your boy? I mean, here's a question for you. Where's Alex from?
He's was born in England.
But he is like a French citizen. Like, how does that work?
He's got a British passport, but he's lived in France most of his life.
Do you know, we call LDLC a French team.
I don't think they have only like
one French player.
Yeah, they're just some weird mix of people.
Yeah, it's accurate. Well done.
What makes it weird?
I don't know. The nationalities involved.
Naturally. Yeah, but they are going to be taking on Na'Vi, and this is the team that's at the top of the league. We talked about we constantly talk about how much skill is on this squad. What chances do LDLC actually have?
Well, they have been proving themselves to be a decent team. I think this league's been really good for them to kind of find themselves after getting Maniac in. He's actually been performing very well. I think we've said that every time they've been playing. Alex has also looked very good, as you mentioned him as well. I think it's just been good for them to kind of get some things together, the strategies there. It's more like a boot camp for them overall, right? To kind of get themselves ready for events and get experience against top teams in actual competitive environments. So I don't think they'll actually make much of it in on Na'Vi. They might be able to sneak in a close game. I don't see them taking a map here. Cobble would be their only chance, I think. They have to be very strategic, and Na'Vi have always struggled on their CT side of Cobble, so maybe they've got a chance there to actually cause a bit of an upset. Who knows?
Yeah, I can agree with that. That would be the one chance I'd see them having in this. But if Simple turns up and plays like he did last night, they're not going to have any chance at all, because he was on fire in the 2 games we saw last night out of him. The story tonight is, I guess it's, you know, we have teams who are looking pretty for the finals, and we have teams who are really fighting right now for not staying away from that last spot, and then probably still having to play in relegation if they can avoid that last spot. So these teams, this seems weird, right? For these lower end teams, it actually is much more important for them to stay in Pro League than it may be for some of the higher end teams in Pro League, because for these guys to get better, they need to make sure they're constantly playing against top tier opponents in a competitive format, which they're not getting invited to the ESL 1 Colognes. They're not going to be at all those big events like that. They have to grind out and grind through tournaments like this one. And that's the only way that they're going to get a springboard or a chance to improve themselves, or maybe impress as individuals or as a team, get an invite to maybe a DreamHack Open down the line and things like that. So for them to perform well in this league and make sure they stay in it for next season is actually very important, and maybe even more important for some of these lower teams, like I said, than the higher teams.
Part of this resurgence from LDLC, I mean, we talked at the beginning of the season that not really, I mean, surprising wasn't the right word, but just kind of playing above where we thought they would be. I mean, that hasn't held true throughout the entirety of the season, but part of that has been Maniac. Maniac coming back into this team has been great.
One of the players I didn't think had any chance coming back into the professional scene at all. After Titan finished,
And we were with him on the analyst desk in San Jose. Remember, we were just like, stick to the analysis. It's fun times.
I said, look how easy this life is. Well, we don't have to practice. There's no stress. We just turn up and talk about Counter-Strike. Chad knows it's a much easier life, isn't it?
Yeah, you get a burrito.
You get a burrito, play some games, and just come and talk about CS. No, in all seriousness, the thing is, like, after Titan finished, I didn't rate him much as a player back then. And after he finished his playing career, I thought, okay, analyst stuff. He's a very smart guy, very eloquent as well. He'd do a great and install a role, and I thought he was going to stick with it. Then he went to the coaches envious, and I thought, okay, his playing days are definitely over. But you could tell he wasn't happy there, and he actually wanted to be back playing. I said to him, please, Matthew, don't do it. It's not worth it. And I was wrong, because he's come back and he's looking great, better than ever. So that's actually fantastic for him.
Yep. Playing can be easier than being an analyst or a coach, I would say, because the amount of Counter-Strike you have to... Force is a weird way to put it, but you have to take in so much Counter-Strike when you're an analyst or a coach, I'd say, because that's all you do. You watch, right? You don't. Maybe you can come in the server and invent some smokes and stuff, but you just have to have a massive library and a massive knowledge base. So maybe he didn't like that side of things.
Well, he also came into Envious just after they won Cluj. He came in like a few months after that when they hit that kind of slump. Yeah. Probably the worst time to be an analyst or a coach for a team after they're like in disarray and everything's going wrong for them. And obviously you join and everyone's going to look at you saying, aren't you supposed to be helping this team? It actually got worse since you joined. It's going to be very stressful for him. Yeah, it's great money and it's probably not that stressful. I think he wasn't given that much freedom to actually work with Happy. I think they just said, oh, look, you do the analyst stuff, you're not actually being involved within the team itself. You're not calling for us or anything like that. It's before the Valve coaching rules came in, obviously. So I just don't think he was happy there and he was hungry to come back in. And yeah, it's actually... They're not setting the world on fire, but they're getting some decent results and getting better and better. They beat Virtus Pro, 2-0? It's not really saying much, you know, after what we've seen in Pro League so far.
Yeah, what we saw last night, that's not too impressive,
Yeah, shocking. I'm not really sure what's going on there. I don't think anyone does, but still, that's a big result for them to pick up.
Can I run with that thread, or are we...
You absolutely can. No, we're actually ahead of schedule for once.
Lovely.
That's which is kind of cool, but obviously the players aren't ready for it.
Hank, if someone came to you tomorrow from China and said, hey, I want you to come play in my Chinese league that's going to start up when Perfect World drops the game. Yeah. And they want you to be a player, and they're going to offer you $100,000 a year. Okay. US.
Is that all?
Well, you can do other things. You're going to be a superstar in China. You're going to be a superstar in China because you're Caucasian.
Okay.
And you get to play again.
Yeah.
Would you do it? Jason, you can also be
this is the route of a lot of retired like Premier League footballers do. Like you think like players like I think Frank Lampard gave it a go, and like Steven Gerrard went to America and stuff like that. The idea was that you can go there, make a load of money, and you kind of you're not a big name anymore, but you're making so much cash out there. I don't think I would do it. I don't think I'd want to live in age of playing like low level CS for like no recognition really. Yeah, the money sounds quite good and it's quite fun, but I don't know. That wouldn't be for me. Was that something you've been offered, Chad?
No, it hasn't. I do it.
I don't know why we're settling for 100,000 in this.
That's what I'm thinking.
If
it was like 300K,
and as well like Beijing, the pollution, the smog, I wouldn't want to,
All right, let's say 300,000.
Now we're talking.
Yeah, now we're getting there. Now we can have a decent conversation about this.
Yeah, I guess it depends on the team. Yeah, do they speak English with me? Does that going to work?
Don't need to. You just play.
I'm just there. You just to play. Just a name coming in.
Yeah,
to
play. You're on the adverts and stuff. You're selling different peripherals.
Yeah,
you're doing some of those crazy Asian commercials.
Yeah, you're selling it to me.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
I think that'd be fun.
Cool. So if any Asian organizations are out there, or Chinese per se, and they want,
you can get all three of us for the low cost of $900,000.
The only export we've had going towards China so far is Rambo, I think. He went to Korea, right?
What's his name? DSN, right?
DSN, that's right.
Is it with Boot or one of those?
I'm not sure which one it is. But they're both former 1.6 legends, as we say, coaching those Asian teams. And actually, Rambo's team MVP project we just saw in the Star Series, and they looked pretty good, all things considered.
It's an Australian. It's called Zen League.
Yeah,
it's a Southeast Asian and Australian event.
They've qualified for Sydney as well, I think I saw.
No,
something. That's what it was. Okay,
the final will be in Australia.
Oh, there we go. That's what I saw.
That's where the confusion came in.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there you go.
We got that straightened out pretty nicely.
That's nice. Where to next, Jason?
Yeah, where to next?
I can see
my driving this car. I'm like, they're winding down. Better go with something quick. We do have I think it's like another minute and a half.
Okay,
2 minutes or so. Yeah, we'll get away from the $300,000 and then living in China.
Okay.
Do you want me to do a little bit of map-specific analysis, maybe?
Yeah, we can do some map. You have some map-specific analysis?
LDLC are going to need to contain the CT side aggression from Na'Vi if they want to have any chance. I can see the disrespect coming out.
There'll be a lot of disrespect.
Yeah, it's going to be quite aggressive players. I can see the way that Simple played last night. I assume that will be more amplified this evening because when you play a team that you don't consider as good as you make a few more risks, and that's how you get the multi-frags and the cool clips.
Yeah, T side for LDLC, I think, just purely focus on the strategy side of it. Like, wait for the initial regression to come in, go for the set pieces after a while. I think that's going to be the best way. I think solid defaults, like a lot of teams present on Overpass, is trying to go towards bathrooms and long. I don't think it's going to work out too well for them. Just hold up, wait for the pushes, and kind of get together.
We've seen since Navi started getting over some of their problems with their CT sides, it has been based on aggression. It's almost like, instead of just sitting back and waiting, getting picked apart and out-rotated, just push up, especially on overpass. We know they like to be aggressive towards bathrooms.
It's easier said than done, for sure, saying, just wait for them to push and then kill them. Yeah, like that's going to happen. And against Guardian, he's hitting absolutely everything right now.
It sounds good. See, that's the kind of coaching that they could use.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Just say, guys, don't die. I'm just saying, just don't die.
That's what you did with NIP at Starladder.
And look how well that went.
Yeah. Still about 30 seconds to a minute, so feel free to chime in with something, Chad.
Oh.
Wow.
You like that? There was a bus coming, and I jumped out of the way.
Maybe give us a quick summary of how you've enjoyed your hosting gig, Jason.
Well, here's something that is going to be enjoyable. We can actually put up, ESL Australia tweeted something out about that you translated some Australian saying. So I want to see you
tried to flip this one, didn't I?
I would like to see you use all of these in a sentence.
Henry was saying Guardians are hitting all the shots. I would say, well, fair dinkum, mate.
I'm going to say it's 4:20 today, so let's go for a smoko.
And I'll say, yeah, we'll...
That's not bad.
The server's not on there. The server's another one, but we could head down the server and grab a pack of ciggies.
All right. Matt's not on the desk. Perhaps he chucked a sickie?
A sickie, yeah. A sickie is a good one. When you have them allowed, you have to take them. It's your right as an Australian to take sick days. If you don't take them, there's something wrong with you.
That is a brilliant right. I like that.
Yeah.
Oh, no, everyone can take a sick day. If you're sick, you take a sick day.
No, but we don't take it when you're sick.
Oh, right. You didn't state that.
Well, it said it on the graphic.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
I wasn't looking. So what? The graphic specifically said, take a sick day when you're not sick?
No, Henry's writing down notes for this all there, devs.
It said call in sick because profanity work.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else that you didn't put on the list that you wanted
to
Jason, do you have any idea about what time is? 30 seconds was over about
I'm just passing on what I've been told. I cannot control these things.
So
I'm not a wizard.
Have we been told what the delay is?
No.
Okay, well, let's just assume
it's players. Let's just assume it's players.
As long as we can put the blame on someone else, the American way.
We were actually ready to go. We were on point today.
Yeah, and it's all falling apart.
Speaking of points.
This is what you get. This is why we can't have nice things.
Speaking of points.
Oh, are we gonna go to the fantasy league? I've actually been jumped up. If we can get production to throw the.
No, I'm not there yet.
Not there yet. Okay, definitely don't do it yet.
Yeah, don't whatever. Oh, close that tab as well. Close that tab.
Wow. All right.
Gone wild.
All right,
that's pretty good. All right, now
I'm at F11.
Now we're ready. If you can put his screen up, that's a fantasy standings.
Jesus.
I've actually been jumped by Cartman.
Am I lost?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You are still lost. Yeah, you are.
As long as I don't finish last, I'll be okay.
My strategy of online North American players has not gone well.
No.
I thought they had some good games. I was looking at the stats
you've
last
plummeted.
night. Yeah, I have dropped a little bit. I feel like I haven't updated properly.
Wait, didn't you pick onliners and they haven't performed?
No, actually, they performed pretty admirably. Peter had a very good game last night. Shazam had a couple good games. I was very proud of that. Kusta had a good game in there.
Cool.
Yeah, but the points aren't coming my way, I guess.
Have a look at London Mint. They've got some real interesting strategy coming out this week. So, who have we got going on here?
Well, Guardian, he played all right.
Yeah, does it say the points I got? So, six.
Yeah,
so basically, I was going with Shazam, Sean, and Sick because they're playing against Winterfox. I thought they're going to have like 400 ping.
Well, they all went positive.
Might get some points there.
That's the same strategy I went for. I didn't pick Sean, though. I picked Sick and Shazam.
Okay.
Robs, that's a nice little pick up there.
He only got 2 points, though, from what I can see.
Yeah, they didn't have a fantastic...
no, it wasn't great.
I wouldn't say he lit up the scoreboard or anything.
There.
Well, you win some, you lose some, Jason. You know that. Try your best.
Yeah, you do.
I feel like Lauren and I, it's a two-horse race right now.
It really is. You guys have really pulled away down the stretch. That's not bad. I'm actually pretty impressed. I don't know how Lauren got to this point where she's had such a solid lead throughout the majority of the season.
Because she's great.
Is what she said.
Wow. Modest.
I don't know
as
if
well.
I believe that.
Very modest.
Yeah.
Simple
definitely
got 30
humble.
points. Oh my god.
Yeah, but we all had Simple.
I didn't. I had Shazam.
Well, this is why you're at the bottom of the scoreboard, isn't it? We're starting to find some problems.
This is where tonight Magic's Boy comes into his own. He drops 40 frags per map, and I skyrocket into first place and take the trophy.
Yeah, that's a dream and a half. Really selling us a dream on that Magic's Boy.
What if we do a plug for Bay Area Burrito here in Cologne? If you want to head down.
Bay Area Burrito. What's the burrito of the month, boys?
Chipotle Crunch.
What does that involve?
It involves chicken, chipotle mayo,
The
chips
Yep.
crushed up inside
Yep.
it.
So it's got a bit of a crunch to it.
Bit of a crunch. What's called the crunch.
That's
Yeah.
pretty sweet.
Yeah, it's
I haven't
pretty
had
good.
one of those yet, actually.
We should show
One
them
of the fridge over there,
show them
maybe.
this when we go in tomorrow and get
Yeah.
a free burrito.
We'll try our best.
Yeah, I like that idea. That's really cool.
You're not here, Jason. What are you doing for the weekend?
I'm flying out to San Francisco.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's out there?
You know, a lot of things. Twitch office.
Oh,
Friends,
what's he up to there?
Yeah, nothing. Don't worry about it.
We're on
Alright.
YouTube right now, Jason, so if you can refrain from mentioning that company ever again.
I'll do
really
my
appreciate
best. I mean, this is why you don't ask me these kinds of questions, you know, on a desk segment.
Okay.
It's a little, there is a bust there. But yeah, so still waiting on some players.
Okay.
Let's move into something about,
Do you want-
let's
do you
talk
want to talk
about
about
CS Summit.
Oh,
What's going on
okay.
right
We
now?
can talk about them. Yeah, that event is a more casual style event. Like our desk is very professional. Theirs is much more laid back.
Yeah.
you know?
Everything we've done today has been professional.
They don't make any jokes. Sorry, we don't make any jokes. They make all of the jokes.
Yeah.
But
I've
yeah.
actually seen some of their jokes that they made today. I watched a little bit of the desk segment.
What kind of jokes are they throwing out there?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it was Yanko jokes mostly, so
Crude.
it gets a bit edgy. Yeah.
Yeah.
We can bring up my screen again if you want to look
Uncultured.
at the teams who are at this event.
Why don't we throw? We don't do predictions on the desk. It's been established that we don't do predictions for Pro League
But we're
matches.
clutching at straws.
But let's
so-
everybody just pick one team you think is going to win this event.
The Stroke
Oh, the
Commandos.
entire event.
The entire event.
What format are they using?
It's double elimination, best of 3 bracket,
Okay.
which is a pretty nice format.
I think I'm going to go with.
Take your time.
Come on, Hank. It's not that hard.
Yeah, good lord.
It's quite difficult.
You think it's just like a middle of the pack kind of?
I think
feel
this
we
is
got
the
going
event
here?
where SK kind of get back into form and they show us that
Well,
they're still a top team and they can compete and
I
win an
already
event like
predicted
this.
them, so you have to pick someone else.
Oh, did you say SK?
Yeah, I said the Stroke Commandos.
Oh, well, I think. Well, no, I'm still allowed to pick the same
They
one.
haven't
right?
they
Is
haven't
how it
been called
works?
that like in like 10 years, but I like it. Good throwback.
I'll take Liquid then.
God bless.
Wow.
He's done that.
What about Cloud9?
He's trying to show me up. I think he's trying to pick an NA team.
Bit
to
of
win.
swag in there.
That's true. Swag is playing.
Swag is playing. That'll be interesting to watch.
What about that? What do you think about that, Jason?
What can you say about that? I like it.
Who couldn't have attend? I haven't.
Skadoodle.
So, is this the kind of medical thing still going on?
I am
or-
assuming it's for the medical.
Right. So Swag's back.
Swag's back in town for a weekend. He's apparently been grinding pretty hard in the rank S.
You got any intel?
I can tell you from when I was competing, when I was playing against Swag, when he was in, before the incident, and even in some of the rank S afterwards. He's one of those players that like. You always knew was just he had like such weird movement in the way he moved in gunfights that like it was just very uncomfortable to go against that. And he
Okay.
was always a player that just made you feel like you just weren't going to win no matter what happened.
That was a nice little history. I meant more in the sense as has been practicing with the team. Has there any chance?
Oh
like,
no, I
they-
think he's just been grinding FPL.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Getting
think
the
That was
individual
nice though.
level.
I like your little segments you have.
Did you enjoy that?
rolling back the years with Jason Moses O'Toole, and you go
can't-
back in time?
It's one of the benefits of being an analyst and a host. Is, you
Yeah.
know, it's like we have 3 analysts up here.
yeah. And 3 hosts.
And 3 hosts. Yeah, you guys
And
do a
3
phenomenal
hosts.
job of really driving the ship home.
Wow. What
and
was
then,
that? Is that we need
Yellow
Lawrence
card, I
Swearjar,
reckon.
or-
Yellow card.
Commissioner over there. We also have Austin coming up next week.
Yes, we do.
Let's do a prediction for that one.
shall I look-
That one's going to
get
be
it up.
easy,
I
though.
haven't seen anything on
I
that.
have,
So.
I have a sense that we're all going to pick the same team
You
to
said
win that
G2.
event. Yeah, I said G2.
Yeah.
Who else is going to be there apart from them?
Exactly. No,
It's
I'm-
Cloud9, Liquid is going to be there, Immortals, Luminosity. So the group is Immortals, G2, Cloud9, and Liquid.
That's a G2
And then
logo.
Gambit, Heroic, Hellraisers, and Immortals.
Yeah, that's just a G2 stomping, isn't it?
G2 all over, you think?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's
They
going to be.
won't- they
I don't
won't
know if
drop
it's
a
going to
map.
be a stomping.
They won't drop a map though.
The whole event.
No. Do you want to make it interesting?
Pie bet.
Yeah.
No, pie bets are done.
Pie bets are done.
I'm fed up with these stupid pie bets that Anders never follows through on.
Empty
Yeah.
pie bets.
Empty pie bets. That was all Anders. That I do
He
need to
brought
say
it-
that.
he did bring a pie to
I
the
do
event.
need to say that he did actually bring a pie to the event. I was supposed to get pied for a bet
Do
we
you know
made
what?
in like October.
He came over to me. He goes on the first day. He goes, Henry, come over here. Got something to show you. He opens up a cupboard. There's massive cream pies in there.
And your eyes lit
and
up.
I was like,
Yeah.
yes.
like you're-
This is
it's like
happening.
you're a
We're
kid
doing it again. My favorite thing in the world is coming back one more time. And he just didn't do it. What was that?
What do you imagine being so lazy that you don't even hit your colleague with a pie? What do you think about
And
that?
you owe him a pie. And you know you can make a fantastic splash on the internet.
It's done with that
set
now.
the world
It's done
alight.
with now.
Yeah.
It's officially over.
Are you the commissioner of pies?
No, but he
Yeah.
is right.
I think my experience has put me in the best position to be the commissioner of pies.
It's definitely the creamiest. So
yeah, exactly.
So I think you're dead right there.
But no, I mean, we've had enough. I can't go to every single event this year with a pie hanging over my head.
Well, we have got a show match, I believe, coming up in Sydney potentially. So maybe get more
yeah, but
pies
we've
out.
already decided to put a laptop on that, as you so eloquently
Dallas.
put.
Is it?
It's in Dallas.
Dallas.
So we're
Okay,
doing
we're
it in
doing
Dallas,
that.
yeah.
All right,
Hopefully,
cool.
potentially. I have gotten word, this was actually 2 minutes ago, but we were having such a good convo. There is a player restarting his computer.
Okay.
Well, that's fine.
Obviously,
I
don't think he has an SSD.
Why don't we go like kind of podcast mode? You choose as a topic.
I've got the topic.
Go on.
Jason, build me your dream North American team right now.
Go.
Oh God, off the top of my
You've
head.
got 30 seconds.
I like Stu. I like Automatic.
Yes.
I'll take a Liege. I'll put a Liege in there.
Nice.
Need an Opera. Don't have one of those. Stanislaw, just because I think he's the most impressive in-game leader so far, and just as an Opera. Kusta. My boy Kusta. How could I forget about him? We're gonna send it over to Uber and Pansy.
Gotta say, big shout out to the boys. That was a solid 25-minute segment on there as well. I mean, you can't even get them really in the same room for that amount of time as it is. So
well, that's why you're the commissioner.
I am the commissioner.
You have to kind of keep them apart mostly, keep them tamed down.
Yeah, I've given out so many red cards today, I think I've run out of them, so I probably need to get them back and then redistribute them. But we're going to be on to Overpass. Okay, Na'Vi, Overpass. Most seasoned fans probably don't need to hear much more than that, but Lauren, if they're not, what do they need to hear about this matchup outside of what we heard from the desk already?
Just don't play them on there. Just
don't do it.
Don't do it. Really bad idea, isn't it?
Let's talk about this CT aggression though. What do we often see? What are the patterns for Na'Vi that we often sort of see them go for on that CT side?
It's just, simple Unchained, right? And then you get Guardian as well. They've got a lot. That's the problem. It's not just like you get your one player. There's something that I guess you could look at North when they play a little bit. Magic Boy is one of those like hyper-aggressive players. He'll be the one kind of pushing all the way up, beyond Fountain, almost right in towards the playground on the CT side, especially on this map. He has the support from Cage and B there, etc., but it's predominantly him. Whereas on Na'Vi, it seems that a lot of players can find those aggressive routes on this, and they are, it's like a stranglehold on the other team. Now, credit to LDLC. This is something that, as much as, the storyline here is that it's a very one-sided matchup, from top to bottom. LDLC fighting for their life to stay in this. But I've got to give credit where it's due. You look at last season, the Pro League, and I think it was season 4, the bottom two teams, this felt like, they were the easy farm teams, whereas LDLC
like
and
Penta
Kinguin...
flip side, or...
Correct. And it's like LDLC and, obviously Kinguin have been putting up so much more of an interesting matchup. But anyway, we can focus it on that at another point. This is very unique from LDLC. Going for that big stack towards underpass. 3 players put themselves here, and it's a perfect play towards where Na'Vi are currently. They're also in underpass, so this could be a bit brutal.
And they're starting on the CT side, LDLC, that is. We won't see a Na'Vi's patented CT stuff yet, but Flamey hoping to open with some patented aggression, and 20 didn't stand a chance. This around is here, but Na'Vi doesn't really seem to care. There was one player hiding in the corner, Alex getting himself 2, still alive somehow, and the bombs dropped at his feet. Flamey is going to be forced to challenge this one out. It was all going so well for Na'Vi until Alex got involved.
No. What was that, Flamey? No! That was horrific.
Well, he shit the bed, didn't he, Lauren?
Yes, absolutely. That's the phrasing I wish I could have gone for, but opted out of. Guardian, not sure how he did. What just happened that round? Can we just...
Alex got 3 kills.
Yeah,
and then
Alex,
Misty was, I think, playing from above as well. So
I'm just very impressed that worked out, because it looked like once Simple had kind of cleaned up the first bit of the combination of the crossfire, it was like, okay, this is, steamrolled, it's over, it's done, they're pushing through, they won't be pinched in by this. Alex finding more there, that was the kind of surprise factor, I guess, that there were 3 players in toward underpass, so it kind of caught them off, but still very impressive. And a clean round here from Na'Vi, no buy-up at all. They didn't get the bomb plant in the first, so this is quite an interesting little look for them.
one thing I kind of find very interesting about Na'Vi is that the CT side is more aggressive in many cases early than their T side is. They'll play this one fairly slow. They really like to try and bait out of a little bit of aggression from CT-sided teams and force them into situations where they're giving up free kills. But it's going to be much harder endeavour in this round, as Na'Vi have opted not to force in round 2. Not often you see this at the moment. Normally it's, we force some pistols and even like a UMP if you can find it, but this is it.
And the thing is, it's exceedingly good. You see the amount of times that whether it be complaint or not, 4 spies work out. So it's not like it's completely, unviable. So this is quite an interesting one. Flamey's going to find Alex. That's always good. But you don't expect much out of these rounds. If you're going to get anything, it might be a bomb plant. It might be a kill. And so far they found a kill. The bomb's nowhere to be seen. So, it was all but a ruse to try and get that player maybe working into Monster, fake it out a bit. Just see what you can do. But it's building into this round. We're going to see what Na'Vi can afford. So 3.3, this could be Galil's UMPs. they got the rifles. They did do a lot of damage on the first one, but basically what this entails is they have limited amounts of utility. Now, Cease is going to bear the burden of everything. He's got the molly, he's got the smoke, flash, and a nade. Got another nade and one other flash. Beyond that, that's it. So this is a very well and very heavily invested round. I'm going to keep eyes on Cease, see what he does with this one. So he's going to be mollying down towards short. That's where that molly's gone already. He's only got the UMP, but I just want to see what they're going to do with this, because there's already aggression from LDLC, straight pushing towards Monta. I really like that, not allowing the T-side to just keep things under covers at all. Twanu's now splitting them out at A long as well, so they're all going to kind of adjust accordingly, and this so far is a perfect read from LDLC.
I love that. They know that they, Na'Vi want to go short while they've got a Molotov dop and set up there, but LDLC push aggressively out and catch them as they try and transition into that part of the map. So now Na'Vi pretty much going to be set up here over towards a toilet block. There's some smoke here. Simple's going to pass just by Twanu very briefly. Neither he nor Alex know.
No, it's mostly focused down towards long, but Twanu can play this off quite nicely. Alex adjusting better than Simple, something I didn't expect to be saying here, but now both these players should be able to keep control of this just because the bomb's on long, but a bit of a wide step out there. Guardian stays alive, but it's a 1v3, and sure, he can be a bit of a wizard sometimes, but he doesn't have that patented AWP in his hand, nor does he have any utility to deny any of the angles he's going to have to face. He
is, however, one of the few AWPers that is very proficient with a rifle. I mean, they're all professional players, but Guardian specifically has some very nice stats when he's using an AK or an M4. However, the odds are stacked against him. That's to be sure of. Going to go hunting for Mistu here as well. He knows if he can deal with someone who's embedded here close by the bank. If he can get rid of that player, he doesn't have to worry about his back so much.
It's a really deep angle for Guardian to check. He did have a little look towards that side, but just didn't expect Mistu to be standing there. And a nice little after not after plan, but in those clutch situations where you're in that 1v3, very disciplined positioning. No one going hunting, just kind of holding the angles to kind of deny any sort of accessibility towards that bomb or going on the longer flank. So really nice stuff from LDLC, keeping control of that round. That was the big kind of threat. That was the bit of a worry. And I guess if you're Na'Vi, you're testing the waters, right? In theory, they are pretty safe within this Pro League. LDLC, however, are fighting, tooth and nail for pretty much every round they're going to get, because this could be the chance to get off from that bottom position and getting to, away from auto-relegation.
And this is just a symptom, actually, of Na'Vi opting to save the second round and then sort of force quite heavily in the third, is that now they're down 3 rounds, still haven't got one up, and they're forced to go for pistols and armor only on 2 of their players. So there's a case to be made for forcing round 2 and then sort of taking the third out and then buying on the fourth, but that's just a matter of discussion at this point. But Na'Vi, you can see this slow play, looking for an opening. Even on a gun round, they will play like this.
See, this is the thing, though. It does get a little bit scary for LDLC just because they are on those full, everyone's got a rifle, so you don't want to lose anyone here. And we know what Na'Vi are like when they do get deagles. We know especially what Guardian and Simple can do on those. Not discrediting anyone else specifically, but those two do seem to shine a little brighter than the others. But Simple this time only with a PT-50, but you want to keep every rifle up. Everything else gets a little bit costly. Only one to be found so far. Almost recoverable, but not too easily so. You can see Alex being very attentive towards it to ensure that no one can grab it. And now it's just Edward left in the 1v4. And after that, Dink not to be standing much longer. 4 alive, not too bad. Twanu there to be the one to contain most. And he can now drop out that M4 towards existence and get an AWP towards himself. So might be seeing that one coming through. And we'll see the challenger on the other side, which is Guardian. No armor towards him, but truly a god-tier player on that weapon on this map.
And no surprise to see the glass cannon come out from Guardian here. As Na'Vi otherwise probably wouldn't have enough money to do it until perhaps even around 7 or 8. So the sooner the better if you're Na'Vi, especially with how much they want to play around Guardian. Now, will we see anything aggressive early from LDLC? Typically so far in this game, they've actually sort of kept to themselves and turtled up a little bit. They know what Na'Vi's like. They know they like to feed off of that kind of play. The impetus of CT-sided teams to try and get an early advantage.
Here's that all battle we want. I wanted to see. Guardian playing up towards long. Twanu's there. I think Guardian's waiting on the flash in. There it is. Twanu needs to back off the angle now. Needs to be careful to not step too wide to the left.
Gotta hug the wall.
If Guardian had gone for that wide peek, he may have seen something. But it has forced back Twanu and giving over some sort of control of this map, some sort of real estate, some sort of play to begin now for the T side, which they were looking for. And you can see Guardian still aware there could be someone around, maybe now reading, okay, the flash probably pushed him off. Let's see how far down we're going to get here. Don't know if he saw him then running over by the APC. It might have just shown on the radar because he's gone back for a peek, spots him out, spots him again. Going to hold the angle down, just going to commit to this. And now you can see short aggression coming out from LDLC as well. Let's look towards Mistu and Maniac very swiftly. So as soon as they're feeling pressure towards A, they want to find something to be able to either quick rotate or just ensure that, okay, yeah, it's the A push, we can now get bodies here. Twanu's so aggressive though.
Yeah, it's about confirmation, and now LDLC know that Na'Vi are essentially committed to this part of the map. It's interesting to see them go aggressive on it, but Twanu finds C's, he peeks out above the incandescence. And now it's going to be Evan and Simple trying to bring things back, but no, it's comfortable. It's LDLC easing into this round, and Alex finds himself Misty to play from behind.
Yeah, the quick rotate coming out then from the 2B players who pushed up short was so good at cutting them off so swiftly as well, just causing favorable trades towards LDLC in the end. So fine to reinvest in this round. They'll be perfectly well set for LDLC, and this is upset potential. This is kind of worrying times. If you're Na'Vi, sure, you got you know, absolute vastness of depth here to go to. So they shouldn't be worried, but this is a very good start for LDOC confidence-wise. And I'm looking at something that looks like a change up here. It could be a fast play up short just because the flash is being set by Guardian. He's putting them down. It could just be work off that. Edward's already up there. Flamey and Simple did get flashed up though, so they're a little bit delayed, but good kills coming in for Na'Vi and they're making their impact on the side.
Yeah, it's a low economy buy for Na'Vi, but they're making it work pretty well for themselves so far. The Deagle of Guardian already finding 2 kills in this round. It's going to be on Mistu and Twanu now to hold. Seized has the bomb sitting right in that back corner, very low on HP. Away with grenade would take his life, but LDLC have no HEs at the moment. I have to do it the old-fashioned way.
If Twanu had hit that shot, there was a chance he could have caught Seized then, and that would just cause more and more issues, but doesn't. Now he needs to consider, okay, they can now utilize the other side. This could be a bit of a fake, just kind of like ease out and then come back in so you get a 2v1. At the moment, Mistu is the one still standing towards his site. You have seen that Twanu's gone, and actually at the moment, you're seeing Seas being like the lamb to the slaughter. He's all but a bait. That kill being picked up is to try and force the rotate out, and it's done it. Really nicely done from Na'Vi. Very cerebral play to that round, and completely throwing LDLC through a loop. They have no idea what's going on now.
Yeah, Na'Vi made the best of a bad situation, but Simple needs to still complete the round. You can get boosted up on towards that platform, but Simple's just going to try and sit here, play a bit of an odd off angle, force a correction from LDLC. Even Mistu going for the wallbang there. Twanu steps out, Mistu as well. There are situations that we do see Simple win out. In many cases, but not this time. Mistu to salvage the round. Going to go for that defuse and not bothering to take the AWP actually into the next round. They've got enough money.
He should be able to run back and grab it, I think, as well. Yeah, it'll be fine if he doesn't mess up somehow.
Oh,
there we go, no worries.
A little bit fine.
So, all in all, I love the way Na'Vi played that round, to be fair. Simple put himself in a position where, unless LDOC made a mistake playing back into that site, you know, maybe grouping up too easily or, you know, giving him a chance to get those 2 kills for free, they were going to play that retake off well and it was always going to go in their favor. But still, I like the way they set it up, putting Seized out there, just, you know, lamb to the slaughter, walking himself up towards A, knowing that if he sets off that alarm, there's no getting around it. But anyway, again, I think we're seeing that Edward smoke. We're going to see the Edward smoke on the CT side. I'm wondering if that was actually utilized by LDOC.
Yeah, it's like the easier throw to get a monster smoke,
but this is nice, though. Look at this. Completely almost left open B site, and everyone else playing for the aggression, the control through underpass, through short. So this is very different from LDOC. Another new look. You know, Existence may be certainly at work here.
Yeah, Maniac could be caught out of this one, though. If he, yeah, don't know what that was about. Don't know what that was about. Either way, Simple comes through from Connector, so this is retake for LDLC. They're sort of more than happy to give a plant to enable them to establish some pretty dominant positions, but no one's worked into Monster yet. LDLC actually pretty much stacking from short at this stage.
And if you posture towards this, you've got to imagine this is a possibility. So I'm wondering what this retake's about. They've got a lot of utility and a lot of room to work, but Guardian, we know what he can do from that spot. We remember Alex screaming about it, but so far it's Maniac. 2 kills back to back. Now the next challenge, Seized over in ABC. Now getting a challenge out by Existence. Nicely done, but Flamey's still a problem. His position yet goes unchecked, but Twanu will push in towards it. 5-7 in hand's all you need, and 4 players stand for this. Great retake from LDOC. I was a little worried, you know, it felt like I'd given a lot of time for Na'Vi. He had set up these really good positions to hold off the retake, but no. I'm loving this approach, this I don't know, posturing from LDLC. I like the variation, I like the aggression, I like the good reads. They are in such a good spot here, and sure, you can say 2 teams in very different positions mentally. You've got Na'Vi, who are pretty secure now in the Pro League, you know, sitting top 2. You know, this is time to maybe experiment, try new things. You know, you're not too worried about your overpass overall. You're pretty comfy. Maybe this isn't their biggest, highest focus game. Whereas LDOC, it's everything. It's us staying in the Pro League. It's us getting a chance to not get relegated and have a, you know, fight for our survival rather than being automatically put out of this. So 2 very different teams in 2 very different positions.
And I'm enjoying watching LDLC actually identify a few distinct tells from Na'Vi. For example, the early short Molotov that we see from that T side. Now, when LDLC see that, they go, okay, well, we know they're going to try and take control. Connector, we know they want to work through short. So they put a player aggressively in towards the CT side of Monster on their B side and actually be able to, you know, pick up a kill from there. And that round we just saw as Maniac pushed past it, he saw that there wasn't actually a Molotov there to short at all. So he was able to push through there and establish a little bit of a flanking route, lets him set up on short when Simple tries to burst through from connector, he gets caught out. And then LDLC kind of get to play like a T-side would against a turtling CT when they just play for a bit of a retake scenario. They can work the way in from the bomb site and know that they have superior positioning because they've already spent half the round erecting that.
It's mad, isn't it, though, to look at this? First it was VP having one of those games, and now we're seeing Na'Vi? Surely not, right? Surely not on overpass.
Well, the problem is a loss here is not as devastating for Na'Vi as it was for Virtus Pro yesterday.
Absolutely not.
They're atop of the tables. They might slide slightly, but they're looking like qualifying.
So let's see if there's anything unique here from LDLC that at least I can spot. Way different positioning. A lot more eyes towards, Monster. You've got Misfits playing from the side of Monster, watching short. This is Na'Vi. This could be the Astralis piece almost, you know what I mean? This is very molly heavy, very set piece heavy. It kind of forces people like Maniac to want to go aggressive. Nice flash in though. Maniac's back is turned. Gets completely caught by it now. Misfits all alone, but isolates the bomb. This is big from him. He's going to deny at least one side of the approach. But you can see how well set that whole piece was from Na'Vi. That B site is theirs, and the retake is almost, I don't want to say impossible, but it's quite tough here considering how well positioned these guys are. You've already got Simple playing over by Short. He's going to have a little look around. That could already catch out Existence. See if not Twanu can find anything. Yeah,
Existence gets caught out by Simple there. He was waiting towards the short part of the map, and it will be Na'Vi sitting on this. A little bit more of a spring to the step for Na'Vi in this round, and even a little bit more, outside of the nice flash execution, but a little bit more of a standard push contact play on towards B works out.
I like it. I like it a lot. Now, I don't know if that's like a one-for-one Astralis hit. And we say the Astralis hit. A lot of teams have that B hit, but it was just good. I think Chad did one of his episodes where, one of those moments on the desk where he broke down every piece of it, and it looked somewhat similar, but it could be the Na'Vi's take on it, how they like to do it. It didn't seem as molly heavy. It seemed a lot more smoke focus. You could see it was almost two smokes towards that CT side, one ABC, one CT, and then smoke towards upper, molly towards barrels. It was a really nice piece overall, but it seems that Na'Vi have had to go to this. It was like at the start it felt like, all right, we're Na'Vi, it's fine, we're good. We can depend on just running them down, but they have forced Na'Vi to play quote unquote respectful, right? They've force them down into it.
It's funny, by respectful, it's almost as if it means that Na'Vi actually have to go with a bit more aggression or to be a little bit more proactive in taking map control and pushing sites, playing for contact, but this round they slow it down again. So the pace now is reduced. No AWP for Na'Vi in the mix here, so not necessarily playing for a pick into a site. What can Mistu hear from this position?
I'm wondering if anyone saw him cross.
Oh, he's got a crossfire here as well from short, so this could be quite nice. However, Mistu doesn't have protection from the play in Monster.
It's a horrible angle to play. They're going to see your feet as well. Timing is going to be huge. He's going to be able to find one there. And you saw the crossfire that you highlighted coming to play from Maniac. He's going to fall back from that. And even finding those 2 kills actually could cost Na'Vi a lot. They can't do that same piece they did before. They can try and find bits of it to pull together, but there's always going to be missing some sort of aspect. So one smoke goes in. One molly to follow. Let's see what Na'Vi can salvage from this round. 3 players to make the hit towards the site. And while they've got players, that's one thing they do have is firepower. Flamey and Guardian going to come up with it, and Twanu now in a bit of an unfavorable position, but maybe he can fight his way out of this.
Playing up close with an AWP, definitely not really where you want to be in these situations. And Existence has very quickly tried to make his way over to the side, but he runs headfirst into Guardian. He tries to make his way through from connector, but Twanu puts a bit of damage down. However, it's not going to be that simple. It's Flamey to clean him up. And Na'Vi take 2 clean aim duels to wrest control of the round back in their favor and just walk onto the bomb site the old-fashioned way.
Well, they've finally broken down LDLC's money. Now, this is the one thing you'd always say, is that Na'Vi have a lot to go to on this map in comparison to what you'd imagine LDLC have. You'd imagine that Na'Vi have several looks they can always find if required, but right now, they found enough to keep LDLC's money away from them. So for LDLC, all right, how do we approach? It seems that those B hits are looking pretty spicy for them. Might have to consider that when we go into the next buy, but for now, it's Na'Vi taking long control, working through towards filtering their way through, and Twanu's going to probably spot this out and call for support pretty soon.
LDLC have stacked the B side here, so it's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Na'Vi mixing it up, knowing that LDLC's economy probably isn't burgeoning at this stage. Go for something a little bit different. And, well, they're not sparing any expense in terms of utility expunged over towards this site. You can see they'll lay it down now. 3 smokes are there. Molotov even. open and just a HE thrown in towards the bank, and now Edward and Flamey are going to step forward here. They're going to face a lot of opposition. That's a little bit of a dangerous position to play up against Pistols, and Edward forced to go for the spray down, but Existence has managed to get himself an AK. In the process, 3 kills for LDLC, and Simple and Guardian have to give this one a respectful distance, but the bomb at least is down.
Yeah, they've just been put on notice. Simple's still up for the challenge. I don't like that, Simple. He finds one, but he's going to leave Guardian in the 1v2, and there's a Molly and Twanu that can deny an angle, and Twanu's going to have to defend this as best he can, but Guardian finds the shot, but he doesn't expect that Mistu's doing this, and that is unbelievable. Guardian's just been outdone by sheer timing alone, and the full defuse comes out. Sure, why not, Mistu? Just run into it, but it doesn't matter. LDLC pull off the round, and Na'Vi over-aggressive, going for fights that you didn't necessarily need to do, and this full-on 10-second defuse. Jesus.
Yeah, and that smoke was very, very important that LDLC actually had brought a little bit into the round. They probably salvaged some utility from the fallen Na'Vi players as they picked them up through bank. But it's quite possible as well that the firefight also may have obscured the sound of that defuse even coming through, or even the pluming of said smoke. So there's a few reasons why Guardian probably didn't think that that was real, but it messed up.
This is the fast cat piece that we saw before. Now, he's flashed in from Guardian, so he can play solo through Monster, and you see the 3 players working up quickly through short. Now, this time it's not worked out too well. Last time they did manage to catch out, I think it was whoever was on Monster joining Mistu before. They have managed to salvage it back with quick trades coming out, but now Existence just walks in a little bit ahead of where he thought maybe he could get to. I'm not too sure.
Alex got caught out as well, to be honest. Ran headlong into 2 Na'Vi players, I think one after another. Twanu got a struggle there. That was a very interesting round. Na'Vi, again, still, out of their 3 rounds they won, 2 of them have been fast cap plays that have worked out, but have always been messy. You saw Guardian actually playing in front of Flamey or Seized, if I'm not mistaken, through Monster, and forced into a position where he'd have to no-scope his opponent. He had the backup. There was a refrag there, but it's an interesting way of putting the AWP to use.
All right.
Or not to use, for that matter.
It seems that Na'Vi can't win around unless they go B. That's it so far. Right? That's the...
Can't even win against Pistols on A.
Yeah. They should be fine this round, but they should have been fine the round, well,
considering that LDLC initially stacked B in that round as well.
Yep, here we go again. Twanu's going to probably get the same information as before, unless Na'Vi adjust something here. Guardian, Flame, and Edward over towards Long. And Twanu...
He needs the information. He can't just be satisfied with seeing one flash.
He's going to at least get... He's going to see either radar or he saw enough, because there was 3 players out by the rock. He's going to back off. And now if you're LDLC, you said, all right, they did this last time, but will they actually commit to it again? Or are they going to do something different? Will they then go through underpass and head back towards B? Maybe why they're not rotating instantly towards this until Twanu says, all right, no, they are literally at my door. Please send over some help. But
still not.
he's holding his nerve, and I think that's because Na'Vi are waiting to hear rotates as well. But that's the big go signal. Na'Vi now going to just plow on through, get the bodies up on Long, the 2 players as well who are on towards short, which was Simple and Seized, go in there as well. LDLC are locked out this time. They don't get the easy play back in. Edward holds a bit of more angle than before them charging into bank like he did last time.
It's interesting how adamant LDLC were that something was still going to be afoot at B. I can understand that your Guardian's presence and node is not enough to single a full hit on that A site. But again, like you mentioned, even if you don't see the players yourself, the radar will show up and there's multiple of them. Maniac gets a kill in that round, but LDLC will still maintain a 4-round lead. This time Na'Vi has some success against Pistols over on the A site, but they took far less risks. They hadn't pushed nearly as far as bank. In fact, Edward sat back and held an angle, I believe, from Long, or at least the exit from the toilets. Was able to gun down the players from LDLC as they pushed in through smoke.
And now I'm curious as to what LDLC come up with to... well, as their answer to those B hits, this has got to be their timeout. No disputing that. I doubt that Na'Vi would need it.
And look, I think this is all well and good to see them with a strong CT side, but I'm definitely much more concerned about their T side. I think their T side, even on maps,
they need the buffer here.
Even on maps like Inferno, where we actually see some really strong T sides, of course, given the difficulty in rotating that map. LDLC actually really crumbled on that T side against Fnatic as well. I think it might just be a little bit of a weaker part of their play. We'll see if that Existence-esque strategy is able to play them to any favor on that T side, but we know what Na'Vi plays like on the CT. It's very different.
Now, the things that worked for LDLC to hinder that Na'Vi approach towards B was aggression elsewhere on the map. But then you always kind of had that worrying moment in your head going, what if Na'Vi switch up, though? What if they play passive by Fountain this round? What if they, have a focus towards underpass and they just pinch us out if, we get caught? It is quite difficult. But then again, you can't always just sit there and, imagine that the opponent's going to have the perfect read on what you're going to do as well. So I just, this round coming in for me is all eyes on LDLC. You've got a great mind for CS in Existence here who should be able to fashion some sort of answer towards this. But then again, most teams do have that B hit in their pockets for a reason. It's incredibly hard to deal with. You know, this is what happens to maps as well when you have incredibly open skyboxes. It allows you these kind of very, very ingenious and very creative plays that can completely clear out sites. You know, a lot of maps don't necessarily have that as accessible as that one is.
Inferno, for example.
Inferno will allow you, you know, that sort of hit on, let's say, B. You can put the mollies down to that sort of position. You can do the same sort of smoke approach. Not many of the others allow a T-side so much access with Molotovs, smokes, and everything else. You can always argue there's a lot with smokes coming in, but even on maps like, okay, so for example, Mirage T-side, going A, you still aren't able to hit that many mollies to clear out every angle of the site. You can put one towards dark once you've already exited ramp.
You can still do nice things like smoke and connector from the A side.
Smokes are fine. It's the combination of a smoke and a molly piece that works together well. There's very few moments you get as incredible coverage as you can towards the B site on this map. So you can see why so many teams have that in their back pockets, because it's so hard to handle. As a CT, you have no safety anymore. You get smoked out completely, or you try and stay in to take the fight, and by that point, you're going to be completely mollied out, flashed out, and then the fight begins. You're like, well, we are already on the back foot by default. Now, they're going to have a slight buy in this one, LDLC, not too much to work with.
Still double pistol, they've been forced onto.
They've got a bit of armor and a couple of flashes and smoke, so it's more about just reading into what they can maybe get away. That'd be cool.
And what's Navi's read on this?
Sit back and wait, see if there's something quirky coming out, if there's some sort of, you know, idea. And this is why Edward's boosted up, is just keeping eyes on, are they going aggressive somewhere? Are they trying to get guns away? Are they stacking? Can we get an early inclination as to what LDLC are up to?
So far, very little information has been gained. There was a flash to long there from Edward earlier on, and that didn't really seem to have a huge purpose, except perhaps just misdirection. That was a smoke in towards the toilet block. So the main area's been smoked out there. Navi going down in towards Connect. You can see some pre-fire here, just because if they think they're going up against pistols, they really don't want to get pinned in a part like that first pistol round. We saw Alex get 3 kills just purely because he sat in the corner. This dude can't see Simple. There's no aperture on that particular side of the doorway. And Simple's trying to get a little bit of information about the presence at short via the vent in that top right. Navi with 3 players on long here. So Edward's definitely blazing a trail now through the map, just trying to get a little bit of information. There's actually a smoke at the edge of long and, well,
Simple.
It's not gone as well as he would have liked.
No, but this is a quick read from LDLC. They're actually reading this nicely. There are 2 players going through underpass now, but 20 should be able to spread it out. They're going to at least stack the right side. That's the main thing. I don't know if it's going to change anything, just purely because, you know, better weapons, better everything.
And a good crossfire between Flamey and Edward there. Very, very hard for LDLC to try and play 2v1 against single riflers for Navi on the side, and Mistu only with 8 points of HP, so it was unlikely he was going to be able to stand up to Flamey in that case, and he's a maniac on his own, often the lurker for LDLC. It's kind of the style he's described as the one he likes to play, and it's worked out against C so far. He's even got armor to boot, but Guardian receives him with the AWP. The information was there, and the kill was there for the taking as well. Navi have clinched back 5 rounds. It was a very slow start for the CIS team, but LDLC already have 8.5. They're going to come out at halftime in the lead regardless. But again, that second half is going to be more interesting, but we still have a few rounds here to play. 2 more in the half. AWPs for Guardian and 20.
All right, this is the round that I'm curious about, is how do they find a way to deal with that B hit? But Na'Vi aren't doing it, and it's a triple stack underpass for Na'Vi, a double stack for LDLC. They're going to do the boost, I can imagine. Or are they? No,
they just stand shoulder to shoulder here.
Oh, this is really
It's because of the way that the angle develops as you move around.
So the calls could be coming out from Mistu and Maniac. They'll be saying, all right, they're not doing the same, you know, fast hit. That's not coming through.
This could hurt.
Get yourself ready. Simple Splash is actually not very good. Existence, perfectly fine. Now he sees Flamey. Existence backs away. That will now play in Alex. They weren't expecting from the same angle, but they are pinched. There's players going through by party, and Mistu and Maniac just can't rotate. They're still stuck in by seized. So they're going to try and get there as quick as they can, but right now this is very difficult. Na'Vi are heading towards A, and they've got a free bomb site for now.
Great flash from Existence. That was really nicely played. Just through the vent in the upper side of the wall, the same one we saw Simple gazing through the last round. Lets him turn that situation into a high percentage one for him. Bombs down. There's 2 players in the vicinity for LDLC, and Existence is on the long walk around. So just a little bit of time needs to be made. There's kits on 2 players for LDLC, so they can play a little bit with this, but that's 1 dropped. Edward finds Maniac early. Misty wants to challenge. Guardian comes in over the top, though, from the green bin with the AWP. Now a lot of pressure on Existence, and Guardian turns around to receive. Now Na'Vi is starting to wake up. A little bit of a spring to their step.
Yeah, that early round felt like that could have been LDLC's, but no, Na'Vi just... That's Guardian for you, though, wasn't it? It's just like he just kind of swings favor no matter where it should be sitting. So, good stuff from Na'Vi in the end. You felt that kind of connector brawl that went down could have been a little bit better for them, but a couple of the flashes not working out. But then Cease positioning then kind of denied quick rotates from the B players, which really slowed down the process of being able to control the A hit. But anyway, into this one, again, LDLC just kind of hitting the brick wall, whereas Na'Vi have really brought themselves back into this. And you raised the point earlier, it's all about LDLC and their T side. Do they have anything that can really handle what Na'Vi have on their CTs, which I think we're going to find out probably is a no, but still a 1-for-1 trade out to begin with. Not ideal, but Maniac's still going.
What?
All right.
That challenge is bizarre. I mean, maybe he's hoping there's not a player sat there. He maybe wanted to upgrade his weapon as well. Super risky from him, and maybe even unnecessary given the situation now. That's kind of what Na'Vi want you to do. This is what they set up for early in the round of the T side, that you will run at them like that and try and take matters into your own hands. Na'Vi love that kind of, I don't know, cocky play, perhaps? Whatever Maniac was looking for, he sure as hell didn't find it.
And look how worried they are about random aggression. Guardians watching spawn, like, where are they? They haven't pushed out that far.
They're on full watch for this, yeah, no doubt about it. Don't want those microaggressions, Lauren.
No.
Just little bits of play forward from LDLC. In fact, they've been very restrained so far in this particular half. It's just that one there from Maniac may have cost him. That autonomous brain of CS players sometimes, where they do want to go off and see what they can create or make a play. Na'Vi wanted to try and make a play, and then they make one of their own, but Alex tried. He got 2 kills, but Guardian shuts him down, and that sets the tone for the next half, Lauren. There's 1 round in it. LDLC started off very well, but Na'Vi woke up, they found their feet. This is their map. This is their match to lose, ultimately, when you look at the statistics. So let's see what the second half has as Na'Vi moves on to their patented CT side. It's first place on the ESL Pro League ladder versus 13th. LDLC trying to avoid relegation, or at least automatic relegation at this stage, and so far put up a good showing against Na'Vi in the first half. It's 8 rounds for the Wolves, but Na'Vi managed to come back and get themselves to 7 to make it a pretty tight affair at the half.
They seem to have woken up the beast, though, didn't they? They pushed hard enough, and then you got Na'Vi to actually push back. And they did it in some style. It was a little aggressive, to say the least. And
that one play was probably the most questionable we've seen from a otherwise pretty solid half from LDLC.
Yeah, no, they certainly had answers in the first couple of rounds. They had a great idea of how to approach it. But Na'Vi, this map for them, it's not just about their T side. It's not just about that individual firepower that they can bring, or their set pieces, or their approach. It's their CT side, and this has always been a good map for them to show it on. I'm not sure how they're going to come into this mentally. Probably, you know, a mix between being annoyed this game's so close as it was, because LDLC got off to that blinding start and they had to turn it up a bit. So I want to see what happens when Na'Vi have to bring out a little bit more of a competitive game than maybe they expected. LDLC, though, I don't know. T-sides, it's not synonymous with their name. Obviously, they do have existence as one of those players who can provide a good bit of insight, but you can't force a team to play like that.
We've already seen a lot of his strengths, I think, on this CT side, or at least what he's sort of been able to put together. I kind of like how the interaction occurs when LDLC are reading the opening 5 to 15 seconds from Na'Vi. Where are the Molotovs going? What have they smoked? What can we expect from them, presence-wise? Are they going to put multiple players into Monster? Do they work in aggressively towards Connector? All those questions and more are sort of the ones that, Existence has already practiced against and sort of has a response for. But we're into the pistol round now. Na'Vi only 1 round behind, so obviously a pistol round win here will probably put them in the lead and set them on a good home stretch to close this one out. I'll have to see if LDLC really have the bite to match their bark when it comes to their T side.
Yep, and it looks like a very much all-encompassing hit towards A so far. Dinked up Guardian. Seemed like he wanted to back away, but will stand his ground for now and not for long. That's be Alex to find it and look for a follow-up. But Simple is there, and we know it's the Guardian Simple combination quite often towards this map. But Existence, lovely timing, and what a lovely desktop.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, I love it. Give it to me. It's the last day of the week, so why not mess it up a bit? Okay, so far, it's a pretty even situation here in this pistol round.
You've still got it on your screen, so you can just cast the rest of it.
Okay, it's not in time with what we're seeing here, though. That's the thing. I think what we've got is the feed that's a little bit below, but we're back anyway. It's fine. We've had a couple of those today. So it's a 3v2 situation. That's the main point. LDLC looking pretty good to close this one out now. Edward's trying to find them, essentially. This has been a really weird around-the-world Glock train. I'm pretty sure they just bulldozed through the A site, the rest of LDLC, and then made their way towards the lower part of the map. And now Existence will be able to take down Edward and clean things up. But I'm going to go down.
So while that happened, just a quick reminder. This is what I was discussing at the start, and I'm sure we can actually get maybe production to make a graphic about this, how different the Pro League is from last season to this one, and the new contenders we have. So round difference last season, let's say for the bottom 2 teams, was minus 111 rounds, 152 between Flipside and Penta. Those were like...
They got wrecked, basically.
Yeah, they got absolutely smashed. And at this point so far, with still games to play, the difference from the bottom 2 teams is minus 31 rounds and minus 41 rounds. You can see how differently this whole season is competitively. So it's like, in some
cases, it's, 5 times less of a round difference for our lower teams. That says a lot. It speaks volumes about how close the season's been, Lauren.
Yeah, so looking at it this way, this round, we haven't got game sound, just so you guys know in the production room. If we can get that one fixed up when you can, that'd be lovely. Just to make sure they know it. They do, so that'll be fixed up as soon as it's ready.
But we're still in game.
But we are still in game. We can have a look at what's gone down. So already we saw Edward be able to land the deagle shot towards Alex. He's going to remember that one. But Simple is waiting out, hoping someone would dare to walk down long and just gift him that opportunity and not look the right way. But LDLC yet to be committed anywhere. They're very much, taking their time, and why wouldn't you? You don't want to get caught out by those cheeky little angles. You don't want to get caught out by someone being quick on a flank. And you can see them building together now slowly. The biggest threat for me, at least in my eyes, is if Existence doesn't expect the corner. Hopefully he checks it. Otherwise, there could be trouble afoot.
We've seen some situations where this positioning has caused chaos for T-sided teams. Existence checks it immediately, though. That's nice, and it's, we expect that from him. That guy has definitely got something going on upstairs. There's no doubt about it. He actually takes down Flamey as he pressures that side, and it sees on his own. P250 desperately spraying over towards LDLC, but it's just going to come, well short of what he was hoping for there. LDLC take another round after winning that pistol here, set themselves up fairly comfortably, and do note that Na'Vi actually did buy some pistols in their second round force buy there, so they went for something. Might be able to do it again here. But again, a slow start to the second half from Na'Vi. We really won't get to see what they're made of until that first gun round comes up.
Rush wants to put on some sound here.
I don't blame him. He can't though.
No,
what do you do?
Not allowed. Just.
It's like changing your outfit when there's nowhere to hide.
Rush just gets changed in public. There it is.
Oh my good lord.
I love it. What's that in the bottom left there, Rush? I'd
love to know what that is. It looks like
a flower?
Water lily, Lauren.
I think it's a water lily.
Yeah, it's fine.
Huh. But anyway, Na'Vi this round did go for a bit of that nuke-esque thing, right? Where you just get as many nades as you can and chuck it down in one area, try and do as much damage, and maybe be able to follow it up with something else. But it didn't work out. They had a good go at it. Twani took some damage, Existence took some damage, and I just want to see that water lily again. Rush, can we have a little...
I've been waiting for him to get 5 for so long. It's going to happen. I feel it coming. We're back to cinematic mode here. The score currently stands 11-7 for LDLC. They won the pistol round. They get to extend their lead a little further, but now we have a bye for Na'Vi. This is the much more important round. We might even have sound back as well just to join us, so couldn't have been a better time for it. Let's be honest. And now LDLC, Maniac's going to keep the MAC-10. That's super interesting decision here. And Na'Vi are a little bit low on utility.
was going to say, I don't know, where is he going to go with that? Like, is he just going to run in?
He's going to ram it up their nostril, I think.
That's one way to do it. And C's going to go for the quick little underhand flash, try and get something done, but now a swift push from LDLC through short, and that's going to catch him off. Twanu just going to do what they've been done back to them in that first half, and now C's still left out, very isolated,
Beautiful.
But he steps up to the challenge. 2 big kills back to back, completely denies what LDLC were trying to do this round. Sure, Alex is left alive, but you don't fancy him in this 1v3.
Absolutely not. Maniac couldn't do anything in that position. He obviously only had the Mac 10 to work with there. Didn't want to upgrade, and that's going to give the round to Na'Vi here. They only lose 2 players, so this is quite big for them now. It's actually going to let them bolster their, to do with a little bit more utility, but Flamey might have to go for a slightly weaker weapon here. They weren't fully built up, but still, it's their first proper look in now. And yeah, they're fine. Got smokes and mollies are plenty.
And if you're LDLC though, you know that they're fragile. Even though they, there's always a chance they win that round, you can reset them in this. So should be interesting to see how well this goes for them. Guardian, there it is. This is the aggression you want to see. He's there with Simple. Flash comes out. No one's quickly trying to chase this one down though. So he did get the tag towards Alex, but Alex still stands, limping along, but still up.
And when we talk about an aggressive CT side from Na'Vi, it's often not even more than that. That's kind of all Na'Vi really like to do. Oh, geez, Guardian, that's an interesting peek. Maybe didn't expect there to be 2 players at long, but he tagged one heading in that direction. So one has to wonder. Flash to get himself away. Molotov was thrown at him, I think.
Molly, yeah.
Nasty.
And now Simple's been waiting for a moment to strike here, and he might just have one. Alex is completely unawares. Yeah, it will ring the alarm. I guess if anyone's going to go down, you'd want it to be Alex out of the rest, just purely because he was so low already. But LDLC are kind of left a little confused as to how that went down. How do you find room to work? Maniac, you're going to be having to play back into this one. Na'Vi now have, again, the upper hand. They have a lot of players on this site, but no real step towards B just yet. Unless possibly Miss2 finds something, but I can imagine they're going to ignore that and try and go for this. But Simple going to find another before going down. Massive impact this round again from that man.
Just guerrilla warfare from Na'Vi. That's the best way to describe how they like to play this CT side. First, Guardian goes forward and gets some damage to make things easy for Simple on the pickup, and then he comes forward himself. Gets in the face of LDLC. I mean, what better player to do it than Simple, should I say, really? The kind of player who's always going to look for opportunities like that and has the mechanics to back it up. Bomb loose. Sees knows there's got to be another player there with him, but Existence is actually quicker on the trigger finger. That makes it a 2v2, and LDLC have the space to get a bomb plant here. Now there's a smoke to heaven. Guardian's got to back away and try something different.
This is getting a bit worrying. Misty's going to have the angle first. I don't know if Edward's going to see it. I don't think he did. Maybe a teammate called him out, but still finds the frag. That's big. It's down to a 1v1. Existence up against Guardian. Guardian gonna be outflanked. Nice movement around from Existence, just playing that so smartly, and he will get the AWP as well. Just pick that up for Twanu. So incredibly well handled in the end, considering how that one started out. The leg towards Alex and the aggression from Simple, then Simple finding another even while falling back to a more passive position, and there's the reset coming in. Yep. This puts Na'Vi's money in a state of flux.
That's pretty bad for Na'Vi. I think that should be pretty clear to you guys. 1850 on C's tier, so you can't buy anything at this stage. You buy below that, you lose another round, then you're just absolutely busted. Guardian, though, early aggression. We've often called the Deagle a mini AWP in some cases. Definitely has the stopping power. But he wasn't fancying hanging along without any armor to speak of. Maniac and Twanu were sitting quite far back here. You can actually see them on the X-ray. Just in case Na'Vi do try and look for early advantages. This is LDLC playing a little bit like Na'Vi, I guess you could say, hoping for a bit of early aggression. Something for nothing is definitely a great way to begin a round, especially as a T-sided team, where you want to be trading, getting more than just 1-for-1s across the map to really give yourself confidence late in the round. Alex, he's got into position from long there. He catches Guardian as he backs up, and now he can embed himself towards the bank stairs. Maniac, look at this. This is a problem for Na'Vi. They need to get through him if they want to help out and try and make a rotation. It's going to be hard. Grenade comes in, lands.
Oh, no.
Decent damage.
This could be more an analysis than I'm a pro player, but he's keeping it together. Finds Flamey, that's good. Doesn't get overwhelmed, doesn't completely fluff the lines. Eddie going to pick up a little P2 Swifty. And he can go back down to try and find it. But there is support, I think, not far off now as well. I think someone else joined him down in underpass. Yeah, Misty's down there as well. So they're trying to eradicate all of those pesky Na'Vi players. But, you know, for Na'Vi, this is, again, putting them on notice. Maniac does find him through smoke in the end. And it's just Simple praying for a life.
And he is put to bed pretty quickly there as well. And this is Na'Vi not making life any easier for themselves. They can buy here, but it's still not going to be that pretty. Evidenced by the UMP for C's, because he knows he needs to buy a little bit of utility to back the rest of his team up. Flamey sure as hell can't afford it after investing in armor and an M4. Simple really no better off being told to behave himself, get a kit, because he'd be the only one on his team with one so far. So this is Na'Vi trying to make those dollars go as far as possible. Hopefully we still get to see some of that characteristic aggression, see if they can make that work for them here and put LDLC off kilter at the start of the round.
Gets tagged, seized.
Yeah.
A little worse for wear now.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
No, LDLC, they were all lining up for that. Look at them. They were all waiting till the end of Monster. If they didn't get flashed out then as a complete team, they'd actually pretty gone off that. Now, Na'Vi need to be aware that they don't have much to play with. They've got, what, a couple of bits to put into play, but limited guns as well, a couple of UMPs on deck. This is not perfect. This is not ideal. Maybe the stack will work out, but we're going to find out right about now. LDLC make the hit, and Edward sure he finds one, but the adjustment is too much to ask for. 4 players hitting that site was just far too many.
This is Na'Vi sort of forcing up to a degree here. They had to buy UMPs in to get enough utility, and it's not worked out for them at all. Simple and Guardian at this stage of the game have no choice but to back away and hold on to their weapons, because God knows when they'll be able to buy them again if they even have enough rounds left in this match. LDLC are going to set themselves 2 rounds from winning, 1 round, of course, from that match point that'll force Na'Vi forcing for the rest of the game anyway. And this is incredible, really incredible. 13th on the ladder versus 1st on Na'Vi's arguably best map. And they're making him look like, well, not themselves.
That's a nice way to put it.
I've used up my my swear jar allowance for today. My producer has just informed me that that is in fact correct.
Well, no, I hope that this doesn't get put into a complete category of, oh, Na'Vi just aren't playing seriously, or, oh, no, you know, excuses for Na'Vi.
We need Sadikis for his cutting analysis on this one, exactly why this is happening.
Look, if, I don't know, maybe there's some skins on the line. No, I'm not even going to bother doing that sort of clickbait stuff to go on the front page of Reddit. It's just, you know, it is what it is. But I just want to ensure that...
How do you know he doesn't have a gambling website,
Stop
Lauren?
it!
How do we know? It would be very troubling if he did.
But what I do want to say is that I don't want to discredit anything that LDLC have done. I didn't know if they had the longevity to bring it this far, if I'm honest, on their T side, but they put Na'Vi in a very, very tough predicament to work out of. Now, Na'Vi this time, they have a fair few more players that were dedicated towards the site, but Simple seem to have backed away then for a second. 4 players here for now, though. LDLC are going to make the hit. The underhand flash comes in. It's turned, but C still stood for a little bit longer than maybe he expected to. Twanu does find him with the AWP in the end, but Flamey going to put down the smoke, the molly, and isolate the T side. You can see what he's used to dealing with, but this time he does get outdone.
Missed you, though. Nice shots coming from the back of the canal here, and LDLC really turning this on. Early on in the round, it looks like they were struggling to make ground, but now Na'Vi even falling like dominoes, and this is it. Guardian goes down. No chance to save any weapons in this round. LDLC don't need a plant, and they find themselves in the ideal position to take this match away, 16-8. Na'Vi had to go for hell for leather in that last round and force into weapons. We'll have to do it again, but this is a shambolic assembly of weapons and utility.
Wow, this is weird for the old fantasy team going on right now. It doesn't matter, me and Chad have both the same players in our fantasy line, so it doesn't like upset me too much.
I tell you who's boned? Me. I had Taz in my team, and then we saw what happened last night.
This is your own... Oh, that's a little bit keen. I didn't know you could actually spot that angle there. Oh, that's nice. But the other thing as well is this actually bodes well for Astralis, considering they're in that kind of battle for that 1st and 2nd position.
Is that seeding?
Yeah, it's purely for seeding. I'm pretty much almost certain no one can actually knock them out or be able to qualify. That's not the case. It's more seeding, so this could play very well into their hands now. But let's get back into the game, because it is 15-8. Again, a very shoddy buy almost from Na'Vi here, down to UMPs. No full rifle up on deck. C's even having to work with less. And LDLC, so far those B hits have been good, but this time it looks a little different from them.
Playing it slow in the early part of the round here. Perhaps the gravitas of this particular situation is not lost on LDLC. But Twanu wins out against Simple early in the round. Simple, I think, at that point had no choice but to stand and deliver. He was caught out with the AWP in front. But Cease has been able to just to push a little bit more over towards the middle of the map now. We see the doors open and connected. That's an opportunity potentially later for a flank, but the cat's out of the bag in terms of his positioning. LDLC will know that there is a possibility he could wrap around, but yeah, Misty's going to catch him out there. He worked his way on towards short. Still fairly back and forth, but Na'Vi has sort of forced the turtle now towards their sites, and they're going to be pushed in here over on the B side. LDLC have made it a 3 versus 1, and Edward has to try and bail Na'Vi out of this shocking situation. Heaven is smoked up. It's Edward versus 3.
And this might be heaven, but it's feeling more like hell for Na'Vi right now. They're in that horrible position at 8-15. They've got 1 man to take on 3 remaining players in good after-plant positions here. And here we go into the breach. Edward knows he's got a challenge on his hands. He finds one. He gets contact from Mistu. He's going to take that fight, but Mistu wins it out with the Tech 9 swiftly to the head. And this is not a scoreline I expected to see.
And what a coming of age for LDLC. They talked about how they've really, refined their approach to the game, and even Existence has sort of let off a little bit on his, I guess, micromanagement of his players this season, saying it doesn't work anymore in CS. And now they've managed to take down one of the more cerebral teams in Counter-Strike. One thing I love to do after a match like this is to head over to the desk and just see what an upset like this is made up of. Moses, take it away.
Would love to know what else you enjoy doing after matches, Mitch. But that is a surprising turn of events. Did not expect that one on the desk whatsoever. Existence, an early player we talk about for his tactical prowess back in the old days, back in the day, and he dropped 23 frags.
Back in the day, he used to be known for his prowess with the AWP and Source, Mr.
I felt
Jason.
I was on the wrong end of it a lot.
Yeah, I never copped it in Source.
I did. Every final of every event got a good 30 bomb against me every single time.
You've seen a fair few French baguettes in your time.
I have.
Did you actually make it to a lot of finals in Source?
Yeah,
wow.
Pretty much every event I went to,
Jason.
actually. Thank you very much for asking.
That's a yellow card.
I think it might be, actually. I was famous making top 3 every event I went to, so why don't you back off?
It was just a question.
Attacking.
I don't know why you're taking it so personally.
You know who might not be making top 3 now after that disappointing...
Who's that?
Na'Vi, they're a team right now. They're at the top of the ladder or towards the top end, but it's not secure by any means. Let's look at this.
Top 6 has got to be secure.
For them, no, Hank. No, there's so much moving and shaking that can go on.
Well, please elaborate.
I can't, because we need to wait till the last week where all the action happens.
So you can't possibly add anything on to that?
What he's saying is there's only like 2 wins separating first
There we
seed
go.
from 16.
Thank you very much. Yeah. So the middle ground of this pack, I would even say from NIP upwards, there's a high probability that there's a lot of movements that could happen in the next 2 weeks.
I think it's safe to say Na'Vi will be in the top 6, though, from what I can see there.
Okay, Hank.
Should put a pie on it.
Would you not agree?
I would like to think so, but after what we just saw there, you have to be thinking that.
I think this is one of those games, right? They lost both pistols. They went 7-0 down in the first half. Like they couldn't really get anything together. They looked very shaky on the T side. Guardian was missing a lot of shots to kick things off. He's been in amazing form recently, but then he was kind of that game not so much. He got it together towards the end of the half. But
is this potential of where Na'Vi just did not really look at this game and say this is going to be a problem?
I was thinking that as well. In my head, when I was watching the game, I was like, okay, do you know what? They're top of the league. They didn't really have the hunger to win this one. They kind of woke up a little bit too late towards the end of the first half. They were 7-0 down. They actually brought it back to 8-7 against them. But second half was even worse for them. They only got 1 round there on the CT half, got fully reset after losing the pistol as well. It just was a horrible showing from them overall.
I'm curious if we'd see like the same approach from Na'Vi if they were playing a higher... or a team that they would consider of higher skill or a harder opponent, right? Because they went for that second round bye with the AK. So they were well equipped for it.
That was a problem, wasn't it?
Yeah, but then they had, I think it was like either the 5th or the 6th round where they had like Galil's, AK, Deagle. They got the bomb site and then they lost the afterplan as well. But those rounds, like we did say they lost 7 rounds, but they didn't gear themselves up completely to be able to take rounds. They probably figured, we're more skilled players. We can just grab a couple of mismatched weapons and trade out and get some rounds. Then they had to turn it around and eventually just start doing those B executes, which worked well for them. Yeah. Once they got those rounds on the board, there was that mishap with Mistu sitting the defuse, guarding the 2v1.
That was nice.
That should never have happened like that.
Well, I guess the thing is, you just don't expect, after your teammate goes down as a 1v1, you just assume he's getting off the bomb. Yeah. He's taking a bit of a gamble there, right? He's got the AWP. If he goes in, he's got the advantage of the angle. We can't see the bomb. He's just hoping he hasn't got a kit. He's not got a full diffuser. Yeah. He's expecting me to come in. So he definitely is a blunder in terms of the way they lost the round against the pistols, but still, the situation is quite forgiving for Guardian, I guess, in that respect.
Well, the map wasn't forgiving overall. Na'Vi perhaps biting off a little bit more than they could chew. We'll see if they can bounce back. If they can take Cobble, which this test predicted would be the more difficult map for Na'Vi to take, they'll have to try and do it when we return.
team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Welcome back again to the ESL Pro League. One more map between Na'Vi and LDLC. Surprisingly, the pseudo-French team that we consider French, but not really French, they take map 1 and overpass 16-8.
Who would have thought that coming? That was kind of a shocker, isn't it?
Yeah.
Moving on the Cobble as well. We said that was the map they could potentially upset on as well.
Yeah, well, overpass looked good, obviously.
Obviously.
Yeah, it was a team effort on that map. Everyone contributed when they needed to. It's not like anybody just stood up and carried, really, did they?
They're a little more assertive than I thought. I kind of speculated they'd be kind of resorting to set pieces and strategies. They weren't really doing that at all. They're actually just going out and actually brawling and taking gun duels and actually winning them.
Handling business, I believe, how they phrase it.
Yeah, I think that's what you call it, yeah. It's good.
Is that what you call it?
Yeah, you could.
I follow a lot of these players on Twitter, and, you know, they've been tweeting in most recent times that they didn't do too well at Copenhagen Games. I don't even think they got out of, like, the...
Well, they weren't in the final, were they?
No, they didn't get very deep in that tournament at all. They had some very disappointing
There
losses.
seems to be a trend of this team, because I remember at the MDL finals last season, Existence tweeting out, you know, this team has so much potential, we just never reach it, and we're very up and down. So that's kind of the sentiment of the tweets after Copenhagen.
Sure.
I think it's like the brand of Counter-Strike that they try and play, whereas today they were more like assertive, and you could argue that's looser, you know, because people are making more, I guess, instinctual plays.
I think that's the way CSGO has evolved as a game. Like, if you're looking back to where Source, when it was very set-piece orientated, is getting smokes down, going as a team, and everything's very rigid in terms of the strategies you're approaching with, right? And that's the school of Counter-Strike Existence comes from, and he's tried to develop that in CSGO, and it's worked to some extent. Like, Tides was a very up-and-down team as well. And going into this one, I think he's tried to kind of have a hybrid of that style, but ultimately now I think you have to be running looser Counter-Strike to be a top team these days. You have to be quite dynamic and be able to play on the fly. And I think that's something they need to kind of bring to their game, which looked like they were tonight. So that's promising, at least.
Yeah, something to build on, though, is how much homework these guys must do. Or it's not really, I guess, a lot of homework. Everybody knows that Na'Vi plays Seized as the default player outside of the backyard B area, outside of the Monster Tunnel and the Pipe. And I know Mitch and Lauren were quite harsh on Maniac when he got that UMP kill on Seized and then continued to push out like no one else could possibly be there. How deep that was in the half, and the way that Na'Vi were playing it in a relatively packed manner, the frag that he made on Seized instantly in his brain, or even from Existence or the coach, would have been he's 95% of the time there on his own.
Alone.
So the decision from him to push like that was one of those instinctual, either instinctual or the homework that's been done. So these guys, you know, they have the prep work down. They know what they're doing. It's just about getting them to consistently play a brand of Counter-Strike that's going to work. And the issue that I have is some teams can just be very aggressive. Sorry, Mr. Producer Man, there's no tip for this one. Well, it's for the Kinguin game.
Oh yeah, there are 2 Cobbles tonight. You have a Cobble clip, and it's not for this one. That's the issue, viewers, that Chad has going on in this internal dialogue that you cannot take part in.
Where my brain just looked like it exploded. It did, because I was trying to work out if I had a clip for this one.
No, I mean, let's talk about this, because I know you guys mentioned that Cobble was going to be a map that was more likely. Was that confidence in how LDLC plays it, or was that a lack of confidence in Na'Vi?
I've never been impressed with Na'Vi's Cobble. Even before Simple joined, they were rough on it. They would get wins out of it, but they weren't clean ones. It'd always be that historic thing of them getting 5 rounds on the CT half. That was their golden number they'd always aim for. And on the T side, Zeus was actually one of the players that carried them on the T side, actually got them into advantageous positions and actually winning them rounds. Guardian was always very good on this map as a whole. But ever since I've seen Simpler join, I think it's actually got worse somehow.
Yeah, we saw the double AWP strike, and they had Simple over on the B side while Guardian was over on the A side. I think now they've switched that over. Guardian is more of the stationary B AWPer, and Simple is the more roam around AWPer, which I think is the way it should be.
Sure. Yeah, and they're not forcing the double AWPs every single time now. So they'll try and aim for it eventually. If they can pick up a second one, they'll do it. But it doesn't seem like if Simple's got $4,750, he's not going to buy in the AWP straight up, which is better. That was the main problem for me, watching that over and over again. And a team which you know does that, if you're someone like Existence, right, I'm just doing set pieces towards B, I'm doing the wall of smokes every single time, isolating that solo AWPer and then denying the rotations from the other one on the other side. So that's very easy to shut down.
Yep. I'm with him.
Nice. I like it. I mean, it's kind of interesting that you brought up Zeus because actually Cobble's a map that now Gambit is very, very good on. That
Sure.
Gambit
One of
has
the
been
best in
shown
the
strong,
world,
yeah.
yeah.
And actually teams just don't play them on it. So
Well, the thing is, the old Na'Vi, that the drop-down room was an absolute nightmare for them. They tried almost every single player trying to play that position. They could never really hold it. I think it was Edward for most of the time that was giving it a go. Then Siege would have a crack at it. It just didn't work
Edward
out
does
for them.
pretty good in some of those solo positions seen on other maps as well. Either way, we're gonna get right into a Cobble. We'll see what Navi's got because LDLC's already taken map 1. Take it away, Lauren Mitch.
Thank you very much, Moses. So far tonight, amongst other things, we've learned that LELC sure as hell ain't no water lilies. It was a great opening from them on their first map. And now Cobblestone, which is the one that they were supposed to actually have upset potential on in the first place.
No, I just want to go back to that Maniac thing as well. It's just because he randomly threw his gun and he was fighting with a USPS in that situation. So, Chad, shut up. And also,
But you know what? No, he doesn't
I took over your Battlegrounds game, Chad. Got more kills than you. I'd be upset as well.
I think me and
Say no.
Chad I'm sure Chad has many reasons to disagree with things that I've said before, but that wasn't what he was doing, Lauren. I think it's interesting to get the insight, though.
Fight me at LAN. I'll have
Do you expect Na'Vi to stack 2 players that late in the round? Probably not. I feel you on that one, 100%. It's good to hear that. Good to know as well. Sort yourself out, Lauren.
What?
Sort yourself out. We're about to get in the game.
I get sassy when I play Battlegrounds.
You do get well sassy, don't you?
Oof.
Real Kino with your
I got
comms.
that 4 times on the AK. Felt pretty good. I was playing with the red dot first.
Well, we
got
might
2
see another
players.
Krieg in this game tonight. That'll be fun.
Treat me right.
We love our some dot scopes. Anyway, let's get in. Let's not mess around anymore. Na'Vi on the CT side to start with. LDLC on that T side, and Guardian's already spotted a cohort of wolves headed his way.
Yeah, Maniac at the front of this chase pretty much here, and he's going to divert off towards danger. And, well, they've forced back any sort of early sort of stance towards a presence. But no, they're actually committing to this as well. That's a more imperative part, is they've got a dink towards Edward. This is quite spicy, but they still need to get to the site, and Guardian's still there. So it's not over yet, and it's not a free site, because Edward was putting up a bit of a fight there, but it's sloppy from Na'Vi. They're just not landing the shots, and LDLC get up close with the Glock somehow, and of course they're going to take the challenges that they want to. And now Simple, beautiful shot towards Alex. That's a surprise, and now it's a 1v2. He's isolated Maniac, but get him an all alone doesn't mean you're going to get the kill. So, first round on the board for LDLC.
It's funny, such a tactically inclined team as LDLC sometimes finds their greatest successes purely Glock training towards Na'Vi. In this round, it works out quite nicely. They started off getting that control, and then they just pushed it a little bit further from a long. So now it's going to be a mix of UMPs and AKs, and Na'Vi again, not much in this round. They really don't like to force in the second, I guess. Oh, God. I guess it's a little bit hard if you're on that CT side.
Is this Pat or Rush? Pat? Nod? It's Pat.
Okay.
Yeah, there was too much
Pat's drawing water
artistic
lilies.
skill going on there. That's why I theorize it might be Pat. Rush got, I think it was a U in GCSE level art, which means just didn't submit any of it. Just didn't bother to turn up. Not very artistic in any way, shape or form, but somewhat of a beautiful start here for LDLC. Going to easily find Seized just out on his own for Alex. And Na'Vi stacking out B, hoping for the best.
Well, LDLC aren't committed yet. I found that first kill on towards Seized, and still respect for Na'Vi in this round. Guardians forced to step out there as well. The Molotov was dropped in behind him, but he decides to peek the left side of the box anyway and is felled by a quick shot from Alex in the UMP. Oh, he doesn't quite see Flamey playing up close here, and it's an opportunity. There's 2 Na'Vi players stacked up in this position, but Mistu and Twanu make short work of them indeed, and Edward doesn't survive much longer. First 2 rounds pass by with minimal event here as LDLC get out in front.
Good start for LDLC and a bit of a worrying beginning for Na'Vi. Because you're sat there with your Na'Vi like, don't worry, guys, it was 1 map. It's fine.
Just 1 map, boys. You know, especially when you get statements. It was from Starix when he was still coaching, but a couple of months ago, is like, yeah, we feel like we're friends again. Okay, look, that might be taken slightly out of context, but it definitely was alluding to the fact that there were internal, issues on this team.
Yeah.
And maybe that, could be a precursor there to some issues when things don't go the way that they wanted to. We've definitely seen on their faces before at events. So it's online CS though. They could be drinking mojitos by the pool and playing on their laptops for all we know. But again, worth bearing in mind.
We like to start rumors, don't we? Na'Vi drinking while playing, disgraceful. No. If someone can badly Photoshop any of that happening, I'd always appreciate it.
I would not take anything we say seriously, not even the casting without context stuff.
That's a keen little molly. That's a very sweaty little molly. Going down to the deeper corner now that you can sit in. Behind the steps there. That was a little bit spicy. Now into the 4v4, and so far LDLC are just finding routes across this entire map. Maniac's been opening up plenty of opportunities. But Edward's still got control on long, so he's going to be able to deny at least the full A experience from LDLC. But they've still got 3 players here, and it looks a bit disjointed, but it seems to be working so far.
Maniac completely unperturbed by the flash thrown skyward by Edward. And yet another one as well. This time slows things down perhaps a little bit. Existence just dropping down Danger, thinking he might even join Maniac, but he doesn't. He's going to come back over towards A long. So Maniac's got himself quite embedded on this side there. This is quite nice. You can do a lot of work from here. It's important to point out that Maniac doesn't actually have a smoke. No one in LDLC has any utility left in the round. So now it's contact. Now they need to find these Na'Vi players and take them out while taking a minimum of casualties. And that didn't go the way for Mistu, not at all. Existence now forced to try and save his team, but Edward was there. There was a player up on top of cannons as well. I mean, Na'Vi had that one really nicely crossfired out there, sitting well back on the site, but holding their ground nonetheless.
I'm wondering what BioDLC can get here. Alex is pretty low, so he might just be gifted something, or I don't know. Tuanu's got the AWP, which I guess is the interesting one. Maniac's the one who's going to suffer. Still sat on 700. Almost able to get a negative if it was actually in play. Sadly, it's not. Would have loved seeing that.
I might just play Maniac for information here.
Yeah, Alex though going pretty quick here. Nice little molly to deny any step towards the stairs, and Simple is right on the very verge of that. Got to be careful. Oh, lovely shot. That's crisp from Alex, and Simple somehow snuck his way around the back, and Existence unawares. Caught and punished.
So sick.
Beautiful work from Simple. Outstanding positioning, but being shot through smoke is just how he's handled.
That's that aggression though as well. I mean, quite often CT-sided players don't have a reason to find themselves up in that position, especially in between 2 players in LDLC, but it's completely unraveled them, at least in their B presence. But Maniac, I said before, he might just be playing for information, and he was sort of playing on his own for the most part, but he gets a frag. P250, not too bad at all, and now he's managed to get himself an AK and get deeper on the side here. This is going to make it a little bit harder for Guardian to challenge. It's a quick peek. You should see Maniac there as well. Finds him. No armor for him. Maniac had very little to work with in that round, but Mistu finds Seized. Okay, so Guardian now sees himself still up on, well, just out of the connector. Bomb is down. What are you going to do here, Ladislav? Not a lot. Mistu's going to be able to catch him out there from a long. Another one comes up for LDLC here. Na'Vi again, a little bit of a teensy tiny reset.
From
Back
Alex,
to pistols.
Simple somehow snuck it. Hello, mate.
Oh, hello, you.
I hate hearing my own voice. Thanks for that production. It's bad enough having to, you know, deal with it in this
You know why
headset.
that is, by the way?
It's something to do with you hear it differently.
Yeah, you do,
Something like that,
because when you speak, it's conducted through your jawbone. And when you talk, it's conducted through the air, and that changes it. There you go. Makes it sound slightly different.
Sorry I put you all through that. It's not my fault. Anyway, LDLC right in towards drop. Not going to hold back on this one. A bit dangerous when you're against pistols. Kind of aborted that hit, it seems. Double nades go out. Simple. Managing to avoid the vast majority of damage somehow. They went deeper. They went to the little cubby. But he does get good info here. Even if they put up smokes and what have you, he'll be able to tell that actually there's no one here. Don't worry about it, guys. Get ready to fall back towards A. And last round when Na'Vi got the early read on this hit, they actually handled it well, but I don't think they'll be able to get that many players across to the site. Edwards made it, but the rest still kind of stuck over by Romeo Juliet, the door, you know, the cubby. Flamey with the CZ, finding Maniacs big, and now we're down to 3v3. There's still damage to be done here, but it's Simple and Guardian to try and pull it all together for them, and Existence is having none of what they're trying to sell.
Yeah, not bad from Na'Vi in this round, working with pistols and the UMP for Guardian. They find themselves in this 1v1, and Existence, he's got to deliver here. But will Guardian expect this? Yeah, he's definitely entertaining the possibility that Existence has snuck past. And now he voluntarily gives up further information by taking what he feels will be a stronger position to flank through Danger. Now, Existence is, again, he's got to suspect this, but he can't really have any idea. Now, if he leaves this bomb, this will be really spicy, because then Guardian is really going to have questions about where he's gone.
Where is Existence? Did he?
That's a great question. Where is he going? Connector. Bomb's still out there. Guardian has to go, as he circled around the back of the site. He doesn't know. He has no idea where he is. 15 seconds remain, though. Oh, he gets it. Existence actually wins the spray war, just with 8 points of health. Guardian was there, but didn't have the ideal weapon for the job, I guess. AK still trump UMPs, if only just.
By 8 HP. That's your margin.
Well, Existence had like 40-odd HP, I think, in that fight anyway. Yeah. So even worse than that.
Don't carry on. Don't make it worse than it is. Alex and Maniac, though, Mac 10s galore, trying to build back some of that bank, and Seized just taking his time.
Mac 10, there's an extra Mac 10 purchased in that round, I think, and then dropped out for the AK, so... Well, at least I saw Maniac with one. I don't know if that was a glitch or not, so... Slight waste of money. Still, you can make that back here if Alex has a big round.
And Na'Vi have only one upgraded pistol, so stackish towards B. 4-1 is actually pretty almost normal now on Cobble. Guardian just feeds himself to the Mac 10, and Alex is going to try and keep doing this, be the front of the charge.
No one else is playing back of sight for Na'Vi here. It's a good way to get in. If you're LDLC, Alex will probably still have to check his bottom left and across the statue. But it's nothing but a PT-50 and 3 USPs to work with here, so. Plenty of respect from LDLC, though.
Yeah, you can see Maniac and Twani working towards A. They aren't like overly going for things, and that's really awkward, but C's does find Alex. Existence walks in, just spraying away. This is good so far, keeping it pretty clean. Doesn't matter too much that Alex goes down, but that's a bit of an annoyance. It's a bit of a nuisance to lose out on one of the rifles. So
yeah.
Beyond that, though, fine. Again, it's round-by-round stuff here for LDLC. Sure, this map isn't exactly one that sits too favorably towards Na'Vi's pocket, but still, you'd expect more against LDLC.
It used to be said that Na'Vi was sort of across the whole slew of customs as we knew them at the time. You know, your overpass, your train, your cobble, that they were exceptionally good at them, but I would say that their cobble has been the weakest of those three, especially when we really, you know, like to talk them up a lot when it comes to train and overpass. But this map has been a little bit more rocky for them so far. Excuse the pun. Smoke up, and Alex again goes first.
Now, Na'Vi don't have much utility, and I'm pretty sure LDLC should know that. Now, the swing factor for me is Guardian. How much can he do here? He is over by A still, so he's actually not going to have any impact in this initial hit. It's onto the others, and they're just sat in the smoke waiting. They haven't fallen back too much. Flamey now eventually pulls himself away from it, but in the meantime, Twanu's found C's, and now Existence goes hunting. Great bit of play from him, finding that gap in the smoke to punish Flamey for sticking around, and Twanu can deny anyone working in through drop. They've got control, and it might be save time for Na'Vi unless they get a quick kill.
Yeah, dangerous for them here. Guardian's going to play the closest of all of them. Oh, well, Existence, that's your teammate. Yeah, he had the AWP, but needs to back away. A 3-gun save for Na'Vi is necessitated by the fact that they are going to be 5 rounds behind. Might be able to get a gun off Alex here. Poor man doesn't know what he's walked into, and Guardian will be more than happy to take that one away. I do like Existence, the double flash he threw out, you know, over sort of to the left of the statue as he made his way onto the bomb site. It was quite nicely done. Should be the round again. Chan talked about the previous map, Lauren, as being very much a team effort for LDLC, and I think we're seeing much the same thing here. Whether this is a one-off or not, there's no question about whether this team is developed or not. And I've said this before, and Maniac wasn't even supposed to be on this team. It was supposed to be RPK initially. Existence actually didn't want to bring Maniac on this team, partially because of the behavioral issues that existed with Maniac on Titan, which he obviously admits quite openly, actually, that he didn't really think he deserved to be on that team. And when he left, he sort of eventually understood the fact that, you know, he really had to work on his mental fortitude. But, you know, even Henry counted the man out and said wouldn't see it again. But he's back. He's playing well.
Against all odds. Maybe not all odds, just, you know, a couple. Henry G didn't rate him. It's a pretty tough challenge.
Well, I mean, you know, sometimes Henry says things that make sense. Rarely, when it comes to Worms. No.
No. That's why you're the commissioner. You got to keep tabs on that sort of stuff.
Like I said, I'm running out of yellow cards for him. He knows it too. He likes to flaunt the line. Makes it more fun when he's being a bad boy. Don't want to know why.
Oh God. There's so much to say and nothing I will. Now, it looks like LDLC are going to do somewhat of the similar hit to we saw in the last round, but Guardian this time is in the right place at possibly the right time, or depending on this one, wrong time. But there you go. Alex feels the brunt of what Guardian can bring, but he's going to try and back away. Quick flash out, tries to adjust, finds somewhere to play from. Existence unawares as to what's going on here. Guardian finds another. Big scalp to claim. Maniac going down, but now it's time for LDLC to strike back. And it's Existence right there in amongst it, doing everything he can.
It's really nice from Existence to potentially bring this round back for LDLC, but Flamey actually managed to trade up, gets himself the kill on towards Misty here, and these pistols are turning into rifles. Flamey has one. The bomb is still not planted. Twanu has to try and safely get across towards the site. He does that. Na'Vi will allow for a retake here. Edward has a flash. It's going to come in now. That's going to be important. Twanu can't see a lot in Existence. Needs to check it. The AWP comes out. We knew this man could wield this weapon well in previous iterations of the game. And that's a good way to relieve some pressure. He finds a second shot as well. And now it's all up to Simple to try and challenge, but it's not enough. Twanu finally finds his feet and finds the frag. Is this a repeat of our first map, Lauren? I don't know.
It's 7-1, Mitch. It's kind of looking like it is.
What is with the games that we have actually cast over the last 2 days? Remember, we had VP Heroic last night, which was, well, go look at the score. And now LDLC again with a big lead. Now, in all fairness, I believe though LDLC were 8-2 up on the CT side on the previous map. And that lead crumbled fairly quickly, made it 8-7.5. But they're on the T side now, and they're playing it really nicely. Great job from Existence there as well. He knew that his team were getting shut down a little bit, working on towards the big platform. Guardian made that first peek in. There was a gap between the two smokes there, and he gets the shot in. Existence comes over broken wall, challenges out Guardian by very, very quickly moving behind the statue. He knows there's still smoke where the rock is at connector, and then he uses the gap of the smoke to find a second player. Huge pressure relief for LDLC in that round. It lets them set up.
And it's weird though, isn't it? It was already kind of touched on at the desk that Copenhagen Games for them wasn't good. They lost out to North's Academy team, which is
all about Ave.
Loam and Glace and people like that. And yeah, of course, Abe being the coach for it at the moment. But they have strange results. It feels like if they play against teams...
That was a weird tournament in general. I think that was where Singularity ended up beating the mixed team of like Fnatic Godsent players.
Yeah, it was very, very strange. But it feels like if LDLC put time in towards opponents and they can actually look at what they do and it makes sense to them, they can find out ways to play it and it seems to play off better. If they don't know that, if it's not exactly someone they can research as easily, maybe they don't succeed as much. But still, it could all change here. It's still 7-1. It's not over yet. Might be soon. Edward. Got a couple of players to handle on long. 3 if Existence joins them. At the moment, it's Twanu and Maniac about to breach the corner. Flash goes up. He's going to hear the step. He knows what's coming. Smoke goes in, and Guardian's found Twanu. Good work between the two of them there. But look at the instant response from Existence and Alex, quickly making their way up towards Connector.
Oh, they've got so much ground here. That flash was brilliant on Guardian. Alex actually gets in the Connector purely off the back of that one, and Guardian is none the wiser. Does find Existence, though. So not without their own, I guess, their own wounds does LDLC get in position. And now Na'Vi still have the player advantage, and they've kind of caught LDLC out.
It's more where the bomb's left. It's in Connector, which is a big issue. It means they have to either play through the tiny little window and drop, or kind of just forgo it and fight your way through a site. It's going to be incredibly difficult for them to claim it. And Flamey's going to add insult to injury by claiming Mistu's body. And there it is. Edward shut it down, and Na'Vi get around back. And that was just good play from Guardian. If they got away with more, going through Connector then, you know, I like the quick play through the door there, and they rushed up middle. Actually wasn't a bad plan at all, but it obviously crumbled pretty quickly.
Definitely different to what we've seen from LDLC. And in these last few rounds, I do like the idea of actually making use of the fact that they know there's a presence on long A and trying to circumvent that with a quick push on towards the site. But again, that round's always a little bit risky. You're flying by the seat of your pants and having to be responsive for most of it, and sometimes that just straight up doesn't work out. Sometimes your mental bandwidth can't accommodate for the multitude of situations that could occur. LDLC try for a little bit there through the A-site connector. It was Maniac coming forward. Often you'll see him and Twanu play this, and then sometimes Twanu sort of just supports Maniac as he makes his way through. Saw him get that P250 kill a few rounds ago that really opened things up in that part of the map. But now drop room is controlled by Twanu. At least there's a Molotov there, but he manages to get over the top of it. Seas goes for the pop flash, but the smoke goes down there from Twanu. Nicely done. Got to facilitate him backing away.
Yeah, and it pretty much just now, in my eyes, depends on what those two players at A do. Do they get any information? Do they get any plays happening? Could they maybe split A? There's still so much ground to be gained on this map, and they've got 50 seconds, and Seized wants it all for himself. Mistu's going to find him. And now look for more. It's Existence winning out over by Platform 2. This might encourage the B hit to come through, and now maybe a late lurk from the players towards A. But Flamey is still on the site, and that's a problem.
Indeed it is. Existence, though, manages to deal with the aforementioned player, and Na'Vi are down to 2. The bomb is not in the hands of anyone on LDLC yet, but it'll be scooped up briefly, and now they've got good control. One issue is that they can't smoke out this connector spot, so Na'Vi are going to be allowed to push forward. A Molotov sometimes is just as good, if not better. In that case, it forced Guardian out of position. The Existence is playing a beautiful game. 4 kills for him in this round. We've just seen so many excellent moments from him in the previous rounds, whether he's picked up an AWP, whether it's some smart positioning. This guy is really looking like the whole package again. 16-5.
That's kind of insane, isn't it? I don't know. Existence is a weird one. You used to see him actually finding relative impact. We saw it when he was playing with the previous French sides. Towards the end of the tenure of that, he actually started to become a bit more of a fragger. It was kind of confusing people, like, is he meant to be doing this? But hey, if he finds form, I'm certainly not going to be upset about it.
I think, who was it saying? It was Henry. I think the whole trope of the in-game call that can't frag is a bit outdated, apparently.
No, it is. You know, it can't be a pure excuse anymore, but it certainly, you don't expect them then to be top fraggers, you know? It's like, it's the difference there. You've got to be up to scratch, but I don't expect you to be the one doing everything. But so far, Existence is finding a lot of work. Edward going to back away towards cannons, but He is 11 HP and only has a USPS, so things aren't looking too likely for the young lad. And now, Maniac gonna find him, trying to push up, make the most of Alex there. Good covering, just good systematic difference. And that's a great shot they got in. I like that. I like it. Just
the one player you don't
teammate.
want a team kill.
Nah, piss off, Simple. I want to be here.
This is my room. Okay, slight redemption. Gets a gun. Give it to Simple. Be a bro.
I'm sorry. Take the oh. Guardian got a nice assist too. That's nice. I always feel so guilty when it actually do so much damage. It shows up in the kill feed, just like.
Okay, but you can see distress there for Guardian. Now, Simple came from Connector. Now you don't really expect LDLC to be there in that position when there was actually more of just that pure hit towards A. Yeah. Oh, I no doubt about it. But again, maybe shows some signs of stress there. It's uncharacteristic from a player like him.
If you're Na'Vi and you're 2-9, I'd be a bit stressed. I'd be a little bit annoyed about it all.
And this man is orchestrating most of that stress for Na'Vi right now. Existence continuing to frag it out. Beautiful from him. A 7-round lead for LDLC now again, and they are just continuing to dominate Na'Vi. It had to happen once this season, Lauren. It had to be an upset like this at one point.
And this is looking like the A pinch. If only encouraged by Mistu now making his way down to Connector. No challenge coming through by the window. So he's going to pull people back, but Alex still winning out on platform. This is a very weird round. They're being sold like it's a B, but Guardian works it out once he hears these shots and certainly sees Maniac. Now, Existence up close. He's going to try and work on that smoke, get up as much as he can, get a bit of a play building, maybe sneak through, possibly try and get around the back of maybe Romeo or Juliet. They wouldn't expect it. And they're certainly not. That's great play again from Existence. Oh, it's so sick. That's sublime play. Edward going to hinder the bombs approach, but by now it's a 2v1. They know where he is. He's surrounded on either front. But it's all Existence. This man is magic.
And this is not eco bashing. This is not bunny bashing against a low team. This is Na'Vi, for God's sake. Top team in the Pro League. Well, they're definitely not looking like it right now. 20 kills for Existence. It's been 12 rounds. 12 rounds, Lauren.
I don't know.
It's astonishing. And I mean, and this is ridiculous. Na'Vi now down to pistols, so LDLC looking down the barrel of having at least 11 rounds in the first half on the T side.
Best part being Season Simple just got announced for that 2v2 tournament. Hopefully they
well, Seas hasn't shot Simple yet this game, so that's
true. That's probably
sign.
why Guardian's not there, you know? Just,
that's going to be great, actually. The HTC 2v2 is coming up real soon.
Kenny, Zaz, and Giuliano, Simple, and Seized. But the only reason I talk about it is because this is a bit of an eco bash, and Alex has been doing this anyway, whether it be a gun round or not. He can just walk in, it seems, and do what he wants.
He almost, yeah, I mean, this approach for him almost reminds me of when Rubino was on Song for Dignitas and they played Cobblestone, which is a map I really enjoyed watching them on. He would just hurtle, not even on towards the platform, he'd just hurtle over the broken wall, actually, and start fragging everyone on the site. Alex is making almost as much inroads so far, though, to be honest with you, Existence has been getting most of the kill credit. That's a bit of an aggressive push from Na'Vi, hoping to try and find something. Won't get it. No, just this one forward. Oh, pad my stats, he says. Give me those frags. He finds yet another one in this round. It's 2 for him already, and sees he's trying to push deep here. Okay, then. Finds ahead of Twanu there with the CZ, but that's all that Na'Vi take away from this round. It's a harsh lesson and a harsh reality for them, falling 9 rounds behind the 13th place team in the ESL Pro League.
This is just, I'm going to harp back to what I said on Overpass in a way. This feels like 2 very different teams and 2 very different mentalities. I would like to say that, you know, this is LDLC purely doing this all by, you know, you could repeat this. I don't think you could repeat this matchup that many times and seeing it go out this way if the different teams are in the different mentality. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think you could repeat this depending on situation.
Can I tease that out a bit? You're saying that Na'Vi are not in a good mindset here?
No.
Do you feel like...
I think they know that they're secure in this, and maybe they don't care as much about the seeding position as they should do at this point. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they are being completely outdone and completely outgamed here by LDLC, because LDLC are playing a great game, but you wouldn't... maybe not.
Maniac on the lurk.
All right, cool.
Now, what does he do with that? He doesn't really do anything. They've even up the numbers, but I think Maniac's position, actually, in that earlier frag, he got on towards Simple, drew 2 Na'Vi players in through Connector. Fortunately, Flame is here to try and play a bit of lights out CS. It'll be about time, but he's going to be pressured heavily. Twanu takes a big tag. That was a nice position from Seized. He was ready for that one. Twanu goes down, and that's Na'Vi making their 3rd now, heading into the last round of the half. It's a huge deficit, of course, as I've harped on about a little bit more, but Na'Vi can buy some guns in here. And LDLC can as well, to a degree. All the money going to be spent here now as teams make sure they give themselves the best chance of winning the round before all that money goes away.
Oh, and what a half. This is pistol round dependent now almost. It's just not what you want to be seeing between these two. I knew this would be a one-sided game. I thought it was going to be the other way one-sided though. So, there we go. That's an angle. Look at that from Tuanu, just up on the cart on the other side. He's having a little bit of a peek on that one. He's backed off from it now. But in case someone tried to peek above the smoke, he'd have had an even further angle than they'd expect, so they'd have to adjust, whereas he'd have the shot lined up.
Very cocky position there.
Yeah.
Prouder than a honeymooner's wang hanging out of a window, Lauren. Real proud. Edward now waiting by. Connect to the smoke there, and Alex has jumped through. Well-timed flash, and he's got no chance.
That's so nice.
Now he's macabre decorations on the walls of Cobblestone, so there's nothing that can be done about it. Guardian, though, quickly makes his response. And now, Na'Vi starting to move in numbers here as well. They actually at least get back in towards the connector area. We've seen Guardian play from this position before. LDS here being gunned down one by one here. Good response. I mean, Flamey coming back in with 2. And now Mistu's on his own.
Yeah, Mistu sadly, his position was just a little bit too late to the party overall. He might be able to catch our Guardian depending on timing. Ooh, he didn't have timing, he just had aim. And now down to the 1v2. 2 kills already, but no utility. Bombs left in Na'Vi's den over by A. So he's got quite the way to go, 30 seconds to do it. Final round of the first half, so you might as well do as much as you can. Flamey is the first port of call. He's playing quite close here, not maybe an angle you'd expect, and he doesn't. It does mean that there's a small window of opportunity for Na'Vi now. Merely 4 rounds, though, is simply not enough of a buffer. If you're looking at them overall in this, you'd expect way more, even if it's Cobble. But LDOC brought a great game.
Yep, 7 rounds to the good for the Wolves now. We'll go to half-time, and when we return, we'll see the switch up. LDLC will go to the CT side. Na'Vi have their chance to make the T side rounds count, and everyone will. LDLC are 5 rounds away from taking this game and taking it 2-0 in this series. Who would have thought it? But we'll see if it goes that way after the break. And Lauren, I almost feel like I'm back home with how upside down things have been so far tonight, at least. As LDLC are looking very, very sharp and primed to take this series away 2-0. And of course, 11-4 at half-time is a very good score. And you said it's almost pistol dependent. I mean, it is. LDLC with the pistol here, they're going to get out to a huge lead and start putting a Na'Vi in positions where they have to force every subsequent round, which is not the position you want to be in. But the buffer is slowly dwindling away for the CIS team.
Yeah, it is. I don't know what to make of this day. It just feels odd, to say the very least. It's, you know, it's. I want to hype it up, right? I want to hype it up, but I just feel the Na'Vi aren't playing a good game to the standard I'd hoped they would. And Overpass was one thing. Cobble, I guess, is more predictable, that you could kind of imagine this happening to a degree, that there could be trouble afoot.
Okay.
But I don't know, it's just frustrating to watch them like
well,
this.
That's perfectly academic for me, Lauren. I don't mind that we make this inference at all. It'd be interesting to see what the desks take on as well, because there's a lot of sort of complimentary language towards LDLC so far in this series. And I definitely think they deserve it, but one does have to ask exactly what's going on in the Na'Vi engine room. But time to find out now into the pistol. Na'Vi on the T side. Yeah,
Na'Vi have to come out all guns blazing, need to start with the pistol and finish with almost every round back to back. And
get wrecked.
Spicy meatball of a shot, Simple. Not feeling so good after that one. Emistu looks for more again. Na'Vi looking a little disjointed at the moment, but do make the hits start to come together. Seized, sneaking his way in towards the corner. Oh! He's a gamer. What is that?
It's like our community plays all over again, Lauren. What is going on? Okay. Jeez, and that's just going to kill your morale as well. You feel like you can't do anything in those situations.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Guardian, all right, run into it. Just give him something else to work with. Why not? Guardian down to 40, and it will be Twanu to close it. Not Misty that time, but what an absolute hit a couple of shots from him.
Yeah, really nice.
And that might just kind of put Na'Vi right out of this game. As much as I hate to say it, only having 4 rounds kind of puts you in a real predicament when it comes to pistols. They did manage to... Did they go on the force last time? I'm trying to remember. I'm pretty sure they turned one of the rounds at some point. Hold on.
Second round pistol forces have been few and far between for Na'Vi. But in the first half, no, they didn't. After they lost the pistol, and mind you, how many pistols have Na'Vi won in this series? Pretty much none. Okay, Existence plays out quite deep, and Na'Vi are going to go together here as well, just run and gun kind of counter-strike here. But Maniac's there to receive. My God, that was a bit of an interesting start to the map. We'll get back to our point later on, I think, Lauren, here, as Na'Vi are going to get gunned down to a degree. Oh, down to 2, but it's 2 on the side of LDLC. Edward and Simple making those tech knives dance in their hands. Misty's going to be surrounded out on this one, and this is where it may be happening. Na'Vi trying to come back. Alex has the equipment to deal the killing blow here. Can't bring his guns to bear.
That was a strange start. I think you summarized it well. And Na'Vi do turn that second round. So back into this one.
Existence, he's 24 frags. He's had a sick game.
And that
was not what you want to see.
No, that wasn't all that pretty. They're going to force right back though. They knew that Na'Vi, I guess, down to 2 players, and why not? I guess why the hell not? Mr. Maniac, Alex, Existence, all got armor. A little bit of utility on 2 of them. Then Twanu not going to go for the armor, just the pistol. He does eventually probably want an AWP to his hand, so that's probably as to why.
I don't even know if we saw Guardian with that. I think we did a couple rounds on the CT side, but not many. Maniac's going to be pressured here. He knows it. They'll check this corner, but he actually gets the first kill. Nicely done. The swing out with the 5-7 yields results. And look how low Simple is after that trade. It's an opening. LDLC now going to look for more, but Na'Vi now starting to switch into Na'Vi mode. Expect this aggression. Receive it now and deal with it accordingly, but still, it's a 3v3.
But look at Mistu's position as well. It's so well placed. I'm not sure if he's going to get timed on this. No, he's going to be in such a good spot. If he just ignores that player and waits for the other 2, this could be sick. Guardian goes down, and it's a one-shot and Simple. He's 2 HP. Mistu's played this so well. Now he can get the rotate in from his team, backs away from it, resets the fight, makes Na'Vi work for this kill.
The issue is he wasn't able to get any weapons back in those trades. Mistu was forced to essentially get out of there as soon as he made those kills. So there is an advantage here, but it's important to note that Alex and Existence are very low. Now, Season Simple, Simple's low himself, but they've got rifles. All that these LDLC players need on Simple is just one shot.
But Mistu rotated here pretty smartly. He predicted it so well. He went all the way through, dropped straight towards A, and Simple's left being completely irrelevant to at least how this round should play out in the end. 25 seconds. I don't even know if he's got enough time to get the bomb without receiving a challenge from Mistu. He'll have to risk an angle. That's the problem with this. Simple either 180s round and goes full on spin bot, or Mistu's got it, and he has. Outstanding round from that man. Again, the start of the pistol he had, the 2 shots back to back, then this. Brilliant positioning, brilliant awareness, reading Na'Vi like a book, and then just shutting it in their faces.
Really coming into his own as a player this season as well. I mean, we have a couple of players in this particular team, like Twanu, Mistu, and Alex, who maybe haven't really had their time in the sun as top professional players, but this has been an excellent game from Mistu. Really nice. And look, credit to him for the discipline, not only the trigger discipline when he was playing in the middle, in the halls earlier on, but also to hold a passive angle on that bomb and not peek, because it still could have gone wrong. It's a player of Simple's caliber. You don't take those risks, and he didn't. 13-5. Na'Vi playing slow to open up with. There's a P90 for Edward. Last time we saw that one, it was Taz, and he got very little with it. So we'll see what the plan is. Can you tell me if there is a plan? Or do you know, can you see a plan here, Lauren?
Isn't that the question? Edward's got a P90. Mitch, I get very distracted when I see that gun.
Let's not go here again. You broke
you know
me
what
last
happens
night.
to me?
No.
I love female esports, Mitch.
Okay, all right.
Any key will do.
All right.
Edward, let's go. Nice little play on the flash there. And to be fair, the thing's going to drop. It's actually fine to use. You can just spray into it. Like, as much as I am taking the mickey, it's not a terrible investment. They've split up LDLC, so it could actually work quite well. Existence is very, very integral in this.
It's vulnerable too.
We'll see how this goes. You can't really back away from the spot. That's the thing. Once you're here, you're here. So it's a bit. It's not necessarily one and done, but it's hard to utilize an Edward. Sadly, the P90 doesn't get off the ground. And Maniac trying to tap away with the UMP works just as well.
Great. Yeah, very controlled there. Sees though, this is chaos now. Na'Vi is so split over the map that LDLC can't really anticipate what angle they could come from, and you can see that by Twanu pushing himself into a crossfire. Not that he knew it, but Na'Vi are bringing back the most bizarre rounds. But nonetheless, it doesn't really matter at this stage. They're winning them out at least. And they've actually got a little bit of money to work with, Lawrence. So them sort of being on a, I guess, a peak in terms of, you know, their economy from saving weapons and all the rest coincides with them winning a round. So now, all rifles for them. I know they'll see very little again, but I mean, Misty this time has a UMP. Maniac did very good work from this position last time. I mean, the first frag and then a bit of extra damage was admirable from him. More than you expect.
Someone actually did the Photoshop by the pool. Thank you very much. Falcon.
That's brilliant.
I like it. I like it a lot. Is it PG? No.
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 Still
but
great,
I like
though.
it.
It doesn't diminish my love of it whatsoever.
It's getting the odd retweet. But Photoshop aside, the scoreline is legit. It is not fake news. It is 13-6. Na'Vi, however, had a little bit of resurgence of life here, so they could bring this one back a little bit closer.
Maniac, his position, should he choose to retain it, will likely be a one and done, as we have named it. Positions where you can get a frag, and if you're lucky too, but you're probably eventually going to go down as you are committed to the fight. Maniac will hear all this, sees the smoke being thrown across, and now LDC starting to creep up. Will they be quick enough here? No, Maniac. It is a pre-aim towards that corner there. The crosshair was nicely located by Edward, and LDLC have been gutted before the fight's really been able to start.
Bomb down, 5 alive. This is good stuff from Na'Vi, building back into this one, keeping money up. Maybe there is a comeback afoot.
We're slowing it down nicely as well.
Why not? I want to see if LDLC can actually, you know, weather the entire storm, or if it's just, you know, that little bit of a nice moment. You know, everything seems to be working well. A couple of players feeling it. Clearly, you know, prepared for this matchup. And money-wise, they could do with a couple of guns there. Christ, Pat. Keep it together.
It's so funny how we lose the plot consistently as the season goes.
Oh, you should see the start of the season till now. Like, Alex looks very different. He's lost all his hair, very stressed.
Congenital condition,
paler.
can't do anything about it, don't bring it up.
No, very sad times. Just given up, haven't we, really?
It's been a slow decay, you know. And also, I guess, as well, we look at our friends over the Atlantic with some fantastic weather in a mansion to do CS in Murray. Yep. And I'm surrounded by Leaf Arando bags, so...
It's a dream that we live, Mitch.
Well, I hope it's more of a simulation at this point, but it's going to be Na'Vi now to set up here. Again, bringing these rifles in, you can see a lot of that utility sort of has already been ejected early on. LDLC have really very little of their own. They've actually been really well behaved this round and not bought at all, except the P250, I think, for Maniac. I think Misty in Existence outlasted the previous round. So LDLC being forced to, you know, make a transaction with a little bit of this buffer in rounds, just so they can buy properly and play some more lights out CS and get this one done. Na'Vi really hanging on by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, and this is, so far, I think you've got to also highlight that Twanu's been very off this game, at least with the AWP, should I say. Not had much impact with what he can do. He is quite the up-and-comer. He's still pretty new to this, so it's not exactly a big deal. But to begin this one off finally, with 50 seconds remaining, it is simple to find Existence. But there is a lot more players on this side, but they're clearing it well. They're being very, very, you know, thorough and diligent about going through this one. Not going to leave any stone unturned. So, buy time for LDLC. There is an AWP for Twanu, but no armor to supplement it. Now, that's maybe something that could be an issue down the line, but for now, he should be just fine. But it's been quiet for him, so hopefully we get to see a bit more action.
5 rounds in it now. Na'Vi bringing it back a little bit here as LDLC were sort of poised to run away with it after opening with a pistol round win. And they've been stopped in their tracks now, forced to play a little bit more honestly. Although it seems like they've been doing that from day dot. They've been very well drilled. And Maniac not pushing nearly as deep up into the corner this time around. Edward kind of hoping that he was. He'll still check. Maniac's having to, you know, throw some variation of positioning here. You know, we played Wood a couple of rounds ago. He has played up a little bit closer. Sometimes he's played back towards the site, gave a bit of room up. Existence wants a crossfire with him, but needs to still cast his eyes over towards underpass.
I'm not sure if Na'Vi can actually commit to this, so I'm hoping the boost comes out, Existence then frees himself up to get over towards B, because that's where the hit's coming in. The pressure does begin in drop now. The mollies come out, Seas takes a little bit of a lift of the damage, but he just blasts his way through. What is that? Mr. just gets so overwhelmed. Seized. Big kill, trying to split the sights up, but Alex bangs him out through the door, and Twani finally gets into this one.
Yeah.
Orbing up on Plateau, that's what you need to be seeing.
This might be Na'Vi getting stopped in their tracks after such a strong early round presence. Flamey gets through here, but there's no immediate target. Now, if Existence casts his eyes back towards Connector, he'll have him. But I don't feel like he's going to do that anytime soon.
Simple's just allowing time for Flamey to do something, maybe, but the problem is that Twani's watching Simple's exit, so maybe not.
Flamey, I don't think Flamey can do much. Existence pushed in the drop room now as well.
But they don't expect this. No one knows he's here. No one knows it's a possibility because Maniac has this under control. I don't know. You're going to start second guessing yourself as to why Simple hasn't hit or they haven't done anything and Maniac's on the rotate. So this is now the big problem. Flamey is in a very unique position, but he gets spotted. Now the game plan is known, but Simple has broken through by platform. 2 kills come in for him, but it's Existence on the long flank as well. Excuse me, Maniac on the long flank as well, keeping this one safe. And Existence already found his teammate. So it's Flamey now left in the 1v2. Bomb goes in. 5 seconds though. It's going to have to be the full plant or he's going to stand there and let the time run out. No. Flamey gets the bomb down and Existence is the first to go in. Goes in on his own,
Why one at a time? Why? Not sure why you would go for that, and Flamey finds the head of Maniac, punishes LDLC for that kind of approach. They had 2 players to work with. Ostensibly, Lauren, that's the advantage. But Flamey, just some precision work here with that M4, and Existence chose very early to push out on his own. That's another one for Sponge to explain for us, I think. Not quite sure what that's about, and LDLC throw away their chance to actually put this one under wraps.
God, that's awkward, isn't it? That's not the round you want to be seeing at all. And now LDLC, I don't know. That's strange to play it like that. I don't think it was an intention at all.
Could be communication as well. Maybe Existence thinks that his teammate is closer to the situation than he otherwise was.
Maybe. Or
he wants to push around the statue enough that it forces a crossfire, because otherwise you can just actually split the 2 up with the statue.
Yeah, could be. Na'Vi this round should be fine. They've got so much utility to clear out corners. They shouldn't be caught out by too much being put down. Maniac again going on the flank, but Na'Vi turning tail towards him. Now he's going to hear a couple of those steps coming through. Edward bunny hopping around. He's not too far off. They're aware that there's been a flank coming in quite consistently, so that's probably why they're keeping tabs on this, even if they're going to go for that slower B hit towards the end. They just have to be careful that there's a possibility that there's someone doing this. Now, the shoulder peek. That's so well handled by Edward. No idea that he was there fully, but read the situation well enough. Now, I'm going to fake out that something's going on here, but the hit's coming in for HP.
Alex, I only want to find a kill in this round, and it's probably not going to do too much to stop the momentum of Na'Vi here. Trying to play it safe and relatively collected here, but Na'Vi's starting to bring things back. Perhaps a bit of sweat starting to form on the forehead of LDLC. Threw away a golden opportunity, and this is going to be the pause to come in. Likely from LDLC, I'd say they have a chance to buy up a little bit more. Na'Vi has a lot of money. Flamey's got 13K to work with, and that's, really does speak volumes about the last 5 rounds in a row that Na'Vi have won and not really suffered too much amongst those. There's, a couple of rounds they sort of only lost 1 or 2 players. That's really allowed them to build this bank up nicely across the team.
Well, all in all, Na'Vi will know that LDLC should be able to buy coming into this round, so that's why it's not too much of a spoiler what money they have. They're well aware. They don't know exactly how much, but there will be a buy nonetheless. So it's more how do LDLC handle what Na'Vi are doing. They're not exactly known for their Cobble game. It's not exactly been anything phenomenally special. There's been a lot of clutches coming out. There's been a lot of individual prowess showing in this matchup towards the end. A couple of those moments on the statue, we just saw that Existence moment really just rings in my mind that I probably won't be able to forget. But 13-10, Na'Vi have brought the game back to their doorstep. This is far more competitive than what we saw on Overpass, for example, which is just strange to even say those words. Now, LDLC, it's money that becomes an issue down the line here as well. if they keep getting punished by Na'Vi like this, this is going to be very, very problematic. I'm not sure what their next go-to is. It's very hard to change things up on this map. You know, they can't get that aggressive CT side like they had, or any of the aggression they had on Overpass at all here. It's a lot harder to pull in.
So LDLC on the previous map, which was Overpass, they had a very well-disciplined CT side. Na'Vi actually had a lot of, difficulties getting to grips with them in the first place. In fact, LDLC's biggest performances earlier on was the CT side, and now it's been the Teak side on Cobblestone. It's very interesting now. Again, there's a lot of, it's tough to play CT side on this map. It's been said so many times before. It's a point that we really like to drill home. For those who don't know it, it's that it's hard to get good information on the CT side without having to invest potentially a life, if not more, in the act of getting it. And that's just too big a price to pay for many teams who often just want to try and sit back and play passively. Maybe use a loose player, a lurker, or someone who plays the small sides to go forward and play safe, shoulder peeks, look for anything. Try and get as much as they can by paying as little as they can for it. But the pause is done. There's an AWP coming back in for LDLC, and they're all bought up and ready to go. Again, Maniac will start the round here. We've seen this play out many times, this Edward versus Maniac battle of the Titans here to try and control the A side.
Yeah, deep smoke comes through. Maniac now has limited information feeding through towards A, so hard to call in when he wants maybe help there from Existence to be a little bit more attentive. Bit of presence shown there just to deny any sort of counter boost coming in towards drop. But actually, it's mostly Alex and Swanu towards platform, so those two are there. And actually, I like this. There's that CT side aggression that's hard to utilize, but we've seen it becoming more commonplace as of late. You can push up Plateau a little easier, kind of get into the face a little bit, push them back with a deep smoke. And it's kind of forced Na'Vi to play out through drop, so hopefully LDOC are aware that that's a natural response to this. But Na'Vi haven't committed to either side just yet.
Not sure if that grenade was really going where Seized intended it to. I think he hoped that it would land in Mistu's vicinity. But he comes out essentially unscathed after that one, took a bit of damage early on. So LDLC giving ground where they have to here, are not taking too much damage in the process. That bodes well for the later stages of the round. Guardian duking it out there with Twanu on B platform, doesn't find anything, and now it's Na'Vi switching.
Rotate.
Existence is back in behind.
Yeah, but Maniac and Mistu walked away from A, so that's another problem that could be having to be handled, because Simple and Edward are very close up, but Existence cutting off the support system that's coming in from Na'Vi. So you've got Edward on one side, Guardian on the other. Where's your attention be drawn? Well, it's got to be towards Guardian now. There's 3 players in his way. First to get out. Oh my god, Alex gets completely decked. And now it's a 1v2. Guardian, you've got the bomb just in front of you. He's fighting for this one, but Twanu took the timing. He's going to take him before he could even get close to it. And I don't know, that was a very, very strange round again.
Well, the fact that Guardian gets to switch weapons and then, manage to line him up with the pistol doesn't really bode well, but thanks for that. Get us some terrorist booty up in here, that's fine. But 4 rounds to the good for LDSC. They keep themselves in this one. Na'Vi can still buy up that. It's not really an issue. The AWP is, I guess, auspiciously absent for Na'Vi here. Just AKs to coming in with, and here's these early smokes. It's
a different lineup. Nice, I like it.
Give him the screen for an early plant, perhaps, or just a good, nice little bit of contact play. But Alex is there to receive. It's traded out now. Twanu, nice flick on towards C's. The bomb goes loose over on the platform, and Flamey's already committed to the side. He can't go back and collect it. Mistu and Twanu, beautiful shutdown. 4 men still alive for LDLC. They're going to take this to match point, and Na'Vi still have the money to go, but they're going to have to share some money around.
Yeah, Flamey's going to have to be the bank that they fall back on here, dropping out plenty of weapons, and it looked like Twanu's been playing his the old AWP Lego map, you know what I mean? He's been warming up on that bad boy. Had some endless joy on that recently.
So Existence has had a quieter half here, but Mistu's really stepped up actually in a big way.
But you look at the kills he did get, the 2 as that he
last
covers
round,
the rotate. Yeah, it's super
sick.
important anyway. I don't really mind if he's quieter as long as he's still finding important frags. Now, Maniac could be in a little bit of a pickle here. I'm assuming that they're going to smoke it out or do something to this. I'm surprised it wasn't a molly, which could have been more of a problem, but now they're going to hit the site. Now, if he can find the timing on the lurk right, it's great, but Existence has taken so much damage, it now becomes a problem. The A site is quite weak here. Unless Maniac can really just tip the odds somehow. They hadn't checked danger, now they do. Edward is found so swiftly in the follow-up. That's big. Maniac, huge impact. A 3rd! And almost a 4th. Guardian gonna deny it before it begins, but it's a 4v2, and these 2 players, position duly noted, maybe Seized could still be a surprise.
Regardless, a moment of individual brilliance for Maniac really lessens the tension on LDLC a little bit more in this round, and, well, I think you can see how important it is now. I think Mistu's been spotted out here. Look at this trigger discipline. Caesar seeing 2 players. Oh no! It all goes wrong! Existence spots him! And as a sigh of relief breathed by Mistu and Existences, well, they realise that They could have been all undone from that position. Too much trigger discipline perhaps for Na'Vi, but that's the way it goes. Sometimes it just doesn't work out. Now, we see the barrel of Twanu peeking around the corner. Guardian has to ace this round if he wants to keep his team alive in it. 39 points of health. He's pushed on towards the side, but no! It's going to be LDLC. They tie it up. It's 2-0. 13th place, or at least they were before this match, against first. And Na'Vi suffer a catastrophic capitulation here that will push them away from the top of the ladder as the rest of the teams circle like sharks.
Now, I know we normally throw this pretty quick, but I do want to see how much of a difference that's going to make to the standings. If we can ensure we look at that once we go back to the desk, because I don't think anyone expected LDLC to pick up 2 games from this. So this is massively different. I'm wondering if that actually jumps them up out of a very precarious position they were in.
Indeed, it's been quite the showing here from LDLC. Improvement across the entire season, and they're not done quite yet. Let's go over the desk, though, and get their thoughts on this one. Another upset for the Wolves.
Impressive stuff from LDLC in these 2 maps. That second one, a huge lead, and it looked like they almost were going to let it slip away, but they hold on for a 2-0 victory.
Another stellar existence performance. Another, I think it was just about a 30 bomb there.
He's
29.
back. He's back.
Apparently so. That
Rolling back the years, literally.
Well, maybe so.
Literally.
That's your catchphrase. I don't want to steal it from you.
Yeah,
you know?
Please don't do that.
But yeah, more of the same from Na'Vi, as we explained. That 11-4 in the first half. Bit of a blunder for them, wasn't it? Couldn't really get going on the CT side as predicted, Chad.
A lot of blunders.
I don't understand. Look, so they did the 3rd round bye on the CT side with UMPs and I think there was 3 UMPs and a FAMAS and maybe something else thrown in there just for good luck. And they won that round.
Yeah.
All right, cool. That's great. You pulled off the meta-breaking strategy that we're currently seeing be dabbled with. That was good. That was good to see. They instantly reset, and then the same thing. You know, they went and for more force buys as well on that CT side. It's not really what you want. You need utility to be able to stop all the choke points.
Sure.
Then eventually we saw them with the guns up. They got another round, reset, and
here we are.
And here we are talking about this, and no one really knows what quite to say. Let's do this. Let's pull up the standing. Let's see exactly how far they might have slipped yet. Because I mean, obviously in that 1 seed, this only brought them down to 2nd. But I mean, now they have the potential. That's a matchup where you think maybe they could have gotten to 15 wins.
LDLC though, that might have just got them out of relegation. They were actually like 13th before, right? So
they got 6 matches left, right? There's 26 matches in a season. Am I correct? I think I am.
Ish.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. So if there's 14 teams, you play 13 opponents twice.
Nicely done.
Thank you. So they still have 6 matches left. So with 6 matches left, a lot can change in there. Everyone's still kind of close. But for them, yeah, it is definitely what they needed. It's one of the biggest scalps. And if they got a 1-1, I would have been impressed. A 2-0 is huge for these guys.
Yeah, that's amazing. 2-0 versus Virtus Pro, now 2-0 versus Na'Vi. Who would have thought? LDLC, the Giant Slayers.
And you have to... It's been working on that one.
Good one,
all through that game. It's really throwing around a lot of
ideas.
Got
the notebook says, plenty more gold to come.
And you have to think, that's what Existence is talking about with some of their up and down performances. But either way, beautiful stuff from LDLC. 2 great wins for them, big upsets. When we return, we're going to have the second match of the evening, which is, Chad, remind me.
It is Kingwin taking on North.
Yes, it is.
Great host.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Kinguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Kinguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us, and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Well, with LDLC's win against Na'Vi, Kinguin will remain at the bottom of the standings. This is a precarious position and will likely remain unchanged come May the 11th. However, by winning the Mountain Dew League, Swedish team Godsend have secured their position to replace our bottom team from the ESL Pro League. And if you'd like to know how the Mountain Dew League is giving amateurs a direct path into the ESL Pro League, head over to esea.net/MDL for all your info. And the next major Counter-Strike event coming up for us here at least is IEM Sydney. And in honour of that, we've dug through our archives to find some of the greatest plays of Intel Extreme Masters history. This is FNX playing against Fnatic at the Grand Finals of Katowice 2016.
they are grouping up right now in the mid, looking to see if they can just rush forward as a unit. Taco making sure that there's no flank coming in from long. And this is all on Luminosity now. Can they continue to hit the shots?
Good trade to start off with. JW going down for Cold Zero, and now LG, they need to move faster, otherwise their rotation is going to come in from Fnatic. There's a good push going in. FNX picking up one, all over the refrag. But FNX now a triple, and he's alone in this 1-on-2. He's finally got the bomb. Now they must have heard him, and they're going to make the rotation. But the problem is now when he plants, he can't make it out, and he's stuck in here. Just getting the bomb down. He's going to have to take the fight. There's the one shot. FNX. Oh, no! That's an ace in the round! In the grand finals! Unreal.
You have no idea how long it took ESL to dig through the archives all the way back to 2016. That was an intense project. Intense project.
The archives are very deep, you know, so
yeah.
The fact they started with 2016 kind of makes sense.
starting chronologically backwards.
Yeah.
I like it. Yeah. So we'll go back to 2015 next year. Either way, cool stuff from FNX. This was all well and good fun. Yeah, I mean, IEM's always had a lot of good memories going back a long way. I mean, that just kind of merely scratches the surface. Sydney now coming up, Chad. And what is the most Australian thing you're going to do when you get back to the home country?
Maybe it's
something.
a Vegemite on toast.
Okay.
I could do that here.
You can do that here.
Is it different though? Like I always feel like if I have a cup of tea in England, it tastes different from a cup of tea in Germany.
It's the same tea?
Well, it's the same tea bags, but I think sometimes the milk is a bit different, or maybe the water is a bit different. Like
Those German cows just not producing the same kind of milk.
That's what
it's
I
like
think.
the same part of the world here. You know, like we can fit all of you in Australia.
Okay.
So you don't really have
It's not about
different
size, Chad.
cows or different.
Not all
Everything's
about
kind of the
size.
same. The most Australian thing, I don't know.
It
I
is
don't
when
think
you
there
have a
is
big
one.
country.
There isn't really anything super Australian that I will be doing.
No, like wallabies or anything like that? No kangaroo boxing?
No, nothing like that. No, that's a dark part of my history.
Don't want to talk about it so much.
We don't worry about the kangaroo fighting anymore.
Well, what we do have coming up is a little bit of a fight. It's going to be Kinguin Penguins taking on North.
Did we decide if it's a lion or a wolf?
I'm pretty sure it's a lion. It's got a mane.
It's a lion.
It's got to be a
But
lion.
they're from the north. I don't know if there are any lions in the north.
I know, that's the confusing part of it. Maybe it's
So they
just
always
like
say
a graphical
roar, you know,
effect.
like hear the roar.
Hear the roar.
Is you'd associate.
That's a good point.
Yeah, good one, Lauren.
Wolf would be a howl. It'd be hear the howl.
Detective.
They don't do that.
Detective Lauren.
Thanks, Chad.
Yeah, that's nice. Anyways, these two teams. Why don't we just kick it off right off the bat? If we have this clip ready, it is Cobble to start with.
Yeah,
And you have a clip.
let's go deep on this one.
Yeah, let's go real deep.
So I prepared. I think this match got cancelled, but anyway, this is an aggressive long take by Kinguin. We talk about how it's very difficult to have CT aggression on this map. They do it quite uniquely here. They use this nice smoke to cut off long in half, and then they're going to use a lot of utility to basically flush the close player out. Madge is going to go boom. He's going to explode. And they're going to use some more utility to smoke off the deep part of long and then cover the whole thing off. There's a nice Molotov, I believe they throw as well. And that basically gives them really early map presence. And this is something cool to do on the first gun round, right? Because normally you have SMGs, like we can see here. We can see an MP9, we can see a UMP. It's good to take a risk on the first gun round as well because it sets you up for the rest of the half. It shows that you're willing to take these aggressive risks. The Ts have to keep that in the back of their mind. And these lower teams, like Kinguin, LDLC, like we saw before, they also have a move on this map. We didn't see them do it in the game today, but there's one that they have in their arsenal where they push people through the mid doors with the smoke, and they take risks. And it's cool to see that innovation. And for these guys to break out as a top team, these gimmicks or these plays are fantastic to see. It's just the more solid style of Counter-Strike, the more just being able to hold your positions, the mid-round decisions, all that kind of stuff that they need to get better at. The strategies or the innovation is something all these guys have.
But yeah, I think that North, I guess, then is one of the teams who've kind of bridged that gap. They went from a team who was kind of quirky when they were, I guess, like more Dignitas before they had all the additions and kind of switched things around and became more solidified. They had those kind of very quirky plays. They had that very strategic element. You had a very strong in-game leader who seemed to have a good impact with his team. And then it kind of seemed to have transferred throughout to having actual stability in it. And then the addition of a couple of players down the line seemed to have kind of smoothed it further into real kind of, sustainability.
I mean, we had the conversation during the last series is, a little bit of what we're seeing out of the top teams is you have to be able to play a little bit of a looser play style, let your players make the plays they want, let them make their own decisions. You can't really micromanage. We saw it phenomenally out of LDLC in those previous two maps. Kinguin, they have a lot of individually skilled players, so you'd think you could do something along those same lines.
But you've also got to apply that to North as well, because you've got Magisk, and I think you used to highlight it on Overpass, how aggressive he could be. On occasion, he'd push up past party, you go past fountain into the playground almost. So now I know that that's actually not something they they script in. It's not like something that MSL will be like, okay, this is the round you're doing it. It's when Magic feels it, to my understanding.
Yep.
KGB then helps him with it, and sometimes it can be a hindrance, sometimes it can be a help. You know, it may not always be MSL's plan that that's going to happen, but if he feels like, no, this is what I think will work for it, then they run it. So I think it's an interesting factor that North do have that, and then Kinguin also have that explosive potential as well within their players.
We have discussed in the past about, you know, what North need to do to bridge that gap between, they're a top 10 team, but to be, you know, a top 3 team. And the consistency in the way they approach the game is one of those things, right? Having that aggression from Magic's boy, Config, everybody able to contribute from time to time, have massive games. The issue is the consistency of that. And maybe, you know, they need a learning curve. They need to put players, because these players are very new to the game, right? Yeah. Config and Magic, they haven't been playing Counter-Strike. Well, Magic's definitely, I know for a fact, hasn't been playing Counter-Strike for a very long period of time. He could be really helped, I guess, by being put in different CT positions, maybe trying out different roles on the T side. Get these players to be more well-rounded now, sacrifice some time in this part of the year, and then maybe by the end of it, you can make a run for that top 3, right? Yeah. Nobody really wants to do that, so you're just going to be very stubborn on the way that you want to approach the game.
It's hard to sacrifice the short term
exactly,
schedule that we have.
Yeah.
And even outside of, if we're looking at the specifics, just seeing these two teams on this map is actually quite fun, because in theory, I guess it's the most, you know, it's the one that they'll often go toward for both sides. It's almost their favored one. It may not always warrant the best results, depending on what tier you want to look at or any of that sort of favorability. But both of them actually really do like this map. So again, this is two teams in two very different positions, though. North just trying to stay within that kind of, you know, top 6, keep themselves relevant, get a couple of points would be great for them, solidify themselves within there and feel safe to a degree. And then, of course, on the other side, they need to just get off that bottom place.
What is that Australian saying that we had up there? It was Bloody Oath?
Bloody Oath, Cobble.
Bloody Oath, yeah. I mean, it's so weird seeing all those different teams done. I mean, Kinguin, Envy, and then I think it's Virtus.pro and NIP.
So,
here's a cool
if Kinguin win theirs, would this mean that VP get into a slot where they could actually have to play for relegations?
Yeah, I mean, it's possible, I guess. I mean, we still have so many games left, and it seems like, I mean, now we've at least got some separation in terms of the teams that are fighting for playoff spots and the teams that are fighting to avoid relegation.
Yep.
But in those two groups, there's a lot of movement possible still. So still much more to go. On a map like Cobble, I mean, this is a map that you have to think North, even when they were Dignitas, we've seen great performances out of them. You think back to the Major when they had Virtus.pro essentially beat after one half at 13-2.
Yep.
They lose that, but I mean, obviously being able to do that against VP on this map just shows a level of proficiency.
Yeah, definitely. One of the things which I see a lot with the way that North approach the map is they love the cookie cutter be execute, just that standard be execute style, right? Get everybody in position, throw your set smokes, throw the flashes and molotovs, and then go in and just trade out onto that site. What I would like to see from them is a little bit more diversity, and I think we have been seeing that in more recent time in the way that they approach the map, going over to that A bomb site more. One of the things which I think is very powerful is these new jump smokes. I don't know how new they are now, but the new jump smokes to cover off the A-long near stables and the doors and just funneling your players up mid-ramp. I think that's a really good way to isolate teams like Virtus.pro who play snacks on the A-long corridor on a constant basis. Let him sit there, let him stew. He can't do anything behind those smokes, and then deal with him after you've got that bomb down and you've got the map control. Another one is we've got Kinguin, who are one of these teams who are known for the fast B executes with the jump smokes from T-spawn. So it's going to be interesting to see how they deal with these set strats.
And for me, it's eyes on Kinguin as well. We've seen that they are really quite creative. You see it throughout most of the custom maps as well, especially as you're highlighting the smokes they like to do. And I'm hoping that we see maybe them even bringing out more bits, because, you know, it's back to the wall time. They actually need everything now. It's not like they can hold anything back. If they've got anything up their sleeve, if they're prepared for this, this is where you get to see it. So it's going to be, in theory, the best you're going to see from Kinguin. Again, someone who's also very good at this map. So I think even just looking at this on paper, it's a really nice matchup, and I'm hoping we get to see the very best of what Kinguin can bring.
Well, I have good news. We get to see it right now. No more wasting time. We're going to send it over to Sadicus and Henry G.
That actually is usually what I do, is waste time. But it's going to be North and Kinguin.
It is.
A lion versus a penguin.
Yeah, not a fair fight, some would say.
The penguin would absolutely slaughter the lion.
That's what I'm thinking. Eats a lot of fish, a lot of protein there, very strong. Not bad.
Typically in Arctic temperatures where the lion is not king.
Yeah, it depends when they fight, right?
Yeah,
that's
a good point.
Yeah, in the Arctic Circle, they got to struggle.
I'm sure you know this. This one's an obvious one, but the lions, the females do the hunting.
Indeed.
Yeah.
People don't know that.
I don't know how they don't know that. It's because the mane gives them away.
Yeah, it looks like very prestigious, doesn't it? Like it's the king.
Yeah. So apparently,
facts coming through.
Yeah, the producer says the men also kill the children. So there you go.
Well, it's Kinguin who are
humans aren't the only ones.
Bottom of the league right now. But still, I respect this team. I always have. I think they're like a very skilled unit. Obviously, the likes of Mihu and Furlan, for example, actually very good players indeed. Radon's not bad either. We saw they can be a very tactical team as well. Chad pointed out some of their intricate strategies on the CT side of Cobble, and I think they can take a map away here. I think that's possible against North, who've been a bit ropey recently. They've been saying their CT sides aren't up to scratch. But let's have a look. They'll be starting the T side this time. It's North versus Kinguin. North will be by 4 sets of armor, and MSL has the smoke and flashbang. That smoke's normally used towards a connector position, depending which side they go to, of course. If you go B side, it's going to be the connector doors on the B side, and then if you're going for a fast A split, obviously on the other side as well. So here we go. 3 players towards long 8. It's like a North staple, really. They love to get control of this area, and then maybe go back towards B. They don't always commit.
Exactly. Wrap right around here. It might stick a little longer, but yeah, I wouldn't have been surprised. You are right. They've done that many times in the past. Config certainly wants to go longer. He's going to go not alone, but not with the bomb. They'll send that back over toward the B side. They'll try and split this up. Force rotations get kills, but kills require accuracy. They have one shot that is from far. Takes Mihu down to 13, but he's much better. He's found 2 kills, headshots in both cases towards Stables. Bomb arriving at B now, though, has Mazzino low, 3 HP, yet he still finds a kill, and Mouse gets not only 1, Roland finds 2.
Well, there it is. They did wrap all the way back towards B with the bomb after Mihu hit some sensational shots over the silenced USP, especially that one with 13 HP on the bomb side, goes to the broken wall position, lands another headshot, and at that point, it's quite obvious. There's no bomb there, there's only 2 players on the A side. Fake didn't really work out for them at all. And North go back in towards B, and they get mowed down once again. No plant coming in, so we'll be a force buy here in the second round. We've got 4 sets of body armor, AZ with the head armor, PT-50s, and a Tech 9 as well. So they're heading towards B. All 5 players on that side of the map. In terms of the CT buy, 2 rifles. I always like this kind of buy set of 5 SMGs. I'm not a fan of that, I have to say. And 3 UMPs to go with it. Radon a little bit more aggressive. Could get something here.
Could. One's already gone through the smoke, but Config arm shows nearly flashed off Roland by his team before he gets the shot. Still flashed off. He's going to miss Magisk dropping in. Surely they know he's there. They had to have known where his Config went down. Good headshot on MSL. Last bullet. Magic bullet theory, Henry. Just might get 1 kill. Can't quite do it. Both gone low, Roland and Mouse, but it's all Kinguin and 2-0. 5 staying alive as well with SMGs.
I'm surprised Roland stayed alive for so long. He gets that first kill from that position. They didn't even check it. They did not have communication that he was there, or assumed he fell back, I guess.
Do you know in PUBG?
Yeah.
The update today was phenomenal. I actually really like the UMP in that game too.
I read people saying it sucks.
I like bursting it. Up close, it's actually quite good. I like it.
It's good in all games.
Played that game for about, what, 10 hours today?
Just 10.
Yeah, I had to get to the double digits.
Yeah.
Be a modest double digits, though. There you go. Look at the UMP go. Down goes Magisk. Roland backs off. They don't have any investment at all. No bomb plants, so can't afford to invest much.
Yeah, this is just Glocks up against the SMGs, farming a lot of cash at this point, and we'll see whether they can find a single kill here. It's unlikely, I have to say, but we'll get into it. It's going to be the 3-0. The first buy coming for North. They didn't fully commit in terms of the force buy in the second round. They had just body armor and PT-50, so they have a bit more leftover cash here. They're going to have smokes and maybe a couple of Molotovs checking the mix. Actually, no Molotovs, but they do have 5 smokes, and they're known to be a solid Cobble team in terms of the execution, especially towards that B site. You know, the SMGs are there. Maybe that's a call, but like we said, North very good at dissecting this map as a whole. They're good at getting the long A control, pushing CTs back, denying vision, wasting smokes on the CT side as well. And we'll see whether they can get anything rolling here. Going aggressive towards the drop-down area, they get denied by the incendiary that blocks their path. They'll be holding up for now. 3 players outside long A. Like I said, that's their kind of classic default. Try and find a pick there, splitting between middle as well. And AZ will be going in first, but smoked out for now. That's going to buy Kinguin a little bit of time here.
Config as well is going to work with Magisk. The AKs. Back off smoke down deep. This smoke is the deep one we saw thrown at the end part of what Chad highlighted to us for setup at the start of this game. I didn't catch if they did the mid smoke or not at that time, but keep an eye on that. I think they're very cool with the Kinguin smokes that Chad pointed out.
Yeah,
Such an aggressive way to use utility, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's cool to see. Like, it actually gives you some options as a CT side. But look at Spiro. He's actually getting a ton of information, but they are behind him. He's going to find one. That's easy. He had no idea he was there. It's a 5-on-4. This is the full buy. And the bonus round coming in from Kingwin here. They saved SMGs. Spiro with another good nade. He should be taken down at this point. There it is. MSL does drop, but Ryland straight away, he gets the reply frag, and they keep the advantage for now. 2 players towards B. Make it 3 now, as we do have Cajun B rotating in as well. Flashbang sees him, and Cajun B finds another frag.
Just wants to try and go back up to spot, get further damage, but they're down from drop, so he's got to be very careful on which way he goes. Quick taps to bait them in. Try and find an angle as they rush toward him, but he goes down. Just will immediately scoop up the bomb, and this could be the first round for North. They get it down in time, 8 seconds when the plant came through, so Rollin, 1 versus 2, no kit. Smoke does exist in his hands, though, and I think there's a kit down either right here or further back toward the position corner. I'm not sure. I think there's one toward the side. Either way, Cajun's going to get in behind him.
Well, they get the first frag there, but Cajun B, he steps up, and he got the entry towards B, which opened up the bomb to there. It's always going to be a rough round for the CTs. It's the bonus round. The idea is if you win that one and keeping your lesser weaponry, it's fantastic for you. You set yourself up for an amazing CT half overall, but if you lose it, it's not a big deal. You're just trying to damage the terrorist economy as much as you possibly can, and you're concentrating on this round here. We have full rifles and an AWP as well. It'll be a harsh reset if you got kills in the previous round, which is exactly what they got. It came down to the 2 versus 1 in the end. So here we go then. Spiro, AWP. He'll be heading towards long A, actually, focusing on danger. Another default for North here. They know the guns will be available for Team Kingwin, so they'll probably be a little more methodical here and start using the smoke towards the end of long A, flash in, try and, like I said, dissect the map. You're just going to take it piece by piece until you get full control.
Easy. The piece that he wants out toward long corner is going to push Mihu back with Spiro. He's not gone all the way inside of the site, though, at least not yet. He's still playing and flirting with the idea of getting an off shot into the corner. There goes the tracer from Mihu. Getting closer now on the M4. Spiro actually did rotate all the way to top mid, so excuse me on that. But either way, Henry, he's still on the A side.
He is. Well, you can see North objective has been completed so far. They have long A control, push the CTs back to the side there. Spiro with the AWP. In the vent room, watching middle. His teammate, presumably at APC, that's Mihu, just got the incendiary out. He's just watching his teammates back and making sure he doesn't get taken down or sneaked upon. So he'll just be making sure that's under control. This will be some sort of A execution now from North. They have 2 smokes remaining, be using those towards balcony and connector. They start to come in right now, and the final play comes in. Mihu tries to flash him off. Can he find a frag here?
Might do, but has to be careful. Good timing to back away and realize mid was likely contested. He's going to try and look for an opening down toward mid yet once more. Spiro inside of the arch still has to pop out. What a play from Config around the corner. Quick transfer. Both go down. And just like that, they've got the advantage. They know where Spiro is as well. Molotov onto him. He's got to back away and go to Romeo or Juliet. Whichever one stands above and the hopeless romantic yells at her. I forget. Rollin gets toward top mid half wall. He and the M4 has to be the aggressor. He has the kit this time. Back turns. They're easily going to spot him up. Boost inside of the site. Down he goes, and Spiro should back off with the op if he can. I think there you go. Through the vent and get out.
That was looking so good for the CT side until Config arrived. He ruins the fun. He comes to that APC position, sprays 2 of them down, and all of a sudden, the table's turn is going to be North picking up another round here. Spiro saving the AWP. Like we said, that's a big chance for Kingwin to actually reset the economy of North and potentially find 2 more rounds in a row, but not going to be the case this time. Config says no and finds 3 kills in that round. MSL joined it as well. So like we said, North going for that long end control to start, setting themselves up. They're kind of suggesting they might be going back towards B this time, actually fully committing to the A site. 2 smokes remaining, smoke to balcony, smoke towards connector, and Config just let him off the leash and see how many frags he can find as he runs into the side. Did a very good job indeed. Still some money available for Kingwin after they save the AWP, of course. They will be forcing around this. Doesn't know that the strongest back. I can see Mouse. Okay, he's been dropped a weapon. It's just one player who's a little bit shorter than the others. He's going to be Furlan. He's got the UMP. So 3 M4s in total. AWP for Spiro. We'll see if he decides to go aggressive. He is going to be facing from danger towards top and middle. And MSL might just walk into his crosshair. Ooh, good night.
MSL did walk into his crosshair. His crosshair was misplaced, and it's the MAC-10 to get the kill. Miles will go in and back out. Swaps to the AK in doing so. It's Cajun that's locked into close corner. So even though they get that first kill onto Spiro, Kingwin still sits a man to the good. I'm surprised Cajun X-Ray's missing. I thought his arm might have showed when he backed into that smoke, so I'm surprised he didn't get fired at, but I guess obviously, as he wasn't, it suggests Mouse couldn't see him.
Well, it's all come to a standstill at the moment. 3 players on the B side of the map for North. Have got the smokes remaining, but Mouse is very aggressive. He'll be dropping a Molotov of his own, just denying the entrance at this stage, and that's giving their position away as well. So he gets into the hobbit hole here. Easy with the smoke. It's going to be up to him to try and find a frag here.
Easy flash down. Molotov bounced to stairs, but hobbit hole held off. Good play from AZ. Just look for it, though. And the push back in from Mouse is timely from the hobbit hole. It's going to leave the bomb on the deck, but just window. Good shot from Mihu. And it becomes a 1 versus 1 quickly as Mihu tries to get in position. Smoke not bloom, can't find the flick to get Cajun B as he rotates in with the bomb. He's going to plant safely inside of the smoke, left side of statue. Mihu's got to go hunting, and Cajun seems to be set and ready, but the op, is it fast enough? Nearly was, but Cajun gets the shot.
Yeah, just when they get in amazing positions, Kingwood had the man advantage there, and they got overwhelmed by AZ. He gets the opening frag there, and then the team swarm the B-bomb site, trading as they go. Comes down to the 1v1. Cajun, nice smoke placement as well. Guarantees himself the bomb. He knows it up against the AWP, and reads it very nicely indeed. He knows he's denied the vision on the left-hand side. Wait for him to edge around the right, and you can see Mihu couldn't really pre-scope that. Didn't want to make the noise. He was doing that, so comes in, tries to look towards upper, but Cajun B's ready and waiting. That's 3 in a row for North now, and it will be a full eco at this point for Kingwin. Ralan's got the Zeus, and there's a few PT50s and 5.7s. B-Rush comes in though. Config, hungry for frags, has made his boy to strike first.
Down he goes. Continue to wrap in through connector. The Zeus was close, Henry.
It tried.
Mihu will get AZ down at least after the aggression. 3 kills for him on the SMG, and Mihu sitting with a deagle wants 1 more. Won't get it.
Bad news is for Kingwin. They were bottom of the table with LDLC, and it was between those two who's looking likely to be who's going to get relegated. Now LDLC picked up a 2-0 against Na'Vi, against all the teams in the league who are top of the table, and that makes things very difficult for Kingwin now. It's looking likely they will get relegated. This is at least needing a split in terms of that. They need at least a map here, I would say, to stand a chance of surviving into next season. We'll see, though. So get into round number 8 here. Mac 10, of course. Maybe there's another B-Rush. Config just running through the smoke there, trying to see if he can challenge. There are 3 CTs waiting for them and a boosting towards drop down as well. That's Ralan. They've got so little to work with there. Can Mouse find anything? Oh, Ralan behind them.
Perfect position, big play. Quick boost up, and he's already on the case. They still don't know. Now they certainly do, but can they get hidden in time? Doesn't matter, they'll get the kill instead. It leaves Magistic low. Furlan tagged up. Does MSL try and pounce upon it, hearing the tag directly in front? He's got great position. He's gonna try and wait it to see if he get further information. Confirm, yes, they are indeed gonna go for it. Well, that's confirmed. He walks directly into where MSL is playing, and that should spell the end of this attempt for the CTs.
This was a difficult round for Kingwin. They had little in terms of the money to work with there, and you see players are head armor, Mac 10 rushing into the side as well. It's a perfect core. You know they haven't got incendiaries to really hold you off, so sticking together, pound for pound, North always going to be a stronger team in terms of the firepower. Now to the Spirit and Mihu saving their AWP and then 4A4. Looks like they will do that successfully. Spiro, wasn't really sure that was worth trying to get that kill, but he gets away with it, and now he's got another difficult situation here. Saving an M4 and an AWP, so they'll be forcing around this. You might as well at this point. You've lost 5 in a row. You've got the AWP in hand. Let's give it a go. Maximum loss bonus to work with here. Look at the frag charts. Ralan, 10 to 5. Hasn't really done much since the gun rounds began. There's that smoke once again. Pretty beautiful smoke. Gives you a lot of options, so you push him to the box if you want to. Get a bit aggressive there on the CT side. But for now, Spiro with the AWP, he'll be in towards danger, and Mouse trying to get something going towards the B side of the map on the other platform, but it takes a brave man to try and face that against it all, especially one like Cajun B.
So wants to get a smoke out toward long. It's Mihu that's going to be inside of that smoke, inside of the hay bales. They'll swap back and forth, and bad time to do it because the flash comes through. Spiro blinded, will be taken down by AZ, but Config found by Ralan as he pushes up at long B. And just like that, it's Kingwin back into it. Having lost the first pick, they pull 1 back immediately after.
Yeah, good work by Ralan. 4 on 4 now. They've got a couple of kids to work with, but Major's boy, he's trying to at least show some presence toward drop down. We've fallen back and finding his teammates on the A side of the map where they've got mid control and danger as well. So the CTs know they're going to struggle to hold this one off. The Orbs has gone down at this point as well. So they have an incendiary in hand of Miyu. That's just going to buy them a little bit more time towards long A. Flashbang's good as well. He's just trying to bait in his teammate there in that tight corner. And the shot's coming in from middle now. They know it's going to be an A-side attack.
Shot through. MSL taken down, but he's left in the open. Furlan doesn't act fast enough. That's a problem because as he gets both, it opens up the sight.
Yeah, so Furlan's hiding in that corner, but he doesn't realize his teammate's so exposed from long A actually throws him to the wolves at that point. It's going to be now a 3-on-2. Mouse and Rallen, no nades, and M4's in hand, and occasionally of the Orb as well, who's just watching Connector.
And another save, potentially. Are they going to go this time?
Might as well go for their eco next round.
They'll try it. They'll get nowhere. Magisk clotheslines them on the entry. Gives him 2 kills in the round. AZ with 3. 2 big ones on the long entry. And it's 6-3 for North.
So yeah, they still keep getting that $3,400, but they haven't posted a single gun round yet. 6 in a row. So a partial buy here. Kingwin can afford to take themselves down to about the 2K mark. CZ's Deagle's body armor as well. They have got a smoke and a flashbang to work with there. That's in the hands of Rallen. Hasn't thrown it from CD spawn this time. We're just using it for the upper platform by the looks of things. But North, they'll notice be an eco this time or a partial buy like we described. So basically because they were weak that round and you took all 5 down. And with $3,400, that's not really enough to do much with on the CT side. It's at least $4,300 at a decent buy. You can buy with less of UMPs, for example, but not ideal, especially up against a full buy of North. We've got a ton of money now.
Tons indeed. But back away, Spiro. Tagged to 15. They continue to approach. He's going to try and get a deagle shot into him. MSL gets a few of them, to be fair. None of them on the head, though. Double Molotov down. Not only anyone pushing through the vents, but anyone on top of the stairs has to back all the way out of the hut. And just go catch off Rallen offside. Back over toward B. And that's the end of this round as well, Henry. So adding up now for North.
Indeed, this partial buy didn't really equate to too much for Kingwin, but they might as well save the armor. If you keep yourself at 100 armor, you can buy a pet next round, but it's not really a big deal against the AKs overall. But it's worth something. It's not worth just running in and trying to get kills. You're not going to damage your North economy if you find 1 or 2 kills at this point. Might as well just save up. Hopefully they go hunting and maybe you can have interesting positions like Mouse has got here and try and get a headshot, maybe upgrade to an AK-47. Mage's boy certainly thinking about it. He's got 100 HP. Can the CZ find him now? Apparently not.
Oh, okay.
Gets it. Does he get it? Well, I didn't get the weapon.
Didn't get the weapon, no. But got the kill.
Something.
Yeah.
7 in a row now. So that was a partial buy from Kingwin. Like we said, you get a bit more money saving your body armor to the next rounds. It's worth the save. And Spiro back on the AWP this time. It's a full buy for Kingwin. They managed to get the smokes. Incendiaries, a couple of kits as well. We'll see whether the Orc can step up here. It's going towards middle this time. He's been focusing towards that danger position. He drops the smoke towards the mid doors. You can go aggressive that if you want to and look towards middle, but it's obviously a bit of a risk. A lot of teams know that's a possibility. Another B rush by the looks of things. All 5 players coming in. This is their set piece execution. The smokes will be coming in momentarily. Rallen, good night, my friend. Config takes down 2.
Fernland flash in the sky. Gonna try and push up. Get behind the statue as they enter. They're in fact already near him. They're on both sides. AZ already toward KFC. Is gonna watch over the teammate's shoulder as the bomb gets planted by Magisk. No, it doesn't. Yes, it does. Okay, it did get down in time as they push through. Cajun gets the shot. To return favor, it means that they're still trying to fight for ground into the retake. There's no kits on either Spiro or Mihu.
Should be on the ground.
I think there's one near the site where they land happened, but it doesn't matter. They won't get there. AZ and MSL get the kills instead.
North are so good on Cobble. When they get in the zone and they have money and they're up against opponents like this, like I said, they beat on paper in terms of firepower and strategy. They're going to run away with this game. It was a good start by Kingwin, of course. They got the 3-0 after a very nice pistol round from Mihu, but they just don't seem to be arriving here. Now they're having to force buy into almost every single round. There's another one here. No kits, 1 player on a shotgun as well. They don't have the AWP anymore. And we go into round number 12. This is looking pretty bleak for them. And now North have full control. Just when MSL really comes into his own, when he starts getting momentum in his favor, he's got a lot of money, the tactics are working, his players are finding frags, he can start chucking in more cavalier strategies like just full-on rush A instead of the classic rush B or set pieces that way, or even the default they're normally doing. That's something he has in his playbook just when he wants to kind of change the pace a little bit. Just rush down middle, all 5 people, and smoke connector, and just as they're kind of getting comfortable with the B executions, that's when you throw it in. So expect that momentarily. That's when things really get interesting for them. But for now, like we said, a bit of presence towards middle. This is the default. This will be the full execution towards B. I'm almost certain of it. So if smoke comes in, takes away the vision of the CTs, means they can't see the terrorists setting up with all of the smokes. Config, he just wants to go for the straight up frag here. Not going to get it this time. Mouse gets ahead of him. It's going to be a 5-on-4. So the first time in a long time, I have to say. Here come the smokes, though. Can they hold it off?
Mouse pushing shots in. Down goes Magisk.
Knock it out.
Yeah, it's perfect, isn't it? Rollins got nowhere to go. AZ knows to watch the wide side, which is commonly pushed, so even if Rollins wants to move, AZ's set and ready. Bomb planted already. Yeah, I don't think Kingwood's going to be able to do much about this other than stacking toward long. I'd love to see their mid-smoke come in now. Throw that mid down B, get the Molotovs out, slow them down. Even then, is that enough? Ooh. This might work, though. Miyu goes through and gets two on the bomb, and it doesn't even matter if they don't have the kit.
Yeah, that's actually a nice retake. It's so difficult to hold those rounds off. That set piece, like I said, North can normally run that every single round and get the bomb down like they did, even though they lost that first encounter. Config, he tries to sneak through the smoke. If Mouse doesn't take him down, it's a 5-on-4 in North's favor. It's almost certainly get a win. That's the key frag right there. It means you can actually afford to slow things down, wait for the smoke to dissipate slightly, and then come in as a team, check the key positions, and you can see good flashbacks coming from Kingwin, managing to pick up their first round in quite a while. But this is the problem now. Like I said, a ton of money available for North. And that's only one round on the board since the 3-0 for Kingwin. They do not want to get reset at this point. They've got some AKs. Means they can hold angles a little bit more aggressively. And like I said, Matt, here we go. The mix-up. The fast pushing towards middle. It's going to work. Major Boy gets that first frag. This is the tactic I was describing. As soon as you want to change the pace, as soon as they're getting comfortable with B, they shut it down once. You throw this in, and you actually completely change the momentum of the game. But Furlan's fighting back here, and so is Spiro.
So Spiro indeed. Easy. Position is not too bad in this. Molotov's going to go... Ooh. Where did that bounce back up? I need to see a replay of how that went.
That timing.
Good shot from Mouse, though. Catches up Config. AZ's going to go up, though. Catch off Spiro. Knows they're still back toward the bomb, but needs to find the opening in a 1 versus 3. It started off as a 1 versus 4. He's got the line up toward the second. Furlan, he was low. Sprays in. He's got Roland. Don't face, but Mouse does. Gets the kill, thankfully.
Good lord, they made that close. They've got the bomb down there. They had 2 players in that position. One tries to edge out the smoke there, and as soon as he goes down, his teammate's facing. It's almost like they're trying to give him an opportunity at that point. But still, they managed to get to 2 rounds in a row. Still comes down to the 1v1. So AZ doesn't win the round. There's a negative on the floor. It is banned in this league, don't worry. It was a misbuy. Not the best time to do it, considering you're the CT side and you've just thrown away $2,000.
Well, and they're struggling to claw back into this. Exactly. They've done well to pick up that round. It would have been more detrimental to them if they had not. This will be round 14, so I think there's money for another buy after this?
No, not for the CT side.
Not quite? Okay. So yeah, there you go. $2,000 gone that could have been good next round. Potentially, we'll see.
That's if they lose this.
Exactly. Just gets one through the door. May get another. Doesn't. Furlan is there. Config has to re-smoke out toward long. He's going to go for the one-way. Molotov's going to go to stairs. Mouse is in perfect position as a result of this. He's not quite in the arch, though. He wants to fight on! And it's damage on a Cajun, but not a kill. Patience may have paid off. The second Molotov did land. But Roll on a tree could capitalize on all the damage done by his teammate. Down goes the bomb. He's looked inside of the site, perhaps too soon, as Cajun B was still walking in from the platform. He now has the bomb. And he's the difference in this. That 3 HP he has is more than what they've got left over on the Kingwin side, plus Miyu. He's the only one left to try and pull this back, and he's caught out by Cajun with the AWP. 9 rounds for North. That $2,000, Henry.
Yeah, that's a bit of a problem now. It's the 15th round, and that really would have helped them out here. It's going to be a mishmash buy of pistols and an SMG by looks thing as well. Is there a chance shotgun in the mix at all? I don't think so. So a rough round, and we're looking very likely to be 10-5 here for North. After losing the pistols, won the 3-0. That's a very good comeback by them. Looked dominant throughout most of the gun rounds there. King picked up a couple towards the end. But if they manage to find this, I'll be very impressed.
I'll throw the bomb over and let Cajun try and peek out in the open without revealing exactly where that is on the map. Come on up, Mouse. A couple more steps to your right. They're not gonna go just yet though. Furlan backs off. He's got pressure applied at the drop position. They've checked it all. Now the question is, does Mouse go to the arch after the Molotov extinguishes? Try and be clever about it. Meanwhile, bomb's going back over toward A. Shapiro's pushed up.
He is indeed, but only got that 5-7. He's by himself on the A side of the map, up against the fragging power of AZ. And Major's boy coming in from danger as well. He's got his work cut out for him. They will be focusing on middle as well. No one towards long A at all. I think Config will just watch the flanks. I was going to say, that could be a bit of a blunder. They leave that position completely open. Just walking up, contact play towards A now. They've got pistols here. They'll probably trade one frag maybe. There's one, not even that. And both of them go down. Ryland finds that, but the round should be tied up here. Spirit is fighting back, but he's only got 19 HP to try and salvage this round. And that's him in a 3-on-1.
Down. Yep. 10-5 for North, not bad. The wall of smokes worked very well aside from one very good retake. We didn't see as much cleverness from Kinguin as we might have expected.
Let's take a little break, shall we, Matthew? And we'll be back soon with the second half.
Well, it's been a back and forth affair. I won't quite say that, but in some ways there's been some tugging and pulling from either direction on the rope. Yeah. Started off well for Kinguin, 3-0, but then it was all North to strike back until such time that they had a very good retake. You mentioned it inside of the B site. This was it. Mihu walking in and finding two. They got the other toward the alleyway. And although they did pick up the next round after that, this is when things went all North after that. 2 more rounds to close it out. They go 10-5 in the half.
Yeah, North looked very comfortable throughout that first half. Yeah, they give away 5 rounds, we have to remember. Pistol's always going to be a bit of a struggle. If you lose that and get the 3-0 as well. I don't like to take too much away from teams by saying, oh, they just want a pistol there. Obviously, winning a pistol against North is not going to be an easy affair. I think we say that a bit too much as commentators overall. The fact we say, oh, yeah, they got a pistol. You still have to win it. You still have to hit the shots against guys who got pistols as well. So, you know what I mean? No? Okay.
No, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, bro, I get you.
So, second half begins. 5 sets of armor for North. No kits available there. It suggests they might get a little bit more aggro here, maybe towards long A and middle. And we have got 2 smokes for Kinguin. They have been known for their tactical executions as well on this map. So we'll see whether they can bring anything interesting to the table. Normally it's just 1 smoke on the T side on the pistol, but here we go. These flashbangs as well. They are edging towards middle here. Shapiro just watching long A. His teammates will be going towards those mid doors. He's just protecting them. The Guardian, if you like. Not that one.
Shot up. 11 HP. Tagged, but AZ fights on anyway. Finds 2 and tries to go back for more. It's Mouse that will put him down. Not hard considering the damage he's sustained. Better still, though. They wrap onto Config. 1 HP, and MSL's going to keep him alive, but he can't find the next ensuing shot. And immediately thereafter, Shapiro will try and do what he can with
camouflage on the floor.
Yeah, not bad. They're hard to pick up in Battlegrounds. It lags a bit, right? It's the same thing here?
I think so, yeah.
Just press tab and drag it over to your inventory. It's a little quicker that way. Lauren told me that. Shapiro. Waiting and trying to do what he can in this, but 10 HP, no bomb, no hope. North gets a pistol. The second pistol goes their way after being up 10-5, looking pretty good.
Yeah, This is looking great. No bomb planted for Kingwin either, so there's no chance of that third round force buy. They could go with that Na'Vi approach we saw yesterday, where you get a bomb down in the first 2 rounds, you buy up in the third with Galils and armor. That's quite a cool idea. I like that a lot. But they will be forcing here in the second. Tech 9s, P250s, and 2 smokes and a couple of flashbangs here. So probably the idea, objective, get the bomb down towards B, smoke the bomb site, get some fast players in towards drop down. Actually, make that 4 of them. And here we go. Can they get anything going here? MSL finds 1, but that's all he gets. This could get interesting now. Major's boy can't find anything at all. They're still winning 3-on-3.
Shots through from Cajun. Easy will take down Rollin. Not much for me to say in that one, Henry. Very straightforward, I think.
It got a bit interesting in terms of the initial kills from Kingwin towards drop down. It's a difficult position to hold as a CT, especially against armor players with Tech 9s. They're not going to stop at any point, and you've only got the UMP in hand. But still, Cajun B stepping up in chicken coop. He had the rifle, and he guns them down. It has to be a full eco at this point, and looking very likely to be 13-5. It's not a good start to the second half here for Kingwin. We've got PT-50s here, no nades, and some Glocks. There's a headshot, though. AZ will be running away with his tail between his legs.
Spiro starts to push back in through danger. It's Config that's going to wrap around. Oh, he doesn't realize he's that close, though. He was silent to get in there and therefore caught it off. He's now got a UMP. No damage taken.
This could happen.
Yeah, something to work with. Oh, spotted, though, by AZ, who takes him down over top by jumping on top of the hut. Just barely able to see the top of his head. The dome of his head shining brightly. Like someone we know. As Furlan starts to walk in, MSL gets the kill. AZ does the same toward Long. It's traded back, but then that's the end of it. MSL collects the remaining kills.
So they get something there. A dink at the start and a Glock kill, but ultimately quite comfortable for North. 13-5, and an AWP for Cajun as well. There will be a buy available for Kingwin here, but it's certainly no sniper rifle for them. It's going to be 5 AKs and 5 smokes as well. One Molotov. Molotov's very important on Cobble, I have to say, especially towards that upper platform position. We'll just follow that flash. He gets rid of that probably for an incendiary. But here we go. Round number 4. This is probably a must-win round for Kingwin at this stage. 14-5 and no money into the next one. That's if they get no plant. Could be GG. So Config. Double AWP set up on the CT side, and it's Ryland to open things up. He finds MSL as well. That's towards the drop-down room. That's the second time now they've found opening kills towards that position. They're going to be striking towards A as well, so just forcing a rotation potentially as well. I think there's only one player towards the A side of the map. That's AZ. He's in long A. Config is in the connector, but he's not really watching towards A at all because his teammate, went down in drop-down. So here we go.
Furlan. Decent damage on AZ. Good response from Rollin to push down middle, actually. Make sure that he catches him off before he gets back in toward the danger position. That gives them A comfortably, and this one's definitely theirs. But just Glass alive, 1 versus 5. Over toward B. Bomb already planted. Save the M4. Not a full investment coming out from MSL. Remember, he had 3 kills in the last round on the SMG, but the rest of his team did buy in considerably, so there won't be a ton of cash. Majestica's going to need this M4. And then MSL will be able to drop 1 as with him, and they'll be able to have 4 guns at least. Should be a UMP as the 5th. Yeah, easier Cajun.
Yeah, if Major saves this, they're fine. They've got a relatively good buy coming in. There'll be some compromises here or there, but we'll see how they manage it. Major's boy is in towards the B side. Doesn't look to be hunted down here, but a success round from Kingwin. The double AWP set up. And lose North. Couldn't get anything rolling there at all. The opening kill comes in towards drop down. That's a problem. As I said, it means Config can't really focus its attention towards A anymore, and that's where Kingwin decide to go. Very nice round from them. Nice on-the-fly calls. Over on that A bomb site, AZ couldn't really do much about it. And we get into round number 5, 13-6. So there's the compromise. AZ's down to the shotgun now, and a UMP for MSL. Cajun still has his AWP though, so pressure's on his shoulders whether he can actually maybe get aggressive towards the B platform or try and find an opening frag of any sort. Looks like it'd be more conservative towards the chicken coop.
Well, put a smoke out toward AZ. Stack up toward Long as well. Config and AZ getting ready for Mihu to push around the corner. Flash going in toward the bottom of the mid-ramp. Config will back away. Config, Cajun, they're all the same, aren't they?
Yeah.
Rollin gets down in toward drop, making the confirmation. Cajun gets Rollin, though. He's going to sit still to watch that long B position. AZ's in a reasonably good spot. Doesn't like the white man on the green sign, though, so he throws a rock at him.
That's a nice little flashbang to retreat, at least. He's got the shotgun. Wants to change his position up, and he's just going to be holding a tight angle away. He's just wants one kill. They've got the advantage right now. He's got a shotgun. If he just gets one frag, even at this stage now, it'd be amazing. Config still doing amazing work towards middle. That's the bomb going down. AZ should do well here. Does some damage, but not quite enough. Config finds his third. Fantastic round from him, and that should tie things up, and he wants a bit more by the looks of things as well. Not going down just yet, but he's got other ideas. 2-on-1 now. He was 6 HP, 20 seconds remaining. Has got the orb. Still has a chance of winning this one, but he's still going to get that bomb down.
He's desperate to try and find this next pick. He needs it. But Magiska's looking the right way. I thought the model was looking toward top mid when we saw him, and the op would have had the jump, but it wasn't. So, and now is North on 14 rounds. 2 to go. Kingwin, a bye here, but that's going to be it, Henry. Have an op at least. It's on the ground in case you don't see it.
I can see it now. Spiro, he'll be the one to pick that up. Here we go. Last chance saloon for Kingwin. It's going to be a double upset once again for North. Didn't work out for them last time, but they did lose that first frag towards drop down. I'm sure MSL will be changing things up here. Config with the flick shot towards middle there. Doesn't quite land it. And it gives Mihu a window of opportunity to maybe find something here. Yeah, that's perfect. Config thought he had all the time in the world to rotate in, change his position and challenge again, but Mihu had already slipped in. 5-on-4 once more.
Magisk boy with a nade going through will catch off Magisk. Rollin will wait.
Oh dear.
No, that's a missed thrown flash. His teammate immediately identifies that, throws another one out, but it's too late. Magisk capitalizes, so too does MSL. And Mihu's caught the reload of MSL. I thought was about to get caught out as MSL turned around, but it was actually to do so safely. They had no idea that he walked up from the bottom of middle. AZ was not able to spot it, and that means he's got problems. He's locked into this corner. Timeout for AZ.
Yeah, and he's got players from middle as well. Comes down to the small timings here. It's going to be Mouse coming from danger. If he finds his frag, they probably get the round, and AZ isn't watching it. He's trying to focus his attention between both, and a nice reaction shot there to bring them the advantage.
Shapiro's made it up toward top middle. He'll bring the bomb to the site. AZ will wait to try and go for the retake with his teammates. Cajun B, he's already made it through the B tunnels. And the rotation now confirmed as the bomb goes down on A, as Magisk will leave the B site. Cajun's going to start it with the AWP. And they'll boost toward Romeo to Juliet. It works because Magisk is not expecting that at all as he tries to shoulder peek his way in toward the stairwell. Shot Mihu. They're going to make this work as well. It could in fact be, and he gets all 5 down. He goes. AZ gone. Well played. Very well played to sneak up mid.
Yeah, he's always been such a great talent, Mihu. And
second in the 1v1 last year to Shox.
That's true. I forgot about that. Yeah, he's always been fantastic in terms of mechanical skill. Displays what he can do in that round. Sneaks through middle, finds Config at the start, then finds 4 more as well. I think you're all headshots there. Very good stuff from Mihu. Keeps Kingwin in this game at least for a few more rounds. 14-7. North now down to an eco. No need to force buy really, considering the scoreline. So let's be taking some Deagle CZs here. Major's boy gets armor with the P250, and he'll be in drop down. Has a chance, but can't find that initial shot.
Can't find the shot indeed. There's Rollin. While trying to clear and continue to clear the drop room. AZ goes back out with the Deagle toward long. He's going to be greeted rather unfavorably shortly by the AK. As Mihu ready indeed for that. Takes him down. Rollin will follow that up with MSL. North, although they sit back slightly with weapons in this one. They're not going to be in a good position in the next either. So this game goes a little bit longer. Kingwin winning a very crucial round in the last one to give themselves a fighting chance, I think. But it surely is a fight. No question about that. Still have 7 more rounds on top of the 7 they have just to tie this.
Yeah, this is, like you said, almost double eco territory for North as well. So they will get 14-8 and maybe even 14-9. The money coming in next round will be 1,900 on top of the 1,500 North have right now. I'm talking over this situation. It's not really too much is going to happen here. To be Cajun getting dropped by Mouse, and this Major's boy now who upgrades to a Deagle. He's got armor already. Might as well save the armor because they're going to be eco next round regardless. So might as well see what he can do into the next one. This round didn't really work out for them. Config finds the only frag. to get a UMP, but that got mowed down pretty quickly here. So another round for Kinguin. 14-8 does indeed come in. And they keep 4 players alive as well, so relatively healthy round for them. Money starting to swell. Still have a chance here. You always have a chance till it says 16 at the top. Like I said, no real chance of buying into this one. North, maybe there's some more pistols here. HE grenades could be an interesting idea. We talk about that airstrike sort of setup you can do at the B site, wait for them to come in and drop 5 grenades on them, but it's quite rare that ever works out. A lot of teams try it. And in terms of the buys, no one getting armor, just going to be focusing on the bigger picture here. Mage's Boy, the only one of significant investment, Deagle and armor. Flashbang's going in, looks like a fast B execution from Kinguin. This could be a problem for them. They have no idea if they're walking to a stack there. Not this time, to be fair. And here comes the final.
Deagle not there. Brawlin gets Magisk. Spiro Mihu. We said the double eco. Good shot by Config.
Yeah, that's not bad.
But it's AZ with it all to do. 1 versus 4. The terrorists win, according to the game, Henry.
They are accurate.
In my world, the terrorists never win. I'm a freedom fighter to the end, Henry.
Fighting terrorists?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, Fours comes in at this point. Kinguin probably calling this just to work out how they're going to make these next 6 rounds work out for them. North need 1 for match points, and there is another buy available for them at this stage. Not the best. You can see KGB, well, you can't see, I can see. They've got the AWP out. Only body armor for him, though. He hasn't really got much in terms of utility. I'll look at the frag charts while we're here as well. So MSL, he's actually leading the charge with AZ as well. They're both on 18 kills, and beneath them is going to be Mage's Boy at the bottom. Right to say that. On the other side, it's going to be Ralin, who's got 20, and Mihu, after getting that ace, he's made his way up to 14. He's actually kept in quite a quiet game before that, but I guess he made up for it with that stellar performance. Ralin's on a Mac 10. I don't like this at all. The fact is, it's 49, right? Yes, the Mac 10 is great to save that and keep some money up and try and see what you can do, but at this stage, your money doesn't really matter that much. He's got 5k in the bank and a Mac 10 in hand. I think let's get rid of that, get the AK out, and let's look at winning the game, trying to farm some cash in a game you could lose because of that particular weapon. But good news is, I guess, 2 players don't have head armor, so the Mac 10 could be kind of viable, but it's occasion B. It's not going to let you get close to him to actually use that weapon, but we'll see whether it works out for them. Ralin will indeed stick on the Mac 10. Round number 9. 1 kit for Config.
One kid indeed. AZ waits, forward stance, very forward stance from North. They want to end this. No peek out toward B as a result of it. They have to stay more passive on that side of the map. If they were going B and they could get that information obtained early enough, they could try and flank it out, but this would thwart it. The fact that Kinguin has 2 still toward long evaluating and trying to control the situation. MSL with the small gap toward, but doesn't. Mihu gets down Config. This could be problematic, although they've overestimated, or rather underestimated, I should say, the fact that there's going to be another out toward long, and AZ's aware of it, spots both. 1 gets down toward mid, 1 gets in the sight. AZ's plans are gone, but he still manages 1 kill. Those were the other 2 are, has to be quick. It all slipped away in a matter of seconds. Had he taken the first shot, he may have done a little bit better, but it's always hard to tell.
Yeah, he just wanted to try and guarantee the round victory. That gets very unlucky in terms of the timings. I think when you get 2 players on your screen, you should probably take it at that point and try and wait for your teammates to come in. But another round coming for Kinguin here. It has to be a save occasion. He's in the B sites with Mage's Boy trying to hold on to their weapons. Kinguin with a fast attack towards the A site. Managing to find the initial kills there. You can see that setup in danger. The North have shown us a few times here. It's 1 player tight in the corner watching towards middle, and the other player on the other side watching the long A position. It normally works out quite well for them, but losing the first frag. As soon as 1 player goes down, it gets very chaotic in that position because you've got to watch both sides and you're getting pincered. Unless you're hitting all your shots, it kind of get a bit messy for them. So double digits now for Kinguin. It's not the stomping I was expecting after losing the pistol here in the second half. They managed to string 4 rounds in a row now, so certainly making a case to win this map. It's not over just yet. North do manage to save the orb, and oof, I thought that was going to hit. It doesn't. But 4th save loss bonus, that's $2,900. So we'll see what they can do here. Another tactical pause. This will be for North this time. So they saved the orb, they saved the M4. They can drop UMPs to their teammates. I think at this point it might be worth it because you've got the orb up and the M4 as well. 1 player could buy a FAMAS as well. So I think they'll probably do this and see whether they can end it. Well, at least get match point right now. That's what they'll be discussing at this point. But Kinguin, they'll be aware of the financial situation, working it out themselves. Maybe they chuck into something very fast this time and try and shut down what the orb might be. It looks like we're actually going for a more conservative approach from North here. They're going to go for the PT50s and body armor, a deagle for MSL as well. They still have the better round to work with it, so no desperation forces required, it seems. Occasion, though, with the long spawn towards long A. I guess we'll follow him just for now and see whether he can get anything going at all. It's a real difficult angle to face, especially if you're up against another AWPer. There is someone waiting for him, but that's Mihu this time. The jump across from his teammate to bed out a shot. And now he's got a bit of intel, but doesn't get much for that push.
Just squill back away. Rolling down, so a good start. This is what North need to do. Stabilize the round. They can't push it toward Long. Mihu's still waiting over there with the bomb as well.
Yeah, boosted Mage's Boy up towards drop down, occasional long A. Those are the two weapons, trying to find frags actively at the start. Mage's Boy takes a lot, excuse me, takes a lot of damage there. So he gives his weapon over towards Config, which makes a lot of sense if you think about it. 5 and 4. Now use Mage's to bait. Allow Config to get some frags here. MSL's been boosted up in the tree as well. Bomb still down at the top of middle. Time ticking away. And it's up to Spiro, it seems, the AWP to try and find a frag for Kinguin. Just patiently looking towards Chicken Coop. Throws that Molotov in just to try and flush anyone out in that position. Now, at least he gets intel now that no one's going to be there. He'll fall back. And it looks like they're switching up towards A potentially, as with the bomb still down.
Bomb still down. Mihu goes back to grab it. Things stabilized. 28 seconds they have to go on B. 2 players inside of the site to hold them off. Verlaine dropping in. Gets the first on Magisk. Job done, but it's MSL up close with pistol. It's going to get one more in Config. That'll slow them down. Good shot, Spiro bomb. It's not yet in the site. The AWP has to stand in charge, and it's a USP to win the duel. Mihu getting the kill back with 8 seconds. He's going to tap to fake and try and pull out the player from drop. But little does he know, it's not drop. It's in the site and dropping down. Mihu's heard it. He's thought it better than that, AZ. He's gone completely around behind, but he's missed the shot for the AK. Nearly prevails. Not quite. Map point, AZ. Just barely getting there.
Just about. I thought he was going to almost certainly take the duel at that point. At least check if he's off the bomb and somehow comes out on top with a PG-50 and no armor. He wins the duel there against a full HP remaining terrorist. That's going to be match point obtained by North. It's the AWP and M4 combo. As Mage's Boy towards drop down, open things up. Gives the M4 to Config. He finds 2 more frags. And they get round number 15 on an eco. And they manage to scavenge an AWP as well. So there it is. Now Kinguin, the pressure is firmly applied towards their side. It's going to be 5 in a row required. North just need 1 round to take the first map, which is Cobble. And a double AWP setup is the way they're going to try and finish things off here. Here we go. Kinguin will have a full buy available for them. Similar smoke thrown by AZ, almost the exact same smoke as Kinguin would have been throwing. Bomb down towards B this time, and a nice frag coming from Mihu. He actually gets towards long A, catches AZ with a flashbang in his hand, so that's going to work out very nicely indeed. And they have got the man advantage. So Cajun, up to him to try and get the frag back in return. He's going to smoke out towards the entrance of the B platform there, and hope he can find maybe the player at the boost, or Spiro, who's just beneath it.
Good shot, Spiro. North struggling to close this still, as they have 2 players left in this round. Config's in an all right position, though, because they think to come back to A. Good first shot. Now they know he's there. Magisk has to win at drop. Has to. No other option. Round's done, I'm afraid, at that point.
Yeah, if he gets 1 kill there, maybe they've got a real chance of that. A 3-on-2 that would have become. But not going to be the case. Config, they know exactly where he is. They won't be letting him out of long A, or even retreating back towards middle here. They've got middle on lockdown, and it's going to be Config. They're trying to stay alive at this point. That was a big previous round for them, but in terms of the reinvestment, they have gone down to 0. 3 players, that is, and Config takes a tick of damage. That gives away his position. Mouse knows it, and they'll be getting this kill almost certainly there. 15-11, and this has to be an eco for North. So a chance of overtime here for the Polish side. It certainly helps their campaign here, and with Cajun be on 5k, they probably won't force into this one. They'll probably be a little bit patient here. Oh, okay, maybe not, Matt. They're going all in. So this could be the window of opportunity we've been looking for Kinguin. They win this round. Certainly going to be an eco into the next. We'll see whether Cajun B and his M4A4 can make anything happen here.
Jump up, AZ into the hay. Kinguin are making a real case for this game, I have to say. Indecision. Goes from a pistol to the rifle. Gets the shot off in time, no less. They get the opening pick. Molotovs are gone inside a drop, and MSL with a deagle. Aiming low, body shots. And we flashed and pushed back off of it. Grunfig's already rotated around. He's just trying to contain them with the deagle. Cajun again is the one with the rifle. He's gonna, all right. Take back aiming low. He's gonna hold off the window. MSL gets Furlan. Hesitation starting to cost Kinguin, as they need to continue trying to get progress on the map. 53 seconds, no need to rush it, but they have no map control. And the bomb goes back over toward A. A is AZ's territory. Hasn't been perfect on this side of the map, I think it's fair to say. Particularly the round where Mihu was able to slip up and ended up getting the ace, but he knows now they are coming in. It's gonna bring Cajun back over with the M4. Gets another and a third as he turns back out toward long. That leaves just one remaining. It's Spiro, and down he goes. Cajun with the rifle, 4 kills.
Well, lovely work there from Cajun, absolutely. To finish it off on a force buy as well, that's going to be a sigh of relief coming in from North. It's a bit of a gamble there. They lose that round, potential double eco coming in after that one. So they win at 16-11. Probably not as convincing as it should have been. They had a huge advantage coming into the second half. But Kinguin, they did a good job of fighting back on their T side, looking pretty decent. Some nice executions coming in. And great play from Mihu, especially on his massive clutch round as well. But Matthew, that leaves us with one thing to do. We're going to take a quick break and we'll throw it over to Jason to see what he thought of the game.
Thought it was pretty cool. We obviously saw some things that North referenced in their tweets, saying their CT sides aren't as good as they'd like them to be. It seemed at a moment like they were going to crack and crumble a little bit. A lot of C's going on in that phrase. Need to be careful with that.
Dangerous.
Yeah, very dangerous.
Another C on the desk. Chad, we'll take it from here.
You could have gone very differently with that.
I thought you were going to go in a
Also
completely different
accurate.
direction, and you still would have been correct. Exactly.
Thanks, Jason.
God bless him. Why do you have to do that? But either way, pretty cool game out of Kinguin. We said they've got some power. We said they got some strength, and they showed some tenacity here.
On the T side, I'd say.
Yeah.
CT side, they won the pistol and then did almost nothing else.
Well, what did they get? They got 5, right?
Yep.
So yeah,
Won the pistol
you take out
and
the pistol round, you take out the 2 eco rounds, and yeah, as Lauren's saying, 2 gun rounds, not impressive.
That's the golden number for Na'Vi, though.
Where
means absolutely nothing in this context, does it?
But I like it. Sweeping statements, Jason.
It's very difficult to to try and break down, you know, how relentless the B execute can be from North, right? The very first gun round, I believe, someone correct me if I'm wrong, that they did an A strategy and they were able to win the round there. But then from that point, they were mainly attacking the B bomb site. And the reason this becomes very difficult to deal with is once they've done the execute once, you make the adjustment. All right, do we hold on to our utility for a little bit longer? Then when the execute comes in, we have stuff to stop it with. Do we make a mid-round flash pick and try and stop them from being able to use their utility? And then as you make these adjustments, North are already one step ahead. It's like, okay, so if they're going to flash peek, we'll just set Cajun up with the AWP. They can flash peek. It's okay. He's going to take them down. And you just slowly transition through like all the natural progression steps and stay one step ahead. And that's how the B execute can be so strong. And eventually when they did break, they went A, and they were a bit unfortunate not to win that next round, but they were playing everything correctly and basically making Kinguin chase them and chase MSL's logic. So that's kind of the progress you want to have as an in-game leader, and that's the reason you have set strategies. You do certain timings on things. It's so that you can make the CT side keep guessing.
And I still like the CT side aggression as well. We saw a little bit every now and then. Cajun B playing up on the platform, put himself up, deep smoke himself out, flash into it, and he plays up and pushes people back. It wasn't like as highly successful as we saw some other teams doing it, but I still just like the concept that teams are still trying to find new ways to find some sort of CT side play on Cobblestone, because it still feels like one of those maps where it's very, very limited and it's hard to kind of come up with new ideas. There's almost no way you can build new things towards. So it's still nice to see another couple of teams, you know, picking it up and adding it to the arsenal.
What did we notice anything? Just a quick thought. Did we notice anything about the CT side of North that might be cause for worry? Like why they may be struggling? Is there any like fundamental or thing that's going on in their defense that you noticed? You could say no if the answer is no.
Not particularly.
Okay.
I think it's maybe more of like a deep-seated or issue, maybe just a mentality thing for them, because they have the skilled players who should be really good at being able to just hold positions and shoot heads, which is mainly what you're looking for on the CT side. Maybe because they like the aggression. Cobble, like Lauren mentioned, isn't a map where they can seek that
Limited
out.
options.
So on this one specifically, maybe that's why you see like a Magix or a Config not being as effective as what they would be on another map where they can get a lot more aggressive plays happening. So that could be one reason. And aggression on the CT side does become predictable in a sense because they will eventually make a mistake and you can eventually capitalize on a T unless they're just having one of those godlike games. So I can't really see anything from that match. Maybe in the next one we can look a little bit deeper into that one, Jason.
Yeah, I would like that
Jason.
very much. Yes, we're just gonna slur our way through these ending segments. It's been a long day. Yes, the next map there might be some potential for some of that aggression. A little bit more forgiving of a map is Inferno, but the first map goes to North. We'll see if Kingan can respond when we return.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Hello and welcome back. One last map for the evening for Pro League, and indeed the whole week. It's been a long one. We're going to have North taking on Kinguin. That's going to be on Inferno. We saw North take map 1. It wasn't super convincing. I mean, they did have a pretty solid win, but Kinguin showed some good things. And now Inferno.
A win's a win, Jason. You should know that.
A win is a win. A W is a W.
Doesn't matter how you get it.
That's all I did in my career.
All I do is win, win, win. Yeah. Cool. So, Inferno being the second map, Lauren, it's my favorite map, other than Cobble. So I get both my favorite maps.
That is such a weird,
you have Cobble as your favorite
thing.
map?
Yeah. We've spoken. We don't need to go into this.
We did speak on. We have spoken at length about Chad and his.
If you want to check it out, I did a podcast with Jason and Duncan Thorne Shields
about Cobble being your favorite map.
No,
that sounds like a thriller.
We wanted to know why exactly. We explored the reasoning behind it.
Did he give you a good enough reason? Were you satisfied?
I thought I did.
I didn't personally agree
Jason
with it, but it was
hates
a good explanation.
Okay, that's fair enough.
I do hate Cobble. It's actually my least favorite map, oddly enough. So.
Fair play. No, I'm looking forward to North on this map. I've got to say, though, I haven't seen much of Kinguin here.
No, I haven't seen any of well, maybe I have, and making a statement like that is the worst decision you can do as an analyst. But I don't remember if I've seen Kinguin on this map.
So just insulting.
Myself?
If you had seen him, you just don't remember it.
Oh, they're very So let's just go with the very underwhelming.
That's a yellow card. You're going to have to keep the gloves up.
Why?
Insulting.
Who am I insulting?
Poor Kinguin.
Kinguin.
Yeah, but I can do that.
Let's move along.
Lauren, you take this one. I'm with,
No. You tell us story. It's your like, second favorite map after Cobble.
All right. Well, what I want to bring up here is just some statistics for the team.
Hit me.
On the map, and let's see how much they've
played
it.
What do you reckon?
It looks like they've played it quite a bit.
Yeah.
This is the old stuff. This is the old stuff. We don't want to.
Don't worry, the old stuff.
They played it in Pro League the other day versus Navi and lost 16-5. So if that's anything to go off of,
a bit rough.
We did see.
It's a bit rough.
If I do say so myself.
Yeah, but they beat Envy on it, 16-13.
Oh boy.
Wait, was that when Envy just got back together? Was that one of the first games?
They got the band back together.
The reunion tour.
Yeah. Yeah. Was that around then, Chad? Do you remember that one?
I don't remember when exactly
I don't remember
that.
But North, though, on the other side.
What do you mean just got back together? What are you talking about?
I don't even know anymore. You know what I mean?
They were together since the start of the season, Lauren.
Yeah, but was it in the early part of the season that they played then? Do you remember when they weren't doing particularly well? So would that win have been kind of out of conjecture of what you would have thought? So what do you reckon of that?
No, it wasn't.
No, it doesn't matter then.
Very
there you go.
recent.
Tried to find a point in that. Not going to find one. But North, though, Chad, are they any better in your opinion?
Much
this
better.
One? Yeah.
They're T-sides.
Good stuff.
What was it, 11-4? We saw them have, was it a Star Series? It was against Astralis. I'm pretty sure they beat Astralis on
Inferno.
They
did. Yep.
And they had a really strong, they had super good banana control. Now I'm getting a point.
Now it's coming.
They had really good banana control.
Took us a while.
Yeah. We got there in the end. They had really good banana control as the T-side. Right. We saw the development, well, we're seeing this development, this map develop. Every single day it's played, basically. It started off with the CT nades being very powerful on Banana, you know, absolutely crushing any Ts that wanted to get in there. Then they started throwing their own grenades back, surprisingly.
Yeah.
And then it kind of swung. And now that's, you know, then there was the late round takes from the CTs, and now it's the late round takes from the Ts. And then once you execute onto that B site, I'd love to see the percentage of the stats here, but I reckon you get in that site, get the bomb down at least 70% of the time.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
There is no way.
Yeah. You've heard it here first.
That is not a broad sweeping statement, Chad. You're not supposed to do these things.
You mean put percentages in...
I almost put my own percentage on it, but there is no way that 70% of the time T's make it into the bomb
that
site.
The T's go, when they go B...
70% of time, Chad.
70% of the time on a gun round.
Are you okay, Chad? What's happened?
You don't think so? A lot of the Inferno we watch.
For you to make a joke.
I'm going to count it this whole time.
I'm waiting for you to make a joke and be like 70% of the time they make it in 100% of the time or something ridiculous like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. No, the one thing I do hope we see is on the CT-sided aggression, though, that we know that North like to utilize. I know we have seen teams actually used quite nicely on this map, whether it be the deeper play down Banana, which we know they already like to do with the double mollies going down there, really nicely done on B. And then we're seeing now Orpers as well, feeling way more free to actually push down mid. A couple of riflers trying it too. So I'm hoping we get to see a bit of that.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen like some aggressive operas on this map be really, really successful. You know what I'm actually confused about? One of the old tactics on the older Inferno before the remake was that they went, a lot of teams took over those A-halls. And I feel like we don't see teams doing that as much now. It's usually like just one player, maybe. I think maybe a lot of teams are intimidated because of the spam, but it doesn't quite matter at the moment. Boys over at the casting desk, Chad reckons that teams make it into the B bomb site 70% of the time. Tell me what you think of that percentage.
I think it's a little low. I think it's 72.4% of the time, only when there's 4 AKs, and if there's a UMP, they actually make it 81%.
Make it into the bomb site then? There's so many different...
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
What do you mean make it in? Like, they just get in and die?
When
or
you get
in, they kill everyone?
Look, put it this way. It's much like DDK in that when they go in, they go in.
That's true.
So I'm still wondering what that means. A-halls, Astralis seem to put a lot of pressure there still. Most teams may be a little bit shy of it. Jason could be onto something with that.
Yeah. Astralis certainly do that as part of their default. But to be fair, I haven't seen much of Kinguin on Inferno either, so I can't really comment on that. But I have watched a lot of North. They actually took down Astralis on this map, and the group stages of Star Ladder, and that actually was one of the opening games. That was a bit of an upset to kick things off. It's always going to be an interesting that Danish derby. The Danish team's actually very good on this map as a whole, and North have their own particular playstyle, very passive on the CT side, and very, very good on the T side that they are on most maps. Very good at taking map control, especially towards mid, and pushing the CTs back, and then finishing things off with the fakes and maybe the full set pieces towards A as well. Kinguin, after the performance of Cobble, was promising towards the end, but they did get run over on the first half. We'll see whether they can bounce back here. Those starting on the T side. And we'll have a look at the buys coming in momentarily. The match is now live. 3 second mid.
Trying to spot out what's going on in toward the A-halls, where Jason said no one likes to contest in the gun rounds. Shapiro, though, does get the first kill on MSL, and that's over toward B. That'll force a rotation naturally from the CTs, but not a commitment, not an overcommitment. Not uncommon to see 3 players on the CT side playing pistols inside of B, so they won't rush in right away.
Biding their time. They still have their smokes available and the flashbangs as well. They have got the B side control as well. One player will be holding boiler room. He'll just be sitting there, even when they fully commit, just listening out for footsteps, trying to find the rotation frag. And as we get into this one, 55 seconds remaining. They could fully execute towards the B side with smoke towards coils and CT spawn. There it is. Config has to rotate now. He's not going to have much to work with, apart from jumping up on the coffins himself. And Major Boy from New Box, he needs to step up here. Can't do it.
No, can't. Furlan shot. Config gets one before he fades away inside of the smoke, and he's done reasonable damage onto Rollin as well, but he'll still get a bomb down. Cajun, meanwhile, inside of middle, takes down Mihu, and this will allow for the rotation to start up Banana. But it also draws the attention of Shapiro. Cajun gets lucky to get the reloaded in time. Seeing an nade bounce off the wall, he'll be able to call it there's 2 toward Banana, because that quite clearly didn't come from the original duel by which he was taking. 3 still up. New box, Mouse peaks. Down goes Config, and it's 1-0 for Team Kinguin.
It is indeed. They won the pistol on Cobble. They do the same thing here on Inferno. A player drops out of the server, so we'll be waiting for a little bit just to get him back in. This is one of the little problems we have with online CS. You've got 10 different players, so many variables can go on. PC's crashing, internet going down, who knows? But
it's true, actually, you know?
Yeah.
It's funny how that works.
But for now, North do have the option to force into this round. They're one of the teams that don't really do that, though. They don't always force into the CT round after losing the pistol. They like to be a bit more conservative and look at the bigger picture. They know they're the better team overall. They don't necessarily have to limit their money into that first gun round. It seems. But Kinguin for now, Mac 10 for Mouse. As we wait for Mihu to reconnect. He's the player that's dropped out.
Mihu, do you think he'll be back at the 2v2 this year, not 1v1?
I think he's got to the final before. I'd suggest possibly, yeah.
Who would he take as his duo? Rollin?
It'd have to be one of these boys, yeah.
Rollin.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Or is it Furlan?
I saw Simple and Seized were a duo coming into it.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I was kind of hoping it was going to be Simple and Guardian. I'm sorry, Seized. But that'll still be good. Seized was there last year with Flamey. That wasn't so good.
No, but Kenny S and Shoxy, that's quite a scary team.
It's true, actually. You're right. That is scary. You've got an Opera. You've got incredible rifling. Kenny's good on both. Shox is good on both.
And both sick with pistols as well.
That's, yeah, Kenny especially as of late.
So that's going to be deadly.
Yeah, you're right. That could just, let's just, you know what? There's no point in having the tournament. Let's just declare it now.
Unless you and Moses enter. But Moses isn't there, so it doesn't work, does it?
That doesn't work
on any
level. You and Chad can enter.
He's going to be there. Yeah, that's something.
You and Chad.
Why isn't Jason coming? God damn it.
Well, you'd have to ask.
I'll ask him now.
Yeah.
I'll text him. So yeah, we're just waiting for him to get back into the server. It's Inferno. If you are just joining us, we opened up with Cobble. It was a comfortable victory for North. Maybe doesn't look.
It didn't close out very well.
No, exactly. So they looked like they stopped the first half after losing the pistol 3-0 as well. They got the 10-5, then won the pistol. They were 13-5 at one point. It closed out as like 16-11, I think. So it looked like a close game, but ultimately North were always going to win that, in my opinion. It came down to that huge play from me, Hugh to find the ace, and then North did close it out with a pistol round, to be fair. But I would say they looked quite comfortable throughout. But here we go. They have lost the pistol on Inferno. I do favour them heavily going into this one. If you're just wanting what the narrative of Pro League is at the moment, we're coming to like the closing stages in terms of the standings. Kinguin are right down there at the bottom, and it was LDC just above them as well, and they just took Na'Vi 2-0.
You left an L out.
What's that?
You said LDC. It's LDLC.
LDLC. And they managed to pick up 2 massive wins there against Na'Vi.
Na'Vi, yeah, that's big. That is really big. That, as they said on the desk, could be enough where it's a surprising, almost upset that, why is the sky so rippled? It's like there's no water down there. They're just in another world that has a shield to the upper world. Point I was going to make is those are big upset wins, which are almost unexpected, and therefore could be enough that LDLC get those where other teams don't, and therefore it keeps them out of relegation. It's quite significant in many ways.
Well, the force bite does come in from the Danish side here. CZs, 3 of those. A PT15 and 5-7. They've got 5 smokes, so they are in it to win it this time. Using their smokes to hold off Kinguin as long as possible, make them uncomfortable. A lot of utility used here at the start of the round towards B to get that control. Not taking any risk there. Molotov the corner and the sandbags as well. So, they have got that B control. Don't have to commit. You can see the bomb still down at T steps here. They'll leave 1 player in that position. That's Furlan. As they go for some mid control now as well. So they've got the B control. They want to get some mid control and just kind of eradicate risks and push CTs right back to the bomb site.
Trying to flush one from the right to the left, catch them out as they walk back to the site. Does so. It's config down. AZ dead next. MSL, Cajun B, and Magisk. All there is. You ever been north of the wall, Henry?
I don't know what that means.
I forgot. You don't watch Game of Thrones. You've never been to Mexico. That's a good one. That's from producer Matt. Yeah, it would actually mean you've never been from Mexico into the USA. Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
But you wouldn't have to go north of the wall to go north of the wall. You'd go south of the wall because they'll just dig underneath of it. You could go north. You could get a plane.
Yeah.
Catapult.
I'm lost.
Human catapult. I think everyone's lost, Henry.
It's going to be a full eco here for North. We're going to send 3 players. Make it 4 now towards the B site. And the common strategy was like send 2 down at the rush and you bait everyone on the site. So the idea is you rush 2 down, they'll die, and it suggests, oh, that's the 2 B players down, let's rush into the site. Then you have a little stack going on. That's not going to be the case this time, but it's something we used to do. So for now, full eco, not really much they can do here, but they might find a kill. Furlan just the CZ, mowing them down.
Okay. Tapping it finds a 3rd.
It's not bad.
With a CZ, I mean, he's up against pistols in itself, but that's a risk to try and run that gun there, and he makes it work so well. Should be the round. They've still found 2 kills back the other way. Furlan eventually had to go down in that position, but he's built up a ton of cash as we head into the first gun round, and naturally, I would expect. I don't know if I do with these guys with Kinguin if they go to a T side at AWP. I don't think we actually will see one much from them. Spiro could consider it in the next round if this one doesn't go well, but it's a risk.
Sure, they wouldn't do this round. He hasn't died yet, right? He wants to keep on with his AK. It's going well so far. They got the 3-0, 4 spy from the CT on the second round as well. Suggests they almost certainly won't have an AWP. AZ maybe getting a little bit aggressive here towards second middle. We're not sure just yet. Doesn't look like he fully commits. He actually rotates back towards the apartments and makes his way towards the pit. And finally a quad. Banana control trying to be obtained once again, but MSL will be challenging this time. Aggressive flashbang. Does do some damage there, but now he's in a bit of trouble. I think he'll be falling back. Got the protection of the smoke, but takes a lot of damage as he retreats from the aggressive Molotov there at the terrorist side towards the corner. But damage inflicted towards Mouse and Furlan. Both teams coming out pretty equal there. You see MSL and Major Sport getting similar treatment. They've actually baited out a lot of CT grenades there. You can see that on the screen. Only 2 smokes remaining. That boost towards new box. If we just jump on that player quickly, you can see that's actually going to be a real beneficial spot for him because he don't get flashed by anything there. And if a Molotov lands at his feet or beneath him at that new box position, teams won't necessarily check it. They'll think, okay, that position Molotov, don't have to worry about it. He doesn't get affected by that and can get maybe 1 or 2 kills and set MSL up for the slam dunk as he baits him in.
Slam dunk. It's like you play basketball, Henry.
I love it.
With all of the... Don't lie to me.
I love basketball.
Okay, well, Henry's a liar. The only reason you like it is because you love big, strapping, tall men.
How did you know? Why am I stuck with you then?
You told... Well, it's true. I'm not exactly the tallest.
Standing
up. If I'm lying down, I'm pretty tall, though. Magisk gets Furlan. Magisk will back off on a new box, and that gives him the headshot position onto Mouse. So they jump over the smoke. MSL's a bit lost. Just a never found. Down, but so too is the bomb. Good find from Cajun B, and Rollin may find him in return, but he's all that remains. 1 versus 2. Time indeed to plant before they arrive on the scene in rotation. It's AZ and Config. That'll be the first to get there. Obviously, the only 2 to get there, but AZ, the first is where I was going with that. He's going to get Rollin. That makes it now 3-1.
Well, Kinguin, it was a round. They had a huge advantage in terms of the weaponry and the grenades as well. Here's a little replay, that's he said. Eco spray down, or tap down, I should say. They go towards the B site. Full execution comes in, as you said, that boost, finds 1 kill, baits MSL in for a couple as well. And Cajun B doing a great job on the retake there. Still was a bit dicey towards the end, but he stepped up, denied the plant, and left the remaining terrorists with a chance to get the bomb down, but ultimately AZ knew that's where the plant would be coming in and finishes the job off. So we go into round number 5 here. Still a huge amount of danger in terms of a reset here for North. This is a must-win round for them, or is a double eco going forward on the CT side. That's a bit of a problem. Flashman's going towards Banana, and once again, Opponent's side will be trying to get control, but that's a decent grenade towards Mihu. Takes him down to 62. Maydis Boy might challenge here with the flashbang. Certainly going for it. Oh, nice work by MSL and Maydis Boy working in tandem there. So you do a lot of damage and find a couple of kills. Job done. Should be round over as they can fall back. They haven't really taken too much for that. Still want a bit more by the looks of things. Down towards T-steps, buys them a bit more time.
Just go with the boost and all the information. We'll send them certainly back toward the AWP from Spiro. He's going to continue to take that AWP a lot closer as well. Boost up. They want to try and see deeper inside of the pit. The back tire of the bicycle. A bicycle that's more functional than Moses. They've also boosted Spiro to get an angle toward Graveyard, and this double balcony. Don't have to jump to the second one. Little strafe on fall as you crouch onto it. Clear the angles, get to the site. Easy spots them though, and Rolling goes down. A little bit overstepped as he wanted to get the smoke inside of the site to allow the plant that will not happen now because Mouse, he's gone down without the bomb. Spiro's on 1 versus 5 with the AWP, T side.
5-on-1. Never a fun situation, but he might find a kill here. Spiro, that's what they'll get. Orb does go down, and that's going to be the second round picked up for North at this point. They managed to win a must-win, and as I said, the fact is they would have been fully reset if they didn't pick that round up, and actually win it quite convincingly. So this is going to be Kinguin's economy going down the drain at this stage. So this is very similar scenes to what we saw on Cobblestone. Kinguin down 3-0, and then they think they lost 8 in a row after that. But we'll see whether they can bounce back here with the Tech 9s. Always possible in Inferno. A few smokes going down, run through them. A couple of kills on the B side of the map. Maybe they can get something rolling. But aggressive play. They wanted to do it at least at the start. It's Config that finds your pick, so don't really have to work too much harder than that. They know it's an eco at this stage. And MSL, slowly but surely, hunting for a kill at the bottom of Banana.
He's going to get one here eventually. He's going to close them off at least. Back the direction of the AK. Careful. Takes a shoulder shot, we'll call it. Why not? Goes down to 80. Just because there, though, to help out. Both AKs will spray back through the smoke that's deep. Bomb goes back toward Mona Lisa. No one knows what that is. Mona Lisa, Henry?
I know what the Mona Lisa is.
Paintings in the wall and the apartment's backside tee. It's fine. You don't have to know. Cajun knows. Gets the bomb down.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't worry. That's the point. That was exactly the point.
Right.
Is that no one knew.
Is that is the Mona Lisa on this map?
No, it's not.
Oh.
It's. I'm gonna stop right there.
Yeah, we'll curb that one for now. But
curb your enthusiasm.
Indeed. 3-3 for now. We do have enough buy available for Kinguin. 4 AKs and Spiro Glass Cannon Orb. You were speculating whether he'd actually pick that weapon up. He's going for it. Has a chance at a shot there. Doesn't pull the trigger quite fast enough occasions. And he's went second mid, and he's going to get taken down, though. They try to mix things up with the aggressive round, but actually get punished for it. Player shut down in the second mid and in the bedroom. So Config has to work a bit harder here, try and get a frag in return. I think he's going to be done for unless he nails that shot. Very difficult one. Rylan takes him down. 5-on-2. Round should be done at this point.
Should be. That'll definitely cement the fact that it is, because MSL's chances of any antics inside of the A site, dancing around perhaps, are gone. Here we go. Chance to find Magisk. Take a 4-3 lead after going up 3-0, winning the pistol. Oh, careful, Spiro. He's close to it. Fire it again. Fire it again. He's certainly got an anticipation that he's there. He's trying to learn the headshot lineup. He's very close to it. He's going to sit, try and hold this. I hope it happens. He's given up. He seems content that he's not in that position at this point in time. Waits it out. He peeks. Down goes Magisk.
Kinguin take the lead once again. The aggressive kind of change of pace for North there to try and find picks in second middle. They've had quite a default setup so far on the CT side. Working aggression at Banana this time. They try and push a player in second middle. That's Cajun B. He got shut down. His teammate AZ as well in the bedroom. He went down very quickly indeed. 4-3. A difficult buy now for North. No orb coming in. Major's boy down to just that UMP, but 3 players towards Banana this time. Deep smoke just to allow them to maybe push down if they want to. That normally suggests Cajun falls back. He's waiting to stay for the initial rush. Look at all the fire down there. Not a fun time for the terrorists to run through, but they will be playing a little bit more patient this time, and some significant damage done to the AWPer there. That's MSL spraying through the smoke. I think he must have dinked him through the wall there to take him down to 32.
Waiting. That small gap. Who was it we saw the other day shoot through that with the AWP? Was that Kenny? No, it was... I can't remember. Maybe it was, I think it was Device.
Oh,
and then
I know what you mean.
nailed the shot through the edges. Was it Forrest?
I think, was it? No.
Draken, maybe. See, it's one of those oppers that plays in this league that we casted this week. It was on Tuesday of this week. The shot from Arch through the door, up into the gap, and then back to way to the Arch. I can't remember who it was either for the life of me right now.
I think it was Draken.
It might have been Draken. Furland rounding the corner already. Easy. Not to be found. Spotted, but not taken down. It's Config that's there with him as well, which means 2 in the site, 1 in the pit, as you once said, Henry G, famously. And it's going to be Cajun that's going to spot them going in through the smoke. Flash off, has to look away. Rollins tagged very low. In fact, they all are on the Kinguin side, and Cajun might take advantage of that. Takes 1 already. Spotted the second in the lane, but was flashed off, leaving the bomb down 17 seconds. They'll run and head for the hills with the AWP, and the AK Magisk could catch them.
Back and forth game so far after winning 3 in a row. Kinguin 4 back, but they're going to be facing financial difficulties. But Major's boy spotted Spiro. You can see that gun barrel, easy kill, execution inside of the head, and that's the orb going down. Spiro probably just wanted to fall back there. He's obviously looking for some exit frags, but he's exposed from Vietnam. I guess he didn't really take that as a possibility. We're going to go into round number 9 here. 4-4. And in terms of the buy available, I said it'd be a rough buy. They do manage to scrape something together. Spiro will be getting an AK-47, and Mouse with almost no utility. There's still a decent buy overall. Config's on the orb this time. They're trying to maybe get a little bit aggressive here. They're throwing grenades down towards T-steps. Config to take a shot, but doesn't land just yet. Furlan will get some position towards the underpass there. Config back towards apartments, nails a shot. Good timing.
A couple of people in chat are saying it was Device. Everyone's saying Device.
Oh, is that right?
I think it was
That makes sense as well. To be fair, we had no idea. We were just throwing out Orping's names at that point.
No, Device did actually ring a bell, because I seem to remember Zippix was involved in the play in some capacity immediately after. So, yeah.
Yeah, all Counter-Strike blurs into one these days for me. Just every day.
It was Device onto Forest or Freiburg, someone
Oh, there
said.
we go.
So
there's
why you had the name
right?
there. See?
Got a name.
See, if we mention all of the names, Henry, we have to get them eventually.
Well, for now, North have got one of them, and that's a big miss by Config, but I think his teammate is there to back him up, this MSL, indeed he does. Problem is now we only have one player towards the B side of the map, Majus Boy, and he's got 3 terrorists heading his direction. It's going to be 45 seconds remaining, so they're committing as well. Good flashbang, they're running in backwards. Majus Boy getting backed up by MSL, just trying to buy some time here.
He just needs to peek correctly from in behind new box. MSL getting a kill gives them all the room in the world to do so.
Yeah, a bit of a clumsy round overall from the Polish side there. After finding a pick, they try to force a win towards B, but they missed a Molotov on new box and allow him to reposition. They didn't have a smoke for CT Spawn either, so couldn't really do much with that one. 5-4, North take the lead once again. It looks like a partial buy here for Kingwin. They've got second stage loss bonus, can't really invest too much into it. It's going to be 3 Glocks, 1 PT-50 and a Tech 9, 1 flashbang. I think you just maybe rush apartments, try and flash over, hope for the best. Maybe rush B as well. Not really much you can do here. And I think North will be well aware this is an eco. He's now middle, trying to open up the kills. Config with the MP9, of course. He doesn't get the frag, but Cajun B has. There was one.
Cajun. We'll swap it off, and AZ will start to go back up in toward Boiler. Cajun getting swapped into that position also brings a rifle back out toward middle, so gives them some range to sit back, hold off, and cover that position, make sure they're not going to be pushed down, but they will relinquish it slightly and go back toward the crossfires and arch and the lane instead. Peek back. Config still wants more on the MP9. Why not? Did that MP9 have sponge sticker on it? Couldn't have. No way.
Where did he die? I'll go find out.
Right at the top of middle on the arch side. Bomb gets dropped just with the kill. Config sticker. For some reason, when it died and it was in the air sideways, I thought it saw sponge. I was like, there's no way he would have a sponge sticker on there.
No way.
Who would ever put a sponge sticker on their gun?
Round number 11. And we do have a buy available for Kingwin once again. 3 in a row against them. 6-4-0 scoreline. 5 AKs, and there's a chicken.
Someone said Safari Mesh AK. I happen to think it's the ugly duckling.
Yeah.
And it's going to bloom into something beautiful someday. For nostalgia's sake.
Evolve.
Yeah, I think it's a nice looking gun, personally.
I think it's just the most common.
Turn your digital vibrance up, and it looks lime green.
There you go.
It's quite beautiful.
Well, for now.
There it is.
There it is. You're right. Smokes down towards these steps. That just denies banana control completely from the terrorists. They have to hold up and wait for those smokes to go down. The problem is, though, it's a kind of double-edged sword in that respect. The fact is, once those smokes go down, they can retake banana, and then you have nothing to hold them off once you actually at the bomb side. So you're looking for frags here.
I actually want a full Safari Mesh collection. I want every gun Safari Mesh.
Safari Mesh gloves?
Yeah, I think it's the least expensive, right? So I could probably, what, $10 and get it all?
Yeah, probably.
I might do that, you know. That's not a bad idea.
It's a idea, yeah.
It's a great idea. That's what I think you meant to say, Henry. It's a good thing I'm here to correct your words so commonly. So they're going to fall back away from this. This could be more banana-focused. Look at the position of MSL. Baited in. Double Safari Mesh. Both picked up from Mihu. Both used against him. As Magisk sprays back down, Malzahn rolled in the latest victims, and Mihu, with his own, is now the last alive.
Yeah, not really much he can do here. He's in a 4 versus 1. Has got a smoke and a Molotov, but he's got no real chance making his way to the bomb side. The city split up. 2 on B, 2 on A, and it's just up to Mihu to walk in. He did get an ace clutch. Well, not even a clutch. It was an ace round before with some fantastic aim. So he goes city spawning, gives his position away. Hope for the best. That's almost certainly. Occasion B from Coffins, Majus Boy, and new boxes as well, managing to find the kill. And that should be another eco at this point for Kingwin. They've only picked up 1 gun round so far. They had the 3-0 at the start of the game. So
similar to what was happening at Cobble.
Very similar, yeah. This is looking like a 10-5 scoreline all day long. But we'll see what happens. AWP for Config this time. He seems to be the main AWPer for them on this map especially. I think he does it a bit on... What's the other one he main AWPs as well? It might be Nuke. I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, they mix up the roles in a couple of maps. It's obviously Cajun the main AWPer and Config normally second, but Config's the flashier of the two, I think. He goes with the more aggressive stuff, so maybe that's why Inferno suits his playstyle. Cajun's like the kind of solid player. He holds the angles and finds the shots and can be very, very good with the AWP, but I don't know. Config seems to be more comfortable here.
To some level, I don't think that Config's comfortable being aggressive because Config knows no risk. He knows no negative reinforcement, if you will. as he takes back one again, aggressively peeks back out of Funchbiro as well. We saw Cajun inside of the site get two. It's simple-esque, I think.
Yeah.
Not quite as flashy in terms of raw skill. He's definitely possesses a ton of skill. There's no question about that. Had a birthday the other day, by the way. I think he's 19 years old now.
That's so young, isn't
yeah.
it? I'm going to be 29 this year.
You're an old man.
That's insane.
I just turned 28, so. But no, it's not quite as much as the simple skill level, but it's aggressive nonetheless, and it does sometimes cost them in similar ways as simple used to cost teams. A certain knife comes to mind as well.
Yeah, indeed. Major qualifier.
Yep. Well, all of that said, it's going to be a Molotov to push AZ out of position. He's on to 74. And the hit looks like it wants to go toward A. They haven't wrapped all the way around top yet because the AWP was getting back in position, and Cajun, or excuse me, Config this time, will go down. He held it last round. He's held it this one as well. As MSL gets a shot on Mihu, that brings AZ back in on the lane side. Missing a shot, though, overstepping slightly. And Furlan able to capitalize. Brings it back to a 3 versus 3 as well. Good shot. MSL back turned, waiting for a counter flash. It's not going to be. It's going to be Mal's just marching in to take him down.
And the 2-on-2 now. We've got Maydis Boy and T-Steps and Cajun on the side himself. A lot of players using this box to point actually. Good for dodging flashbangs just like that. And if Cajun finish things off right here, right now, that'd be great. Try and stay alive as long as possible, but he finishes it in style. Good headshot there with the AK-47. The reason I said that box is very common, you can see how Cajun is using it. That pillar in front of you. So any nades come in or smokes, one thing you can actually look above the smoke and look towards balcony, and you can dodge flashbangs as well. Great position to fall back onto when you're spotting one, get a kill, hide behind the pillar. It's very, very cool to use that. So good work by Cajun B. Didn't make it an awkward 1v1, as Major's Boy is quite far removed from that situation. And it's another round in favor of North. I think that's 6 in a row now. It is indeed. Maximum loss bonus for Kingwin, but no bomb going down. Means there's a buy available, but not much of one. No real nades to work with him. And we'll be going to banana control once again. They've been getting consistently mowed down here. Nades once again. MSL fancies it, gets one, but that's all he gets. Oh, that's lovely play from Major's Boy. Great tap to get that. This is a brawl of a round.
It's absolute chaos. Pandemonium. Rollins gonna go back, flash down toward Banana. Try and distract as long as it can. Bomb is in that direction, so good luck. I would swap to the Safari Mesh at this point. Try and go full camo. Good headshot on a Cajun, mind you. That's going to open up a lot of space, potentially give him something to work with. And back toward the bomb, he shall go. They don't know that he doesn't have it because they've grouped. Majestica's given up B in doing so, and I'm betting this leads to a plant.
Well, yeah, at the same time, Rallan doesn't know the B-side's open, but yep, certainly could be a possibility. He's got a smoke to work with as well, and he actually heads towards middle. He's making a little bit of noise. I won't hear him at this point, but now he's going silently. 40 seconds remaining. He will get a plant down here. I like this approach from North. Make it one single 2 versus 1 situation to do two one-on-ones. Bomb goes down, that'll give his position away, and now they start to come in. They know he has a plant that 4-second timer, and he's going to be boosting up to apartments. He's going to be spotted. Major's Boy spotted him, and now that should be it. Rallan's going to do very well to try and win this round. They've got an incendiary as well, but he gets the first shot in.
First shot, second shot, both go down. They both push in. Rallan does very well to pull that back. It starts as well with the kill at Graveyard before he was able to get back and get the bomb.
Yeah, looks like a North round for days at that stage, but Rallan did a very good job there. Bomb down, managing to get to the apartments as well. Like I said, he was spotted. They had utility to work with. Didn't have to take separate jewels. So that was a bit of a blunder on that point. They could have just incendiary towards the apartments after spotting him, but went for the challenges. Got punished for it. Last round.
Good news.
Go on.
We could get another 10-5.
I said, didn't I? It is looking like a very 10-5 game, I can see.
Wow, it's looking that way now. You're just nearly getting the headshot down toward the logs. The nades will instead. The double nades, similar to Astralis, similar to what we saw them do. Katowice was the first time we would have seen it? Yeah. Or Vegas?
Vegas was the first
I think Vegas.
tournament, yeah.
Yeah, I think it was Vegas. We saw those double Molotovs. Viva Las Vegas. Everyone hates the way I say it. I'm sorry.
The way I say it.
Listen, I drag my vowels. It's an upstate New York / maritime thing.
Yeah.
We'll leave it at that. That's how I say Olaf as well. Everyone hates it. Olaf. All right, come on. MSL takes Mihu. Rallan continues to work his way down through the lane side. Decent damage done, but that's not enough, especially when there's 4 left alive. It is 10-5, Henry.
The exact same scoreline we had in the first half on Cobble. Very similar storyline as well. It's Kingwin to pick up the pistol, get the 3-0, then only finding 2 gun rounds. I'm not sure that's going to be enough. We'll take a quick break and find out whether they can do it in the second half.
Well, you said it, Henry. It looks the same. The same as Cobblestone. Pistol goes the way of Team Kingwin. They win 5 rounds in the half. That gives 10 to North. Impressive plays from Cajun inside of the site to stay alive. You mentioned this spot being powerful as well. I have to agree with you. I concur.
Absolutely. And sets North up for quite a promising half, especially get the pistol once again. That could potentially be 13-5 before they really get into it. So Kingwin have got the work cut out for them here. CT pistol, though. As long as you start hitting those ones up to the USPs like they did before in that first map as well, maybe we can have a similar show. We'll get into this one momentarily. North certainly looking like the stronger team tonight, and unfortunately for Kingwin, it was LDLC that had all the upsets against Na'Vi. I'm not sure Kingwin are going to pull off the same miraculous feat after already going a map down here. All they can do now at this point is tie the series, and that's going to be an uphill battle. We'll get into this one now. The match is live. 3 sets of armor for North. They get MSL as a utility player as well. Smoke and 2 flashbangs for him. Config yet to buy. And he gets armor as well. So that suggests they go towards the A side of the map. Maybe using that smoke towards library. Like, 1 smoke's fine for B side, but it's obviously a risk. Your coffin exposed as well. And 4 players from the CTs towards B at the start. This is a strange one. And they're actually going to find the first frag as well.
Indeed, is Config once more. Look at that! God. Right and then the left. Down goes Miyu, and bye-bye to the chances of winning this pistol round for Kingwin as they bust onto the A side as well. Rollins going to chase. Good luck. AZ's already waiting.
Ooh, close.
I think that's why AZ was waiting, to guard the bomb.
Well, they had 4 players towards the B site. Config kills 3 of them, and then the remaining CT on the A side goes down at the same time, and that should be round over unless Rollin pulls off something absolutely miraculous here. He does dink 1 player. That's Config down to 22 HP. The hero of this round so far, but he's finding damage himself, and that should be it. We know exactly where he is, and AZ to finish things off. Great round by Config. They say he's a bit of a wild card for the team, but when he delivers headshots like that, you can really see how good he is. There's the first kill. Second one. The third was the best. I thought the second was, but actually that was amazing. So 11-5 here. Force buy looking likely for Kingwin. They're going to be going with CZs and body armor, keeping about $500 per player. Actually, only 1 player with the body armor, so this is the more conservative approach I was saying that North normally subscribe to, but it looks like Kingwin will be trying to keep money for that first gun round here. Still a chance with the CZs, PD50s and Deagles, but without the armor and utility, it's difficult to believe they're going to get anything done into this one. Bit of wallbang damage coming in. Comes with the UMP though, so it just takes 1 player down to 95 HP, and that's Rollin.
SL starts off to get Mouse. Minute and 26, so a fast attack this time onto B. Bye-bye, Mihu. Thank you for playing the game today. We appreciate you joining us. Always a pleasure.
Good night. God bless.
See you in the morning.
I'll see you in the morning.
I hope I die in my sleep.
Wow.
Matt's offering to make you breakfast.
What kind of sleepover are we having tonight?
Slumber party.
Okay.
Pink PJs only.
5 players
Big
remaining
Teletubby
for
slippers.
North, please. We're going way too far down the rabbit hole with that one. Ryland, the last player remaining, and he might find a kill here. That's nice work to take that Mages boy. It will be 12-5, then I did say the 13-5. A horrible situation here for Kingwin. That's looking very likely. They have to take a full eco here. Or I guess they could go all in and force, but I really would not recommend at this point. It's always the worst way to win a CS game if you find yourself force buying and constantly chasing a dream instead of actually getting the guns out and actually losing with your tactics and your strategies out and everything like that and your setups. But here we go. 3 P250s and all 5 players towards B this time. One flash, just flash down to the bottom, hope for the best, I guess, and we'll see whether they can maybe find a couple of frags here. This will be one of those rounds where they wait for some footsteps and a sound cue when the terrorists get to the top. One flash over and just dump everything you've got towards the top of Banana. But the Molotov is down, so that's going to be unlikely. It's to work out.
Careful, tripping over each other doesn't start well. Flashing out as well. Config. I need to stop doing that. I have to stop doing that, Henry. Gets 2 there. I didn't think he would. So better than perhaps expected. The boost, or rather the stack, will go back over toward the A site instead. Bomb still down toward T stairs, and Cadron and AZ will work out to solve exactly what's going on inside of this B site. It's a curious little site, that.
Towards the end of the Hordes. Mages boy hasn't committed just yet, so he hasn't given the all clear, so they have to be slightly tentative with their approach towards top and middle. You can see Spiro, but I have to say, taken down. He's actually still alive. He actually helped out in the execution of his teammate. 3-on-2 now, just PT50s, and that's a nice shot.
Flash out. Spiro sees it, doesn't matter. Walks in and just gets clotheslined once more. Red Rover, I'll send a bullet right over. Magisk takes down Mihu, and it's 13 now for North.
20 kills obtained by Mages boy after that round. It's not looking too bad for him. 13-5, though. A lot of work to do from Kingwin, yet to post around in the second half. But Spiro's got the AWP. 4-on-4s around him, no kits. And if the stat lives up to Chad's expectation of getting to that B side 70% of the time, they're going to need a defuse kit to stop that bomb going down, you know? Let's see what happens. 3 players towards B at the start. Will they go as aggressive as North was? I'm not so sure. But the grenades do come in. They've got a bit of control at the top there. It's going to be moused by the sandbags. Not a whole lot of presence at the A site for now. But the AWP is there.
It's the main thing, that it's there.
These 2 frags. Doesn't get it.
We're all in. Gets absolutely obliterated.
He's being like relentless right now. So brutal with his aim.
Well, that said, it's 3 versus 3, but bomb down favors North. Especially with such a strong entry as we just saw. I'm not sure Cajun would have spotted him in that smoke. I doubt it with that jump, but he's in the corner waiting. They have the double set toward the site, 1 inside of Pit, so not the double stack in Pit, which we used to see commonly. On Inferno, the Molotov designed to do exactly that, push Magisk to the right, and yet he still finds the shot on Mihu, sorry. I've gone back to the old saying. And Mouse will have to run.
Yeah, pretty open shut case, that one. Initial frag comes in, and Team Kingwin do fight back slightly. The config, like I said, just unbelievable in this game. How many frags he got? He's done 21 kills, up there with Mages boy as well. They're actually leading the charge quite dramatically, as you can see right now. That's kind of summarizing it quite nicely, and no one really stepping up for Kingwin here. Top frag is at 10, 3 of those, and third on right at the bottom with 6. So they have to buy into this. They don't really have a choice, Matt. It's going to be 3 UMPs, a Famus, and 1 lonely M4. That's in the hands of Mouse. So round number 5 coming in. At this point, North is such a lead, and they know the money's going to be low. Just a little bit looser this time. Just flash in, stick together, and they are going to find that M4, though. So that's a bit of a problem. They might want a Molotov here, but flashbang's still good. He might find a second frag here, but can't do it. And it's going to be a double kill for North, and the B bomb site completely open. And the player rotating in's got a Famus. So good luck, Spiro.
Listen, he doesn't need your luck. He doesn't need your pity or your sympathy. He doesn't want it. He just wants to die. And Cajun, or other, God, that's, how?
It's not that hard.
How? It's not, you're right. It doesn't even look the same. Config.
Like we'll once a game, down. Maybe, but not 5 times.
Listen, all right, I'm ADD. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it.
What's that got to do?
It's nothing to do with it. What's love got to do with it? Yep, just made all of production sing that song.
It's Good tune.
Not bad. It's going to leave Rollin and Furlan remaining, and they're going to try and save this. Bomb ticking as it is. They may not even get that far. Cajun's already on it. This time it is Cajun. I looked to confirm. Already on the case, Furlan spotted out. Smokes himself off smartly because a Molotov comes in immediately after a getaway with the UMP, but that's all they're going to have. This is 15-5, and this is North's game to lose.
Yeah, at this point, I would say that's a fair statement. It's looking like it'll be over very shortly. This is a game Kingwin haven't really arrived to. They won 2 gun rounds in the first half and then lost the pistol in the second. We said that was a pretty much must-win scenario for them for what we've seen so far. It's not going to be the case. They save a couple of weapons, and I think that's maximum loss win as well. It is indeed. So they get it enough to buy at least, but another B rush, why not? Just keep challenging, hitting all the shots, you're hitting them in all the duels. They haven't really got enough to actually hold you off. And once again, K can be opening it up. That's going to be it. Unless Sphero goes God tier with the FAMAS, he's doing it.
And a nade. Oh, I thought the low HP player was close. If Cajun were nearby, that could have been disastrous. So too is that spray through from Furlan. Nearly catches them. Flash goes in instead. And the bomb will be planted safely. It's not, oh, it is toward Coffin, my mistake. It looked like it was back toward Emo instead. But they'll leave it for the default, gives Config a chance to hold from Banana. He's going to have that to his leisure as well because the rotation goes through CT. It's a little bit late. Rollin just getting in position. Good flashbang out from AZ. And that could be the beginning of the end as Config takes Spear. Rollin does arrive, but it's too little too late. A 1 versus 3. AZ will close it 16-5. North beat
Kingwin. There you go. Yeah, overall, tactically, and in terms of aim as well, there's like a much better team. Kingwin completely outclassed there, especially by the likes of Config, AZ, and not really much to report in the second half, I'm afraid. They lost the pistol, went down 3-0, had limited money in that first gun round, and it's got overwhelmed. Very basic strategies from North to finish things off. They're sticking as a 5-man unit, rushing towards B, rushing middle, hitting absolutely everything, no fear, and looking very confident. So that's a nice 2-0 from them. Jason, how are you feeling about it?
I am feeling phenomenal about that. 16-5 to close out the night. North with a big win on Inferno. Kingwood just couldn't match up to it. I mentioned they lost the SPEP. Who was it? They lost 5-16 to... was that?
Na'Vi.
Na'Vi. So, a repeat performance here against North.
Yeah.
There was no connection there.
No, relegation looming for Kingwin.
Yeah, that's not, and it's the automatic relegation. It's like the hard punishment, isn't it?
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
It's the powder bottoming, or the bottom powdering.
Yeah, this is probably the wrong platform for this, but I think if you're the worst team in Pro League, it doesn't necessarily mean that the best team in Premier is better than you. Logic.
I can't do it.
You with me? You following?
Wait, say it again. I was expecting something a little bit more edgy.
Just because you're the worst team in Pro League,
correct,
does not mean that the best team in Premier is better than you.
Okay, I got you. I think it's just a way to ensure turnover to get new faces in there.
I don't think we should give auto relegation. I think all bottom 3 teams and all top 3 teams should have to play the relegation matches.
I think it's a bad example this season, but I think the ones prior, that's applicable. Because we got 2 new incredible contenders coming in, well, 2. 1 new incredible contender coming into this season of Pro League. You look statistically at the last seasons prior, the round difference that was insurmountable in comparison to these guys. You know, if you look at LDLC, who were down at the bottom, if you look towards Kingwin, who are now down at the bottom, of course, as well. In comparison to, I think, like Penta before, and I'm trying to think of who the other team was who was down the bottom echelons, and I can't remember. I think it was Flipside. And they were the farming team every single time. This time, at least these guys put up competitive games.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, just get a little bit more map specific to go away from the tangent here. I mean, this was just dominating from North. I mean, they had pretty much anything they could have won. Yeah, the CT side, they're going to be happy with that one, obviously. Good defense. That's an area they want to work on. But the T side was just suffocating. And yeah, that's you.
I know there's a lot of question when you see teams doing the aggressive CT anti-eco where they push down middle and they go for the fight. I can get behind that from time to time. I don't think you should always be doing it, but when you think the other team may potentially be bringing out a force buy, it's a really good way to punish them and stop them from being able to do an execute against you, especially in the first 6 rounds of the game, because at that point your economy could still be pretty rocky as well. So when people see that and they go, oh, why are they being aggressive? Why are they pushing? Why are they being cocky? It's not because of that. It's because you want to stop the impending attack that could come through holes or the banana. So that was good by them. I like the way they approached the game. You know, they had config with the AWP at A. they had 3 leaning B from time to time. I thought they had a good bit of diversity.
Mixing things up, keeping them on their toes, making sure they can
Shake
never
and bake.
see what's coming. And that's exactly what we're going to do, except in the past. We're going to see what happened tonight.
Nice.
Yeah, that was good. Really, really good.
Back to the future.
LDLC taking 2 games off of Na'Vi. That was the surprise. Pretty solid wins as well, 16-8, 16-10. And then North just kind of had their way with the Penguins. We always knew the Lion would win that kind of a fight. And then these are going to be the new schedule, or I mean the new standings after the evening. North has jumped up to that first spot. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a huge slip for Na'Vi. It's cool for North, I guess. But it's more Na'Vi messing up in this one. There's no way you should lose 2 maps to LDLC. Perfect for LDLC, though. Look at the pack they're now in. They could actually, in theory, if they somehow manage the last games, they could actually push someone out of being able to get into that top 6. Now, it's unlikely. Incredibly unlikely.
Anything's possible here at Pro
But
League.
mathematically, it's possible now.
Yeah,
and VP could almost get relegated.
Ooh, that would be... They barely won the relegation match to stay in Pro League, so that's not good. And if they play anything like we saw last night, they would probably get relegated. Here's the North American schedule. This is probably the most exciting match that NA has had all week, is CLG taking on Renegades. Ricky coming back to his boys to give him a what for.
And Nexa is in the country. The Serbian will be joining them as far as Justilo's Twitter was telling me.
That's beautiful.
That
is
but
beautiful.
The most important game for me to potentially overtake Lauren in the Fantasy League is Misfits versus NRG. Shazam, sick, do your thing, get some frags.
This is the schedule for next week. This is not just because this is the last day of Pro League this week. G2 Astralis, VP FaZe. Those are two awesome masters.
They're all pretty good games.
VP is going to be showing up. Yeah, good games on paper, right? And a lot of playoff implications in pretty much each one of these matches.
I like the way we know Overpass is definitely on Thursday there. No other maps up to, but we know Overpass.
Yeah, what? Wow, okay.
That might just be a leftover because it wasn't the first match
Probably,
tonight, Overpass.
yeah. I can, yeah,
Yes, it was.
Yeah, probably is.
That's how you do things. Either way, end of the week. Thank you guys for tuning in all week long. Thank you guys for tuning in this evening. It's been great. It's been a pleasure, and we will see you guys on Tuesday.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport. It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Kinguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Kinguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us, and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
All right, so welcome back again, ladies and gentlemen, here to the ESL Pro League. Still waiting on a couple players to connect to the server right now, so it's going to be a few more moments before we do have the game ready to go. But again, now heading into Mirage, map that we actually haven't seen a whole lot of so far in the season. Let's talk about the Renegades on this map. You know, what can we expect for them going into this? Any good performances in the past that we've seen against more notable teams? And just in general, how do they play here on the season?
T-side? Well, on T-side, a lot of the time we see Mirage played by Renegades where they just kind of go middle very, very quickly. They like to split connector fast, do fast A's. They're not afraid to group up with like 4 people and go very quick into the round and play a type of, you know, like high octane T side where the rounds just sometimes end very, very quickly. Not afraid to go top mid, immediately Molotov the window, go straight into connector and cat and kind of spread across the map and attack through middle very quickly. Having said that, I think Cloud9 knows how to stop that. Like Automatic's going to stop that catwalk push. He's going to make sure that smoke is down. Skadoodle is going to quickly react to anything, you know, by looking, you know, jungle towards connector. You'll see Stewie a lot of the time default at A, you know, so he can kill people coming up through connector as well. So I think if Renegades does want to win this, they either need to win pistol and then do that and just keep it going, or, you know, like I said, I want to see something more from them, like strategically play, slower down play styles. Usually when we cast Renegade games, it's the fastest games of any other team we cast, like by far. Yeah. They're usually so quick, because on T side, they just rush. But I need to see something better. You can't be one-dimensional like that and beat really good teams on a consistent basis.
Now, the real question here is how I don't like in general, right? Just going off of your experience for a moment here. You know, when you add a new player into the team, is it more that the player has to sort of adjust to the team, or that the team sort of works with the player a little bit more when he's first being brought in?
It just depends on the player's playstyle. Like they're taking out Ricky, and I believe Adder. I don't know too much about him, but I'm almost positive he's a rifler, right? So that means all 5 players are going to have to change and adapt really, right? If it was an in-game leader, same thing. Like Liquid with Stan, they added Stan. All 5 players are going to change, if not a lot, at least like a little bit, right? Because they're going to go off his pace. He's going to be, you know, like Stunna said, driving the ship, or driving the truck, was it?
I don't know.
But yeah, just driving it, you know?
Just driving it, yeah. Just driving something.
Yeah, but anyways, so everybody kind of has to change a little bit. We'll see with Renegades. I hope for his sake, maybe he's an in-game leader or something like that, because I think, you know, it's really weird with this team, because when they had Sponge, right, what Sponge might have lacked in firepower, they actually had a lot of set strategies. A lot of set strategies. Actually, majority of the time that I watched them play, they would do set strats, like 5-man takes, 5-man smokes. Everybody had a role. And they went too much into that play style. You want to have like a mixture of both. Like if you watch a Virtus Pro, you know, they don't always do 5-man takes, but they add it in when they need to, right? That's how they play, and that's how most teams, you know, you generally want to have that option to fall back on. And now Renegades never does it, like ever.
Well, in case anyone is curious who exactly Adder is, I know a little bit about him from when I went a month ago to cast at DreamHack Leipzig. He's actually a Swedish player, and I don't know much about him before this time, but he had a short stint on the team that Pete and Makalele had formed. There was that QWERTY roster. Didn't really do much, unfortunately. The team kind of got trounced on pretty quickly at that event, but we did, you know, the one shining star was actually Adder. He was doing really good in a lot of the matches, and was kind of like a star player for the team. So hopefully we see that continue now, especially, you know, like in the North American sector, but he's got a big first test in front of him, and that's going to be going up against guys like Stewie, like Automatic, even Nothing, who was, you know, doing a pretty fantastic job with his own individual plays yesterday. Yeah, and it's something that I'm surprised I don't see more often is there's so many good players out there that are like for instance, there's so many great players in Denmark, right? Yeah. And let's be real, there's like 2 super good Denmark teams. Then there's like Heroic, who's like a bit of a farm team. They kind of change rosters a lot, right, too. But there's like North and, you know, obviously Astralis, right? But there's so many good Denmark players, and most people in Denmark speak English, right? As, you know, so like, why don't we see more of these international teams? Because you could bring them to a common country like, you know, North America, and then like you could, then all of a sudden you could have an Australian player, you can have a Danish player, you could have a Swedish player, you could have, you know what I mean? And you could really just try to take talent from multiple different pools, right? Like, I mean, if I owned a team or something like that, I would definitely try to do that. I think there's a lot of fear in like the players not like syncing very well together, since you don't, you know, they haven't played in the same region for very long, and there's the worry they might not click as well together. Like, I mean, we've already had like the one international experiment that kind of failed in Splice, since that roster has now like kind of completely died off to a certain degree. But let's be real, like the players they picked up, I mean, no offense to Machine Gun, they were not talented enough to warrant bringing over. It doesn't make any sense. I'm talking about really talented players, you know, where there's a lot of players in all these different countries that actually speak a common language in English, right? And are very, very talented, and you can take a chance on them and bring them over. And, you know, even if all of them have accents, they're still all speaking English. They're going to be able to communicate with each other and make it work, you know? So that's something, I mean, I don't know, that'd be pretty cool. I think that could be something that, you know, I would like to see more often. Like, I know he's Swedish, and just import, because it doesn't make any sense, right? If you're Renegades, and I mean, they just did what I just said, right? They picked up Adder, a Swedish superstar, possibly. We'll see. But, you know, he speaks a common language, so they can do that. They could look at all these other regions. They don't have to just stay in Australia, you know? Yeah, no, makes perfect sense. And again, guys, it does look like we are finally ready to go with this game. Once more, do apologize for the slight delay. We just had a couple of members from C9 that were a bit late to the match. But they're in now, and they're ready to roll. So we're getting started with it. Cloud9 is actually going to be the team that starts off on the T side, and the Renegades will be jumping over towards the CT side for the initial rounds. Playing, though. It's Gomez. Isn't that their coach? Yeah. Is he their manager? Really? Manager. Wouldn't, what's his name play? Adder? No. Well, Adder's not there. They have a coach, too. Why isn't... They have Kassan. I could have sworn we saw Adder playing in a different match. Didn't he play with them already? Well, no, Kassan was in the server, too. Even that, right? You'd think that would be a better fit. I mean, this really changes a lot, right? Like, you're already at a disadvantage, you know, just not being as good of a team as Cloud9, let's be frank. So already, your chances of beating them are, you know, a little bit lower. And now, all of a sudden, you're playing with, you know, a coach or a manager in Gomez, and that's just really going to hurt your chances. So we'll see how Renegades comes out and performs. You know, JKS, Kits, Smoke at A, they're pretty much a complete default setup. Yam scouting across the window. It looks like Cloud9 is going to go through Connector. All right, so Cloud9 is going to push their way over towards the A-bomb site pretty quickly here in a bit of a split. There's no defense at all in mid, so they get that connector control for free, and it's not only this. Stewie has already picked up the first kill. Dazzler over here trying to knock them out on the cross over by this over by the murder hole, but they're not going to be able to find anything. Shroud's picked up another kill. That's free site control, and look at this from Skadoodle. He's wrapped into the B-bomb site for free, walks right up, kills Azure. Now all they have left is Ustil and JKS back over here by CT approach, and JKS is now on his own. That's got to be one of the easiest pistol rounds I've ever seen claimed by Cloud9. They just walk right up and basically take the whole map for free. Yeah, they walk through underpass with 1A ramp, and Skadoodle's job is to go through B and, you know, flank, essentially. Like, they actually have options there, right? They could actually maybe even go market to B if they, or sorry, window room to B if they really want to. Instead, they get all the kills at A, just come up, claim the round, super clean. I don't even think they had one death. No, not at all. And there was only really 1 or 2 duels that they actually faced without, like, an angle advantage there, so making it really easy for Cloud9 right at the start, and they're going to get the advantage off of that. Usual reinvestments coming in. Renegades is a bit light, though. No armor buys behind the pistols. For the most part, it is just the pistols. See, Azur's kind of the one exception there. Yustilo, though, is low, but he actually holds on. Takes down nothing, but immediately, Skadoodle sitting on the backside over here does catch him. A little bit of a slit there, so he's able to trade him back out, put it into a 4v3. Now, though, flashbangs in mid, and Azur, beautiful control in the tapping there with the CZ, but that additional kill is all they're going to be able to get as Cloud9 do shut it down after that.
Yeah, that was great control by him. Whenever you use the CZ, I actually go into this a lot. When I use the CZ, sometimes I just hold mouse 1. But it's a lot better if you actually kind of tap 2-3 bullets at a time. So we see that control coming out of Azur. And I think Yam will probably be taken back over the op role, I'm assuming, for Renegades, since he is playing the window room now that they did lose Ricky. So that is something that he's familiar with. So he'll probably get back into it pretty quick as Stewie going towards B. Mac 10 in hand, jumps out of the window, completely blind. You still have AZR able to get the USP kill on him as they push Automatic in middle.
Yeah, but Automatic will hanging back here now, but unfortunately he'll be taken down by Gomez. Now the rest of C9, though, flood over onto the A-bomb. Well, they did have that mid pressure. They've been able to scavenge a few guns now, so I don't think they're going to be doing much else besides maybe lining up for exits. Probably going to be wanting to carry at least that AK into the next round here to save themselves a bit of cash. It will, however, be the 3-0 start for C9.
Yeah, well, and I'm surprised that Automatic wasn't able to get more out of that mid push and get a couple kills there. Usually you're able to clean up in that scenario.
Actually, it does look like they're going for this, so they're going to try to push back in. Down will go one of them. That's only one of the players with the pistol, though. The two important ones are going to stack back up here by the steps, but oh no, they peek directly into nothing with the Mac 10 in hand. He's got Yam down very low and stuck in this position, too. He'll finish the job. At the very least, the AK was able to escape the fire, but everybody else is going to go down on a flubbed retake attempt there.
Yeah, they end up giving nothing a lot of money by going forward so late. They weren't actually trying to win the round there. They were actually just trying to get exits late in that round to just try to hurt the economy a little bit extra. But that pop flash just destroyed any chance that they had of accomplishing that.
Yeah, and so now the reinvestments do roll in, and thankfully, because it was a bit lighter bot on the second round, they still do get to carry utility on the exception of everybody but Yam here now, as he's just going to go for the op investment. Same thing for JKS too, as I think he was purchased up a little bit heavier than some of the other guys, but JKS still hold the close angle, so he may not need as much utility here since he's going to be right up front and center, but a flashbang to his face, tries to follow the spray into one of his opponents, but it's not going to work out. Gomez sitting further back, though. He is available for the trade onto Skadoodle, and now Stewie swinging back out, takes down Gomez, and Automatic peekaboo through the smoke, takes down Yam. Azur trying to jump up on Ticket, but is spotted by Stroud before he can impact, and while Stewie will be eliminated, he's surprised a little bit there by Yustilo. He's now the last one left alive in a 1v3. Bomb is already on the ground. Not a whole lot to work with here, so while they will line up nothing, we'll just destroy him. And there you go, Cloud9 taking the first gun round.
Yeah, taking it in a very quick fashion as well. Very common strat that you'll see a lot of the time after you win pistol. You 4-1 somewhere, you especially if they buy in that second round, a lot of the time they don't have the necessary utility available to really stop that. So they just jump through the smokes, they get the initial kill on JKS, and he really needs to be able to get 1 or 2 there to kind of slow down that push and make it to where they can actually have a chance at winning that round.
So we do have an update, by the way, on the whole Gomez situation. That actually isn't Gomez, that is Adder. So whether it's a bug with his name or he's just playing on his account right now, that is actually Adder. Just to clarify that for the folks at home. But
well, if he's playing under his account, then isn't that a rule violation?
I would assume it's just a bug.
Wow.
I would assume it's just a bug for right now.
So now you're attacking ESES programmers.
I don't know, man. So moving on from that, now we have C9.
He just gets banned in the middle of the game for account sharing.
Someone cough you. But we have the rest of C9 moving up for some mid-control. There is a pretty large presence from the Renegades here, but again, keep in mind, they don't really have a lot of big guns to work with, and Shroud is going to dispatch of both of them pretty quickly. AZR and Gomez both getting knocked out from that one. And now Cloud9 are going to shift their way up mid. Again, not pushing this into a site just yet, still kind of taking it slowly here to see if they can account for any extra aggression on the CT side, but it doesn't really seem to be happening here, although the Renegades are sitting back nice and tight, but it's not working out for them. Yam chimes in for 1 additional kill against Automatic, but that's going to be it.
Yeah, 5-0, another clean round, but now Renegades, this is where they need to, make their stand, get back into the game a little bit. Cloud9's economy has really built up by a substantial amount. So they need to win a couple rounds here in order to break them. They have the op on Yam, but they have full utility. And now it's going to be a lot more difficult if they play it properly for Cloud9 to do those brute force type strategies that we're seeing again here. With 1 middle, 3A ramp, they're going to scrim through surely in any second now, and 1A hulls.
JKS is now getting prepped for this one here. Underneath, he spotted a lot of the pressure working its way back out. Nothing again, though, on point with these engagements. Moving in, finding JKS right from the get-go. There's been some good damage done to both Skadoodle and Shrouder. I mean, even really long and nothing at Stewie. Getting them down to about half HP. Nothing sprays. It's a miss, and Yam's able to spot him through the smoke because of that one. Another player moving up. That's Ustilo grabbing a kill, but it's a 1-for-1 trade this time. We go even into a 3v3, but Yam jumping into the connector, destroys Automatic, and that'll give them a big advantage here in trying to hold this one back off. But all of this has happened so early in the round, so Stewie, along with Skadoodle, when he does decide to pull away from this one, does have time to fall back and rotate this over towards the B-bomb site if they should choose to do so. Now, Azur's gotten a bit of a read on this, so we can see him shifting into underpass now. Stewie may have to get prepped for the duel there, as he is slowly working on a flank against him. But Stewie hasn't thought about this one yet, or at the very least, he's not checking his flank side. And Azur walking up. Well, Stewie's not even pushed back in, but Stewie, he's waited for this one now. He's bypassed him. Now, what's he going to do about this? As he's creeping back over to chase Azur a little bit, but he's gone too far. Back out in the direction towards T-spawn. Skadoodle is going to fall back to regroup, but again, he knows that Azur's sitting out here somewhere, so he can be cautious himself about that one. But in the meantime, the bomb's going to go out onto the B site, and it will be planted. And because they got that intel onto Azur, beautifully played by Skadoodle, just plays it at long range and is able to dispatch of it. Again, even things up. But now he's got a long chase. He's got to walk all the way over to the B bomb site. And in theory, these two guys from the Renegades, well, they can move back in, but do they still think it's on A? As they're still looking to watch for the flank player, at least. Thankfully, it's not the case, but they still haven't left themselves a lot of time. They waste like 15 to 20 seconds because of that. So they're really just going to have to rush right back in here and hope they can retake it. That did buy the time for Skadoodle to get into position if he wanted to, but he's still sitting back at mid right now. They're playing this off the site. They have the plant for it, though, so they can afford to do this here right now. And as they move in, there's no presence on it yet, and the Renegades aren't even going to go for it. They're going to give it up. They're going to fall back to CT spawn, and they're going to hand this one over to C9.
Wow. So just takes them so long to realize that it's at B, and by then they just have no chance of winning the round, and they have to save. And I gotta say, the players at middle and connector, whenever you're playing against a team like Cloud9, as we do see a pause come out, you really have to watch out for these quick 4-1 plays. So whenever you're at middle as a CT and you really only see like one set of nades and you don't see a bunch of nades going off, you don't see a lot of action, you have to immediately come back towards A, kind of spotting mid, right? But you also have more presence at A in order to help JKS. And if you do that, then in theory, you're in position to actually win the round. But instead, JKS fights all alone. His teammates are stuck in connector. They're nowhere to really be seen to help him and to capitalize off him fighting the T's. There's no flashbangs coming for him, anything like that. And that's why they're playing it wrong. That's why they're losing these rounds.
So this is going to be a tactical pause now from the Renegades, down 6-0, and certainly needing one after that one. They'll be taking a moment to themselves to figure out just what exactly is going wrong and how they can counter this off. But overall, it seems to be quite an easy start for C9 here, as they are getting away with murder in quite a few of these situations, including that rotate over there. And again, we saw it there, Stewie with a very intelligent play, not actually taking down Azur, who had gone for the flank and underpass. He left it for Skadoodle. He managed that duel, and then when push came to shove, the 2v2, which is not even plausible for the Renegades players to go over because they waste so much time over on that A bomb site. So now we get back into it, though, 6-0 as C9 still on the bye. As is Renegades going to buy into this one too. So we'll see what they can do in terms of trying to hold off more of these pressure points that C9 continues to get control of in the early round. Good nade timing, toss back on nothing, knocks him about 30 damage off of him. So certainly not a bad start, but then the immediate response as Ustilo tries to take a position up inside of those apartments further, destroyed by nothing. And just like that, we're in another 5v4.
And I mean, just nothing working for Renegades right now. Nothing going right for them, as can be seen there. And this is a pretty important round because they're not necessarily forcing up, but they're dropping 2 guns. They're fully invested in this. If they aren't able to take this round, they're probably going to be on pistol half armor.
Yeah, a little bit late on the timing shot there against Automatic, but he will be able to deploy the Molotov. He's not there for the repeak, though, and Automatic does go back against the cross. Everybody else in the meantime from C9 is just grouping up for an apartments push, so it's going to be on Azur again. He's got support to a certain degree from Yam, but he's a lot more focused on mid right now, so that support's going to be delayed. Azur has to come out here with 1 or 2 kills to be able to hold that out for long enough. Looking away for the flashbang, but they're not checking over towards him. Stewie, good reaction to prevent him from getting more than 1 kill. He picks up Shroud, but that's it. Immediately traded back out. Nothing was dropped to 24, and Yam's going to get pushed away. He can't put an immediate stop to them putting the bomb back over onto the site. And Yam, it looks like for the moment they're kind of falling back here again, just trying to make sure nobody's flanking them from the A-bomb site. But again, I don't think they're even going to go for this. I think they're going to call it off and save again.
Yeah, I mean, they really don't have much chance of winning this round. The smoke comes out on Cat. Skadoodle already has another smoke as well. They're all set up in great post-plant positions. Your chances of winning this round right here are very, very low, especially because they took the B bomb site so quickly. I believe it was Azure wasn't spotting very deeply or anything like that. So C9 with a very, very fast burst. As soon as they're able to get that kill, they're in positions that are almost... You know, you're just not going to be able to retake against a good team in that scenario. So they wisely decide to save and, you know, try to get back into this game. As they are able to get 2, you know, exit kills there, as C9 does chase them. But at the same time, I think it's a smart idea for them to save there. You know, you kind of live to fight another day.
Yeah, they just save. They drop a few more players from C9, but with the money that they are working with, that's not going to be as big of a deal yet. As again, it does re-enable another buy for the Renegades with those 3 saved guns. They're going to go back into it again. And if they can break C9 here, then they can probably get them on an eco pretty quickly after those losses, but we're not going to see any long-term effects from those 2 deaths just yet.
Yeah, I mean, C9 still has a ton of money. I don't think they're going to be ecoing for a bit. I think Renegades might have to win 3 or 4 in a row, and by the time they do that, you know, C9 probably going to have oh my goodness, AZR gets a perfect opportunity to get a kill. Stewie just on the hunt though, is pushing so quickly. There's a perfect pop flash that he could throw to actually kill Stewie there. You just look into the wall and right click it, and it's a great pop flash. I'm surprised he didn't throw that. I think he would have definitely killed Stewie had he done that. Doesn't do it though, and you know, pays the price.
What's even worse about that too is if you looked a few seconds before that play actually happened, it was either Stewie or Skadoodle that peeked down below, just missed the peek from Azure. So we got really lucky that he wasn't spotted to begin with, and he moves in, has free reign over Shroud, but he completely whiffs the spray.
Look at this boost though.
And we'll see if they'll be able to catch anyone from it over on top of the bench or the bench wall, as it's putting Yam up on top of it, but he hasn't been able to see nothing. I don't think he's actually in the room yet. I still think he's behind that initial wall over there. He's looking right at him now. Not going to want to take that shot just yet, but on the peek up, he has the flash to support him, and there's the connection on his Skadoodle. Takes a little bit of damage from it, down to 23 HP, and well, out comes Stewie, hopping out of the window there. Now Yusilo going to try to assist with this a little bit more from the bench spot, but also having Adder rotate in there to assist with this one as well. He'll take down Stewie. Nothing will be eliminated. This goes to a 2v3. Automatic still lurking in mid, though, so on the site is only Shroud, and they only have 20 seconds left to play this. Automatic misses his chance for the free kill into JKS with him being peeked back out. He's able to go back inside, so Automatic is going to prioritize getting this kill on Shroud. Well, he does have to get himself into this site, so he goes for it. And not only does Automatic win the duel in mid, but Shroud, he's also able to push back out and get the last kill against Adder. Cancels the plant, and basically if he wasn't there, but it works out for him. And again, they get to keep their streak going.
Wow, and JKS is having such a rough time right now. I mean, 0-7, not able to win one aim duel, and they've actually hit his spot numerous times. I know they've gone B the last 2 rounds, But earlier in the half, they went a steady, amount of A hits, just going up A ramp and kind of screaming out right away. But Renegades does, get another buy-in. So Cloud9 might not be expecting this, but they're playing pretty conservatively. It looks like they're going to do a quick connector to A split.
Nothing missing his chance here. He might actually decide to go through. He's hiding inside of the smoke right now, shooting at his teammate. Ooh, good adjustment there from Adder, though, to be able to save him. As we do see that kill picked up. Yam pushing out towards mid. A lot more aggressive from the TTs this time in middle here, and very quickly starting to readjust that back inside. Skadoodle, though, gets a small spot onto Adder, but it's not going to be a full connection. Hits him through the wall or something, so it only brings him down to 17 HP. And off of that, while the remaining three, they're going to try to execute on A, but everybody from the Renegades is flooding back into this bomb site here now. Shroud going back down another pass, but he's spraying on top of the ladder, so that's going to be messy, and it's going to allow JKS to recover and pick up the kill. Adder with one more, and now it's down to Skadoodle, who's basically just going to back away from this one, and it's almost certainly going to be the round for the Renegades. He'll do what damage he can, but I don't see a possibility for him to 1v5 this.
Yeah, gets mollied out, so they don't even get a single kill on the round. And that was a very surprising buy from Renegades, because not only do they have enough money to buy, they actually have enough money to get a double op setup after losing, 8 rounds in a row. You don't usually expect that. You're not ready for that if you're Cloud9. I'm sure that caught them off guard. But now Cloud9 knows what they're going up against. They know they're going up against a double op. JKS gets on the board with that, his first kill of the game. And I actually think he might have switched spots. I believe he used to play B, if I'm not mistaken. Automatic throwing a Molotov into connector, flashing behind him, and you still gets full blind. So if Automatic saw him there, it does not look like he did though. Maybe not.
Skadoodle is going to
take some out.
Regardless if he saw him or not, yeah, Skadoodle catching him pretty quickly there. And then Nothing chiming in for a second kill against DM here. JKS trying to play aggressively, but he misses Stewie on the right side of that area. Azur with a good peek, at least out from the window room, finding Automatic. But this may be too much damage too quickly, even with that recovery kill against Automatic. Azur now going back into the B-bomb site, where there's already a large T presence here. And not only in the site, but also lurked in through the market at this point, too. Adder is having to watch out for that one, and the flashbang is perfect right in Azur's face. They spotted him peeking back out, and it's not only here, but also back over outside of market. Nothing was able to eliminate Adder.
Yeah, and they win that round, and they go right back to getting reset. So they're going to be able to buy here, but if they lose this, they're going to be on another eco, and it's just looking just disastrous for Renegades. And I'm telling you, Blue, it's so weird, man. It seems like this Renegades team has gotten worse and worse over this past year. I hate to harp on it, but it's like we saw like such a lot of good things from them even last season, and it just seems like their play has started like devolving more and more. As they actually do opt to save here, I'm a bit surprised by that.
Yeah, so now they just try to play it aggressively again with pretty much everywhere on B. You've obviously got Ustillo pushed inside of the smoke. I'm amazed they haven't tried to spot him yet. He's pushed up very far. They've seen him now, though, so they're going to be able to fish him out. And that 3-stack over towards T-ramp on A hasn't really been met with much either. There's a very small presence of Ts going through that area. Well, Yam gets a bit lucky there. Nothing kind of just walks right out into him.
Hey, Nothing.
But in the meantime, I think they actually, they've just seen the bomb, too. That's Azur sneaking up towards it, so they've got that going for them at the very least. It's going to get a little crazy here, and Azur's even going to hide behind the little walk up there, too, and he's able to find Skadoodle off of that, so holding on for now. Now they've got a man advantage at Azur. He's got an op with armor sitting behind it as well, but Stewie will try to put an end to all this chaos as he does fall back outside of the T-ramp. He's picked up one. Rounding this corner, though, is going to be the toughie, because that's where you have the op position now from Azur. The flashbang going high, doesn't connect. It does flush away Azur, but JKS was the other player that hasn't been accounted for yet. He was inside a palace, so he's able to surprise. And now, all of a sudden, this is looking a little bit dodgy for C9, as we have Automatic and Shroud both trying to push back. The good news is that this is going to be the end battle right here. All 3 players are in this general area, so if they can still frag out, then they're going to be in good shape. But they've all picked up guns at this point, too. Shroud trying to push his way in. Automatic is spotting that kill over there in the hall as he picks that one up. And now Azur's going to be testing the 2v1. He's getting the support from JKS, but JKS is still in a CZ. Azur holds, traded out by 1, but JKS saves the day. And it's an upset round from the Renegades on essentially a full save.
Yeah, basically a full save there. I'm not sure what Nothing was doing, just jumping out of the balcony. And Cloud9 doesn't control the map at all at A. I think they might have walked through A ramp, and maybe Stewie was halls. I'm not sure. Wasn't paying attention to the minimap at the start of the round, but regardless, I mean, they get a multitude of kills. I think it was 3 kills where no player from C9 even had a chance of getting the frag.
Now Skadoodle posting up behind the top boxes here, waiting to see if he can spot anyone in a window, but okay, Skadoodle went a little bit faster than that. It's crouching through it for a second. It looked like the Molotov. So he's brought down to 3 HP, and he has to fall back.
That's actually a small advantage, but a pretty big one, knowing nobody's behind the box, especially if Yam continues to catwalk like that. That's a lot of information gained. He goes more passive on it. Not sure if I agree on that. I think when you have an advantage like that, you need to exploit it and possibly even win a round because of it. Because if he's opping middle like that, these underpass kills are really easy to get if you know that nobody's top mid.
Well, we have Adder who's going to take a chance at them right now, but he's actually knocked out by nothing there. So the response does roll in. Still a bit of a heavy cost to nothing, which is going to be capitalized upon by Azar now. Picks up the second kill of this round, but Automatic waiting. They've got a double peek on this one, so him and Shroud are going to be able to handle that. But then there's Yam back over here on the catwalk. Finds Automatic, takes him down. But Skadoodle and Shroud are so heavily lit right now. 3 HP, as you remember, from Skadoodle in the early round. And now Stewie, he tries to sneak his way back in over to this site, but it's not going to work out. And now we have a combined HP of 11 for the remaining 2 players on C9 here. Shroud tries to push in. He actually does spot JKS as he's trying to hide behind the box. And Skadoodle finds a long range shot over by the ramp, too. So they may be able to clutch this one out. Yustillo, though, could still put an easy stop to this one. 2 flashbangs to retake with it. He almost has the peak from Skadoodle, but he still recovers. And with 3 HP, picks up 2 out of the 5 kills. And Cloud9 has a bit of an upset round there as well.
Yeah, I mean, almost no HP on Shroud and Skadoodle, but just great kill by Ska I mean, all 3 of the kills were pretty fantastic by Skadoodle and Shroud there. And now Renegades is just... I mean, I don't think you can come back from this. It's 2-10. You're ecoing. Almost surely going to be an 11th round for Cloud9, and just everything points for Cloud9. You know, just winning this game and winning this game pretty easily.
Yeah, this is going to be an even lighter eco than we had in the past round before when they were able to upset. They at least had CZs, and a couple players bought up with armor in that one. But this time it's just going to be those upgraded pistols and the single CZ sitting on Yam. It's fast mid-control from Cloud9 in the first couple seconds here. And there's basically 0 resistance from the Australian side of things. They've gone aggressive towards the Palace and T ramping up, but they're not going to spot anything. Cloud9 went full, with the exception of Automatic here, in towards mid. So everybody having control here. And basically using this as a staging ground to execute into either site that they would choose to. Nothing may actually find us a bit of a nasty surprise there at the end of the apartments, but Shroud's been given free connector control. He's going to walk right up. Adder waiting on the other side. There is a bit of a setup outside here, but he's going to smoke on the other end of it to prevent himself from being immediately knocked out. So there's the path back in. Nothing, though, actually does see Yustillo in that corner there. Checking that one. There's still one more to go. And he's seeing the spray from it now. Having a little bit of trouble chasing down Yam, however, so he'll remain alive for the time being, but catching the drop down, and there we go. Yam has now been eliminated, and Shroud's going to start executing the players on the A-bomb site. He does get overwhelmed by Adder, but then Skadoodle catches him when he tries to go for the cross to retrieve his AK. Last one standing is going to be Azar, and he's really disconnected from the action way over here on the A site, so it is going to be a very slow, but a very easy 11th for C9.
Yeah, pretty easy round for Cloud9 there. I mean, they kind of split across the map. Nothing, lurking towards B, kind of fighting him, you know, by himself there. Doesn't make the same mistake that he did the round before of just walking through the smoke. Instead, takes it a little bit more calculated, a little bit more methodical, and gets those 2 kills to open up that bomb site. So they kind of put pressure. They gave up the A site, but they still had pressure at A, because Shroud was in connector smoking off jungle, so they really don't know if they could be, you know, coming A through connector or not, and that kind of, you know, opens up B. It makes you kind of second guess everything if you're Renegades.
And so off of that, we go into our last couple of rounds here. The last real big investment, in theory, from the Renegade side, if they continue to lose these rounds here. JKS the last to buy up. Possible decision for a double op setup coming in here in a second, but no, he just decides to roll with the rifle instead. So he'll pick that one up, and again, it's your fairly standard buy-in here from the CTs. Decent utility. 1 downgrade can be seen over there in Yustillo, but other than that, it's pretty straightforward. As the rest of C9, again, also spreading into their default pattern here. 2-1-2 across the map. Skadoodle waiting for peeks and connector, and he's going to get it, too. The smoke was imperfect, but I think he just barely edges the shot off through the wall. So Gomez/Adder is going to be able to survive with 21 HP.
Yeah, and it's just odd to see, Blue. You know, I go back to what we were talking about before, just this Renegades team. I mean, they were looking really strong last season. I mean, what are they? What's their record so far this season? Big old 0, right? 0-4.
0-4 is what we were just told.
Yeah, 0-4 right now. And I mean, last season they were competing for playoffs.
They got it. No, they didn't. They were competing. They got it. They turned it down because they wanted to go play for the majors.
Oh yeah, it was because they wanted to play in the minors. Yeah. So you go from making playoffs into all of a sudden, probably almost certainly going 0-5 to start the season.
And we can see here, Azar is able to find success off of the early aggressive play they made for mid control here. He pushes himself up. He is going to be spotted now. They're tossing nades out, so Automatic will be able to punish that one. The rest of the team getting ready to deploy right here into the 8-bomb. So it's going to take a minute for Automatic to regroup, obviously, here, but the others are ready to roll in, and we can see mollying out underneath. Won't be finding anyone there. It's just JKS in the site right now, but more on the way. But no, JKS along with Adder, they get a bit of a lineup there. Skadoodle trading out for 1 kill, but now they're in a 2v3. They're still waiting for Automatic to get into a position to execute out of Palace here. They are starting to divert more attention towards mid, but oh, beautiful on the peak from Automatic. Just gets the double tap on Yam to destroy him. The only one left in the site now is going to be Gomez/Adder, but he's sitting way back here behind Ticket. They do have a flank on the way, though, from Ustillo. Molly's going to flood up. I think that's a little bit too far off the mark, so Adder should be safe to stay in this position. Oh, it's getting close, but I think he's good. Yeah, they'll be able to stay in that spot now. Flashbangs and whatnot to hold him off. They still have their ace in the hole, though, working its way around the corner. I'm not sure if anybody from C9 is even checking for that currently. Skadoodle has himself 100% centered on this peak from Adder, and as he swings out, well, down will go Adder. They know where Skadoodle is now. You still have Casual one tap, but he cannot get the second one. Automatic closes the loop and allows for C9 to go 12-2.
Yeah, I'm not sure why the CT spawn player peaked. You want to let the CT spawn player peak after the A Halls player gets the kill. Because obviously what's going to happen is that A Halls player gets the kill, the other guy looks towards A Halls, and then the CT spawn player can kill him, right? It'll divert the attention towards him. They kind of did it backwards there, and the CT spawn player peaked first. Skadoodle there to punish him.
Well, Automatic is going to swing right up this time. There was a great flashbang, too. He spots the player underneath. There's another one from Tripstack that they are able to bait out. Shroud's able to dispatch of JKS with the trade. Shroud, again, though, continuing to rack up the kills. And they've even got an advanced position on Cat right now. So Yam's already down to 20. Amazing he can get one more kill. But Stewie, again, just going off here, looking for the headshots. Although that's actually going to lead to his own death, as he didn't really have a secure position himself. He's still hopping out of the hot box that's going to be over there inside of the sniper window. Just barely survives it. 6 HP. He does have to hop right back in, however, as he has to move in for the retake here now, and it's not looking too good. He's got, obviously a decent amount of utility to work on this, but with only 6 HP, it is going to be incredibly hard to pull anything off. Was ready to toss out a smoke and a flashbang, but canceled it. Now he's going to go for it, and he blinds himself. So that's going to end pretty quickly at the hands of Skadoodle, and that will end the half as well, ladies and gentlemen. 13-2. A very strong lead for Cloud9, and we'll see if the Renegades can fight back at all here in just a few moments, guys. Stick around for more action right here at the ESL Pro League.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
And welcome back again, ladies and gentlemen, here to the ESL Pro League. We're in what's a fairly one-sided matchup currently. A couple mess-ups there by C9, but overall, a pretty flawless half. 13-2 overall in their favor now, so they've got a pretty big lead going into the second half here on Mirage versus the Renegades.
Yeah, I mean, not even really close, though. One of the rounds Renegades wins, it's a USP round, essentially, right? Cloud9 just in complete control the entire time, and it's so weird to me how... And it's happened to a couple teams, actually. No offense to Trace, but it happened to Cloud9 as well. I remember one time that, like sometimes these teams, they, not this iteration of Cloud9, but it happened a long time ago when they boot camped in Europe, and they actually, somehow got worse, and they boot camped after, 2 months. And it's like, I've seen this from Renegades. They live together, right? Their entire job in life is essentially playing Counter-Strike, right? Like, you're moving from your country to the United States just to play Counter-Strike, and somehow you're getting worse over time. It just like does not make any sense to me, right? That should not happen.
Yeah.
So there's got to be like some type of an issue, like something is wrong, you know, like just and is not clicking and working right.
Well, it's going to be fast out indoors A from the Renegades here. Yam was trying to distract at B, but that didn't go very well. He was immediately shut down by Shroud. Stewie is actually going to get pushed back. We've seen this before from another team, actually, where they got really aggressive and pushed all the way in towards CT spawn, but it did backfire. Thankfully, they're not going to commit as heavily as that other team. I believe it was Selfless that did this a couple weeks ago. But now, they just fall back into the site, and this will basically turn into just a 4v4 retake here now for C9. They're keeping it quiet. Oh, up until that point, when Shroud walks right up, automatic, he's able to hold on, no one counter trade it as he takes down Ustillo. Now we're still even, still in that nice little 3v3 position, but everybody else on the CT side is wrapping back out directly here through the steps across JKS from behind the trip stack. It's one, has the last two actually lined up here. Automatic has been able to trade, but not until after JKS got those 2 kills. Scududo found 1-2, but now this goes into a 1v1. Tapping the bomb. Adder, though, playing so patiently, hiding into the backside here. Automatic with the 1 tap, though, but he's not going to have enough time to defuse the bomb, so the Renegades will still win the pistol.
Yeah, and that's something they definitely need. I wonder if Cloud9's going to opt to buy here, or if they want to make sure they have like utility for that 4th round, or if they're really going to try to just, you know, essentially end it right here if they do win this round, or if they're just going to play for kind of the long game because they do have such a lead. If I was them, I probably wouldn't buy. I would do exactly what they're doing. And this way, they're going to have a lot of nades, a lot of utility on that 4th round gun round to really stop the Renegades playstyle, essentially, which is to just try to run you over.
Yeah. And so C9 here just investing. The only investment actually that we see is on automatic with the P250. Everybody else full saving. They distract though. Nothing's able to, Stewie and Nothing are able to combine themselves to sneak in this kill here in the connector. They do try to leap back out, and I think that's going to be the end of them pretty quickly. Shroud's in mid. He's missed the party, unfortunately, though. There's nothing else to be seen here. But backing up, holding this little bit of a post where he does have a slight potential angle advantage versus Azure. Is waiting for him there. Now he's been digged though, and Azure obviously does not want to take a chance on that duel and dropping the gun. They need to be as economically viable as possible here. And thankfully, it will remain rather clean for the Renegades on that round. They only lose Ustillo. I think Azure ends up with a 4K on the round.
Yeah, and I mean, even here, it's like, I mean, I'll be honest, like, they very well could have won the round if they did that same setup and just had like P250 armor, because there was no pop flashing connector. The Molotov window missed from Renegades. There was, I don't even know if they smoked off Catwalk while they were coming through connector. It was so sloppy. Like, literally the only reason they won that round is because they just had P250s, or P2Ks and USBs.
Yep, and so now we see a bit of a heavier investment from the C9 side of things. At least upgraded pistols this time with armor sitting behind it and little bits of utility here. And there's still nothing necessarily substantial. But based on what we saw in the last round, it could prove to be enough to do a hell of a lot more damage to the members of the Renegades. So now they're playing it a lot passively as well. They're sitting back. They haven't deployed Azure through underpass to get himself in towards mid just yet. They have 3 more stacked up on top mid. And meanwhile, over towards T-Spawn, we did have JKS push forward a little bit here to execute if the need should arise. But we're not going to be seeing any of that yet. They're kind of just hanging back right now to see if C9 are going to try anything. But they're also remaining pretty plastered in their positions too. It's a 4-1 stack for those CTs. 4 in A and kind of also watching mid from the connector. And then only 1, and that's going to be Stewie watching out for a play towards B. And thankfully, the Renegades do seem to be taking the B route at this point, which means C9 are going to have to get a quick read on this and rotate their own players in. But I mean, they're not really being quiet about this whole B play thing, so they're going to be able to get note of this pretty early on, and hopefully Stewie's going to be able to get himself into a semi-decent position to play it out. Automatic leaping back over. They have dispatched of Stewie, so the site is open. They'll be able to get their plant going. Nothing going to swing back in. Automatic finding that 1 kill, but then he's still trading into market there as you just saw against Nothing. Now the remaining 3 trying to set up a perimeter here, primarily for exits, I'm going to imagine, but they may also just attempt to go for this to do any additional damage here before they eventually still have an inevitable round win in their sleeves.
No, I think they're going to try to win it. Scudoodle, if he can get this kill, could really open it up for Shroud and Automatic. And really, do you really care about saving a Galil when you're going to get fully armored up in the next coming round? I think it's definitely smart to go for that and try to get more kills on the board. But they're only probably going to be able to get 2. We'll see if they can, you know, end up killing Ustillo here, or maybe Azra as he pushes towards CT Spawn.
And Automatic just angling this one out. Nice shot from Ustillo. Mid-air headshot against Automatic to take him out, but Shroud also has the good lineup against Azure here now, so bomb will explode, and they are trying to chase him back down, but not too much to a certain degree, though, as we can see. They're a bit hesitant, actually, to chase that one out, so only coming at the end of the round. And Azur, Gomez, and Yam all to reinvest here in the first gun round.
Yeah, but I think Renegades, even if they lose this upcoming round, will be able to purchase in the next round. So as long as they get good kills, they could force Cloud9 on a save either this next round or even if they lose this round and win the following round.
Yam is going to deploy himself out towards top mid very, very quickly. Stewie is to be very careful about that peek. Was just giving himself out. That might have been for the bait against Yam, though. Or he won't fully commit to it, so Yam is going to remain quiet for now. The rest of them, though, on the Renegade side, again, just that default spread, 1-3-1 across the map here. One player watching out for any aggression in A, another one watching for B play, and obviously he's going to transition through the underpass in a moment here. And then the rest are trying to go for that top mid control so that they can use that as a staging ground to get access to one of the 2 bomb sites.
And this is very, very default from Renegades. This is as default as you get on Mirage. They smoke out window, they take top mid control. But the way Cloud9 is playing, Renegades should be able to execute into anything that they want, whether they want to do like a catwalk and a B split, get somebody set up middle, send for A, do a connector and A split, whatever they want. Cloud9 is kind of letting them have it. They do have a little bit of connector presence because they're smoking one way in it, but even then, if they wait out these smokes, they should be able to set up in anything.
So now they're actually going to fall back from mid entirely and wrap back around, I think, just into direct A execute here, since they're a little bit hesitant to move in for that actual control. C9, in the meantime, still holds a lot of pressure on mid, so they will have to adjust into that one, as currently it's really only Skadoodle watching out for the site.
Yeah, but this is good. I mean, they have a ton of nades. Cloud9's playing a retake setup. Stewie dies to Azur in underpass, so this should be like a round win for Renegades.
Now they are going to push themselves in. Nothing trying to rotate back up to it. Skadoodle's seen it. They're not watching for the steps position, so Nothing dips in for a free kill. Skadoodle catches another one as Adder peeks out into the open enough for him to chip him off there, so he's going to get eliminated, and now they're down to 2 all of a sudden. Scratch that down to 1 now. It's up to Yustillo. It was a 1v4. He's managed to bring it down to a 1v3, but he's out of time. 8 seconds left. He's got to commit this plant. He's got a bit of a lineup here in the connector. He got the one in the back. He knows there's one more behind the plywood, but he's out of time. Just throwing away the guns as he runs away here, trading it out to the op as he does retreat, and ultimately C9 win it on the timer.
Yeah, and that's my biggest gripe about Renegades right there. When they went into that A exec, what did they do? They threw like a Molotov and a flash. And if you looked at their inventory, I think they had 3 or 4 smokes, 3 or 4 Molotovs, flashbangs. They were in such a good position to just utilize their utility and kind of mess with Cloud9 and do whatever you want. And instead, they just go and just walk up into Skadoodle's off and CT spawn.
Skadoodle sitting on a 16-8 record currently. He's going to have no problems at all playing it aggressively out here towards mid. Him and his doppelganger on the other side here is going to be Yam, is hunting for him in that window position. Doesn't spot him, but Yustillo does. He will be able to eliminate Skadoodle nice and early into the round. Presence in mid is certainly not gone just yet, as we can see Automatic sneaking in here. He eliminates Adder, puts us back down into another even battle. And beyond this, all will go quiet as Renegades will hesitate again until we can actually get Azur confidently out to hold a better position here. He does end up falling back, and the rest of the team, again, still stuck at top mid right now, so no real progress made in these first 30, 40 seconds of the round.
Yeah, and again, they're in a very good position. They have almost full nades right now. Quite a few flashbangs, Molotovs, and smokes to work with in a 4v4 on Mirage. But having said that, we'll see if they could deal with this A retake setup as they are having Azur walk into B. Shroud's in a great position to deal with this, though.
They've used all of the CT utility as well here, so there's a single molly and a flashbang sitting left on Stewie and Nothing. Stewie's going to take the first battle here. Shroud is able to spot Azur, so they know that that presence is going to be gone in about 5 to 10 seconds here, but they swing in. They have not accounted for the guy in jungle just yet. Nothing is free reign over, but they've eliminated Stewie, so they've got that going for them. Nothing is having so much trouble finding the guy on steps, but Automatic makes this for free. Yeah. He's looking at the complete wrong direction. He spots another one back over there by the CT cross, and that'll be Yustillo now having to fall back and watch 2 angles at once, since JKS has completely abandoned his own position on the ramp to wrap back around over towards Palace there to hold possibly a better angle. Yustillo, nice spray through the box, but it's not going to do nearly enough damage as he would have liked here. Now he's going to be pressured in a moment. First up by Shroud, he's able to hold for that one, picking up the first kill. Now JKS is going to come in on the flank. They'll be able to dual peek this one. Yustillo finding the kill, Nothing trading it, and Yustillo's so low. Nothing needs that frag, but no, he cannot get it. Yustillo holds on with 2 HP and clutches it out for the Renegades with a 1v3.
Yeah, great clutch by Yustillo. And whenever you play against Cloud9, you know, I think we've watched them enough to realize that they have a very, as they're going to be saving here, or maybe force buying because they are on double eco, so they might do that, which looks like they will do. And if they lose this, they'll probably save the following round. But anyways, they are so disciplined with their rotates that I don't think sending one guy at one side of the map to try to kill somebody and then executing on the other side is anything worthwhile. I actually think it's a lot better to have that player lurk, because Shroud never rotates. If you ever watch Shroud, he just never rotates until he sees bomb, until he's 100% sure he should rotate. And the same with the others. They play very, very disciplined. So I think if you play against Cloud9, if you're a team watching this, you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't try to 4-1 with the one person trying to take, an aggressive stance somewhere, which Cloud9 does all the time, by the way, on their T side. But Stewie gets a 1D on Catwalk, making it 4v5 right away.
And off of that, of course, again, we see a very, very slow Renegades trying to move in for mid-control here, smoking out the window and whatnot. Azure trying to push up. He's not seen, I don't believe anyway, that he's seen Skadoodle. He's too close into the wall here initially. But he may be able to catch one or two of them on the actual push inside the site if they do go for another A play here. They fall back from top mid again, but they're wrapping right around towards T-Ramp and Palace. So that will lead into that site where there's still a very heavy stack from C9 set up here. The only one that's on the other side is going to be Stewie. And he's down at 50 HP, but still, he'll be rotating over in a moment as soon as they see all the pressure rotating into this A-bomb site. With 30 seconds left, obviously against Pistols, they do have a little bit more of a time buffer working for them here, but they still need to execute this soon, and they're going to go for it. Skadoodle's knocked out there, but Automatic is able to trade against Azure. They've countered out the mid-pressure, so it's all just on the ramp now, and they're actually doing a beautiful job of holding this one off with the limited amount of utility they do have. Adder moving in, trades out one frag, but they're continuing to impact now with their own rifles to work with here. Automatic leaps across the sandwich and finishes things off against Adder to put Cloud9 up to match point now. Yeah, that's the same eco round that they've done every single time. They put 4 towards A, Stewie will play B by himself. This round he goes towards Catwalk, gets a kill, and that makes it so easy for them if they run into that Cloud9 stack around, connector. They do a mid-round aggression, and the other thing I want people to note is that they had that smoke and connector, and they waited. They waited. They didn't use it, in any dumb fashion. They waited, and then they finally used it when Renegades wanted to do something in middle, which was around the minute mark. Then they used it. Then Renegades like, shoot, all right, let's go back to A together. And it kind of halted any progress that Renegades wanted to make. Well, we have Stewie sitting back down here now, waiting for the eventual A pressure to push its way back in, as that has been the favorite play so far from the Aussies in this half. This time, though, it's a bit more split up as we can look across the map. They finally abandoned their mid-pressure that they've been always trying to go for here in the early round. And, a bit of a mess up there, but it's not going to be too big of a deal. Doesn't end up connecting onto any of the teammates there. It just ends up dropping itself a little bit earlier than they would have liked. So they double molly this one off. Nothing pushes in, grabs a kill, and that's the bomb, too. So now they can rotate heavily off of B. And the players moving in from mid, well, they may be spotted early. Up close, though, on this T-ramp. They're not making any progress at all. And the guy on Cat just did even more damage to them as they try to cross back in. There they go. And just like that, Cloud9 finished taking control of it. And I believe we'll end around 16-6 as the final scoreline there in the favor of C9. Again, very one-sided. We saw a little bit of fight from the Australians there in the second half, but definitely not nearly enough to make a comeback. No, and I mean, again, we're seeing very similar things from Renegades, where if you look at that game and you look at how Cloud9 uses their utility and they really get the most out of it, right? I think SK for me is probably the best team in the world at using utility properly, but Cloud9 kind of takes a lot from them and they use their utility really, really well. And Renegades does the complete opposite. Almost all the utility that they purchase, the nades that they use, they don't use them, they don't utilize them correctly, and that's like the major difference between these two teams. And if you watch that Mirage demo, I think it shows a lot of the Renegades deficiencies. All right, guys, so we're going to send it back over to our analysis desk to break down more of map number one. Map number one. Stada, take it away.
Map number one. All right. 16-6 for Cloud9 there on Mirage. I mean, probably how we forecast it going, about the appropriate scoreline.
Yeah, and it didn't even look like it was going to get to that point. At one point, it looked like this might be a shutout. This might be a 16-2, 16-3. I mean, a 13-2 first half. Just absolutely unreal performance from Cloud9. And again, a lot of mistakes right now coming in from Renegades. No, absolutely. Let's look now at, really Stewie capitalizing on the misplay there of Renegades. Walk us through this one, Bach. All right, so you can see it's a 3v2. It seems like it's a situation that Renegades should easily cap off. Stewie's in B apartments, and he's got the bomb. He's falling back towards the TV room, decides to double back and go towards B. His teammate all the way over on A. That's Skadoodle. Both of these guys are pretty low on HP as well. Skadoodle sitting at 9 and Stewie sitting pretty low himself. Skadoodle now sitting in T-spawn. He's going to pick one off, rotating in from behind. That's Azza going down. Now, Stewie has to, plant the bomb in the site. He has no cover from his team. So he has, if there's a player from Renegades here, they kill him, and it's a 1v2 with with Skadoodle halfway across the map, that's a round for Renegades. Instead, for whatever reason, with the way this went down, with Skadoodle finding that kill on Azza flanking, they assume the bomb is A for the longest time. And once they finally realize the bomb's not there, they've already lost so much clock time to work with. And the bomb is planted beautifully here for C9. There's really little that Renegades would be able to do. They've got a nice flash set up. They've got Stewie and Skadoodle both on catwalk, and once Skadoodle gets there, that's pretty much the deal breaker. Renegades has already started rotating away.
You know, and absolutely big ups there on Stu to recognize, you know, what he could do in that moment with them sort of, you know, passing by. And he obviously he's able to get there and get that plant down. Really smart play from Stu there.
Yeah, and that was something that we had kind of profiled coming into this game. You know, as much as people like to highlight his statistics and his performance in game, his mechanical skill, also very bright. You know, a student of the game, so to speak.
No, absolutely. Cloud9 was able to go up 8-1 on T side. Pretty much hardcore uncontested there, especially when you see rounds like that pan out. You know, this Cloud9 team has never been a huge fan of playing Mirage, at least back in the day. And then them to see them kind of, you know, hey, you know, we'll give it a go, right? Yeah. And then to come in here and say, all right, well, we're playing Renegades. They're not doing so hot. Just come out. And I believe in the words of Mr. Stromberg, they pulled it out.
They whipped it out.
They whipped it out.
Sometimes you just have to whip it out. That's according to him. I mean, a 13-2 first half from the T side, not from their CT side. So Renegades is on the CT side. They just could not manage to stop what was happening. And a big problem, too, was money. They just couldn't get their money in order.
Let's talk about round 12. Cloud9 coming in here in a low HP, winning a 2v3. Walk us through it.
I mean, at this point, you know, Stewie drops in. He sees the nade come out from JKS underneath the balcony, so this should be a round for Renegades. Again, they've got the numbers, and 11 HP total between Shroud and Skadoodle. Shroud gets the kill on the guy behind default box. Skadoodle suddenly picks off the man CT, and now it's down to Ustillo. And even still, this should be a winnable round, just given the health. He's got double flashbang, but it goes back to what Dazed had said. He doesn't use it. He just peeks out dry, tries to catch a player running off of default box, maybe going underneath the balcony. And as a result, Cloud9 grabs a round that maybe they shouldn't have won.
I think the obvious pitfall here for this Renegade team is they're just very disorganized CT side. Obviously, you can't... You go down 13-2 on your CT side, and then, you know, you go into the second half, and it's more than an uphill battle at that point.
Yeah, I mean, they had a mountain built in front of them that they had to climb over, and they just never had enough time.
It looked like, you know, obviously they struggled a lot there. I think that disorganization obviously left them, you'd see guys fighting 1 versus X situations where they really didn't have to rather than wait on their teammates and rather, you know, use actual team play.
Yeah, there were some points where communication seemed a bit off. Like there was a round earlier where Dazed had highlighted this as well. You know, they have a man in Palace and a man CT slope, and he's pushing up CT. He decides to shoot from CT before his teammate from Palace peeks. So rather than bait the player inside out, the guy CT peeks, he dies, and now it's a 1 versus 2 for the man in Palace. So even though the guy in Palace gets a nice one tap on the man, I think it was Skadoodle, who was triple with the AWP, he has no idea where that last player is. He has no intel because his teammate died before they could figure anything out.
Okay, well, that's not all she wrote there for Renegades. They're going to get a second chance. We're going to go into cash after this commercial break. Make sure you guys keep it tuned in right here.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
All right, we're back after watching that Cloud9 Renegades game there on Mirage. 16-6 for Cloud9.
Yeah, Cloud9, they just look ridiculously dominant.
Almost in the same fashion when they took 25-1 to the road to the Pro League Finals last year. But we're not going back to last year. Let's talk about going to the Pro League Finals this year in Dallas. Get your tickets right now at proleague.com/Dallas, where you can probably see Bach there and play with his beard a little bit if you want.
I mean, if they want to have a booth, I'll charge $1. I did tell you about my experience, right? A woman who may or may not have had one too many that pet my beard at a store where you buy more of what she had already had too many of.
What? I mean,
she just came up to me. She said, "Can
cookies,
I?"
Right?
She said, "Can I?" And she just started touching my beard.
Outstanding. Well, let's talk about some of the cash you spent in there, but more so the cash that we're going to have played out in front of us right now with Renegades and Cloud9. Obviously, Cloud9's still the favorite to go into this one. And I think at this point, it's much more so of a just overpowering entity that Cloud9 is in the server right now.
Yeah, I think just in general, like Renegades made a lot of mistakes. They definitely didn't look like the team that made playoffs last season. But when Renegades had everything they needed to win a round, like a 2 versus 3 with the HP advantage and positional advantage, Cloud9 was still winning, and it was all off of individual talent. Like, there's no reason why Cloud9 should win a 2 versus 3 with 11 combined HP.
Well, standing by to give us more analysis on cash with Cloud9 is going to be Eric DeBear Stromberg, who's going to be rocking an American accent this time around. I'm absolutely sure of it. Take it away, DeBears.
Thank you, Stunna. We're going to take a look in Cloud9 on cash, and we're going to see what they do against NIP on this first gun round. Now, as you can see, this is the 4th round, first gun round. They want to win this round. You got Cloud9. Looks like a typical B hit. But one thing that they do a little differently from most other teams is they completely smoke off checkers and ignore it. They don't go in there because, one, this person vents like Forrest, who just he had to kind of force him to push through the smoke, try to get the kills, is that if you take over checkers room, you're going to get crossfired on if they're in vents. It's very hard to peek towards vents and to peek behind you at the same time. So Cloud9 is like, no more. Just ignore it. Let's just forget about checkers. Let's just take in the bomb site. Let's just smoke off and Molotov everything else, completely ignore checkers. And it works so well that they took away the risk of clearing checkers. They waited till they take the B-bomb site and then clear checkers, because there's a lot of crossfires these days where there's a guy vents and a guy behind the checker room box. And so very nice played by Cloud9. And back to you, Stunna.
Thank you to Bears. Awesome. Per the usual, still no tracksuit, but
still no. Yeah.
It happens. Now, to focus a little bit more here on Cloud9 on cash, obviously they're the more dominant team going to the server. We've said that about 50 times, but what more can we expect out of this C9 team going into this one?
All right, so if you remember, we watched them play against Winter Fox recently, and what ended up happening was Cloud9 got super aggressive. Stewie's opping, he's pushing B. Nothing is winning clutch situations. It was just consistent individual play that was getting them round wins. Basically, exactly what we just saw on Mirage.
Well, I think it's definitely one of these situations where Stewie has to come out and he has to just lay it out on the table. And to bring us that action is going to be the Blue and Days combo. Take it away, Blazed.
All right, yeah, thank you very much, Stunna. We are getting prepped for our second map, but it's back to the usual maps here in the North American side. It's cash again. It's going to be the Aussies versus the North Americans once again, as well as Renegade's going to take another crack at it here on cash.
Yeah, and I think cash, there's been times where they've been pretty impressive on cash. I remember seeing them do A executes, getting on the boost, throwing really nice nades from the boost box towards highway and A, and then like faking A, bringing people out on the boost and kind of pinching towards A and things of that nature. But that comes down to using your utility properly. And you know what? We haven't been seeing that from Renegades. I do hope, in their case, that they're going to be more comfortable on cash, that this is going to be a closer game, that they could really, show us, like, their talent as individuals is not showing up in the server. I know how good these guys are. I've played against them. I've played with them in Rank S and whatnot. As individuals, they're very technically sound, technically talented. They just need to play that way as a team, use their utility properly as a team, not make these individual peaks and mistakes that we consistently see all 5 players really make.
All All right, guys, well, it is time to jump into it now. Cloud9 will be starting off on the CT side here. The Renegades over on the T side. Let's get directly into it and see if they have a little bit of a better time here on this map, as unfortunately the fight just wasn't really there. Back on Mirage. To open things up, we are going to see the Renegades go for a pretty decisive push towards the A-bomb site, in all honesty. No boosts or anything like that. They're just going directly in A main. 2 of them are, I should say. Whereas the other 3 are actually going to sneak through the squeaky hallway up to that door and see if they can find an entry point from that position. Skadoodle will be the one trying to fend this back off, but they did buy smokes and flashbangs, and it's right in Skadoodle's face at start, so he cannot do anything to resist this, but he gets the bomb. Hello, and he's going to look for even more than that, but unfortunately won't be the case. Smokes are blocking off the rest of the CTs currently, so they can't do anything to respond to that kill they just got on Skadoodle. Nothing trying to move in, but Automatic just taps onto Azur, destroys him, finds a second one here onto Yam, and then even gets a third against Ustillo as well. JKS trying to respond, but now he's stuck in the corner. They can already commit to this defuse here. There's no problems on it at all. They're swinging, they're playing with the door. This is the end of the round. There's nothing that JKS can do, and when the door finally swings open enough, Automatic just destroys JKS through it. Beautiful opener from Automatic.
Yeah, quick flank by Stewie into the door there, but the real MVP of that round was actually Nothing's flashbang. We saw Skadoodle blind in a site for a long time. He was able to stay alive for a while and get a kill, but only because Nothing's flashbang came so quickly from that white truck. That really allowed Skadoodle that time to get unblind, get that kill, and kind of delay any type of plant from Renegades. By the time they got that plant, Automatic flanking A main, I think it was. Stewie flanking the door. Renegades not able to set up in time. Now we see them saving. This is a beautiful...
It's a big sticker.
What is going on?
It's the sticker glitch.
I've never seen that before. That's a common thing?
Yeah. It sometimes goes away when you just change players. But yeah, there's sometimes like the stickers just bug out and they just float in midair in front of the gun. So the 3v1 are the trades that start this one off here. So he actually bites off a bit more than he can choose, so he has to go back on cover. But the repeak with his default pistol is going to be enough to close it out. Adder and Azur go down pretty quickly after that.
Yeah, so very fast cleanup by Renegades. You know, they are saving there. They're going to get a bye coming this round. No, we'll see if there's an AWP coming out. I don't think there will be from Cloud9. I'm a big fan of this. I told you this before, Blue, when you know they're going to buy third round and you actually just kind of, you know, save like a USP or whatever. The second round, and getting off that third round, I think is a game changer. They don't smoke middle. Cloud9 doesn't, and sets up in a 1-3-1 right off the bat. Nothing gets flashed in. I think that's a little bit too obvious of what you're doing. Yam getting boosted, though, just dies to Automatic for free, coming from those sandbags. So that's just an easy frag for him. When you're set up and you know how to play the sandbags, you're always going to get that kill on that first boost kill.
With smoke from Azur here as well, crossed into the door a little bit too quickly, so it bounces off the side. And now Skadoodle's wrapped back up. He's been able to get free access to 2 of his opponents here. Even chimes in for a third. Just easy pickings right now for C9. And JKS is already your LMS here, stuck inside of A main. He does finish the job against Skadoodle. There's a lot more than that. He finds the second one, but turns his back for the third, and that's where Automatic is going to close out here and put C9 on the board for the first gun round.
Yeah, they end the round with 3 alive. You know, Skadoodle with multiple kills. What is that? 3 kills that they dump through the main smoke with AKs % ump. So I don't know, man. Just not the best strategical play by Renegades. You know, I made that tweet and I said, you know, like it's very odd that Renegades is just like getting worse, it seems, right? And a couple guys responded to me. Zeus responded to me, and he said, well, in practice, they all just kind of fight and just hold W, and all you can do is just sit there and wait, you know? And then a couple other pro players and coaches, you know, responded back, and they're like, yeah, this is absolutely true. It just seems like when we practice against them, they're just, you know, they're all just rushing you and peeking you. So it's like, you kind of practice the way you play, right? And that's going to translate directly into what's going to happen in a server. And yeah, you might be able to beat certain teams like that. You know, a lot of the lower teams in Pro League even, you know, and I don't expect Renegades to get delegated or, you know, relegated to Premier or anything like that, because I think they're better than that. And I think they will get quite a few wins on the season, as they're just going to come beat to just 2 players holding and Shroud and nothing. But, you know, as they are just probably going to clean up this round. I know it's a 3v1 right now. Big whiff there. But, you know, back to my point a little bit is that, you know, they're practicing a certain way most likely, and, you know, you can beat certain teams like that, you know, not to name names, but, you know, some of the lower teams in Pro League, but when you play against good teams, you're just going to get punished over and over and over again. And that's a lot of what we've been seeing here, you know, going back to Mirage.
So Cloud9 with a solid lead set up here, but now we do see the first real big investment coming in for the Renegades as well. Before they had the AKs, but the utility was a little bit lapsed. Not like with the op sitting on Yamp. Glass Cannon up, granted. And he's going to have a little bit more utility behind it, as will the rest of these guys now finally too. But JKS, with his knife out, hops a little bit too deep into the sunroom there. And that's where Stewie's going to meet his first mark on this run. Already losing their player that lurks over there in the B halls. And while the rest on the Renegades, look like they're going to go for a pretty fast deployment out on towards the A bomb site here. As they're stacking up towards it now, the bomb's even grouping up with them here. Skadoodle's certainly expecting something here as he's deploying flashbangs and whatnot at just the right timing. Smoke's gonna go over top, but actually Yam, a nice spot there. He takes him down. The smoke did still go out, but they don't care. They're gonna push through that. And Azure also finding nothing up on top here on the rafters, so it's good opener. They've spotted Shroud back over on the truck too, but this time he finds his mark. He's able to take down Usillo as he's attempting to jump back on top, so it's been even back into a 3v3 as the others are wrapping around it. The bomb's only just now gone onto the ground, so they have time for the retake if they want to go for it. Just waiting for Automatic to get into a good position on the flank right now, which he's approaching the entrance to A main here, so we should be good to go in a second. Yam, however, still waiting for that peek from Shroud at the truck. The flashbangs blinded him to send him into coverage. Shroud's good to move out now if he wants to. That time is now passed, and he will swing out, but it's a missed shot from Yam. And now Shroud's able to swing out further. He picks up the kill into Azure, follows it up onto Yam. Adder at least responds by taking down Shroud, but then Automatic on the A main flank. He'll finish the job. They'll bring it a little bit close to the time here, but still plenty of time for the 5-second defuse, of course. So they're going to just rack up a fifth now.
Yeah, and those whiff shots from the forklift are probably the catalyst. No armor on him as well, so as soon as he misses, the aim punch comes out. Not much chance to recover from there. And a really nice retake by Cloud9. If you notice what they did in that 3v3 is that they were very, very patient. Nobody really overpeaked until they had to. They actually tried to flash, truck and site so that they actually could, or sorry, forklift and site so that Shroud could actually have movement to do anything with. Now Renegades buying again with a quick 5-0 start for Cloud9. No smoke on the A main. And the other thing I want to say about that round is that I didn't know you could die from where Skadoodle was throwing that smoke. I actually throw that smoke all the time after I spawn from quad. And I'm like, how did he die there? Maybe he was pushed up a little bit, forward to his left, or, not fully back against the wall or something like that.
So off of this one now, Cloud9 are even going to have a double op setup to work with too. Stewie picking that up, and we saw how potent he was with it the other day as well here. So it's certainly not going to be something that you want to underestimate, is the power that Stewie can bring to the table with that up. And I mean, even at the white box position, this was his spot to play yesterday's matches that they were in. Molly's over top is actually great because it just isolated Yam. He's stuck here on his own now. He'll throw the bomb actually back down for very obvious reasons. Stewie, though, adjusting his position away, but peeks up in time just to spot that push. He misses the shot itself, but he still knows that there is a presence here. He's going to play it back a bit more passively, though, expecting someone to peek from that main garage door, and he may actually get that in the form of JKS. It's all very, very hesitant, though, and very, sort of not really put together very well on the Renegade side. They do call off the boost. They all go back down. They're still in a default setup with 35 seconds to go, so they need to do something here soon. It does look like, again, though, that there isn't really a decision being made. It's going to go into the A-bomb site, but players are split up. They kind of have this haphazard mid-play coming back out, and they've yet to even execute out onto the actual site just yet. They're hoping for this mid-control, but Stewie is free. He's got free ground to walk right up. Skadoodle pops all these players pushing out for Squeaky, and he's already got two, looking for the third now, and he's going to get it against Yam. One more in the corner, and it's into the hole with him. Skadoodle gets the big 4K, and the Renegades get nothing out of that round.
That was so sick by Scott. Oh my goodness. Only things that he could seemingly do. And Stewie, again, this is kind of like a mirror of what we saw last night, you know, when he was playing against Winter Fox on Cash, right? Just out in the open at Highway, playing super aggressive. He made it 4v5B. He just made it 4v5 in middle, just not getting punished for these very, very, very overly aggressive moves.
Yeah, so Stewie again, just waiting for that boost. He's actually going to be chased out there by Azza this time as they do catch him with a flash, and he's not able to get back behind the white box quickly enough. Skadoodle mistimes the shot there as he's also hit by a flashbang, wrapping around the corner here. He doesn't see the players up on top, but he gets the spot as he still jumps down in the wrong position here. Still alone on the site. And at the other end of the red box here, well, Automatic's going to swing up on the other side here. He finds Azza, drops down, catches a second player in mid. Yam's out of the picture here now. It's down to Adder and JKS. Adder holding on for one more frag, but that's going to be it. Skadoodle nothing. Close the door. And Cloud9 go up 7-0.
Yeah, that was really looking scary for Cloud9 as soon as Skadoodle got flashed during that 4v5 because Highway was open. But they are able to hold onto the site and play it very, very well after that. Stewie finally getting caught, though. You know, playing like really aggressive CS like that. They're finally able to punish him. Now, though, you know, still, they don't have a round yet. They are fully bot, though, and it looks like they're doing a very, very quick A-take or exec.
And the rest of Renegades now trying to move themselves into A main, as you said, for that exec. Cloud9 aren't even in the site. They're playing basically full retake right now. And they've got aggression possibly on the counter boost too, so they can put a pretty quick stop to their numbers if they do move in. And it's partially a flubbed flashbang here. I'm actually surprised Sudoku even missed that shot. Misses a second one too, so he lets them all in. There's Automatic though, back from Highway, along with nothing, Automatic on the flank, as mentioned previously. He's going to be an A main, and he even spots JKS in this little boost-up position. He's not going to be able to find the kill. Stewie wrapping back in, though. He's on Highway, and he is going to be able to pick up Azzer. JKS just standing there, didn't realize that there was two guys stacked together by Toxic, so he'll be taken out by Stewie as well. Now Ustillo sitting over here, boosted up on top of one of his teammates behind the quad position. It's Adder and Ustillo that find 2 kills. One more trade from Stewie, but Adder picking up an additional one. Now he's got a 1v2 to deal with. They're going to double peek him. Stewie's going to finish the job. He'll grab a nice 4K on the round, and Cloud9 continue to push forward without a round on the board for the Aussies.
Yeah, and I mean, they're very lucky that they even got into the site in a 5v5 scenario. I mean, I know it was a retake setup, but the botch smoke on Highway, it just, things like that are inexcusable to me. You know, when you're in the Pro League and, you know, you're coming from a different country, you're playing pro CS for a living, and you're missing like a Highway smoke like that. Skadoodle should have had 2 or 3 kills there on the cross. You know, they're just lucky that he wasn't able to connect on those shots. But anyways, the retake once again coming out from Cloud9. They're able to just they're able to just win rounds that they seemingly shouldn't be in very good positions to win.
All right, so nothing is up aggressively against the box here. Smoke with a small little hole through it that he would be able to spot through, and he's even going to have support from Automatic too because there's no pressure in mid. So he was able to get all the way up to the vents and drop down if he wants to. He reapplies the smoke and is going to take up an even more aggressive position now. They're holding back, waiting for the bomb along with Yam to rotate over to this position so that they can actually make a bid for this. But they still have 2 guys deployed in A main and Squeaky Hall to try and execute on an A as well and possibly try to throw a bit of a fake. So we'll see how this pans out. Still obviously plenty of time left, so we can still see quite a few of these players change positions if the need should arise. But Skadoodle, he knows something's up. He actually misses the no-scope up close here. He's still looking for that player, and he's spotted by Azzer, so they swing back around. More on the Highway position. Stewie's going to catch that tree, but then Yam finding another one here onto the B bomb. So it did work. The fake did pull an additional player off towards mid, and so it was only one guy on B they had to kill. So they get set control in that regard. They still have Ustillo sitting here on A, and I don't think he's been detected yet. He's going to be pushing out, though, and Shroud was still waiting for this player, so he's able to eliminate him. This goes down to an even 3v3. It's still going to be a bit rough on the retake. You look at Cloud9, all 3 have kits, so they have the extra time, but in terms of like utility and whatnot, 2 flashbangs to work with here. Stewie's going to toss his back in. That's his body. He does see the butt of the rifle, but Gomez is going to be able to push in, takes down Shroud up top. Automatic still alive here, saves his teammate's life, and combos in for a second kill against Adder. So now it's just down to Yam, but they're running low on time. They need to get the heck into this site. Yam, instant headshot, but he looks away, thankfully. Finishes the job, though, and is going to get that last kill against Stewie, but that one was almost lost.
Yeah, but Cloud9 didn't need to win that round. I don't even think when they were in that 3v3, they were really even hoping to win the round. They were just hoping to get as many kills as possible. Because now they could just put Renegades on a save. I mean, you see They're just going to have AKs and op. They're fully bought here, but if they lose this round, they're going to be down to 1,400, and Cloud9 will probably end up 11-1 before they even buy again. So Cloud9's, like, if you lose a round, that's how you want to lose the round. Yam peeking middle takes a 73 damage op shot, you know, by probably Stewie there, I would assume. But that's how you want to lose a round. If you're going to lose a round like that, you want to lose a round where you could just reset them. And now we'll see if Cloud9 is able to do what they you know, want to right here.
Stewie goes up to the boost. They haven't made noise, so this may remain a secret. As no one, despite the fact that they were close to both Squeakles and Amen, I'm not sure if they made anything that would give it away. They'll be positioned up here for right now. Beyond this, it's aggressive in the checkers room over there on the B-bomb side for C9 as they're holding, and they've even counter boosted nothing up to watch out for mid presence. It's been a while since we've seen an active attempt to take mid control for the Renegades. They've been actually shying away for it and just going for your default executes here into A main and not really wanting to use the highway pressure or anything like that to get themselves in. They may have gone vents once or twice, but that's about it. Beyond this, it's been fairly straightforward here from this T side, and it seems like it might be the case yet again. As I say that, though, they did just boost Yam up on top of this spot, and he may move himself in between. Skadoodle is going to be tested. Normally, it's Stewie playing this spot, so Skadoodle will have to see if he can work in this environment as well. The Molotov moves in. It halts Adder from pushing back out. Gomez at the same time sitting inside of here. Adder, this is, excuse me. Yam had gone down from his boost up position, so it's really just Adder peek back out. Azur does come in to sort of correct the situation after he loses Adder, but then Skadoodle moves in, trades out Azur, and we can see JKS pushing back in. Stewie knocking out Yusilo. JKS has this position in the site, but I think Shroud's looking out for it. The flashbang is not going to connect, but now Shroud knows he's sitting in the bomb site. The bomb itself is still at the entrance to the garage, so he got B control, but in the meantime, Yam's sitting back in like T-spawn right now. I mean, he's saving, obviously, at this point, and JKS has kind of just walked into the site and is going to kind of awkwardly back out as the time ticks down to 0 here.
Yeah, and that makes the money even a weirder situation, right? You're going to have 3 players getting 1,400, 2 saving guns with an op and an AK. So I'm assuming they're going to buy Tech 9s here to, you know, try to just support these guns. I think it's too late in this game to save in a situation like this. So you're going to have to work off Yam, maybe hope he could get an entry, and then he could swarm the site with the Tech 9s and win some type of a retake scenario. But it's not too horrible of a buy. I mean, you got 2 Tech 9s, 2 AKs, and an op, but you don't have much utility, just a few flashbangs, a smoke, and a Molotov. So Renegades here aggressively peeking A main. You know, Cloud9 in a strange setup that you don't usually see at the start of the round. 1 around, you know, 2 around highway, 1 at the top, 1 at the bottom, 1 into A site.
Well, we've got Yam getting ready to deploy out onto the site itself here now. Time getting still a bit early on, of course, but Yam, he's able to bait automatic into the open. They catch that shot, then Stewie's going to toss in the smoke. That locks out the guys inside of Squeaky for right now, and he'll hold the close angle in the event they do try to push outside of it. His gaze, though, does shift a little bit closer towards A-main, and he's been gravitated towards this before. We've seen how well he's able to play aggressively inside. Normally, he does have the support of a team flash or something like that, though, going inside of this one, so this would explain why he hasn't actually pushed for it just yet. Nothing along with the Skadoodle or in proximity, but again, their focus has also shifted. They're worried a lot more about mid right now, but this position could catch Renegades off guard if they do move in to redeploy here in a second. And there's been nothing else at mid yet. C9 have not had a reason to push back either, and I'm not sure if that was it. Flood Wonderlord, it looked like glitched for a second, so a bit of a mistake there, but he's still able to combo in for 2 kills. Adder and Yusilo both go down. He's hopping out of the way. Azur had pushed in. He had a free shot against him, but I think he got hit by a flashbang and went behind cover instead. Taken out by Skadoodle, and now Skadoodle's just sinking the shots again. Yam goes down here now. It's just JKS up to line. Flashes abound against him. They didn't see him in the corners, so Stewie a bit of a mess up there, but thankfully nothing corrects that before it goes any further.
Yeah, that was a 4v5, and now Renegades ecoing here, I'm assuming, only 2,000 on each player. But I think he tried to Molotov and was hoping it would go through the wall, actually. But they actually fixed that a while back in some updates. But that would have been... I was thinking, I'm like, there's no way this works, right? So I think he was just messing around, seeing if it worked.
So as the Renegades go on to a full eco, to be honest, we won't expect much from them in this round. They have not had the best track record when it comes to playing out these full eco rounds and doing really any damage at all to their opponent's side here. We can see they just go inside of A main. The few players that were pushed out towards B in the default stack are now going to be grouping up with them in a moment here too. So it looks like they'll just try to play this out onto the A bomb site, and if it doesn't work, then whatever. Nothing's actually the only one here at the moment. They've got a lot of pressure in mid and over in the B bomb site, but there's not a lot of defenses set up here on A, so they're Probably going to try to rush into this one here, and they might have a run boost there to possibly get themselves in on Ustillo. No, I don't think so, actually. Just having Gomez up on top, so they jump themselves in. Molotovs and one are thrown onto the site, and Skadoodle gets the double. Azur and Yam both go down, nothing at automatic, chiming in for those 2 rifle kills, and it's just Ustillo in the corner. They know he's here. Half damage or half HP nade connecting onto him. There's nowhere to run, Ustillo. You might as well just run out and give your life away. But oh, maybe not. Hiding in the corner seems to have worked out. He gets the triple tap headshot onto nothing. Down at 19 HP, though. That's the only kill he's going to get. And automatic will end the round right there.
Yeah, 11-1. Cloud9 making quick work of Renegades on the CT half. Nothing to really,
Double.
Yeah. Nothing to really be proud about either if you're Renegades right here. It's not like one of their players is really performing very well. I don't think any of them even are in double-digit kills right now.
Yeah, not a single one. 7, 6, 3, 5, and 5 again are the kills there across the board for the Renegades at the moment. Stewie just holding up close with the op. We actually saw him play this position yesterday, and I think he's going to be hard to work with, but no. Grabs that kill, goes inside of the garage. They know he's here, but he's been able to recover. 2 no-scopes in a row from Stewie. And let's see if he can get a third as he's being challenged from around the box here. Chasing down that kill, but a little bit of hesitance. Again, he's got the bomb here, so he wants to keep control, but finally put down by JKS. Yam got an additional kill, but he's already been traded out by automatic. And now Azur up on the bomb site here, sneaking up. He does manage to find Skadoodle, so this goes 2v2, now 2v1 as JKS grabs another kill from mid. Shroud will send us to rotate off of B and group up, but he could drop the bomb again here if JKS doesn't expect him. He does, but it doesn't matter. Shroud gets the kill. Now there's still a minute on the clock, so Azur has all the time in the world to play with this. But still, it comes down to a 1v1 battle here as Azur is sneaking back the remaining, and he was loud about it, so I don't know if Shroud heard a footstep or not, but he's adjusted to it. He's prepared for this peak, and he's got the perfect lineup about it. He gets the 1v2 clutch, and Cloud9 continue to push forward yet again.
I'm telling you, man, Stewie 2K, the Hulk Hogan of NACS is just running wild out here, man. Just running wild. He can do no wrong.
Can't stop him.
Like next to mid main with an op, running around through smokes, never punished, just runs wild.
And so Cloud9 continue to be basically unscathed overall in this entire matchup. Just a few slip-ups that the Renegades have been able to gain advantages upon, but it hasn't been too fantastic. They're 12-1 down as we go into the last 2 rounds of the half. They're on a Tech 9 buy, and hello, there's 2 deaths already. Adder did catch Shroud as he was a bit overexposed here. And, well, what's this from Azur running out? They didn't account for that one, so he strikes in with a second kill, but automatic again with these aggressive pushes. Stops these T's from going anywhere.
Off by automatic. That was really, really smooth on that 3rd kill.
And off of that, we go into our last round. Will be a full investment from the Renegades, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything at all, as their actual execution one have still been very lackluster, and they haven't led to a whole lot of success, except for on 1 round.
When Stewie ops like this, it's kind of like JW in his prime, like a couple of years ago. That's like kind of what it reminds me of, It just like puts himself in these ridiculous positions, situations, but he's always comes out and is successful. And really the reason he's able to do that is because, to be honest, he pretty much knows what you're going to do kind of before you even do it. And that's why he's able to do that. He always knows what's going to happen, who's going to peek that area first, whether he should do, be looking this way or whatever. And just such fast, quick thinking whenever he's in like a chaotic situation as well.
Yam, as we saw there, got himself a free shot onto nothing early on, but he whiffed it. Now the flashbangs to go out, and look at this, it's free for nothing. 3 fast kills. He gets traded, but clearly the damage he done is worth the trade, as everybody standing inside of that teammate entryway just gets absolutely decimated. It's down to JKS and Adder now to try and make an effort at this one. And we'll see if they can try to do it here. At the very least, they wait for automatic to come back into the vents. That's actually been sort of a common play for him. So they're able to get a read onto that one and counter it back out. But there's still everybody essentially waiting for them to push into this B-bomb site. You've got Shroud stuck in the tree room right now, who has a smoke to allow him to push back in on the other side of the ramp leading up to the platform. They still have not gone into the site just yet. And they also have Stewie lurking outside of the mid garage right now to watch in case they try to go for mid control. 2 on B. Skadoodle quite hesitantly, though, and he could very quickly fall back and wrap up towards A. But they are going to bypass mid and just go all the way around towards A main, which at the moment is clear. They will need to start moving in a second, though. Keep in mind the timer, only 20 seconds left, so they've got to get themselves up to the site sooner or later here. And they're going to push towards it again. They haven't seen anything on this site, so we have the rotates now coming off from both Stewie and Skadoodle up to the site. And Stewie will just try to spray through it. It's not going to connect, so they will be able to get up to the site and get the bomb onto the ground. But the retake is going to be there very quickly. In fact, the Molotov knocking off 40% of JKS's health pool here. They'll boost up on top of Quad. That's going to give away where they both are right from the beginning of it, though. Even if JKS is successful here, and it only evens out the scoreline, and it does not. Shroud finds the first and second kills, and there you have it. Cloud9 continue to push forward, only dropping a single round here on the first half of Cash. Ladies and gentlemen, it might be a quick one, but you're going to want to stick around for the second half. It's coming up here in just a few moments, right here at the ESL Pro.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
All right, welcome back again, guys. 14-1 for Cloud9 on Cash, not showing any signs of struggle at all. And for the Renegades, well, they're a hot mess currently, as they've only got one round coming off their T side.
Yeah, I think that's putting it lightly.
Pretty much.
I mean, there's like just almost nothing that you see that is even something that gives you confidence, right? Like, it's just a slaughter. It's just...
Yeah.
I don't know.
Just them just trying to brute force their way in all these rounds back to back to back, and when they try to execute one, not miss smokes, miss flashbangs, like even like simple ones they try to do at the beginning of the round when they're not even pressured. It's just everything's going wrong for them right now. It's just a mess.
It really is. It really is, and I don't know what this team needs to get out of that funk. Whether they need roster shakeups, whether they need a new coach, whether they need who knows what they need. But I know that these guys are better than this. I know from playing with them how good they are. It's just, I don't know.
Well, we can talk about some good things in the meantime, and that's all about Cloud9 right now.
I was like, well, I'm not going to talk about Renegades in that fact.
As, yeah, we can see Automatic's stats up on the screen there. 124.9 ADR. Specifically, Automatic has been really good on that CT side of kind of responding to when Renegades finally did start to apply that pressure and responding with really quick rotates and really fast-paced kills, specifically like with the vent dives that he was doing back into the B-bomb side. He was really good at that.
Automatic, one of his best strengths as a player is not necessarily his ability to take the initiation, but his ability to react to what is happening and react to it quickly, and also to react to it, properly. And in a way that's going to win the round.
Well, speaking of quick things, it's going to be a fast push from Cloud9 over here towards the B bomb site. Again, keep in mind, this is not the actual play. Acer holds the one and done spot and doesn't even get the one. He's just done. Shroud knocks him out. JKS at the very least is able to hold, but a jumping Shroud is able to evacuate. And in the meantime, they took free control of the A bomb site. Keep in mind, though, only 2 are positioned in that site right now. Meanwhile, 3 CTs are about to rush up, and it's a bit of a race for the last one there. Ustillo leaping in, finds automatic. Stewie's able to trade. He gets a second one as well. That holds off the site for right now. JKS is here. He's got the 1v2. He's still racing against Shroud. He gets there first. He lines up the kill, but he's not able to execute. He only brings him down to 19 HP. Stewie just ducking and like dabbing in front of the bomb right now as he's sitting there. As he's waiting for him to go for the defuse. But I don't know if he's going to be braced upon it now. He's trying to shift. He's looking for him in there, and he's sniping around. He's got him! There we go, Stewie. Finds the backstab on JKS, and it's Cloud9 immediately up to match point.
Stewie can do no wrong. He can do no wrong. Everything he tries just works, no matter what. So 15-1, and Automatic has an op.
Yeah, so we'll see how this goes. A little bit weird, but I don't think they're too worried about it, considering that there's the force spy from the Renegades. As he's going to push himself right into the garage doorway here at the start. Not going to be spotting anyone. The mid presence here from the Renegade side is behind the sandbags right now from Yam. So we'll see if they just go over top and check it. They're just going for a head dive, though, to be completely honest here. They've spotted one. They get Yam on the peak. There's another player with an SMG waiting for the play over there towards White Box. He still actually holds in that position, but JKS here on the site. There's Automatic. Actually, awkwardly kind of spots Azur and clips him through the box a little bit. Down to 25, and then spins 180. He thinks he's going to have a knife or something, get revenge from the last round, but no. Automatic destroys him. It's down to Ustillo now in a 1v4. He's going to try to push into this site, but what hope does he have? It's not much. I think he spotted the leg of one of these guys. Jumps in, gets that kill, but is then shot from the back by Stewie to close it out. 16-1 is going to be the final score here on map number 2 between these two teams, and it's 100% Cloud9 that take them both. They get a nice 2-0 for the evening, and their record continues to soar. Fortunately for the Renegades, their record continues to sink as they're now down 0-6.
I don't know what you're looking at me for. I just want to hear what our analysts are going to say about that game.
So let's send it over to them, guys. Stunna and Bach, let's hear your thoughts.
Absolutely. You know what? I'm sure you're real anxious over there, Sam. However, there is really not a whole lot to say other than the Cloud9 show that we just witnessed. I think that was just a execution on the very bare bones of it.
I mean, it's very reminiscent of the game we saw last night when they played against Winter Fox. Basically, just no contest. Cloud9 at a certain point just was like, I'm not scared. Like, the round that you really want to emphasize is that round where Stewie pushes mid with an AWP, gets a kill, runs through a smoke, gets the other guy as he passes through the smoke. That should not happen. He actually was set up for a third kill. Those things should just not occur. And it felt like time and time again, I mean, Cloud9 was just outplaying them on an individual level, team level. No way did Renegades look like the team that made playoffs last season.
No, absolutely not. And 100%, this isn't even, I can't completely attribute it all to Cloud9 being awesome because we see them playing awesome. But on the other side of the spectrum, what is going on with this Renegades team? This is 2 maps, pure blowout almost.
Yeah, and there were a lot of mistakes and missed opportunities, like even going to the pistol round. They push B, Azus and Snacks. He's sitting right in the corner, and he misses a guy dead in front of him. He's about your distance away from me. And somehow his USP is just giving him a halo.
You think that's like a couple hundred pixels here?
Yeah, I'd say it depends on your res.
Well,
if you were 4.3, we would look a lot different.
I'm sure. Some people see in 4.3. It's weird like that.
I need like 3.5 so I can look skinny again.
Well, that's awkward. But, I mean, nonetheless, look, when we talk about this match, you can't ignore the fact that Automatic was just absolutely pulverizing these guys. 44 and 22 KD. Yikes. But that ADR, that DAR, though, 109.
And it's not the first time we've seen a stat line like that for a member of Cloud9. Like Stu, I think, did the same thing last night against Renegades or against Winter Fox. In general, everyone from Cloud9 has a memorable stat line. Like you look at last night even, or today, Nothing had several clutch plays, a lot of big 3Ks. Everyone was chiming in. There wasn't like one player who's like letting everybody else do the work. Everyone was fighting for the montage.
No, absolutely. This is definitely one of those that the movie maker over at Cloud9 Calais, he's gonna enjoy this. I think he's gonna have a lot to work with, especially that pistol round. You know, you see Tim running there. I think he gets a 3K. They start the defuse, and Tim he keeps closing the door on him, and he waits, and then he goes in. It was just at that point, that's when you knew Renegades had messed up.
Yeah, I mean, the whoever makes that frag video is going to get talked to when he gives the final revision, and they say, oh, you know, I think we have too many Renegades clips, because that's basically what this game was. It was just a frag video for Cloud9.
Absolutely. I mean, firing on all cylinders, this is the Cloud9 that, you know, North America likes to see. I'm real proud of you guys. This is the Cloud9 I like to see. Let's expand a little bit further on this, and let's say, you know, is this a new Cloud9 under Valens, or is just Cloud9 playing a struggling Renegades?
I think it's the latter, and I don't think Valens really had much input in their match tonight or their match last night. I think in general, once it was obvious that they were of a different caliber, they were just able to take over and kind of do whatever they wanted. Like, there's no way Valens tells Stewie, hey, Stewie, I want you to push mid here with the AWP and get underneath the boost spot.
But he might have said, hey, Stewie, you feeling it? Go for it.
Go do whatever you want. You got a good spawn? All right, just go ahead. Just run. Put your Nikes on and go wherever you feel like it.
No, absolutely outclassed. I mean, for this Renegades team, going back to the drawing board, I mean, obviously there's something going on there. And as we said before this, I see what you I'm kidding. There. As we said before this, it's one of those things where it's only, you know, speculation on our behalf. Like, we can't really sit here and say, oh, well, this is the problem, this is the problem, this is the problem, because you never really know. These guys are in a house. These guys are in North America. Like, what's going on?
Well, that's like Daze had kind of alluded to it. You basically came to this country for one reason, and that's to play Counter-Strike. And you're in a gaming house designed around the concept of you constantly playing CS. So what's happening? Because that didn't look like a team that's constantly playing CS. That looked like the opposite. It looked like a team who's never playing CS. We had mentioned that with Winterfox, too. Like, they have a gaming house. They have all these facilities. It didn't seem like they were using them. We didn't do that with Renegades because we just made the assumption, oh, these guys are playing rank S. They're definitely scrimming against other teams. But just from an outsider's perspective, watching them play, it's almost as if they're not putting in the same effort as they were last season.
No, we've got a tweet loaded up here from Young Stewart 2K. 2-0 against Renegades, making them 6-0 in EPL for the season. And
very edgy.
Very edgy. You know, it's the little things, right? This is Twitter. You have 140 characters. It's weird like that. But nonetheless, congratulations to them and their 2-0 tonight. Made pretty quick work of Renegades, and obviously going forward, it should be pretty easy. We'll be right back after this commercial break. And when we do come back, we're going to have Complexity and Liquid on Cash and Overpass. We'll be right back at 7:20 PST. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere. If you do, bring back the popcorn, huh?
Opens up the plant potential. Watch Kenny drop down. Hit 6 hit stuff. 1v1 spotted up. Oh, Kenny!
Once again, very quickly, they tried it before. Then I picked shutdown time after time again. Automatic!
This AWP got two. Goes for a shot. That's smart. Gus gets Skadoodle. Jumps up. Still a bit of time on this. It's going to be a 10-second defuse. He's got to hit the shot right now. Oh my God, Fallen!
All right, we're back here at ESL Pro League Season 5, the second week in the final match day. We just saw a blowout. In all reality, I'm not even going to church that one up. I'm Stunna. In case you're just joining us, this is Bach. We're going to kind of ease this one in, coast it in to the next matchup, which could also be a blowout, but only time will tell.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the two teams stacked up on paper, I think a lot of people have Liquid picked to take this one easily. Maybe not as easy as the Cloud9 game, just because Cloud9 and Liquid, Liquid's going through some change.
listen to this. Bad boy. Fucking on. Come on.
All right, it is the final day of Week 8 here at the ESL Pro League, and I'm your host, Stunna. Joined with me is Vendetta. I'm going to go ahead and bring you in now. I usually wait a little bit longer, but there he is. How you doing, Vendetta?
I'm doing good, man. I can't complain.
It's our Friday, but Thursday at the same time. It's the weirdest phenomenon, I know.
It's the best day of the week, partly because we have two phenomenal matches coming up.
Absolutely. We've got Counterlogic Gaming and the Renegades in our first matchup, as well as NRG and Misfits in the second. A lot of stuff going into this first matchup in terms of Counterlogic Gaming and Renegades.
Oh, it definitely is. Honestly, I would say, that's fair to say for both games, honestly. But yeah, it's, with the Renegades CLG, you have a lot of star lines coming into this. Obviously, Renegades' new lineup, CLG, old familiar teammates, at least for Ricky.
Well, at least for Ricky. How about this? We're going to go ahead and take a look at the standings across the North American region right now. SK Immortals Cloud9 sitting on top, and just below them Liquid, Energy, and Luminosity. Now, an interesting tidbit that we should say, if CLG 2-0 tonight, they jump up to 5th place.
Well, 6th place, because Energy did win those two games yesterday. But yeah, they kind of break out of that pack with a 11-win club. And funnily enough, Misfits on their end, if they win 2-0 tonight, they're going to join that 11-win club as well.
It just further adds to the
chaos,
to the complexity of this entire situation. I'm not talking about the
team. No, they're out of
11th place complexity sitting down there at the bottom.
Yeah,
we definitely have a big bout on our hands between Counterlogic Gaming and Renegades. That's going to be our first matchup. But let's go ahead and take a look at how important it is for these teams now in crunch time to secure their spot in Dallas.
I mean, it is very much now or never. Again, it becomes a bit of a cliche saying it over and over again, but it doesn't, become less true because of that. And I think for CLG, if they want to have a shot at still making it to playoffs, they're going to have to get a 2-0 win versus Renegades, and that's going to be extremely tough to do because Renegades, even with all the turmoil they've had within their lineup, this has probably been one of the best performing teams in the league as of late.
As of late, that is for sure. Let's take a look at today's matchups. We do have some good ones over here on our side of things. CLG Renegades, Energy Misfits in that second matchup. Cobble Train, Inferno Cobble. Now, it would not be a day in North American Counter-Strike without a little bit of Cobble or Cash in this bad boy, right?
Yeah, no, a little bit of Cobble never hurt anyone. At least, that they're trying to test the boundaries at least with it this season, it seems like. But I think the one benefit of having the same map over and over again is that at least you'll see probably the best side of both teams in that sense. So that's at least something you can draw out of it. And it should make for a couple of interesting games as well. I'm really excited to see Misfits versus Energy on Inferno. I think that's going to be really cool. And also, again, both maps really CLG Renegades.
Well, that's actually a great place to start. Let's talk about that Inferno matchup between Energy and Misfits. That's, I think, could be an interesting bout. Like you've said in the past, we haven't seen a whole lot of Inferno play here in the Pro League, but it's definitely...
It's catching up.
It's definitely, it's on the up and up, and it's definitely something that's going to continue to happen now, more the teams getting comfortable along that map.
Yeah, and I think that's the cool part of it, because you see so many teams having different approaches. Obviously, like the overarching idea is the same. You want to, more and more teams putting ops towards bananas and whatnot, but how their approach of getting an opera into position and so on is really cool to see how the different teams go about it.
Well, we're going to talk about oppers. Hell, we're going to talk about the whole team. Let's take a look at Energy right now. Daps, PTR, Fugly, Little Man, and Breeze. Little Man being the latest addition to that lineup. And we, him coming into the fold this late in the season, we do know there's a little bit of a backstory there, but, that's pure speculation on our end.
Yeah, no, we can only go by obviously the information that's out there in the public, but, regardless of what may or may not have happened, I think that, if Energy wants to, they want to do what's right by them, and if that's bringing in Lil Man to sort out the issues they might have had, then all credit to them for doing so. And I think it's better to do it now than wait until after potentially qualify for the playoffs and then make a roster change. Right.
And in terms of the timeline, it's kind of now or just suck it up and do it.
Yeah.
But I think the NRG sees the long play here. I think they do see themselves going and potentially being at those playoffs.
Yeah.
So it was absolutely that time.
Yeah, no, it definitely was. And, I mean, you can tell, Lil Man didn't get off to a bad start either with his NRG career. Playing against former teammates, of course, that might have been a little bit helpful in terms of knowing what your teammates usually do on various maps and so on. But he did pretty well for himself, and NRG came out of that bout with 2 pretty decent victories.
Even just expanding on what you're saying there about knowing what the teammates your former teammates have done. You got to kind of wonder, with the amount of roster changes that we have in North America, just how often that comes into play. Where you see targeting from one former teammate towards the tendencies of another former teammate, and just kind of all around the board, it's just like a cat and mouse game.
Yeah, no, it becomes very much go cat and mouse, mind games, what have you. And I'm kind of waiting for the day where you have a team that's just notoriously bad at one bomb site, and they lose a player to a rivaling team. They play against each other, and that guy's just adamant about we're going to this B, like the B bomb site every time.
15 rounds
those
in a
two
row.
players have no idea what they're doing. I know from experience. Let's just go.
Well, 15 rounds in a row going one direction does seem just a little obsessive, but not out of the realms of possibility. Let's talk about the Misfits now. Yeah. These guys did just make a big roster change in the addition of these 2 French players. I've quoted you on record to say that they're tier 2.
No, I think tier 2 might be nice. Tier 2 in France. Tier 2 in France, at least.
Okay.
But obviously the tier 1 of France is pretty world class overall. And who knows? Maybe these players could make it to that level eventually. But obviously you have Sean, Shazam, Sick, the trio that's left after lineup changes, and then Davu Duvek and Amanek as the 2 newcomers. But I think it's going to be interesting to see. Obviously we've seen them play once in Pro League already, but a bit of a caveat or a bit of an asterisk around that game with Winter Fox playing with very high ping, Amanek not being in the country as well. So I think this is going to be the first real test that we're going to see the Frenchies have to go up against.
This is for sure the first time they're getting that chance to really prove themselves as a valuable addition to this Misfits lineup. And you're exactly right. When we did see them play Winter Fox, I mean, Winter Fox is not only in a bad place in the standings, there's just not really somewhere you can test that water to just see what it's like with these new additions.
Yeah, it's not where you put your bar if you're going to, weigh up your new teammates and see how they do. I think that's going to be a good way to see how they're doing or how they do for themselves today versus NRG, who's been remarkably consistent, honestly, in Pro League for the better part of it. Because outside of it, it's been a bit jumpy, but whenever they get into Matchday here, they seem to bring it.
Now, there's something we can't ignore though in this matchup as well, and that's the duel of the AWPers on both sides. We've got Shazam over on the Misfits, PTR on NRG. Now, these guys can be heavy hitters. We do know their stats don't lie.
Yeah, that's the thing. Both of them are actually, respectively, number 1 and number 2 in op kills per round in the entire Pro League. So, they're, beating out guys like Fallen, guys like Kusta, JDM, and so on. So they're having a remarkable season by themselves. And you can tell, NRG, one of the reasons why they've had so much success is off the back of the play of Peter. And it's, as we can see in the replay, he's not only doing it with an op as well, he's able to handle that pistol to great success too. But there's no doubt that both Shazam and Peter have been a vital part of what both these teams have been able to accomplish so far. And actually, with how well Shazam has been played, or has played this season, I'm kind of surprised that Misfits haven't done better.
Now, the interesting part to think about too is, right, on both sides of the scale, you've got Misfits on one hand that needs to prove where they stand within the entirety of the region, right? So they have 2 new players. There's been changes. They
got to make a stand.
They need to make some sort of impact here going late season. Now, NRG close to the cusp of securing their playoff berth, but not quite yet. They also need to distance themselves.
Not quite yet. And they're going to be, for them, it's like going into battle with a wounded animal in many ways, because Misfits, they don't really have that luxury of having a couple of losses here and there and still having a shot at making playoffs. Right now, they're sitting at, I think it's 10th spot, which sounds like it's far out of reach from that playoff ticket to Dallas, but they still are within shot of actually qualifying, if they win out their games, etc. But it has to start with W's versus NRG.
I mean, there are so many teams now sitting at ties and this and that it just further adds to the problem.
Yeah, it can swing so quickly as well. But that Misfits are obviously going to go into this hoping to win. They're not going to lie down and just die in front of NRG and let them have 2 easy Ws.
Well, we're going to see Inferno and Cobble between those 2 teams tonight. Let's kick it back to our first matchup of the night, though. We're going to see Counter Logic Gaming versus Renegades. Personally, this is one I'm excited for. There's a lot on the line here for Counter Logic Gaming.
Yeah, there's a ton on the line for them. Again, bit of a similar situation as Misfits are in. They're on the lower end of the standings as of right now, but they do have big opportunities to actually climb into that top 6 and make it to Dallas. And they've been playing better and better as the season has progressed. They've did really well for themselves with Star Ladder. Kusta has just been out of this world as of late, and I have hope for this team.
You talk about hope for this team. Let's look at that team right now. Cutler, Ethan, Ricky, Kusta, and FNS. Right there, Ricky and Kusta, we've talked about this double op setup and the potential lethality that it has.
Yeah.
Against any opponent, really.
Yeah, and just to add to that, the fact that they're playing Renegades, Ricky's old team, you kind of took out their primary opper and left them with no opper for the better part of this. It's going to be fun to see how that actually impacts the game as well. But yeah, Ricky's been playing really well ever since he came into the lineup, and Cutler has been not necessarily the one who shouts the loudest in terms of on the scoreboard every now and again, but he's been very consistent for CLG, which is incredibly important. And I think he's among the top 2 actually, just in terms of total frags for CLG this season.
I think absolutely when you say the words consistency in CLG, that is exactly what they need to find. They need to find that rhythm, because right now they've had such a turbulent sort of to the point where they're at right now, when they're finally finding some success.
Yeah,
they need to get in there and they need to run away with it.
Yeah, they really need to, and I think if they can manage to get a 2-0 versus Renegades in this kind of scenario, that would be a massive jump toward in the right direction. And I think in many ways this is going to be a massive testing ground for them to see if they really are made of if they have the mettle to actually do this, if they can actually get to the level where they deserve to qualify for the playoffs.
Now, interestingly enough, we've talked about roster changes.
Yeah,
Ricky hailing from the Renegades. This is sort of a grudge match in its own right. I think between, it's got to be there, right?
It's old teammates, right? And obviously, again, we can only speculate, but apparently they didn't leave at the greatest of terms, but. For Ricky, obviously, not only is he fighting for a playoff spot, but he's fighting to kind of show that he made the right move of being the first Australian to actually go out of those full Australian teams and join a North American one to see if he can find success that way.
Well, we're talking about an Australian team that is slowly losing Australians. Let's look at the Renegades now. This lineup, Azure, JKS, Ustillo, and then you're going to see Nifty and Nexa. Now, if you're unfamiliar, Nifty, the American player, Nexa, the Serbian import, who's actually, I think, making his debut today.
Yes.
So we're going to be able to see that for the first time within this Renegades lineup. Is there going to be a big impact here from this player?
You would hope so. Obviously, Nexa has done well for himself in pug situations, because predominantly he's never really played for a proper pro team in any way, shape, or form. He's played with local Serbian teams in that sense, and he's done really well for himself in pug leagues like FPL. And that's pretty much the experience he has. He has had a game here or there where he's played versus tier 1 opponents, like Virtus Pro at WESG. And you can see, did fairly well for himself. Not bad getting a 30 bomb versus VP, but again, it's not a whole lot of testing. So, you still don't know if that was just a flash in the pan, if that's going to be, his level or not. But you're obviously hopeful. And I think a guy like Hassad, being the coach of Renegades, probably wouldn't have made this kind of a jump and taken as big of a risk on someone who he didn't have, any faith in at all. And Dex has definitely shown some promise that allows you to believe in him.
Okay, so the other addition we have is Nifty, and we know him from the North American region. But what do we know about Nifty?
Nifty is actually pretty versatile, and one of the things we talked about with Ricky being gone is that they didn't really have a primary opera anymore. But we saw with Selfless that Nifty is able to handle that weapon as well. And yeah, as you can see in the highlights here. He will probably be the guy on Renegades to bust out that op whenever needed, and I think that's going to be a big part of the games today, actually. He's just been extremely solid for a Selfless team that hasn't really done a whole lot, so it's fairly impressive that he's been able to, get his in that sense without necessarily being at the cost of the team. And you can see, he's also an excellent pistol player. We've seen this multiple times, actually, throughout the season, that he's actually able to get Selfless into good starts where, gets 3 or 4 kills on a pistol. They start off, winning the first 3 rounds, and then everything goes downhill from there. But, you can only do so much as one player. But Nifty actually having, better teammates surrounding him now in Renegades, I think that's going to be, a wonderful opportunity for him to showcase how good he really can be.
Well, despite all of these roster changes, we do know that the Renegades have lit a fire under their caboose, if you will. Starting 0-6 on the season.
Yeah.
A dismal-looking version of the Renegades. Now battling back and really splitting maps with SK. We're seeing them come out in stride.
Yeah, I think it was something like 11 games won, and like you mentioned, the only map they lost was versus SK on Mirage, which is, again, you're not going to beat SK on many maps in any case. So, just overall extremely solid performance from Renegades, and they've been doing it while having unstable rosters as well. We've seen them play with Uber for some time, and during the course of the season they first lost Ricky, then lost Yam, so it's been turbulent for them, and yet they've managed to find some success, and that's really cool to see, and it gives you high hopes as well going forward that now they finally found their fifth. Also been boot camping in Serbia with Nexa, etc. Everything, everyone's in place right now. That this should be something that they can work with going forward.
Absolutely, and I think we can't skip over the Renegades without mentioning the guy with the coolest last name in the entire pro league,
Mr. Savage,
Justin Savage. Now this guy lucked out in terms of his last name, but he's also pretty good in game.
Yeah, no, he's actually a savage in game. He's been a complete beast for Renegades, and one of the big reasons for that massive turnaround we've seen going 0-6 to where they are now, and his stats kind of speak for themselves. Sitting on a 1.3 KD in a season where they start off so badly is remarkably impressive, and he's able to do pretty much anything you want from him. And I think him and Azar have been vital parts of actually turning that ship around for the Australians. And he's also been one of those players that I've constantly been surprised at the fact that you haven't seen at least be in the scope of other teams in terms of poaching. Because he's just that good.
He really is. Now, we're going to see Cobble and Train tonight between these two teams.
Yeah.
The first kickoff map is going to be Cobble. What do we know about either side here on Cobble?
Obviously, CLG being the one team that managed to beat Gambit on the map, but we did see them struggle fairly heavily, actually, versus Complexity yesterday. Not too impressed, obviously, with how they were playing it last night. And I think that's worrying as well, because one of the better maps for Renegades during this run in Pro League has been on Cobble as well. They've been playing really well, going through the motions, etc., even with unstable lineups, and that's oftentimes one of the things that is your Achilles heel on that map, because CT rotations extremely hard to get right when you're not properly coordinated. But Renegades have still been able to find success on that. So, kind of a bit worried for CLG actually going into this, even though this is kind of the map that they chose to land on.
Well, at this time, I'm going to remind everyone at home that it is actually National The Bears Day. April 20th has been slated as the Bears Day officially. So with that being said, we do have him standing idly by rather than eagerly. It's something about today. I don't know. He's going to go over a little bit of Counter Logic Gaming's Cobble. What do you got for us, Eric?
Hey guys, what's up? I wish I was still doing yoga, but I'm not. Welcome back to Stromberg Strategies. We're going to take a look at CLG on Cobble, mainly Ricky and a little bit of FNS. Now, I've always talked about how good their teamwork, their strategies, their utility work is, but you know what? I want to look more at their fragging ability, because since Ricky has joined the team, CLG has gotten a boost. He's been really up there with just consistent top fragging, consistently just being there for the team. Right here, he did have a kill at drop. He falls back. He waits for his teammate to come back through. Now he leaves. He's going to hold the rock area. As Gambit, with 25 seconds, they have to execute the bomb site. Puts him in a good spot for Ricky to get 2 kills. That's all he really needs. And now here's later in the game. Now here's the weakness of a wall of smoke surrounding Cobble. If you're Ricky plays is so smart that he's on the edge of the smoke. So as soon as he takes a shot, as soon as anything happens, he can take a shot, boom, and fall back behind the smoke. Now the T's can't kill him unless they push through the smoke, which would be very dangerous. Ricky almost gets Molotov, but you know what? He doesn't, and that's important. He stays alive. He's shooting around, nice little flick shot. Again, he's not getting 4 kills, he's getting 2 kills, but that's all you need sometimes. And from FNet's point of view, this is all, a lot of this works because FNS, he's distracting, he's making noise, he's peeking, he's getting kills, and this forced Gamer to look at him more at FNS, while Ricky and his teammates are just flicking behind. Great work by CLG. Not only do they have good strats, they also have some potential fragging power from Ricky and FNS to get a little action as well. So look out for them, because they're on the close to making playoffs. They're right there. Hopefully this can carry them on. Back to you guys.
looking at Counter Logic Gaming and Renegades here, we're going into Cobble. Give me a good prediction here. Not a bad one. I don't want any bad predictions.
I'm going to give you the best prediction, actually.
Okay, that's fair enough.
The best prediction, I'm actually going to side with the Renegades here, even though it's do or die in many ways for CLG, and they have this opportunity to get to that 5th spot. Renegades have been looking really solid on Cobble as of late, and I think that boot camp they had, with Next in Serbia, like that's actually going to get them over that bump where you potentially see new lineups falter a bit on a map like Cobble.
All right, hold up. I'm going to get right back with you. But first, we're going to bring in the commentators to join us in this conversation. I think my initial question is going to be for Blue. Blue, how do you plan to celebrate the Bears Day?
Just going to go have a good time with the Bears later.
All right, fair enough. Yeah. But I think the more important one is for Sam here. Which team is on the better trajectory, right? So we do see roster changes on both sides, CLG getting that confidence, getting some success. But the Renegades, you can't doubt that, right?
No, I mean, well, we can't 100% say how they're going to do with, their new Serbian player, because I've never seen him play. But I do think Nifty was a great pickup. He solves a lot of their issues. They get a main opper. They get a guy who's going to play in a system. He's not going to try to just make plays 24/7. Nifty can play in a system and not have to be like the main guy. He can also make strategy calls. I'm not sure if he is calling for them right now, but he could definitely, whether he's in-game leading or just mid-round stuff, and kind of give the team direction and just be like just a piece of the puzzle where he could really, kind of guide them in the right direction. Whereas, earlier in the season, before Nifty, we just saw just chaos around this roster.
Yeah, just no super direction, right?
Yeah, no direction at all, I think is fair to say with how they were playing to start off the season.
Well, you can't roller skate in a Buffalo herd, but we're going to go quickly to a break, and when we come back, we've got Counter Logic Gaming and Renegades over 2 maps, so make sure you're right there with us.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport. It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
This is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Penguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Penguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us, and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for us to jump into our first map of the day. Players are getting ready now, and as soon as we do have all 10 connected and readied up, we'll be getting started with Cobblestone. No surprises there. Right back into the thick of it. It's NA after all, and it's going to be the Renegades taking on CLG. Once again, my name is Blue. Joining me here is Dazed, and together we make Blazed. Let's get into it.
Wow, really getting into the 420 YOLO swag spirit, aren't you, Blue?
Well, one might say that. And I'm not saying that one is me, but
could be a loopy cast.
You never know.
Excited to hear the play-by-play.
Well, yeah, it is going to be CLG taking on the Renegades here now. So talking a little bit about how we think this match is going to play out. I mean, we didn't actually air predictions too much. So, I mean, fairly even teams, both kind of on an upswing as of past weeks. 1-1 trade or 2-0 in one direction here.
Oh, man. This is like a really tough one to predict. I would go like a split, a 1-1. What's the second map we're gonna see? Do you know? I'll be honest, wasn't paying too much attention to the pre-show.
Train is our second map.
Train?
Train.
Okay. Fitch Train, I think. Man, this is tough. I'm not sure because I can't really know what to see from Renegades. Ever since they've been on this win streak, we haven't even really been casting them that much. We haven't seen many of their matches, and now, you know, they basically have a new lineup. It's all over the place with who they're using, but they keep on winning. You know, that's one thing that's happening. I mean, I think they've won like 11 out of their last like 13 games or something. Like they're on a hot streak.
Yeah,
right?
no, they're on an incredible rise, as CLG has been here too since they got into the middle of the season. So CLG is still trying to fight. I think, if I'm remembering correctly, I think they can actually end up in either like the 5th or 6th position if they end up 2-0ing this match as well. So this means quite a bit for them. And this is one of those like more tougher matches that realistically, right, they could in theory 2-0 this one, and that would be one of the ones that would try to propel them forward into a playoff slot. So it means a lot for them.
It's tough, man. I think skill-wise, I think Renegades is a little bit better than CLG. Like if you just go player to player, and who I would take, like I think JKS is the best player in the server, as well as the best name, like ever.
Yeah.
He sounds like a
Savage.
He sounds like a movie character or something, right?
Yeah.
It really is an awesome name. But I do think he is the best player in the server. I'm really, really high on him. I think he's very, very talented. I think he plays a lot of tough positions on CT side and thrives and plays them very well as well, which is a very tough, difficult thing to do. Nifty's really talented. Of course, Azure and Yusilo are very talented as well. I think Renegade, skill-wise, has the edge here. But COG, they play, like I said last night, man, they play more than pretty much everybody else. They practice an insane amount, and they just have their stuff together. You know, as long as they don't make those little mistakes that we see them do sometimes and those mental errors, I think they are actually, I might favor them a little bit here.
All right, well,
but just slightly.
Well, we're getting into it now. The Renegades starting off on the T side here. And most of them just going pretty straightforward into those B halls. Someone lagging behind a little bit, but it's not going to matter too much. They're already pushing out to the broken wall, getting their positions over there. Whereas in the meantime, CLG went for a bit of a heavier stack over towards A, actually. They've got 3 positioned there, which they're going to have to rotate them in quickly. Ricky, though, gets a nice first shot here off on the JKS. And a second one, and a third as well. Ricky just going off right now. And he's got the bomb on the ground, too. The last 2, they're restricted to the sidewalk over here. They have no positioning to work with. CLG can just isolate this. Ricky even steals 1 more kill in there at the end of it as well. Beautifully played from him, and that will easily give CLG the pistol round.
Yeah, that's a guy that's not nervous, right? Playing against his former team.
I guess not.
It's kind of odd, right? With how good Ricky is, Renegades got so much better when he left, and then he joined COG, and COG got so much better when he joined. And he has had a bit of an adjustment period, right? Getting used to this new role, being primarily an opper and rifler, and now a secondary opper, going from a main opper. But after, you know, that month or whatever, or a few weeks of transitionary period, he's been playing really, really well, just lights out, and he's one of COG's better players for sure, making a big impact.
Yeah, we didn't even get to discuss that too much about you know the stuff going into this match and the storylines behind it too, and you know based on the rumor mill surrounding Ricky's departure from the Renegades, it didn't really seem like it went over all too well. So this may be a little bit of a grudge match for him as well to try and get a little bit of revenge possibly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know how Ricky is, like if he needs like a strong leader who's going to tell him what to do, and or like if he just has like a really lax leader, he's just going to be doing whatever he wants and stuff like that, and not really playing with the team. I don't really know, you know, personality-wise how he is, but with COG and FNS, he's fit in so well, and with Renegades, it was just it was not a good showing.
Well, Cutler's going to be caught in a bit of an awkward spot there, so he goes down first, and it's not just him either. Kusta found into an odd position, so he's going to be taken out by Ustillo there, just like that. We're in a 5v3. CLG has no easy way back into the site, and it just might not even be possible here. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the 3 CLG guys fall back to save.
Yeah, I think they will. Ustillo getting very aggressive, though. It's taken out by Ricky, and it is going to be a save, and this is actually a smart save. But a lot of room given to Renegades. They just kind of group up, throw their smokes, and charge just immediately with those Tech 9s. Get in the faces of COG before the rotate could even come and make an impact. And Cutler just going down without even doing any points of damage. Kusta getting wrapped around from around the APC. It's a tough task for him to hold, and as a setup as a whole, just wasn't really in position to succeed. So we're going to see Renegades pick up the second round. COG going to save 3 umps. And, you know, try to win this round. We'll see what else their other teammates buy. Looks like Ethan is going to drop an ump, and Ricky's going to upgrade to an M4 and drop his ump.
So going into the next round here,
yeah, pretty even buy actually.
Yeah. So you are going to be looking at CLG trying to find revenge here more so than what we saw in the last round, in attempting to do a bit of a late 3v5 retake, which is really not going to be possible, so much better choice to just play it out into this third round here. But the Renegades taking it nice and slow now, spreading their players out into another default, sending a few into the B halls, not even really pushing out towards the platform or anything like that. And it's kind of the same story here on the outside area, you know, out by the mid-connector and A long. They're not peeking out, they're not staying in the open, they're not even really trying to take battles in case the CTs get aggressive. For these first, you know, 20 or 30 seconds, they were hiding behind coverage. He definitely should have seen the shoulder from Ricky there, so he's going to be posting up probably for a few more seconds to pay attention to it. Smoke snaps him right off that, however, and they can resume their normal activities as we're waiting for them to sort of line up into what's probably going to turn into an A play now. Everyone remained quiet in those B halls, and they didn't really do much besides popping out, I think, that 1 or 2 smokes there. And now they are going to fall back to regroup outside of long and mid connector to swing their players in here. No sign of a CLG rotate just yet, but still in the default pattern. They still have 2 waiting on this site, prepared to hold it off if necessary. And we can see now that the guys from the Renegades are going to start their push back in. Nexa leading the charge, gets that first kill. And now Ricky still in a pretty exposed position for Ramp. He's just going to get completely knocked out from long, finding him in the open. Almost the same exact thing that happened in the last round there. And these last 3, well, Ethan, with him getting that kill, it may open up a small opportunity for a retake here, but this is still going to be extremely rough to try and pull back off. Ethan, although he finds 1, traded out directly afterwards. Kusta takes his place, picks up 1 more kill for the CT side, continues to take those long-range battles against AKs, though, and that spells his doom as FNS is left as the last man standing, and he as well is not really going to get too far with that play.
Yeah, I mean, that round really just came down to timings, and COG's timing was terrible on that. When Ricky went to peek mid, they came out long. Just a second off. That flashbang that Ricky threw for Cutler at middle, if that was a second later, Cutler probably gets like 2 kills. So the timing is just a little bit off for CLG, and also just their players in general just overcommitting a bit too much on each peak. You know, cost CLG the round before the other 3 guys at B even have a chance to really do anything. So now Renegade just gonna jump down, drop, and split A right away. Azure in perfect position to just multi-frag, get a ton of kills here in the connector, cutting off these 4 players rotating from B.
Yeah, Azure finding FNS first off here and already just splitting the players back up. There's not going to be much hope for CLG to do much except for maybe 1 or 2 surprise kills, like that one from Ethan right there. The rest of the situation handled quite nicely by the Renegades, as they do indeed close out with 4 still alive here, picking up an additional round, setting their lead up, but they're now going to have to defend it, as CLG are going right back into the buy round now.
Yeah, but they have a ton of money right now. Nifty gonna bust out the op. So I'm expecting a slower play to come out from Renegades. We'll see how many SMGs they end up keeping. So they only keep the 1 SMG. 5 M4s on COG, so no op on either Kusta or Ricky. And Stilla just running out the B plat basically by himself. So he's gonna look to challenge, look to see if he can get any picks. Pre-aims the tree. I thought maybe he was going to get that, but Ethan just very solid there. Gets that kill with ease. Still 100 HP and 4v5 right off the bat. 0 follow-up from Renegades either.
Yeah, nobody, Nexa was sitting behind him in the smoke, but I think the smoke held him off for the most part, so no one's really going to try to follow that through, and now they just have to hunt for additional kills when they do start their push. Still splitting it up as well. It's 2-2 with these 2 over here at A-Long, the other 2 trying to go for drop control. The bomb back in the halls, which means the second guy over here at drop, Nexus, probably not actually going to be able to go down in drop. He's still fall back and retrieve the bomb at a moment here. Azure trying to make as much noise as he can, and with that noise, he'll be able to get himself a kill, the trade that they were looking for earlier. The guys in A-Long have made 0 progress. They got it to the edge, but there's a double man setup if they try to push forward against this. They're going to have to use connector a lot more. But even there, oh, nicely found from Azure, actually. FNS just didn't seem to be there at all.
Almost never.
Yeah. Kusta, though, holds with a double kill back over here, kills the A-Long pressure. The bomb's going to come up ramp. They should have been able to hear Nexa, I think, a second ago, so they're going to know he's somewhere around here. They find him. Azure, though, perfect timing on his own push outside. Catches Kusta. Cutler is still a surprise to be seen, however, as he strikes with his first kill, eliminating Nexa. Azure now prioritizing the plant over everything else as he does go for that. Cancels it at the last second, however.
I think that was an accident.
Yeah. So he'll recorrect that now. But in doing that, CLG have only gotten a little bit closer. That Molotov, though, he's able to read it. You can see the shadow, too, from Ethan. So he's going to try to pre-read that spray, but doesn't really end up working out. Ethan takes him out, and it'll be CLG picking up this round.
Yeah, a couple nice kills there from Ethan. If you noticed how Kusta and Cutler played that, is that Kusta, he didn't mind that he died there, right? Yep. His death after he got those 2 kills was purely to set Cutler up to get a freebie. And he knew if Cutler gets that freebie, they're going to, you know, be in 2v1. He might even be able to get 2, and they're going to have a really good chance of winning the round. If Kusta would have hid there and let Cutler all of a sudden take the next battle, and then if Cutler loses that battle, and then they would still know Kusta's there. So that's why they played it that way. And I don't want to say it ensures the round 100%, but it ensures a very good chance at winning the round playing like that. So good job by COG and a heads-up play from Kusta there to take the battle and make sure he dies before Cutler is even seen.
Yeah. Now the Renegades are going to start their push out onto the platform again. They just go right for it, and much like many of these past rounds, Distillo, who's the point man with his teammates kind of falling behind on like a 10-second delay or so here. A little bit closer than that, but still, Distillo gets himself to the steps. Flashbang tower as he attempts to toss that molly out. And now there's a little tiny hole in that smoke, so he's been spotted out down to 23 HP. The rest of the Molotovs are going back in. Nobody checking for this corner, though, so Ethan's first kill's for free. Sneaks in a second one over the crevice, and the third as well. As Ethan goes massive, now Kusta can chime in with the op. Secure this round. Revenge finally found by Distillo against Ethan, but it's not going to matter. He's at 1 HP with a 1v4. If he did this, it would be one of the most incredible clutches I've ever seen, but sadly, it's not going to happen. Ricky shuts it down, and CLG tie the game up at 3-all.
Yeah, 2 rounds in a row that Ethan's just gotten extremely crucial and important frags. Obviously, this B hold pretty much shuts it down by himself with this 3K. The previous round, killing you still at platform when he tried to work out by himself, taking that one-on-one battle, and then also closing out the round in that 2v1. So Ethan really showing up, getting very crucial frags, impact frags that really shape up the round and you know, put COG in a good position. Now Renegades is going to be on a force buy. They have the 2 Tech 9s, the off onto Nifty. Pretty limited utility though, so a lot of this round might come down to Nifty And this is when you want your opper to kind of take control, take over a little bit, look for a pick, be aggressive, and make the round easier on everyone else. But right now, Nifty just watching long A push, you know, just holding map control a little bit. But if Renegades wants to win this round, it's going to be in large part due to him. And this is really when you see an opper like Fallen, you know, this is when he takes it upon himself to win a round for his team. And that's what you want from your opper.
So the Renegades still stacked up in that default setting right now, not wanting to push themselves forward into the site just as of yet. We do start to see a little bit of pressure moving in towards drop, however, and again, it is Azure that leads the charge here. The mid guys over towards A, again, though, pressure is always very, very late for them when they do decide to move in upon it. Finally, we start to see them taking a tad of control at around this 55-second mark. Where exactly is this going to lead to? At the moment, just looking like your standard drop split, more than likely, with 2 going in there, trying to split. But, I mean, even CLG's setup is looking good to counter this back out. They've got 2 on the A side, prep for it. Another one waiting in the window. However, Cutler doesn't catch Nifty at all. In fact, he can just barely pop over that smoke, finding himself a kill. Azure almost sneaks one first out from the window as they do start the drop play, but Ethan bails out his teammate and picks up the kill for himself. Now this is back down to a 4v4, and nearly everyone from CLG is going to go for the full rotate over towards the A-bomb site. They all sit in, but the second player moving in from drop is what really surprises them. It's Ustila that sneaks in a kill, traded back out again, and one more, and another from Kusta, as he gets 3 kills from the barrel's position, knows where the 4th and final player is left alive here now for the Renegades, and JKS, while he attempts to escape, is not even going to be able to make it out of there, as Ricky tails him off with the USP.
Yeah, and CLG had a full over-rotate to that A site, and even though they had a double lurk, and the lurk was looking good, right? Even though I think it was Azure died in the connector, they weren't expecting Ustila at all. Ustila only able to get that 1 kill. If he was able to get Kusta there, they probably would have had a plant and been able to win that round, but Kusta, under pressure, just hits some nice shots, forces Renegades to an eco with just 3 Glocks, a P250, and a Tech 9.
Well, we do have, now with the Renegades being broken, probably going to see a rather straightforward play from them. JKS is on his own over there towards the mid connector again in just the outside area. But the rest of the team is stacked up in the B halls. More than likely going to see them make an attempt at a fast push outside here, but they don't really have the utility to support it is going to be the problem. So long as CLG aren't caught either moving positions or just kind of in the open where Renegades would sneak off a quick headshot kill off of one of their better pistol players, then more than likely they are just going to end up getting cut down here, and it would be an easy 5th round for CLG. We'll sit back and wait, however, as more than likely Ricky is going to be the one that has to challenge this push from the Renegades, as they are getting ready to move out upon it. The minute left on the clock. Still, obviously, can take it a little bit slower if they want to. The timing on this molly actually may be pretty bad. It's going to let them get past Broken Ball. Now, Ethan's going to be challenged. Ricky trying to get himself back out with the op. Ethan actually still holding on quite well, but only gets that 1 kill. Azure next to trade back. More rotates coming in. FNS and Cutler as well. Only going to be able to pick up really 1 kill each. It's down to a 2v3 now. Nice double kill from Kusta, though, as Nexon JKS just line right up. He brings us back down to a 1v1. The molly, he'll attempt to bounce it. I don't think it's in there close enough. Oh, it is actually. And Nifty gets pushed out, just goes for the kill, and he'll find it to clutch out for the Renegades.
Wow. I mean, they invested $1,000 into that round and stole that round away from CLG, and that's twice now that Renegades has won with a very, very limited buy. And these are the rounds that CLG is just, they need to improve upon. If they don't lose that second round, they don't lose that round there, they're probably up, 6-2 with a great economy right now. But instead, their failures to capitalize off rounds like that are just putting them in such a bad position. Now we see Renegades, they have a bunch of money. Nifty has that op, COG has a very low buy. They go from a double op setup to an ump and a CZ and a FAMAS.
It's not going to be looking great for the CTs in this round. Let's see Morse as they've attempted to play the odds in this round by stacking 3 at A long. More than likely, they may not end up coming to fruition in that route, as we are seeing quite a few of the Ts explore middle instead. CLG don't even really seem to be paying too much attention to the suicide steps currently, so their best hopes of cutting that back off is not even really going to be a reality now, as we've still already, not only with drop control, but he has the transition room too. In theory, he can just walk right out, take down whoever's holding over there by the B door. I believe that's Ricky. And then have enough time to recover to find Ethan too, and that completely kills the defenses, and they have a free take. In fact, they've completely abandoned their pressure on A because of this, because of how easily Ustila has been able to just walk right in. So this is going to set something up very easy for them. The molly, obviously a player can hold that corner there, so he's going to be trying to flush him out just so he doesn't make that mistake. Safe in that regard. Now it's time to push back in, but he does have to be a little bit more cautious here of them flanking from the window. Thankfully, he has Azur to cover his back in that regard. And now as he moves back in, there you go. Here's the surprise. Just 2 easy kills for Justillo. Riki trades one back inside of the drop room itself, but now Justillo can just smoke off the doorway, prevent access, and the rest of the team, it should be a relatively easy hold at this point, actually. CLG don't have really any room back in. Nifty hitting another shot on Riki. And indeed, yeah, Kusa and Color are just going to get pushed back. It's going to be 5 rounds for the Renegades as they'll take back their lead.
Yeah, and I mean, just a big risk taken by CLG doesn't pay off. I don't mind risks in those situations. If you hold straight up, you're probably not going to win that round anyways. So, but on Cobble, when you do take a risk like that and you put that extra player there, at A, when you have 3 players like that, it's like, okay, so you have a drop player, he can't really watch E-box and towards A drop, and then you have a B player. The only way he could watch, you know, E-box and upper B at the same time is if he's maybe opping behind the box, right? So there's going to be holes in that setup, and Justillo just finds out exactly how to just, you know, take that site with ease and realizes there's basically nobody there except for Ethan, and then FNS coming through the doors from A is the quickest player there. So very easy take from Renegades. Now we see CLG, they saved the 2-on-4s, but FNS is having a rough game, man. 0 kills in 9 rounds so far. And Color's having a rough game too. I mean, at A, you know, he was one of the first lines of defense. Riki, although he had that great pistol round, you know, he was the guy at B. He had an op, right? And Chicken Coop, and they threw 1 flash and rushed 3 Glocks at him. He wasn't able to do anything.
Yeah, the timing. I think the timing on that specific round was a bit unfortunate because I was at a point when Riki was like throwing a molly or something like that, and he had to back up to recover.
You just never pull out a nade in that situation.
Yeah,
though. Like when they're like fully saved like that. You just never pull out a nade. You just keep your gun out, or you dodge a flash.
Because that can happen, essentially.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, and like you don't need that. You don't need that to win the round. You know?
Yeah.
You don't need a well-placed Molotov to win a round against, even if they had Tech 9 armor. You just don't need it, right? So you don't take that risk.
Well, to open up here in the 10th round, it's a good opener from Nifty. Unfortunately, a better response comes out from Kusta. Azur going to try to make magic happen where Justillo did some good work in the last round, but fails to hit his mark on the opening volley. And now he's going to try to leap back out. Riki with the Zeus skill rolls in and steals the AK off of his corpse as they'll escape with a second pickup here now in this round. And Ethan even hitting a dink against Justillo. Good shot from Justillo to quickly take him back down, but great response again from Ethan. CLG are hitting some nice shots now. And there's going to be another one there from Cutler as he holds the M4, trades 1 for 1 as the remaining Renegades players are trying to push up onto the site. But even in doing this, Nexa goes for a plant. Riki just lines up the easy shot. All that's left alive here is Justillo, who's actually a little bit closer to home than some of these CLG guys may think. They'll dispatch of him, however, without too much additional trouble. And CLG will win back this round to go 5 for 5.
Yeah, and that's 2 for 1 right now. CLG winning a round where they just had those 2-on-4 saved. Riki in the drop room getting a nice Zeus kill, gets the AK. Saw as AZR got that kill onto FNS when he did that, tried it again, but Riki just posted up with the Zeus. So we have 2 rounds that CLG has lost, where they definitely, you know, should have won, right? And now they have 1 round that they've won. So kind of evening it out a little bit.
We get the nice little replay of the Zeus kill there. Relatively easy closeout from CLG to bring it back up to a tie. But regardless of that loss for the Renegades, they still are able to purchase back into the 11th round here, which includes the op on Nifty, pretty much full utility for him as well, and the rest of the players also following that node back up. Into another default setup from CLG, although the A players are going to be holding back a little bit more, it seems we could still see them blossom over towards A long in a second here, but for the most part, they're just going back to another 3-2 split and trying to hold the site as you would usually expect amongst CTs here. For the Renegades, a bit more active pressure leading its way over here towards the A-long area, as we can already see them pushing into it. Promptly, it becomes smoked off by the CTs as they toss in their own utility. A little bit of a boost up here to try and spot over it. I think the smoke is actually really well placed, though, so they can't really see too much on top of that, even with the boost. So that's not really going to work out too well for them. They will have to push forward against it to be able to find that first entry. And to defend it on the CT side, you are going to be looking at Cutler sitting on the other edge of it, but very far back. I think hogging the right side of the alleyway to try and surprise peek them when they do eventually go out for the push. And yeah, he is holding out on the right side. Still, though, 2 players on platform B. That's going to be a lengthy rotation, even if they notice this right now. Thankfully, as well, they do have a 3rd player here for the A site already waiting over by the doors and can, within just about 2 seconds notice, be out in a position where he can stop the flow. Cutler goes for the peek, fails to account for that third player sitting it long, but he has one completely blind. Elsewhere, Kusta picked up a first kill. In a moment, though, Cutler is going to find himself in a bad spot. Pop Flash goes back out. Nobody seems to be paying attention to him, though. Those guys pushing ramp are solely focusing on the site itself and getting control here, and Cutler just has free reign over so much of the site currently. Even goes all the way back towards the alleyway without being punished at all, swings back in for another kill, and now it's just down to Ustillo alone in a 1v3 here with basically no ground to work with. May finally be able to trade it into a kill on Cutler, but even if he did, he only had 9 seconds left. He still would have had to go over to retrieve the bomb, watch out for players peeking from the B site direction, and still find time to plant in the middle of that. It was basically an unwinnable situation regardless of what he did.
Yeah, and that's got to be a communication issue from Renegades, though. If you look at the first kill that Cutler got, Nifty sees him and is kind of, you know, fighting him for like a few seconds, and Cutler is dodging him. And then Nexa just kind of runs up, and it seems like he wasn't even aware that Cutler was pushed up. So I wonder if there's, you know, communication issues on the Renegade side. I'm not sure about Nexa. I've never spoken to him. I don't know how, you know, well he speaks English or anything like that. You know, and it's got to be kind of weird, right? If you're, you know, just having a bunch of different accents, though, too.
Yeah.
Having, like, Nifty just, you know, all their terminology is different, right? If you ever play with Australians, the terminology is, like, completely different.
It is tough when 90% of the calls are just diggity, you know? So, looking at how the Renegades will attempt to fare here, just not finding a whole lot, unfortunately, getting knocked out one by one. Ricky sinks one of the last kills on Ustillo, then JKS stuck inside of drop. He'll attempt to go for the quick swing to find FNS, but no, he'll end up with a nice 3K on the round, holding near the drop room and giving CLG another round as they push up on 7 here. The map has been close so far, though, and with us going into another gun round, we could very well see the Renegades bounce back again and try to tie us up at 7-7. Now we're also going to see double ops coming back into the picture here too for CLG. Ricky picking it up and Kusta still manning it as the primary op. Renegades splitting into another one of their own defaults as they do send quite a few more outside, but it doesn't appear as though they're going to rush or anything like that, just holding players to make sure CLG don't peek into it and whatnot, and if they do, they can punish that. And then, well, actually, they don't have anyone in the B halls this time. Everybody's sitting outside, I just noticed. So they pulled everyone back from there. They've got them all grouped up, which means you might actually see a bit of an earlier push and a bit more of a direct play into B, which, to be completely honest, CLG may not find themselves ready for. Cutler just gets away with murder there. Nobody's paying attention to him there on that left side. So swings out that kill. Still has plenty of time to get behind coverage. Ricky can try to punish from the alt direction, too, or at the very least hold here and then re-enter in a few moments. Since no one should really know he's up there, they might suspect it, but they're not going to have 100% confirmation. 2 trades coming back in for the Renegades, and now a third as well. That's actually great clearances. They do take out the A-long player. Ethan is trying to flank back around, but they've got someone paying attention to that, and he succeeds in countering out the flank. So now it's just Kusta in a 1v3. Not really going to be able to do anything here. I would be very surprised if he tried to go for this, but more than likely may end up just falling back after he tries to dip back in for a kill or two, and then try to save the op.
Yeah, CLG was set up perfectly for that. They had Ricky, who was still putting pressure from like long A and middle. They had to have a guy dedicated to that for Renegades. Cutler gets a kill, spots exactly what the play is, runs back to Woodwall. FNS had a quick rotate. Ethan on the flank. Kusta also rotating pretty quickly. Like COG, positionally speaking, was in a great position to succeed. Kills just didn't break down that way, and Renegades ends up winning the round with 3 alive in a round that I thought certainly CLG was going to take.
Yeah, I thought so as well, especially with Cutler picking up that first kill for free.
That was a cool counter flash when he was running away, banking it off that wall too. Bought him a lot of time.
But the rest of the team on rotate just doesn't really pay off there as they try to get themselves back in, and Renegades hits a nice few shots.
Yeah, FNS is actually having a really rough game so far in that drop room area. Every time he's rotating to A, he's not really able to do anything. He had the 1 3K on that anti-eco, but besides that anti-eco 3K, he's like...
He got 1 kill.
Yeah.
So he is struggling at this point. And it's weird, too, because he's normally actually, from some of these past games we've seen over these few weeks here, he's actually been a pretty clutch player on this map. Some of these times. But Ustillo, though, just walking right out again, catching one. There was a player from the CT side that jumped up on Broken, but didn't notice him, didn't hear him, and then promptly just fell back. So, just like that, they've got half this site under their control already. They still have to be careful of nades and whatnot. Boost up comes into it and almost catches Ustillo. Crouches back down to avoid it. He did see Ethan drop off to the left side, so he can hunt it down. In the meanwhile, obviously looking for the boosted up player, Azur is going to take him down and find Ethan as well. well, swinging up from the other side of the pizza box. Down to 2 again from CLG, as for the most part, they get knocked out very easily. Nade covers off the smoke on the door. Azur eliminates Kusta, trying to fall back from the main doorway. And now Cutler only has the A site to play with, and he'll be saving as well.
Yeah, and that's twice that Justillo has done that. The first time, Ethan, if you remember, he was boosting on the tree, got a nice kill on him. Justillo not afraid to try it again on this 14th round. Goes out B, gets the entry, makes things very easy for his teammates in drop room because FNS rotates out. The first person to rotate from B is Kusta, so he's not going to rotate and jump in drop to watch E-Box or anything like that. So when FNS rotates to B and rotates to Broken Wall like he did, E-Box is completely open, right? Now, if Cutler was rotating, he might have been able to put pressure there, maybe flank E-Box, maybe stop that from happening. But since Kusta's the first one to rotate off of A, how can you watch E-Box, right? You can't. So Azur just has a free passageway to run behind him, shoot both players in the back, and then eventually chase down Kusta as well for his 3K of the round.
So going back into the last round here now, CLG are not going to find themselves with a really impressive buy, unfortunately. They will just be trying to compete and hopefully try to, at the very least, get themselves the 8th round. Nice shot from Kusta, but it's slightly through the wall. It is not going to get the full kill. Just brings JKS down to 17 HP, unfortunately. And across the rest of the map here, Renegades are starting to get prepped to push in towards B a little bit. With drop pressure, some delay will follow through because of the smoke setups currently deployed of the CLG roster. But after that, I mean, they've already pretty much used their entire stack of utility here. They've only got one more smoke sitting on Kusta, and that's all they're really going to be able to deploy. Kusta, thankfully on B, so we can smoke off the wall one more time if he wants to, but after that, they really don't have much left besides like an HE grenade and a couple of flashbangs, which, to be completely honest, probably won't even get used. But we do see the Renegades now, after those initial CT smokes fade away. The Renegades are starting to prep to toss out their own here. So probably around the 40 to 50 second mark, we'll see them deploy and try to get back out. We did finally see Kusta deploying his own. So again, probably going to hold up Renegades for a few extra seconds here. But the good news is that by waiting this long, Kusta tossing this out has actually delayed the Renegades quite significantly. If they can do a good job of holding this back and actually bring the timer down low enough, they may be able to just run it down to that timer point. But Ethan and Kusta have to come up huge. These are going to be the 2-point men, as it is another direct B play. As they move out, here we go. Azur leading the charge. Not able to find Kusta just yet, but he doesn't hit on his first shot. He still eliminates Ethan. Kusta striking back, but only for one. He goes down before he can escape behind the smoke wall. And that seals it now. 4v3 as CLG have to move back in for the retake. Even having the ability to send some of the Renegades players further into the site, you can see Justillo all the way up here in that little mini cubby. Such an advanced position that CLG are now going to have to worry about. Ricky, though, opens up another hole for these guys to play with as Ricky moves back in, takes down Nifty. Nexa Justillo responding, and Nexa, again, picks up the final kill as we do indeed see the Renegades coming out on top. And they'll take the first half 8-7, just barely in their favor. But by setting a good stride, they may be able to indeed close out on this first map and take it against CLG. Stick with us, guys. The second half is coming up in just a few moments.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Welcome back again, ladies and gentlemen. Two teams here tonight which have been on the up and up as of late, battling it out to see which will reign superior here, and especially both of them trying to play for top 6 positioning and qualify for the LAN finals. Unfortunately for Renegades, as we mentioned on a few show days before, it's not really going to matter for them if they make the top 6. They have the minor to play for, but for CLG, this one being very important indeed. We're jumping right into the second half though. Renegades have an advantage, but it is slight. So we'll have to see if they can keep it going or if CLG is going to bounce back now on the T side.
Yeah, but if you can't go to a LAN, you know what's the next best thing, Blue?
What's that?
Ruining other people's chances
That's very
to qualify
true.
for the LAN. It's very satisfying.
Well, we're getting into the thick of it now as CLG will push their players directly over towards the mid connector at the start of this round. JKS definitely is going to be able to hear this play, so calling it out to his teammates and getting them all to rotate back in. They'll have to be careful of a drop play though, but everyone's been already isolated back out, and now they've got to swing over towards Heaven and hope they can wrap out through there. Nifty is firing blindly. Great flash against Ustilo, eliminates him, and that's it. The site's under their control. Now they still have to worry about JKS, who has probably been undetected as of late, and Ricky just kind of goes into the shed but doesn't respond to Azur at all. So Azur escapes with a free one right there. FNS still trying to sneak back around here and eliminate the CT that's now creeping out through A long, and he's going to start his own push back in. No additional kills since that point, though. Remains even in a 3v3, but interesting positioning. Renegades definitely grouped up a little bit more solid in a way, but the T's have the site, and that's what's important right now, is they claim all 3 of the remaining kills without losing an additional player and take control to tie us up at 8-8 and claim the pistol.
Yeah, I think Nifty played a bit too passive there in connector. When that flash came over, I think he should have wide swinged, got, you know, in their faces a little bit and tried to just use that USP, you know, to move and shoot maybe, go through the smoke with the flashbang, and then his teammates could rotate and have an easier time rotating, even if he only goes like 1-for-1. I think him giving them so much space makes it just such a difficult round for Renegades to win. Now we see COG immediately goes towards B with 3 players. Looks like they're probably going to scout that out. Nexa on the stairs with a deagle, so it's a dangerous spot.
And he's going to be moving up to a position where CLG do have quite a few of their players lined up. Next, though, oh, it's going to be a bit unfortunate as he'll get pushed back down due to the
great flash, though.
And another one's about to roll back in. I think that one's a little bit too far behind, but actually, no, it hits them. Ustilo, though, just ends up going into a battle, which there's no way he's going to come out on top of that one. And the same story for Nexa. The third player seems to be the charm, however, as JKS finally hits the kill against Ethan. Maybe more to come? No, it's going to come from Azur, actually, who hits a double. Ricky and FNS both get knocked out. This is even. This is down to a 2v2 now. There's room for Renegades to upset here. Lights up another player. Unfortunately, doesn't get the kill this time. And now you're looking at Nifty alone. They pre-fire into his position, though, and knock him out and prevent the eco upset as CLG does indeed take the lead now at the start of this half.
Yeah, Azur doing a good job with this CZ. Even the Dink came out with on that third guy. But Nifty, he's saving him for an op for that 4th round, so he didn't have any armor or anything, just a P250, and that is it. But a good eco, nonetheless, from Renegades, getting those 3 kills, dropping 3 of the guns, giving themselves a chance to win. But CLG survives the round, so it's going to be 9-8. Should definitely be 10-8 here. Ethan's going to go out B, I think, and kind of scout it out with that SMG, see what he sees. They, again, run the same anti-eco with 2 people outside of A, kind of one watching mid, one watching long A, and then Ethan kind of go scout out B or drop room.
Well, Ethan now starting to creep forward and move in to take control of that drop room here. Renegade's taking a pretty open door policy about it, at least on this eco, as they don't place anyone really to defend it. Instead, are going to defend the outskirts near a window and the transition room here in Exo, of course. Still expect one player to kind of peek in every now and then to see if they can maybe either get lucky or be able to try and catch one of these players. But Kusta picking up that first kill there against Nifty does set the scales in the favor of CLG, giving them the early 5v4 advantage. And Renegades actually seem to be rotating away from this now, going over towards the A site instead. Something made them think it was coming to that site, but that's definitely not the case, as now CLG is essentially just going to end up walking into an open B site.
Yeah, and they had a complete B stack, just a little bit of a wrong read, but I mean, they only have USPs anyways. The chance of winning that round was, even with that stack, is just so low. So now they should just look for exits most likely, see if Ethan might try to chase. Maybe they could just get a kill on him, use the ump. One thing that triggered me a little bit that last half was when they just do like a 5 M4 buys and stuff like that, and just like no utility. And I'm like, if you just throw in 2 umps with full utility, it makes that buy so much more difficult to deal with. I mean, quite frankly, the ump is I would rather have so say you're watching B with 2 people.
Yeah.
And I would much rather have one player close with an ump and full utility, and then one player like around statue or back statue or coop or whatever taking contact, than just 2 M4s. Like, I would rather have an ump up close next to the broken wall around there because you could just move and shoot the whole time than an M4 all day.
Yeah.
You know, so, like, you know, they need to utilize those buys a little bit better. We see Azur, he does have an ump. Like when you watch SK play, right? I mean, they generally don't do that. Like, Taka will have an ump or Fur will have an ump in those situations when they'll have like 4100. And there's a reason for that. You get the utility. It's better in so many situations to have that. Just a fast B though from CLG.
You can abuse the positioning really well with a UMP as well, especially if the T's try to set up for like a smoke setup or something like that, and it ends up in like a really chaotic situation outside of it. The mobility helps out so much.
It really does.
Continuing to try and entertain that chaos. Well, down they'll go. Nexa trying to hold off first, catches the first kill. Ricky taking down still afterwards. Nexa still alive, but not for long apparently. It's JKS next up to bat for the Renegades as he picks up an additional kill, but stuck by the smoke. Well, no, he decides to go through actually to pick up his own second.
Watch for him. Yeah.
Kusta trains it back out, brings us into another 2v2, and Azur in the meantime sneaking forward without being noticed. Takes another kill out of the hands of CLG, and now leaves us all into the hands of FNS, who is falling a little bit flat in the first half, but may be able to be the hero here in the second. Not going to happen this time, though. Azur does indeed clutch it out and gives the Renegades a 9th round.
He does, and he picks up the op, and that is a much needed op for Renegade. So now Nifty's going to use this, and it's going to be a bit of the same scenario where I said before. So COG is going to have a better buy overall. 3 umps on Renegades, an M4, and an op. So pretty solid buy. I mean, they have a ton of utility as well. It's going to make it a lot more difficult for COG. But if I'm Nifty here, I'm probably saying, hey, I'm going to go B plat or something like that. You know, I think he's holding A kind of by himself right now, which is good. And just put a little bit more pressure on yourself since you know you have 3 umps on the board and, you know, your teammates don't have nearly as much weaponry as you.
And CLG, well, they did deploy a lot of their utility early on here. Definitely not going to be sending the execution to the respective site. Everybody else is moving through the mid-connector, trying to charge out here.
This is a great read by CLG.
As we do see them moving up to it, it's basically an open site. JKS just spots it with his knife out. He's going to get smoked before he can do anything, though, so he'll have to get aggressive if he wants to try and stop CLG from taking full site control. Even over here at Heaven, it's not really possible for them to do anything. Ricky slightly misreads the play there, however, and Ethan kind of losing himself, pulling out the nade at maybe the wrong time. The Molly's going to go in, and pulls out the Tech 9 to be able to trade it back. Overall, though, CLG comes out on top slightly with the 2v2, and now FNS having a great position to counter out Nifty, leaves just Nexa alive, but Nexa is creeping in, and Kusta may not be aware of just how close he is. He's going to be able to hop right up and maybe just take him down. No, Kusta's not even checking this, so another kill escapes. FNS is so far away, but Nexa's a full 10-second defuse right now, and in comes FNS to try to put a stop to this wrap in the corner. At the very least, the noise makes him get off the bomb a little bit here, but still, Nexa follows through.
That was so smart by FNS, too. But, not able to get away from Nexa. Did you see what he did? He ran just to the point where he would get off the bomb, where he would hear him and get off the bomb, but not far enough to fully commit. Unfortunately for FNS, he doesn't. You know, I think you could actually crouch where he was, and your head wouldn't be seen, I believe. But that was like a perfect read by COG. So what they did is they had people at B. They threw stuff at B. The second A player rotated off. Nifty was A by himself at long because that second A player rotated off, and then they just walked through middle. And that second A player is going to help watch drop, and they just messed with the rotation so much and got them in a great position where they could win the round. Now they have another chance to break their money here, but Renegades this time has a better buy. And, you know, the superior weaponry, but they weren't able to save that op, so no op for either team right now.
Well, at the moment, CLG are just going to be going for as forced into a buy as they can here. 2 UMPs, 2 Tech 9s, and the single AK going on to Kusta, whereas the Renegades looking a little bit stronger, but still using 1 UMP on Azur there to play it a little bit better over towards the B-bomb site, and specifically have him take close contact outside of the window there and drop to be able to stop any splits that they may be doing. It's not going to be an A split, however. CLG pull those players away from the mid-connector area and instead are going to send them into the halls, where in a moment we can expect them to funnel back out. A lot of possible drop pressure, though, so this may be a bit heavy in that route, which could lead to some bad things for CLG if they go. down that path. Thankfully, it does seem as though they're switching it over to the more default style of execution here for the B-bomb site, but time running low, 35 seconds left, and they don't have a whole lot of utility to get out onto the site. They're going to be running it very low. Good flash, though, onto Ustillo. Doesn't read into that at all, unfortunately, but he's given time to recover, and off of that, he's going to get one before he's eliminated by Kusta. A two-man stack by the Rock pretty much makes them invulnerable for the time being, as Azur takes out Ethan. JKS shutting down Kusta, down to 2 now, and they don't even really have any arm, or they don't really have any rifles left to play with now. Ricky trying to hunt for one, but in the process loses Cutler, so it's just on Ricky to pull off a miracle here, but I doubt it's going to be happening. 5 seconds, now just falling back to save the gun and letting the Renegades take control of this one here.
Yeah, so Renegades controlling that round pretty easily. COG not even getting a plant, so this should be a save by COG. They could maybe, let's see, I think they got 2,400 that round, so I think they're going to get 2,900 in the next round. They could afford maybe pistol armor if they really want to swing for it. So it looks like they will. That means this following round they're just going to have like AK limited utility. But yeah, I think this is a smart move by them. Try to keep the economy low on Renegades. Try to do some more economical damage. You have a decent chance to win the round, you know, with Ricky on this AK. Looks like they're going to work out B and drop with all 5 players.
On CLG, just waiting for the timing on this one to try and go for it here. But Renegades still having a 3-man stack in the site. This may just get put down before it even has a chance to come to life. Azur obviously going to be put into a pressure situation as soon as this smoke starts to fade. He backs away, giving CLG a little bit of respect to possibly allow them to move in where they can hopefully spring the trap, but this time it's Ricky just catching the first kill right off the bat, giving CLG a 5v4 advantage. Now, though, the Trouble's going to be capitalizing upon it, now moving into one of the 2 sites. Down to a minute now. Still have the possibility to back away and swing it over in the other direction if they wanted to, but the good news for the Renegades is that Nifty's now right into this, so they can be absolutely secure if their B holds here. They're not going to have to worry about possibly rotating over if they had the wrong read of the situation. They've got a flank coming alive, and Nifty is going to push all the way in. And if CLG don't execute soon, this flank is going to completely destroy them. JKS and Nexa picking up these next 2 kills here. Nifty does indeed swing it, cuts off the remaining players on platform. Ricky kind of runs back around, Ricky kind of runs back around to kill Nifty, but still, this is now left to a 1v2. Similar situation in the last round here, where time is low. Ricky just can't really do much in this situation. A little bit lesser numbers this time, but by the time that molly fades away, he's going to have so much work to do. It really just is not going to work, and more than likely they'll end up falling back into the halls, or just peeking out to die in this case.
Yeah, and COG, so they have 4,900. Maybe my math was a little wrong. Are they at money bonus? Yeah, like max money bonus? How many rounds in a row have they lost?
I think they're at 4. I think they might be 5. We'll see in a second. But yeah, unfortunately the flank combined with just the usual hold that Renegades had going for them there made it pretty much impossible for them to try and pull off that round there. But yeah, it is 4-round losing bonus, so 1 more to go before they are going to be on a full loss.
Yeah, but Renegade's economy, I mean, they're keeping it decently low. So COG, they really just need to win. You know, if they win this round, Renegades, they'd probably buy the next round after that if COG wins this round. But, you know, they could put on ecos pretty easily. So COG has had a lot of chances this half to really break the economy of Renegades and get a couple easy rounds in there. But they really just shot themselves in the foot and really handicapped themselves, just losing all those really favorable rounds, especially the round where Renegade just spent $1,000 on. You know?
Yeah.
If that didn't happen, I think they have complete control over this game.
The thing with CLG is like the frag totals are just all over the place right now. Like you have superstars and you look at like Kusta and Ricky, 22 and 12, 20 and 14, and then a slight fall back over to Ethan, but then after that it just drops off completely. Looking at Cutler, who has been doing pretty good, especially when you look at like the matches that they played over the course of this week here. This time though, with the Renegades just completely holding off, for the most part CLG's hit. Now they battle back though as Ricky and Kusta pick up those 2 kills, bringing this down to a 3v3. Azur, JKS, and Nexus still left alive and still within this site too. They got a really early rotate in, so CLG's job is not going to be made any easier by increasing the pace at which they go for this. Now, after everything is said and done, and we go down into the tense situation here, it is left to Nexa in a 1v2 now. Smoke to allow these T's to cross, but Nexa's not going to oblige upon that. He just gets even more aggressive, moving up behind the statue. to wait for his opportunity to maybe to counter out players if they push the sidewalk, which they're looking towards it right now. But next to having this position can certainly help him out. However, CLG are also going to be paying attention to the corner. There, Nexa swings out, gets the 1 kill, and now only 1 more to go. He was so low, but Nexa jumped back into the air, and that's where Kusta was given the chance to close out, and he succeeds upon it. So CLG, still signs of life, as they once again bring themselves back into it here and bring the scoreline to just 1 round's difference between both these teams.
Yeah, I cannot believe he just jumped backwards there.
He
it's a huge blunder. And it forces Renegades on 3 umps and a couple pistols. So CLG, you know, they've been rallying this entire half to have this moment, to have this opportunity. Now they really just need to capitalize on it, and then they should end up taking the lead.
Yeah, Cutler's going to swing back in, but doesn't pay attention, it seems, to JKS. Thankfully, nice trade from Ethan. And he gets nifty peeking from the left side, too. Nicely done from Ethan. That had to be a crazy swing. But the rest of CLG just going to start pushing into A. Obviously, Rotate's moving in from the Renegade side. A little bit late on Nexa, however, and with the elimination of Ustilla, this has almost sold it already. Unless Nexa can really surprise with the swing out from the door. But even the door's been smoked out, so he doesn't have that option apparent to him currently. Azur, waiting in the default spot, does catch Ethan, actually. Now trying to do a little bit more than that. Azur picking off a second now. He's got himself a 1v2 with an ump. And also, there's going to be quite a lot of time before this second CLG player ends up grouping up with, I think it's FNS waiting in, or excuse me, it's Ricky waiting in the site currently. FNS is the one moving in from long to rejoin him. So Azur just plays a patient game, but can't be too patient because they already know where he's playing from. Spots out FNS though on the peak, but he may not estimate, however. So, oh, what? Azur gets that one and goes for the last one as well. He ends up with a massive clutch and a huge 4K as well. That 3rd kill just snipes FNS out of the air and then goes for the full commitment to get the last kill.
That gun cost $1,200 and just got him $2,400 just for those 4 kills. And I mean, all those 4 kills that he got, like, he kills these players like faster this way than if he had an M4, you know?
Yeah.
The ump is just absurd. It is so absurd.
There's Ricky at it.
I mean, great play by Azur, but that gun is just so absurd.
So just like that, CLG's chances go back down into oblivion here. Look at their buy now. They're back over onto Deagles. Some of them not even buying anything at all. 3 of them, in fact. The most of the team. Only that 1 Deagle for Ethan and then a P250 sitting on FNS. So they'll try to just force their way out onto A, but this is definitely not going to happen here now. As you can see, Azur just going to roll in. They lose 2 players in the process as they kind of play in some open battlefields, but for the most part, Renegades do close it out quite nicely, and this will take us into another pause, I imagine, from CLG's players.
Yeah, and again, I mean, CLG, they've had many opportunities to win this game, to be in the position that Renegades is in, and just through no fault but their own, you know, just blowing some of these rounds that they should really easily be winning. I mean, that round that Azur had the 4K, you know, it's a 4v2. All you got to do is plant the bomb. I think it was Ethan just ran into sight with the bomb and a Tech 9.
Yep.
Instead of just kind of playing with his team and waiting for Ricky, who was watching the flank, to be a little bit closer and kind of taking it more methodically at that you know, junction in the round and eliminating any possibility of that happening, just being too loose, right?
Yeah, has possibly even ended up costing them the map now, depending on the result of this next round.
I mean, CLG's going to buy, but they're not going to have a great buy. I don't think. I think, what did they have, like 3,400 each, it looked like?
Yeah, they got 4 AKs and an ump, and the only player with a full utility stack is the ump player.
Okay, so they had about $4,000 or so. So it's not too bad. But, yeah, like you were saying, I mean, Kusta, Ricky, Ethan, you know, all 18 up, 24, 26 on Kusta and Ricky, respectively. And then Cutler and FNS just kind of
lagging behind a little bit.
Yeah. And FNS on CT side was playing really poorly on all the rotates. He was always the first guy to rotate from drop, usually moving around a lot, was never getting an impact, never making any kills happen. And then Cutler, you know, at A that round where run him over, and now Nifty just in danger, nobody even checking his spot. Now this should be easy for JKS. As I say that.
Yeah. FNS actually picks him off of all.
You're very, very favored if he could have got around that pillar and probably played it like he knows how to play it instead of kind of over peeking like that. It's a great position.
Well, now this is positioned into an even 3-on-3. The real issue for the Renegades is going to be figuring out, okay, did the bomb stay in the site or did they fall back and try to go B?
This is so smart by Ustillo. You see he's not overextending. He's just waiting. He has the entire fallback. Chances of somebody checking this corner are probably pretty low. He should be able to get the first one, most likely the second one, since he does have that ump. This is actually like an awesome position to be in with an ump, because you can get that first kill, and then when they actually come to turn towards you, like if you have an M4 there, you're usually maybe like crouched, but with the ump you just start strafing one way. And it's so difficult as a T to 180 on a guy that's just like full strafing, right?
And not only that too, but even if he does get traded out, we can
they would know exactly.
They'd have like a 5 or 10 second window to rotate to B, assuming that they continue to go to B at that point. But with the time as it is, that would definitely be the case. CLG though are just going to re-execute into A more than likely. As soon as they actually want to start it here. They are relying on FNS to flank back up, but oh, Nexus spots the shadow at the last second, so he's able to escape death. Costa, though, swings out of nowhere and just takes down Azur. That is also going to send Nexa out of the site temporarily. Ustillo initiates his flank, and there's another benefit to his position there, too, is he has a really easy flank potential in the event they go back into A, but unfortunately it doesn't end up going so well. FNS knocks him back out, and now it's just Nexa looking for the 1v3 clutch position, completely outmanned with regards to his positioning there. They was entirely surrounded by pushing towards the APC, so it's going to be pretty easy to knock him out, bringing CLG back into the game, but they can't flub up like last time. They have to keep it consistent now. If they get traded out again, especially with having to go for these rebuys, then the game is pretty much set and matched unless they can eco out the Renegades to take it to OT.
Yeah, so Renegade's going to save. JKS definitely had a good opportunity to win that round. Wasn't able to get any kills or even get in a spot where he could stay alive. And then once it was 3v3, COG just slows it down. Kusta getting a ton of just like really important impact frags here throughout this game. Just like frags that really shape up, how this game is going to be played out.
They do end up taking down Nifty early on, as we saw with him trying to push out from the mid-connector. So he's going to end up getting deleted pretty early on here. And the rest of the Renegades splitting up, expecting this to pretty much be a B hit now. They've got a 3-man stack in there. One's kind of watching on the transition point outside a window and drop. So we can help out A if necessary. And it seems like CLG are going to go back to that, since it worked so well for them in the previous round here. Which, without having any pressure at all over on that platform, as Ustillo went over to investigate it, it is going to allow for that player in between to rotate in. Ustillo is going to start a push, just sending Nexa over. They'll gamble on this, but it'll be a pretty safe gamble, to be completely honest, as they do start to move back in. JKS, along with Ricky, find themselves in a bit of a fight there. JKS, unfortunately, finding himself at the much, much worse end of that one, surviving it with only 1 HP. Azur trying to shift walk to that corner, but is caught, still in the process of moving. So Cutler finds another easy pickup there. Obviously, Nexa, having rotated in, can try to help out from the window spot, but the problem is the other guy here only has 1 HP. Nexa, though, with a nice shot, although he's traded out afterwards. JKS tries to surprise, but Ricky swings into that, takes him back down. They have found Ustillo. Kusta's going to play it safe, though. They know they still need the money to bounce back here and get themselves up to 16-14, so he does not want to lose himself in that situation. The only thing that Ustillo has is a 5-7. It's not a big deal if he escapes the round with it. So they will just kind of post up now and let him stay alive, and Ricky will finally seal the deal as Ustillo tries to go back in a drop.
Yeah, so COG finally did it. I mean, they broke their money. They got that easy round. They capitalized on it. Renegades now is going to buy, but they have no Molotov. Ump onto Nexa, 4 M4s, no op or anything like that.
So it will be the full investment, but it won't be the greatest one. As we can see, they'll have enough smokes and wanted to hold off any early aggression if CLG tries to go for it, but CLG back into another default more than likely, so probably not going to see a whole lot of that. Just really trying to scare off Renegades a bit and get them to use their utility with these early nades and stuff, but they themselves, CLG, won't really require too much of it to get into a bomb site. They've been pretty good at just using, at most, like flashbangs and being able to pick up their entries and then take control from that point, at least over at A, which has kind of become their favorite spot now in the last 5 rounds or so.
Yeah, and still the past couple rounds have been getting really aggressive over at B. I like the perfect times to know exactly what COG is doing. They just haven't really had the weaponry to, contest with it. Besides that, maybe 3v3 where Nifty was in danger and got those 2. But we'll see if Ustillo wants to get aggressive again, because it's been working the past couple rounds. They're moving back to A already. It's a minute left in the round. And if they do decide to get aggressive on B, they could have 3-4 players on A.
Nifty's definitely going to be backing up a little bit here, but still trying to challenge from the exit point of A long. Besides that, only having JKS in the area to defend it, so the 3B players need to move quickly here. Obviously, Renegades themselves, excuse me, have not caught on too much just yet about when exactly this hit is going to deploy, but with only 30 seconds left, you do see Nexa moving up now to investigate, and some of the B players are going to start to move over slightly, but they're going to hit the note far too late. Nifty's even caught jumping, loses a quarter of his HP early, and they should know he's going to play from the barrels position, so now he's restricted, but good timing on the repeat, finds Ricky. Unfortunately, Color and FNS dispatch of the other two teammates that were out on the site. Ustillo has to save this, but he can only get 1-2. Now it's down to Nexa to clutch out 1v2, but he doesn't even get close. Destroyed by Kustu as soon as he peeks heaven, and CLG retie this again at 14-14.
Yeah, they retied again. Renegades, you know, only getting 2,900 each that round, I believe it was. And they had a really fast rotate. I mean, all 5 guys were there very, very quickly. COG just 5-manning towards A after they show a little bit of B presence. Group up at around 1 minute. There's no nades after that to really execute, or, you know, on Renegade side to really delay him or anything like that. And even though that rotate was there so quick, COG just had all their bases covered. The kills went clean, pretty clean on like the entries and whatnot. So when that happens and the kills are clean on the entries, the guys that are watching for the rotate, like watching for people, you know, towards heaven, towards connector, they don't have to look away from it, right? Usually you have success on the rotate when your initial players get like 1 or 2 frags, and then all of a sudden those people that are watching the doorway have to trade on that, and then that's when you have your opportunity. But since the round goes pretty cleanly, you know, for COG on that take, it's too difficult to retake. It's never going to happen. So 14-14, pretty much a full eco on Renegades, and COG should easily get game point here.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to if Renegades are able to tie this back up for OT. That will be their last hope now, as this game has really been all over the place with who has held the advantage here. Never at one point can we say that one team had it completely secured. Early nades, good damage going on to Nexa, bringing him down to 16 HP. It's almost 100 HP right off the bat. Now he's going to jump up. I think he's on top of the box, actually, so that's an easy kill for Color to find. Swinging back in, they'll look for more, but he's still able to trade one back out. We're down to a 4v4. They missed the Q on the player jumping through the smoke at Broken, but they still kill him before he can get anything done. JKS only catching one himself, and Nifty's alone, so there you go. CLG push past. They take a lot of losses, but thankfully we're going into the last round.
The last round doesn't matter. I mean, those 3 kills are nice on Renegades, but at the end of the day, the only impact that really has is, you know, the extra money that each player is getting, right?
Yeah,
I think it was a CZ kill too. CZ still only gives $50, I believe.
Is it 100?
Is it 100?
I think it's 100.
Oh yeah, and off is 50.
Yeah.
Zeus is nothing, right?
I don't know.
It's 200? You get a 200 kill reward for Zeus and somebody? Oh, okay. No, of course Zeus costs something. I know it costs 200, but I don't think you get a kill reward with it.
You get the comedic effect, that's about it.
Do you remember when you used to do it and balloons would go off?
Yeah. That was for like the CSGO anniversary, I think.
Ethan. Come on, man.
So he's just caught running out wildly, and that gives Renegades an early advantage to try and swing this into OT. Ustillo, though, might take another risk here, and this is where they could trade it back. I don't think they can see through the smoke, though. He's still trying to see up on top of it. He actually does catch Ricky, so there's another one for the Renegades now. 5v3 advantage. CLG have to make up for this, and they've made no headway either. It's not even like that they've gained map control to lose these 2 kills. They've just been knocked out trying to sort of blindly push up towards the Broken Wall platform. That's it. And now they've only lost even more control. What's even worse is Azur, look at him, he's got a counter boost spot. He can just take out the remaining players if they don't check this corner. They do check it, but he still gets one more kill. Trading 1 for 1, that's terrible at this point for CLG. But now they're in a 2v4. Ustillo FNS finds it, but Ustillo just casually trades it back after recovering from the flashbang. So now Kusa, the last man alive, tries to get crazy with that kill there, but Nifty's going to shut it down. So we end up tied 15-15, and this first map is going to overtime.
Yeah, Ethan there trying to, you know, make that hero play out B by himself, doing similar to what Ustillo was doing last half a couple rounds. And who kills him? Ustillo. So we are going to see overtime here. COG did a good job coming back, though. I mean, they kept their economy low on Renegades. Even when they were losing rounds, they were getting kills. Then finally, they were able to string 2 in a row and come back from, I think it was like 10-13, right? So maybe 5 rounds, or
it's 10-14, I think, actually.
What was it?
I think it was 10-14.
Was it?
When CLG was behind, yeah. So they did recover quite nicely there to be able to bring it this far, but then they mess up on the very last round, and that was what ultimately seals it for the Renegades. So at the very least, to push it to OT. Now, though, they do have to try and close out for at least 4 more of this sequence of 6 rounds. The magic number will be 19 to win the map here now. Both teams are going to play 3 sides, or 3 rounds, excuse me, on their respective side, and they'll have $10,000 to start. So pretty standard overtime rules
Plus
here.
15 for Kusta.
Yeah.
Only 16 deaths.
It's weird though, because it's like these. It's just been more consistency from Kusta. It hasn't been anything like Ethan. I think had the crazy spray down a couple rounds back, but it's just been more Kusta consistently fragging out instead of him
He's
having
getting a lot of
passive
impact kills.
Yeah.
That one round at B when it still was flanking Heaven, if you remember, when they did that 3-2, or not B, sorry, A. That was a really nice round by Kusta, but he's just getting a lot of impact frags, gets his 1 to 2 kills, usually stays alive and relies on his teammates after that. And it's just, he's playing well, and he's playing CS at a high level.
Yeah, definitely. As long as we can see him still warming up there. The players should be ready in about a minute here, and then we should be able to jump into OT and take a look at who is actually going to come out on top of this map. Like we said before, it's a very important match for both teams to try and remain high up in the seedings here for the Pro League. And obviously some shells may be asking, okay, the Renegades are not going to play the finals, right? So not so important for them, but there is still prize money to consider throughout the season, and it is a pretty decent amount when you get up to like the top 8 or so. So definitely still want to try to play for that at the very least, and that will be the Renegades' goal now at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I think gun round versus gun round, COG has looked like the superior team to me.
Yeah.
But Renegades on a lot of the off buys, when they have pistols and whatnot, is when Renegades has really gotten themselves into this position, I think. If COG didn't blow a couple of those rounds, I think they would have won this game a while back, to be honest. So I really favor COG here in overtime. I think they have looked like the better team, just positionally, strategically, and overall in like 5v5 CS when they have fully bought up. I think they've looked vastly superior actually to Renegades.
I think you said it best when there's been way too many rounds where CLG have just been kind of playing it loose or too loose, and they just make like really dumb mistakes at the beginning of the round that ends up costing them hugely.
Either too loose or too tight. Like against those Tech 9 rounds, it was too tight.
With like the nade toss out from Ricky and whatnot.
Well, that was versus the full eco. That was too tight too. Right? If you're going up against a full eco, and they should have known it was going to be a full eco just based off the economy. Just get a couple guys aggressive with an AWP like you see Fur do, and just not even give them that type of space.
Into overtime, we're going to go with JKS already finding himself in a bit of an intense battle, which I thought he was going to go down on, to be completely honest, but only dropped to 32 HP, and he trades back damage against Cutler when 3+ players were trying to push him from suicide. Now that is going to send a lot of the pressure from CLG away from the mid connector. Good molly against Ustillo, knocks off a quarter of his HP, but doesn't actually send him out of the room. In fact, Smoke just gets tossed up on top, restricts the additional pressure from CLG, and at the moment, they just can't seem to find their opener here, which they can use to start some momentum onto one of the 2 sites. After not getting anything in draw, now they're right back over here to the mid connector and long. Now the good news is that the action earlier against JKS did push those CTs back onto the site, so they have that going for them. They can at the very least line up for their hit, and for the most part remain uninhibited to do that. But they're now going to have to deal with still a constant 2 on the site. An alerted sense of presence from the drop guy waiting outside of the window. He did actually just shift into the B site, though, so that's going to be more of a lengthy rotation for him, but he seems to be kind of actively moving around. Nifty missing his first shot, though. That's a big miss, as now they're freely open to push up towards ramp here, and they're going to waste no time taking advantage upon this one. Ethan already sees the grates broken, so he's got to check a few more of these positions here. However, he's losing his teammates one by one. Renegades just dominate on the first round here. 4 kills to 1 at the end of it, and they'll take strong control of the first round in OT.
Yeah, and JKS managing to get 2 frags there at long A with 0 teammate help, 0 teammate support, no nades, and about 25 HP. So he did a great job that round. Gets that kill. I mean, he did that with like 20 health.
Yeah.
So Nifty gets the early spot, the rotate comes, and COG isn't doing any type of like flank or anything like that. They're usually just 5-manning stuff. So you could over-rotate really, really heavily with Renegades. Nifty goes for the B plat peak, gets punished instantly by Ethan, and they're setting up the B exec right away. It'd be very smart of COG to slow it down. That's what they do. Look at Renegades rotate. They don't even have anybody at A. They just have all 4 players towards B and drop. The execute stops from COG. Ustillo gets hit through the smoke. Renegades has almost no nades. This was very nicely played by CLG.
Yeah, Nifty jumping up there and spotting, I think, all 4 of those players out on broken wall approach pretty much sounded the alarms. So if they had gone out onto B, it would have been a tough battle to continue to take control, even with them having the man advantage there. So good for them to now fall back and try to send it over towards A. Obviously, with the slow play, Renegades are going to start to move some of their own players back in that direction, but at the moment, it's really only one. CLG still has the element of surprise as long as those smokes remain up on the broken wall, and Renegades themselves do not decide to push into that to check it. And that seems to be a pretty lengthy process. The smoke should already be gone over there on the platform itself, and they can start to push in and confirm this. But at the moment, still only 1 in A as they are executing out through long. It's going to be JKS, however, and he's been great in these pressure situations. Finding 1 kill, next player's already heavily lit, sprays into a 3rd as he takes down Kusta. And now it's just on Cutler and FNS, but the Cavalry's here. Doesn't even need to be there, though, as JKS ends up with a 4K. And finally, Nexa rolls in to take the 5th.
Just an animal over at A. Saves that round by himself. Just by himself. But I mean, this kill onto Ethan, 3 more kills after this. He was the only player at A. Only player close to him was all the way like deep in drop. So his rotate was very slow. You know, especially because they're coming out from long. I mean, JKS just putting the team on his back right here.
Yeah, now CLG, obviously the 10K is going to bring you far, but it's not going to bring you super far into the 3rd round if you lose out the first 2. So while CLG will be able to buy into this one, it is just going to be AKs and armor, essentially 0 utility besides 1 smoke, which they've already used here to try and give themselves a bit more clearance to push out onto the platform at B. Molotov from the CTs almost immediately counters that. What's even worse is in the last moment there, it spreads to Ethan, so he's going to end up down at 33 HP within these first couple seconds in the round. Now the Renegades have nothing to worry about currently. Even with that, however, they've still got a constant 3-stack on B. A 4th can be there in maybe 5 seconds or less as JKS is holding the door on A. Nifty's out aggressively at long in the event that they would push that, so he's going to be a bit more lengthy of a rotate. But if we see CLG giving up this B push again and try to send it to the other site, he'll act as an early warning, and they'll be able to read into that much better, not have to rely on JKS getting a massive 4K to pick up the round for them, as they saw in the last round. Azur, though, does see the 2 players going into drop, so will not challenge that at all. Just goes directly back to the rock position and looks to make sure that they don't swing out the window instead. Cutler, though, goes for that first kill. He'll get it, tries to follow it through the second. Unsuccessful, but Ricky now capitalizing on it, and FNS taking down the player further into the site. That's Ustillo going down. JKS is here, though, and he still wants to battle for this one. Last round of the overall half here in OT, so they're definitely going to make an attempt at it, but it could be rough considering the fact that CLG, right from the get-go, got into their solid post-plan positions as Molotov. While it is going to force FNS back, it's not going to force him into the open where Renegades can really punish his position. They still have another player to worry about in the drop room too. That's what they're flashing out for right now. And as they start to push up, nicely found by JKS, immediately dispatches this player, looking for the head of Ethan, and he's going to get it as well. Just 1 more to go, and it's an easy closeout for Nifty. Time will be a bit close here, but they should definitely get it, and the Renegades ace out the first half of OT, going 3-0.
Yeah, and that 2v3 Renegades should not have won. The drop player commits way too early. You want to just your presence of being alive is enough to really win the round. JKS, it's an insane shot on him. Waits at the perfect moment for Nifty to pop up, and basically, you know, was so ready for him, almost pre-fires him there. And then all of a sudden at the end of the round, FNS has to watch his back at square. That player wrapping him, and then that player at rock is just, you know, pushing him and gets that kill. So really poorly played, to be honest, in that 3v2, especially by the drop player. That player just needs to stay alive. Your entire goal is you should never, if you're the drop player in that 3v2, you never give him a clean battle. Your entire goal there is just to shoot people in the back and secure the round. With him dying, all of a sudden it makes it very manageable for Renegades.
So that has put Renegades, or excuse me, that has put CLG up against the wall here now, and they can't lose any rounds. They have to try and take this 3 straight themselves and be able to send this into a double OT. Renegades only needing 1 to close out. Let's take a look at what their opening strat is going to be, as now they're back onto the T side here with us switching halves, and they do go once again just right back into a default opener, as we were seeing a lot of back in the first half for them. Splitting their players up, probably going to wait down the timer quite a bit before they even do anything as well. And CLG, similar play style as they've just put 3 on B and 2 pushing out towards long A. Like I said before, not going to be seeing a whole lot of action within the first 30 to 40 seconds of the round here. Nobody trying to play up very hyper-aggressively. Cutler does have an advanced position on A long where he could try to creep outside, but it's way too risky to do that, especially considering that they are now up against map point here, and they're more than likely, based on the regulation play, going to have a player watching for that type of push. Same situation over on that B site too. Nobody wanting to play close to Broken Wall and risk their life in that respect. Both of the dedicated B defenders are going to be sitting safely back by Chicken Coop and behind the statue, where they can take their battles should they push out on the platform at range, and that is more than likely going to be where the Renegades will send their hit towards, as they've already gotten drop control. Much like many of Regulation's rounds here, they didn't really have to fight too much for it. They do smoke off the other path here. The CTs, I should say, do smoke it off to try and delay slightly. But now we have time getting low, so the Renegades do, really need to move back in. Good timing on a molly, but I think it actually still goes into a smoke there that was deployed, so that's going to go away. CLG, though, shutting out the platform push with their own Molotov. Ricky and Ethan getting the first 2 kills with essentially 0 response. Drop pressure has been handled. More going to try to funnel out through Broken Wall now, but they've only got 10 seconds to get the bomb on the ground. Pretty much everybody from CLG is here defending it. Finally, a trade from Ustillo, but it doesn't even matter here now, as the Renegades are going to get pushed back. They should be able to save. You still's got to be careful, though. Dying out here, yeah, is not going to be something that he wants to have to deal with in OT, and Ricky does hit it.
Him through the wall.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, the take just took so long to happen. The molly, was that Renegade's molly?
No, I think that was CLG's.
Well, regardless, I mean, they threw 2 mollies. I know Ethan's missed in drop room. 2 mollies came out where they were trying to execute with about 25 seconds left. So
yeah, they were just super quiet the whole time.
Yep.
It didn't really force any utility out from CLG, so they should have had pretty much everything ready for that push.
Yeah, so pause comes out. Renegade only needing 1 round here. We'll see. They have the double up setup now for Kusta and Ricky. Ricky played that very well, by the way. He gets the kill. He just didn't even face after that. Just stayed behind the statue the entire time. They couldn't, push him because they didn't have the smokes down anywhere. So if they start pushing them, they have to worry about getting shot in their side and also looking forward towards Ricky. It's just like a terrible situation to be in. You see Kusta with 11 sniper kills and 1 pistol kill.
Yeah. As he is pushing himself up past 30 now. 96 ADR to play with there too, but it does look like we're on pause, guys, so getting back into it here now, we can see the unfortunate effects of Ustillo's death is now that he only has $700 after he buys into this round, so he's definitely going to be suffering from the consequences of the 3rd round, or the first 2 consecutive losses that tends to happen here. Normally it doesn't affect the T's so much, and they could have the buy that CLG had ending out the last half, or they'll just have AKs but no utility, but now Ustillo is going to end up more than likely with just like an upgraded pistol or a UMP with nothing else to show for it. But we do see the Renegades starting to push in much, much earlier this time. They do not want to make that same mistake as the first round here, where they don't have any control, they don't force out any utility, and they just get completely countered because of it when they try to execute with very little time on the clock, but still not wanting to use a lot of utility to get this early control. Kusta lines up his first shot. There is a trade from Nifty onto FNS, and now the last 2 A defenders are going to be funneled into a very similar area here. We can see Nexit slowly trying to creep back up, but even there, the Renegades are a bit suspenseful about this one, as now they fall back and they give up their control. They swing over in the other direction here towards B, where we've already got 1 lining up to move in towards drop. The problem is, though, is that with no pressure in the B site, you do have an opper posted up, and unless they want to use one of their flashbangs out here, this could just be another op lineup like we had from Kusta about 30 seconds ago here. Out come the nades. The flashbang does end up hitting onto Ricky there, so he's going to get flung back over to Chicken Coop. They've solved that problem at the very least. Now the execute has to be successful. And they do start to move in. Azure specifically gets free drop control, even safely moves his way out through the window there without being spotted, but Cutler, he's taking down Nexa. They know this is a ruse now, so they can start to rotate back in. Ricky finding Nifty. Azure moving into execute, but he can only get 1 himself. Now this goes to a 3v1. JKS trying to pull off a miracle here, but again, much like the last round, time is low. They have not made any progress at all with the time they were given, and when he does peek out, Ricky just goes out himself and destroys him.
Yeah, and Ricky playing that very, very well at B again. But Azure had a great opportunity to win that round. He thought that he was hurt in drop, and that's why he didn't just flank those 2 players at B. But had he just went and flanked, Ethan and Ricky had no idea he was there. So he would have won that round clean. He heard the player rotate from connector side to E-box, and he dropped at that moment, flanked to connector, and was in a great position to just win the round, but was just too passive about it.
Well, now we go into the 3rd round here, where the Renegades are still going to have a chance to close out on the map, but it's going to be with a much lessened buy. 2 UMPs, a Tech 9 on Ustillo because of what happened in the first round. Azure and Nifty do go for the AKs with no utilities. They have a little bit of extra firepower on the rifles, but they are basically just going to force the issue, and Cutler had himself a great lineup and a lot of time to pick up frags too, but he goes down first, only bringing Usilla down 7 to show for Kusta trading, but then re-peeks into his own death there. FNS trying to hold, finishes off the job against Usilla, and then finds Nexa too. That's the bomb going down. Still winnable, however, for the Renegades, but now they also have to battle back for bomb control. Nifty's going to sneak back into the shed, but no, changes his mind at the last moment here. As he moves out, he could actually find FNS swinging around the corner. He's prepped for it, goes for it, the flashbang hit, but where's the spray coming from Nifty? He gets that kill, but an instant trade from Ethan. And now JKS is set against a 1v2. The good news for him, he's got all the time in the world to play with. The bad news is there's a flank that's going to be hitting his back in about 10 to 15 seconds. As Ricky is sneaking up, JKS is going to move over to check for it, however, but it's an op. Open in this range. He caught it without the gun out on the first peek, but Ricky is able to get behind coverage, pull out his own up, and then re-peek to close that one out. So we tie 18-18 and now go to double OT.
And it was just the quick rotate from FNS and Ethan. Ethan above him in heaven, or, you know, in the hell area. FNS below him. Allows them to get those 2 kills while they're crossing APC. They need a flashbang to really pop there and give them the advantage so that they can get those kills and cross and plant the bomb. But without that type of coordination, you know, that's the result that you can expect.
Yeah, so costing the Renegades their victory there, as they had all 3 rounds to close out but are unable to do it. So we reset and we'll play out another sequence of 6 rounds here. I think it's going to be 22 now as the number to win it out and 21 to tie it. So just waiting for the players to ready up again, and then we'll jump back into it. Same situation, just going to be sticking with the sides that we played in the second half this time. Renegades will just continue to play off on T side, and CLG will get to stick to CT side.
Yeah, I mean, both teams just went 3-0 on the CT side there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it was looking good for Renegades on that last round, just kind of brute forcing up middle, but again, there's not much lurkage going on with either team. It's usually just like 5-manning it. And the rotates are just coming so fast and nobody's around to punish it or anything. And, you know, you don't have to worry about that on CT side, and you can just focus on that one, just rotating and killing those guys, you know, running up towards A, never having to worry about your back. It makes the game a lot easier.
Ethan, actually Nifty catches the first kill here against Ricky, who pushes himself back up. I thought it was going to be Ethan first contact, but no. It's Ricky that tries to go really aggressively up on the broken wall and just immediately gets taken out by Nifty. So we're looking at early advantage to the Renegades. Not going to be following through with their execute just yet, but CLG now getting more curious about the A play. Cutler sneaking down through suicide just to make sure that there's no additional pressure in mid connector before they allow for Kusta to fully rotate back off and add himself to the B defense, which he'll have to do now. The Renegades are getting prepped to push back into here. And they'll just go for the really early execute out onto B. Smokes, however, will delay this for a few extra seconds and allow Cutler, hopefully, to join the fray as well. They've definitely read into this. They know what's happening. Cutler didn't try to go for the lurk on the flank, though. Instead, just going to end up assisting probably from outside of drop or something like that and rotating in a little bit late here. So he even just goes back fully into the A bomb site, which I'll need to cancel that in just a moment here. Since now we see the full broken wall push coming out from all 5 on the Renegades here. They're not going to find a whole lot resisting them initially, but Ethan does have this boost up. I think he's going for it late, however, and it works out first off, catching that kill, some damage on the Nifty before diving back down behind his own side of the smoke wall. And now with the T's having control, Molly does get whiffed first off there, but in pushing in, they're able to make up for that with a kill against Ethan here. Kusta looking for some responses, but just not able to find anything, and FNS cannot safely push past that sidewalk just yet, nor is anyone from the Renegades peeking into it. So instead, he takes the long path swinging, catching a first kill, missing the guy in Chicken Coop, but 2 more kills responded back to. It's up to Nifty now as this is brought to a 1v1. And it's patiently behind the box here, but oh, what? Kusta just takes him down through the box, and it's a headshot as well to clutch it out for CLG.
Yeah, that was Kusta's only hope, was to just shoot him in the head through the box. If he would have, you know, just not headshot him, probably going to take 3 hits, most likely, because he probably hit him in the arm a couple times. Only hope to win the round, and he somehow does it.
And here we go. We'll see it from his perspective now as he takes the shot.
He's on the gear.
Pretty much locks on to another round for CLG as they're going to take...
That was 3v5 post plant. 3v5 post plant at B. You almost never see that happen. Ricky just running around, getting super aggressive. I believe he got punished for it last round. Nifty killed him at B. This time running over towards A, getting JKS at the start of the round. Now Nexa working out B plat. Not sure if I agree with this.
Yeah, Kust is going to be able to punish that pretty easily.
Because, I mean, it's 4v5. You have the advantage. Why? Or, sorry. I mean, I know.
You're already disadvantaged.
Yeah. And I just don't think that's the way to, like, even it up when you're fighting 1v1 with an op, essentially, because you know they're in a double op setup.
So now Renegades are trying to take some late control of drop here to springboard this into something. But overall, defenses are still set all across the map here. And with it being a 3v5, CLG don't even have to worry about the rotates too much, as the players on B should just be able to single-handedly manage the situation now.
If he was going up against a rifler, you know, I could understand doing that. And in overtime, you don't get nearly as punished for plays like that. In regulation, the reason it's a lot of the time really bad to do things like that is because you do it, but then a lot of the time you end up losing rounds like really badly and just building that CT economy a lot when you keep going for one-for-one battles like that in order to like even it up.
This is just getting punished and shut down pretty quickly. Set match for CLG as they do pick up the second round here in double OT now. Push themselves up to 20 with a good odds to close out on the third one as well. Renegades, though, much better buy than we saw at the end of the last T half OT for them. They are at the very least going to have a little bit more utility this time to play with, but still going to be working on reduced buys for at least 2 of their players.
Kusa just having a ridiculous game.
What's he up to? He's almost 40 now.
Yeah, 38 and 20.
And not far behind them is Ricky, 36 and 25.
It's like the stats I have when I matchmake. Road to Global from DMG.
So Renegades go for really quick control of drop here now. Taking a lot of damage from nades in the process, though. You can see Azur and Nifty. Nifty lost 80 of his health. Azur losing a little over half. JKS even taking a chip off him as well on a 78. And Ethan knows he's in there as he just spotted the shoulder peak a second ago. So you have to wonder what's the overall game plan here now for the Renegades. Sending their guys back. And probably making a decision if they want to drop split this or just go forward into another B hit. B hits obviously haven't been successful too much. So maybe just take a chance on the A swing, especially with Nifty finding an open door policy here outside of the window. It seems open anyway. That's until FNS rotates in, but he's only good for 1 kill. Ethan gonna have to add himself to it, and he does get the bomb. There's another guy still stuck over here inside of the site connector, but he's more worried of a guy from A pushing into him and killing him before he can take back after Ethan there. And I'm not sure if Ethan just decided not to defend the bomb or thought he could hold it from further back until he saw the smoke. Regardless, though, the guys pushing into A are not getting much done either. Kusta is unstoppable right now, at least until Azur swings out and gets a second one, so we may not be done just yet. He's up to 3. He'll have to ace it to clutch and goes for the plant a little bit further back instead of the usual default spot. Molotov going into the door should delay things a little bit further, giving him time to reload and get set up a tad more. He's actually going to be a bit more aggressive about this, too. Firing off the shot as he does fall down. And Azur swinging out, lines one up, tries to go for the second, but thankfully Ethan re-peaks just in the nick of time before Azur can transfer that spray. And indeed, CLG will still close out in the last round of double OT, our first half of it, as they push on 21 and will now have 3 map points to close out.
Yeah, I mean, they had that opportunity. Well, Renegades had the opportunity last time. And it's just been overtime, 9 CT rounds between the teams and 0 T rounds so far. 4v1 there for Azur, gets down to a 1v1, and CLG kind of giving them that opportunity, right? Kusa getting a bit too aggressive after those kills, and Cutler just kind of, for whatever reason, kind of failing the spray a little bit when he knew exactly where Azur was. So, but yeah, CLG, they just need 1 round. Kind of expect them to get it here. You'd think one of these guys would be able to get a T round.
Yeah, you would think. It's Kusta indeed to just push on 40 up there that last round too. Still under 100 ADR, interestingly enough. But yeah, the frag count pretty much tells the whole story with him. 40 and 21. Ricky probably, I think, still
down. Like your favorite player.
What?
Kusta's like your favorite. He's your guy.
He's my favorite player when he was doing some stuff at the beginning of 2016 too, but then went away. So it's exciting to see him back now.
Simple.
After he recovered from from the PTSD or whatever happened to Liquid there.
He's still recovering.
Yeah. Seems like he's back on the winning train now, though. So I guess it's CLG's my new hype team.
Post-traumatic simple disorder. Still recovering.
You never know, man. You just got to get him against Navi and see how he plays, and that will tell us a lot more.
So give me up.
So CLG, like we said before, just needing one of these 3 rounds to close out.
There was a CSGO update, actually.
Oh, right now?
Yeah.
Was it anything good, or was it just like...
I'm not sure.
Well, we'll find out. Just waiting to see what CLG are going to do. Is both these teams have had very similar T and CT sides for the most part. CLG doing this default just like Renegades were doing, and Renegades into the same like 3-2 split that we were seeing all the time from CLG. I think CLG was a little bit more prone to rotate on their CT sides comparatively to the Renegades, but that was really the only notable difference.
I hope they go B here. I mean, that was their best chances to win the rounds in overtime. JKS was just slaughtering them at A.
It does seem like they're going to try to start at least with drop control here. Platform play as always seems to be coming in a little bit late for both of these squads here, but Kusta singing that shot on Ustillo should definitely initiate it, especially since it's Ustillo too, because he was the problem player for a lot of them on platform there. So now they know it's just Nifty sitting out here. They can handle him pretty easily. Azur rotating back in though. Ricky swings out into the open, and Azur gonna go hunting for more. Dinks another player down to 14 HP, but is then knocked out. So it's just 2 left alive here for the Renegades, trying to rotate in from the other bomb site. Nexa and JKS pushing into it here now, and Nexa gonna be first up, but oh, okay. Kusta hits the shot, but it's only a leg, and Nexa instantly upon hitting the ground headshots Kusta out. So 2v3, still a chance at this one. The problem is Nexa can't really get that crazy anymore though. He doesn't have the health pool to play with it. 1 stray bullet and he's dead on the ground. JKS gonna have to take charge for his teammates as they do start to move back in, and Nexa gonna be as sneaky as he can, but they don't have the time to do this. They need to start this retake right now. Otherwise, they're not even gonna get close to winning this one out. And indeed, it'll be CLG that take control of the map in double OT. A 4-0 record upon it. Finally, 1 T round is won, and upon that, we will see a victor claimed. It's CLG that take the first map here on Cobblestone and start the night off 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, Kusta, Ricky, both guys had pretty fantastic games. But COG, I think they were the better team. I think they should have won that in regulation, actually.
Yeah.
You know, just those mistakes coming back to you know, make the game a lot longer than it should have been, to be honest. I think COG should have won like maybe 16-9, 16-10. But that's been the issue that they have had for a while now, is just losing these rounds that they just have no business losing. And if they could, you know, quit that, they would just be so much better, just so much improved.
Yeah. Well, let's bring the analysts into the discussion now and get their thoughts, of course, on this first map. Guys, overall here, a little bit sloppy overall from CLG, but still coming out on top at the end.
Definitely a neck-and-neck battle there all the way through to the end. And, you know, Sam might be right in saying that maybe they should have closed it out in the regulation.
Yeah, and again, honestly, I think it wasn't necessarily the best level of play from neither of the teams that we've seen. I think we saw a lot of mistakes, and predominantly on the CT side, which is kind of weird given how, you know, everything played out in OT with both teams pretty much only getting stuff done on the CT side. But CLG, they, you know, started off great, win the pistol in the first half, then obviously followed that up by losing to the 4-spy coming out from RNG. And it's those kind of rounds that Dave's just talking about when he has to, and when he's mentioning the fact that CLG kind of needs to clean up their act in certain aspects of the game, and everything would be so much easier for them. So overall, yeah, I would say CLG played better, but still it wasn't great display of Counter-Strike really from either team.
But in terms of individual skills, right? Because we talked about several different names before we led into this match. I mean, some of the names that stick out, obviously, you've got Kusta and Ricky, right? Yeah. They do monstrous work over on their side. You can point out JKS also having a savage game himself.
Well, yeah, I mean, JKS for the better part of the first half I thought was fairly lackluster, but once he gets on that CT side, you see him pretty much dominate that A bomb site and shut down that entire area for you know, CLG's hopes and dreams. So, you know, that's good to see. Obviously, you would have liked to see him do more on the T sides really for Renegades, because they were, you know, not necessarily getting a whole lot done there. Yeah, even though CLG gave them tons of opportunities.
Well, let's look at CLG giving them one of these opportunities. Yeah. Let's look at round number 8 right now. We got to load it up for you guys.
So this is one of the classics. Obviously, a minimal investment coming in from the Renegade side, and this is something Renegade never ever should do. You know, given how this played out, you know the money situation of Renegades, you know they are not going to be able to buy up anything at all. So there's no reason for you to ever pull out nades when you're holding an angle like that. It allows for basically Renegades to get down by broken wall without Ricky firing a shot off, which again puts Nate in or Ethan in an impossible situation where he has to cover so many different angles, and it ends up costing them the round. Like Kusta tries the best he can, getting a double heroic double kill to kind of make it back, but Nifty's just going to find him eventually. But stuff like that is not supposed to happen. And again, instead of that being the round that takes you, basically creates that tiny bit of space between your opponent, you give them a swing round back in their favor. They automatically just get into buying weapons with having their economy built up and so on, to the point where it's just, you're making it unnecessarily hard.
It's cool to see Kusta. I mean, we've talked about him in his form with Enemy, not so much as with Liquid, but now here with CLG, it's cool to see him kind of find that comfort zone again where he's okay with taking risk. We saw the round where he shot through the box. The play he had to make,
Yeah, and he had it multiple times as well. Already early on in the first half, and I think it was round 5 or 6, he kind of gets stuck at the back of a bomb site. Cutler goes down. It's kind of him versus the world. Still ends up finding 3 frags somehow, just out of the blue. He had tons of rounds like that, really, throughout the entire game that just saves CLG's bacon. So, and again, that's kind of one of the reasons why you talk about how CLG nor Renegades necessarily had the best performance as a team in terms of what they were able to show on the map. But CLG still deserved to win simply because, Kusta and Ricky as well, kind of just dominates with those kind of plays here and there.
Definitely putting up the numbers. Now, we're leaving Cobble. We're going to go to Train.
Yeah.
Is this the same similar bout we're going to have in Train?
I would expect it to be a fairly contested map, definitely so. But obviously, Renegades have had pretty good history of this, in the near future or recent future leading up to this map. One question mark, obviously, is how is Nifty and Nexa actually going to be on Train as well, and whether or not Nifty's going to be able to have the same kind of impact with the op as he would, back in Selfless, or if he's even going to, pull up the op, because we've seen for the time where they didn't, or where Renegades were playing with a stand-in, they didn't necessarily go to an op all that much when they were having Uber play for them, because he's not an opper either. So, with the success they found without having a sniper rifle on Train, is that something that they're going to, bring forward going into this? It's going to be cool to see.
Well, we did have a game update. I'm not sure if that puts us back a little bit, but we are going to go to a commercial break. When we come back, we're going to Train between Counterlogic Gaming and Team Renegades. Counterlogic Gaming got a lot to lose now, so they better bring it home.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
And we're back. It's time for the second matchup here of Counterlogic Gaming and Renegades. We're going into Train. It should be a doozy. And there's a lot on the line here for Counterlogic Gaming as we do move forward into this match right now. Vendetta, what are we looking at here?
I mean, for CLG, it's the potential to get into top 6, breaking out of that 11-win club, kind of solidifying themselves as an independent playoff contender in many ways. Because right behind them, there's a buttload of other teams fighting for that last spot. So yeah, no, it's a ton on the line, and it's not going to be an easy task either because they're playing on Train, and that's a very good map for Renegades.
Well, right now, Renegades, though, with the 2 new roster additions, or I guess I should say the roster change-ups.
Yeah.
Because at this point, who knows what's going on in NA with rosters. But how much of a setback is that going to be for this Renegades lineup?
Honestly, very curious to see how it's going to pan out, because one of the difference they have now compared to what they did during basically their surge of games, which quite a few of them were on Train, is the fact that now they actually have an opera that they could go to in Nifty. They didn't have that luxury when they were playing with Uber, but still they were able to find ways to win on a map that normally would see quite a bit of ops. Whether or not they're going to feel confident about how they approach things without the op in hand or not, that remains to be seen. But I think Renegades still should have a pretty good idea of what they're doing, or how they want to approach this, even if they have 2 new members.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at some Stromberg strategies with the Renegades over on Train. Whoops.
Hey guys, how are you doing? I'm okay. Just enjoying the nice sunny weather here in the studio. We're going to take a look at Stromberg strategies. We're going to take a look at JKS, a gander at him on how a lot of speculation. You're playing SK on Train. This is a very scary map to play SK on, but you know what? JKS, he's playing very smart. He's playing very slow and patient. He's let the kills come to him. You see right here, he's a man that changes up his spots a lot. He'll take a shot. He'll let the opponent know he's there, and then he mixes up. He falls back. He's always changing up positions. So if you want to learn new positions and new ways to attack angles, watch this guy. He's very talented, very powerful. As he picks off helps right off the bat, just holding up. He could rifle in up too, guys. So it's he is a complete package. And now he takes a shot Z. He repositions himself behind the bomb train. Okay, taking the long range. He has advantage with an up. Gets smoked off. His teammate dies Ivy. Gonna try to get information. Okay, nothing there. Let's reposition again, guys. I'm gonna go behind old bomb train. He alerts his teammates. He's waiting for his teammates. He's not trying to make too many big moves as he picks off Fallen. And now it's a 2-on-2 situation. And at this point, it's smart of him not to keep repositioning himself, because again, too much is never a good thing. So he's gonna wait it out. Play the bomb, because in 2-on-2 situation, as a CT, they have to plant the bomb if they don't come after you. And so once they plant the bomb, at least one person is in the bomb site, and having the information on one person is a huge factor. As you see, he's going to just hang around this area, still being patient, still not making noise. He hasn't unscoped, so they don't hear it. He gets fur in the back, and Cold Zero knows where he is. He's being a little impatient here. Try to get the kill. Doesn't work out. JKS just showing why Renegades is still even relevant in a way where him and Ustillo, I can't knock everyone else. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. You guys are there. Hopefully you do well. They're almost above the mid pack, but we'll see how it goes in the rest of the season. Back to you guys.
An absolute weird one to kind of review, obviously, because there's
2 different players,
2 different players completely in the fold. But going into Train, give me a quick prediction.
Honestly, I'm gonna side with Renegades. I think they had the base of I guess their most important players from their good streak of games on Train still remains, and I think Nifty is also going to be a nice addition to that. So I'm gonna go with the Australians, or well, used to be Australians at least.
Well, in honor of Eric DeBear Stromberg Day, that is April 20th. I'm going to bring in the commentators, the Blaze combo. What are we guys thinking? What are we feeling on Train here, given all the circumstances?
Go ahead, Blue.
Oh, all right.
I want to hear this analysis.
No. I still think, Sam said it as well, but I still think CLG has the better package overall here when it comes to players, and we saw it kind of in the gun rounds there.
No, I think Renegades has better individual players.
Okay.
Thrown right under the bus.
Wow.
Right, I'll just shut up now.
No, I did. Sorry.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what. You guys can just take it from here and deal with your inner turmoil. We'll just get out of the equation.
All right, yeah. Thank you very much. And it is going to be Train for our second map here now. So predictions from you. Is this one where you see the Renegades bounce back to trading, or?
I thought Renegades would split this series, and I think regardless, it's going to be a very close game.
Yeah, as we saw in the last one.
Yeah, but Nifty, just his op presence was pretty non-existent. Let's be real, he didn't do too much, and Kusta and Ricky were pretty dominant, right? And Train could be a very op-heavy map, could really be the difference maker. So even though I did earlier pick Renegades, if Nifty's not going to make an impact like that, and he's not going to stop Kusta, and Ricky from really being aggressive and picking off his riflers and whatnot, I'm going to go CLG.
All right, well, it is looking like the players are ready, folks, so let's jump into the map now and take a look at who indeed is going to hold themselves to the better standard here to push themselves, hopefully for CLG, into a 2-0, and for the Renegades wanting to split these maps here to keep it competitive with their end-of-season rating here. But getting into the first round now, CLG are going to send most of their players just directly up into the white halls here, and now splitting them after that. We'll probably see them more than likely actually...
Well, it's a retake strat for Renegades at B, so if they do take B, they should at least get the bomb down. FNS is going to have the post-plant molly. Nexa is going to have the post-plant smoke for the bomb, so this is a very standard round. Each team should know what to do in these situations.
They do move in. Unfortunately, Nexus not able to get much done from this far back spot over here. Just hoping he can pick up a couple heads as they are continuing to push forward to take more control here. But for the most part, CLG continue forward uninhibited until up until this point. When Azur picks up that first kill, he'll go for more though, and getting greedy. Ethan trades it back out. Nexus still got one more to offer, and in fact, now it's favor for the Renegades. They need to take a seat back here for a second. FNS still has that molly. They can delay here, and they are continuing to frag back out, but Cutler runs into his own death at the very end of it, and now it's left to FNS to try and get a good timing on this Molotov toss. He'll go for it here, but they've got a smoke to counter it back, and they can hop onto the bomb. FNS is going to have to roll back in and stop the defuse. I don't even know if he realized it, however, and he's not going to be able to get that damage done. He even goes down at the end of the round, and Renegades close out on the pistol.
Yeah, and COG getting very aggressive around, you know, off that Z-Smoke, but the Z-Smoke was like really late. They go down first and then they deploy it, but they're not able to kill these players just in the back lanes or anything like that. So Renegades could just slowly, you know, pick them off, kill these players that are around the sidewalk. There's like 3 players for COG just pushed up aggro on that sidewalk, and, you know, it's just a frag or die situation, right?
Yeah. Well, now CLG having to go for just upgraded pistols here since they did get the plant. Not adding a smoke or anything into just what would normally be like an all-in push to try and get the second plant. But yeah, for the most part, Renegades will continue to get aggressive. They'll stop any chance of that plant from happening by just completely shutting down their entire push. And they would almost entirely clean. They only lose Azur along the way. Besides that, there's basically nothing done by CLG in that round at all.
Yeah, and they don't give them room to work with. They don't let them just sit back and relax and try to deke them from long range or anything like that. They get a guy into ladder. They get a nice, really nice push onto Ivy. You're not really expecting that on those anti-ecos at all. Or excuse me, on your ecos. So now they do get the AKs though, but they didn't damage their economy very much. So we're going to see, it looks like just a default here. 3 towards Whitehall, 1 watching team mid, and 1 watching Ivy push. Oh, I think it's 4 towards Lit Walls actually.
As everybody from CLG in those White House positions are going to be lining up back in the box halls now to probably, at the very least, try to toss in a few flashbangs into the site. Not sure if we're going to see them follow through with it just yet, but it would be very unlikely of them to actually go back and try to do like a 4-man play inside of the ladder room, so more than likely will indeed find itself to be a B hit. Even have Ricky falling back from Ivy now to probably regroup with these players. 1:15 left, so they can sort of wait a few extra seconds for him to get into a better spot. They are going to have to be cautious, though, as not only is it Nexa here anymore, but on the other side of the spindle, JKS is holding, and as they go down the ladder side, he'll pick one up there. He has pinched himself with the player up on top, Kusta. He's not doing anything about JKS at all. He's able to just swing back in, pick up an additional kill when Kusta finally does peek. Nexa is still alive, and he's going to be a problem for this player. So now Ricky, who was supposed to flank out through the ladder room and kill additional players in Z, is now left alone in a 1v4, and this is essentially impossible. So Renegade should be following through with an easy 3rd round.
Yeah, they do the double interplay. Rotator comes, he's back bomb, gets the first player upper, and then just hides JKS in a nice spot in front of Spindle. Just turns around, gets a freebie, gets that AK, gets the 2nd kill. So another nice hold from JKS. And I'm telling you, man, JKS is a beast.
Yes, he is. He's going to be able to secure Renegades. The first real gun round here. Ricky really hunting for that head on Nexa. It took him a moment, but he does get the kill. However, now they know he's re-executed out, and then peeking needs to kind of go down before the timer goes away, and Azur will be the one to oblige upon that. He gets the final kill, and the Renegades secure their 3rd round, putting CLG onto what is for the most part going to be just an upgraded pistol round.
So Deagles again for CLG, 3 of them this time with a couple P250s. No, 2 of them, sorry. We'll see if they Renegade still gets aggro, doesn't give them any space to work with. They do have the ump on Nifty.
And besides the early push into like T-Con and whatnot, CLG are just really not going to be able to get a whole lot done in these first couple seconds. Even better for Renegades is that Yustillo pushes right back up, finds that big stack of players. Pretty sure he should have been able to spot the bomb in this play too, so they know that that's going to end up getting tossed back a little bit further, so they can try to get it out of this kind of hot spot that Yustillo is looking to hold. Sees them crossing, knows they're going to retreat out of here, and can change up his position accordingly. And even so, still able to challenge players like Ethan as they're trying to fall back, just not giving CLG any room to breathe at all on these eco rounds. Nifty with a nice pickup. Trying to line up an additional one here against Kusta. Also has an ump to play with and decides to go with that, but now Kusta's got a Deagle in hand. He's going to be able to pick one up. So will Ricky with his P250. Yustillo, however, trades onto Ricky and leaves just Kusta as the last man standing here with a 1v3. And again, the Renegades remaining strong, aggressive, but it works out for them as CLG don't even have time to think, let alone execute a strategy on these eco rounds, and for the most part just get completely destroyed.
Yeah, and I think against eco rounds like that, especially on train, I think the best thing to do is actually make sure everybody has an HE grenade. You don't necessarily use it at the start of the round, but so when you deagle T mid, what do? You literally just sit there and you jiggle peek for like 8 hours. That's all you do. You just sit there and jiggle peek and hope somebody goes into your crosshair. But you're just in a completely nadeable spot that entire time. So, you know, and you could apply that same thing on a lot of different maps. Kusta goes for a pick. So if you're going up against deagles on cache, you could have your highway player and your mid player both have HE grenades, and most likely the deaglers, you know, there's going to be somebody boosted, right, with a deagle. And it's just like, you nade them for like 80 damage, you know?
Well, it's going to be a two-man play from the Renegades this time inside of ladder room here. Azur being the point man to watch out for the ladder itself, and Yustillo, I believe, holding just outside there. And, well, they know where Cutler's at. He's been spraying into that position for far too long now. Azur, Azur just getting kills left and right here, it seems, or just getting damage off at the very least. Only one kill so far, but he pretty much killed Cutler as well, bringing him down to 22 HP. Did lose Yustillo, so he's got to be a little bit careful about that. But thankfully, Nifty's still outside. He sees this barrel, so can just play nice and patiently against Kusta here to try and find him out. And there you go. As soon as Kusta tries to fall back, Nifty gets the flick, taking him back out. And advantage restored to the Renegades as they continue to hold strong on outside. Now Cutler's going to try to drop back down, but okay, just doesn't even try to go fast at it.
Great job, Cutler.
Just slowly crawls down and into his own death.
How to not challenge ladder room 101 this round.
Nifty's going to get Ricky, and now it's just FNS in a 1v4. Sneaks in, should be able to get the nice little casual one-tap there, but it's in attempting to go for the second kill. Nexa is going to put him back down to the ground, and Renegades continue to hold strong here. 5-0, and I believe a very much needed pause is going to be coming in from CLG, as there seems to be a pretty large disconnect as to their T side so far.
And Renegades just winning that third round when, you know, COG has those AK buys. Winning, and in that round, COG just looked like lost. I mean, that was just not a well played. Actually, all the rounds so far haven't really been well played, like positionally speaking, or what they're challenging and how they're even trying to win the rounds. Couple brute forces towards inner. That round just more like a default, but challenging ladder like that is just doesn't work, man. You can't challenge that player like that.
With two different players as well. It wasn't just one guy doing it.
It's not a T-sided peek at all. Yeah. Like, the CT is going to own you every time.
And Cutler does it first, and then the second guy goes in, gets fully killed. Yeah, Ethan goes in, gets fully killed, and then Cutler tries to creep back down. Like 20 seconds later, completely knocked out. So right from the bat, they're working on a 5v3, and then no one else just hits the ground running at all. So pretty quick elimination that time for the Renegades. A few trades here and there, but it matters very little at this point in time. CLG do go on to a half-buy round. Tech 9 armor for the majority of their players. Kusta goes down to a P250 to save up for the op in the next gun round here. And with these half-buys, they're really not going to have much utility going up behind either. It looks like they're going to try to do a little mini run boost over here to try and get a player across safely. There's no op sitting at Ivy currently, so it's not going to be too big of a risk to do that. And the op that is positioned here is a little bit further off the marker with the smoke coming back in. Yustillo is going to feel the need to play a bit aggressively at the edge of the smoke. Azur also catching the first kill, but Yustillo, the potential to multi-frag, very much alive right now. Goes in, gets that that kill, swings back, finds the headshot. He knows the third up top, but no, Ricky is going to be able to get the better of it. They still have Nifty with the op waiting on the outside, however, so he still has to get past that obstacle. Is instead taking a different path and hoping for on Kusta to be able to make a bit more of an impact from outside of T-Con here. Hasn't lined up, takes down Azur, so there's one to chuck away with, but a lot more work to be done, and specifically Ricky has to start it back off here, as Kusta can't do much else with that P250. Nifty already knew where Ricky was playing from, so it's an easy closeout for him, and another 6th round goes up on the board for the Renegades.
Yeah, I really like that play from Justillo. You see he knows the flash is coming, so he goes inside the smoke. They go through the smoke, and then he's almost like a third T. Gets those 2 kills. Had a chance to get the 3rd as well. But, you know, obviously ends up dying to him.
He's got the better of it.
Yeah. But still, I like that play a lot.
Well, back into yet another gun round here for CLG, where for the most part they've fallen flat. Trying to bring this even to a few close situations, but for the most part, Renegades have been winning these out with 2 to 4 alive on every single round so far. And we can see Nifty still in a constant position. Now alone, however, I should note more importantly, they did throw an extra player into B early on as this gets traded 1-to-1. Nifty not only has to kind of watch out here and support his teammate back over there at the T-Con, but also watch for Ivy pressure too. CLG, though, for the most part, just making noise over in that direction. And since Justillo was allowed to sort of freely push himself forward inside of T-Con, he gets a really aggressive smoke going into. While it looked like CLG wanted to transfer a few players inside, they can't do that anymore, and it's looking like they're going to send everyone through the White Halls to probably try executing down towards inner.
Another reason I like that play, Blue, is that now they have to worry about that every time they work Ivy, you know, that he could be in front of the smoke, that he's, you know, willing to make those plays. And they always have to have somebody like checking that, and that a lot of the time just like disconnects their take as well. But anyways, we're going to see a 4v4 take at inner. JKS, the only one there with a molly and a flashbang.
And the molly's going to go out on a ramp, so restricting the guys from CLG even more so now. But upper pressure is still something they can push out to pretty nicely. JKS, though, in a spot where they're definitely not going to check for Ricky, actually, by circumstance, ends up killing himself. But Kusta hitting a nice shot against JKS through the bomb train. Unfortunately, he does have to work the 1v2, which is going to be pretty difficult to do, especially with the time. He's forced into a plan that's going to let Renegades make a lot of forward momentum getting further into the site. Justillo right up on the left now. Kusta should check that position, but actually no, Justillo's already across that blue train gap, so he's just going to walk right up. He may actually just find him easily, and yeah, Kusta's not even going to know how to react to that situation there. Just immediately knocked out by Justillo, and we do see the Renegades closing out again pretty confidently, not even really making the situation close, it seems, as they pick up our 7th round.
That's well played by Nifty and Renegades. Nifty holds the left side, make sure he doesn't go towards oil or anything like that. He's completely stuck. I believe that was Justillo at the end that just kind of, you know, just walks up on him, gets above the train, and it's a pretty easy kill because Kusa has to watch his back as well. So CLG continues to struggle on this T half and struggle like a lot. Most of these rounds aren't even close.
Now Ricky getting himself out a little bit more aggressive this time. Same with Kusta, but they both have their marks actually, you know, a sudden increase to the pacing, and it's working out well. However, Nexa trading it back, and well, there goes that. As it's down to a 3v2 now. Bomb on the ground. Ricky, though, still sneaking through the short lane, is able to finally trade it onto Nexa. Azur back into the fray outside of the ladder room, though, taking back the kill on FNS, and now just leaving Ricky alive to try and pull off these 2 more kills. Still being a bit sneaky about it. In fact, they don't suspect him. Azur tries to flick onto it as he spots him in the last moment, but doesn't see it. The problem is, though, as Ricky goes up on top of the ladder and opens himself up to JKS.
Yeah, and even though it was 3v5, one of the reasons Ricky was able to get that op kill is probably because they don't expect him to have an op in that situation. You know, after just losing the round, you might not expect that to happen. But 3v5, that player at E-Box, you know, holds really well. JKS closes out the round off that rotate. Now they have the double op set up. JKS and Nifty both opping. We just see Tech9 and Armor come out from CLG with no nades.
Yeah, and they still send the pressure over towards Ivy, but for the most part, this is a pretty light pressure. Justillo, he's going to be able to spot it, deploy the Molotov. They don't seem to care. They're going through it anyway, but it works out because they're also pinching short lane at the same time, taking him down, you know, as a responding the one kill, but then going back out. JKS just trying to look everywhere, it seems. And now next having to get back in. At the very least, if CLG doesn't end up winning this round, they've made it completely messy and are going to bring the money down into a much more manageable position after that. However, Nexa does catch one of the mistakes from CLG there. They're still not paying full attention to the Ivy lane, and that's going to let Nexa move back in, taking down FNS basically for free. Ricky's now set against a 1v2, and then trying to go out. Nexa may actually... No, Nexa is not going to be spotting this as he's gone back outside of Ivy to regroup with Nifty. Ricky will be given the opportunity. If he's smart about this, he may actually decide to go towards inner instead and escape these two players from the CT side, as they are both currently coming back in through T-Con at this point. So that's exactly what it appears as though Ricky's going to do. Just sneaking through CT very quietly, and will then go for the plan on the other site.
Yeah, I have no idea what Renegades is doing. I feel like they're like overthinking this round
Nexa,
so much.
I think if Nexa stayed in the Ivy lane, he would have just killed Ricky by this point. He might have had to peek out a bit more, but he might have just had him dead to rights. So now the problem is Ricky's going to have all the time in the world to just set up in here, get himself into a really good post plant.
Yeah, they do have a lot of nades though. Like if Nexa can get a smoke on the plant, we'll see. I mean, Ricky doesn't really even plant for himself. Usually in this situation, you put it on the side of the train. I guess his plan is that he's going to walk up from oil and then just look to the right. So this could definitely work.
Yeah, especially if he gets this into two. Especially if they both end up going down ramp here and they just put it into two isolated 1v1s.
Just somehow knows they're double flanking.
So, pretty well read. There's the first kill. That's the easy one. It's getting the second one that was going to be rough, though, and he overpeaks just a tad too early.
Well, once you're stuck in that oil lane, it's like, how do you get out of there? The guy could just push you. You kind of just are forced to fight, right? So a bit of an odd way to play that round. Almost played out to his favor. He almost had it. COG does get the bomb down. They get a lot of kills. They're kind of hurting their economy a decent amount. But, I mean, at the end of the day, it is 9-0.
Yeah, and it's going to be another pause, more than likely from CLG's players, as they can't continue to have trouble just finding that one play that can really seal the deal here, and at the very least, get them up onto the board. So Renegades continuing to buy into it. It is going to be another full investment, more than likely, I think, from CLG, maybe sacrificing a couple AKs here or there, bringing them down to UMPs, but they already have 3, now 4 AKs purchased up, and I think the last player can also afford one too. So they are going to go back into it with the full buy here and see if they can make it work again. But nothing really special being deployed here by CLG either. A very one-dimensional T-side in a lot of respects here. And it makes it easy in a lot of ways for the Renegades to punish that and continue to hold advantages, even when it comes down to these closer situations, like 2v1s or 1v2 spots for the most part. It's not really high pressure 2v1s for the Renegades. It does, you know, most of the trades ended up coming in, you know, a couple 1v1 clutches. It's like these are expected results. The upsets of the CLG players are able to pick them up, so Renegades still able to really control the situation even when it does get slightly out of hand.
Now CLG looks like they're going to opt back for inner. And JKS has been a beast, so it's going to be a tough task.
There's also 2 players close to Z already, so those can be really fast rotations. The one benefit that CLG may have is that there isn't full attention towards upper. That's changed now, though, as Nifty's rotated back in, as he's going to hold this position. This is the first shot, though, so actually they're going to flood back in. 2 for 1 start. Nifty does get traded, and Kusta finds his second kill from up there. You think he's spotted Azure moving out, so he's going to expect him to cross. However, won't catch him as he's pushing the short lane, looks back to Z, but at the moment can't find him. The rest of his teammates, one is going to be deployed on a flank. That's FNS sneaking over towards Z to catch out the CT defender. And the second over to his left now. Cutler watching for the short lane pressure. FNS, though, is already inside of Z, getting ready to strike. This could be massive. However, that first kill already dropped to 8 HP, so he's going to hold outside instead. Smokes, Molotovs go in the way, but Azure, great position, is able to move up, and the shot rolls out from the other side, misses. Nexa able to finish off FNS, but Cutler trades again, and now the bomb's down. We're into a 1v1 here. Nexa just goes for it again, though, and finds another player from CLG in the open, where he can finish off the round and continue this streak for the Renegades as they push into double digits. Still not a single round for CLG on the board.
It's so close, though, all these rounds. CLG losing to, you know, Renegades winning, rather, with 1 alive is really hurting their economy. I mean, this isn't out of the realm of possibility that CLG wins this round and maybe ends up winning 3 or 4 in a row. And, you know, ending up in a half that they could, you know, still win the game from. But they need to win, like, either this round or keep it close and then win the next round and try to make it 10-5 or 11-4. I think 12-3 might be too much to overcome.
Well, Ricky moving up. Nice flashbang. Actually, I think that was a T flash, excuse me. So not a nice flash.
No, it was a CT flash.
Okay.
I believe.
It just didn't. I didn't know who threw it. What's the question?
His teammate. I think they were going to push, and then still hurt him really fast, so he just got in that position.
Well, he's still again waiting behind the server and playing aggressively here, while Nifty also holds the opposition. He's probably going to be forced to move into the smoke at this point. So he'll be a non-factor, but you still got to watch for Yustillo on the other side. Ricky, and he still has been playing around here a lot, and the fact that they don't see him right from the get-go may raise some suspicions to check for this. Ricky moves in, though, and doesn't check for it at all. Nice swing from Yustillo. The spray is just a little bit messy, so FNS is able to trade on that, but still loses 75, basically, of his HP anyway. Now Cutler going to creep up. They have the smokes obscuring the bomb train, and Cutler can walk right in, delete the player up in heaven, but not before he gets a trade onto Ethan there. Brings us into another even 3v3. FNS tries to flank, and Cutler continues to wreak havoc from this bomb train. Gets himself his own second. Another 1v1 that will be placed into after the bomb goes down. But Kusta, they know where he's at, and again, another player caught peeking.
3 1v1s is what the last 3 rounds have come down to. And if COG would have won, I think any of these, I think Renegades would have been forced to either a save or a very, pretty poor 4-spot round. But instead, Renegades just winning every close round. Next are really showing up. 17-5 right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's usually not the one that's showing up at the end of the round, but he's basically...
No, the last, actually, that round was Nifty at the end, but the last round, too.
Yeah.
He was the one on top of the train, right?
I think so. It's usually, he's doing the job of like what Kusta was doing in the last map, where he's almost consistently getting like 2 or 3 kills, and if he does get traded out, it's like, okay, he's done his job, so... As his kill total continues to rack up, and he's on the brink of dropping a 20 bomb in the first half. In they go towards drop, and this time it's Azur to hold it. While he only gets 1 kill, spots the other 2 before he ends up going down. So this is going to cause probably a halt in CLG for the time being. So as not to make this too obvious about what exactly they're going to be doing. However, that drop there, that play over here inside of the ladder room has spurred on more aggression from Nifty. He's going to peek back out, catches Cutler retreating. That's the bomb as well gone down. Now they've got to send more up to recover it. It's going to be Ethan this time, but it slows them down even more so, and is definitely going to mess up with the overall strat here, as they can no longer safely go back inside of ladder. They just end up retrieving the bomb, and I think all 3 players are going to push towards the back halls, where now you just have Nifty winning with the op this time. He's pushed himself all the way back here. The smoke is covering off the lower portion, but he takes down Ricky, pushing into the box halls. He can safely fall back. Just watch for anyone that would retaliate from ramp. Won't be happening so soon, but at this point, they're down to just 2 players left alive on CLG. And it's going to be rough to make impact here as Yustillo creeping up. He's got to be careful dropping down. Yeah, I think he wanted to try and go for something a bit more fun there, but couldn't do it from that position. 2-for-1 trade at the end. It's the Renegades once more that come out on top. Almost a team ace there. Everybody except for JKS getting a piece of it as they push on 12-0 now.
And this is what you want to see a little bit more of from Nifty, like playing aggressively like this, making it easier on his teammates, not being so passive all the time. And now all of a sudden, like, because of that, they're able to win a round, very clean. And COG looking rough on Train right now. Just cannot close out any of these really important rounds, any of these 1v1s.
Yeah, CLG back into another, for the most part, will turn itself into just another outside play with 4 possibly pushing towards Ivy. That's going to be maybe a little bit too much. The good news is they don't have that 2-stack again over towards Ivy. It's just Yustillo defending it, and not with the off either. Nifty.
Yeah, but Nifty's
close.
He's in a place where he could easily turn around and help him out.
And Yustillo taking a lot of damage early on here without really trading it back. But they've got a lot more utility to hold off CLG. Molotovs, smokes. They could easily delay this down to below the 1 minute mark if they wanted to. But Yustillo.
It's going to work. It's a good play by him.
He's done this before, though, so they're going to read it.
Yeah, Nifty should have helped, though. I don't know why he's just...
Molly also comes in late, misses the flick, so this is going to let them move in. Thankfully, it's only 1 player. The rest had been held back by the Molotov here, and they now have to try to push past it themselves with their own smoke. Even in deploying that smoke, they're not going to be able to catch the trade. Although I believe it was Nexa that grabbed the kill before. He's back on the other side, spraying into it. Cutler reads into that himself, however, and trades it back out. CLG escaping for the first time in a while, actually having a man advantage to play off of. And Kusta now trying to sneak in from T-Con. No one's really paying attention to that, so he can actually waltz right up, find a free kill onto Nifty. He'll escape with 1. Kusta trades it back out. Now, huge advantage to CLG as they've taken full outside control, but at the same time, Renegades are in position to move in for a very fast retake, so they are going to have to be cautious of that. Azur will have to wait out his smoke, but JKS can already start to move in on the old bomb train there. Let's see if he can get himself back into the A site quickly. Or at least get some intel, but he doesn't seem to want to go for it just yet. Neither is Azur. That smoke should be fading away right now. Now he can start his own retake, but I think they may already be aware of his presence or expecting it from that direction considering the smoke. Kusta, he'll have to be careful of that peek, and Kusta goes for it. I think he spotted Azur. Azur unsure of that, so he looks away, and that's what spells his own doom. Now JKS having to pull off the 1v3 clutch. He'll walk right into his death, though, and finally CLG pick up a round here, 12-1.
Yeah, we'll see if Renegades wants to save right now. I assume they would. They have so many rounds on the board. It's just like, hey, let's just play for last round. If we can get 13, there's no reason we shouldn't be able to close this game out. But this is doable for CLG. I mean, 12-3, although it doesn't look great, if you could win the CT pistol and then just, you know, lose rounds in the right way, where you're making them, you know, expend a lot of bodies and lose a lot of economy on the rounds one, like you could easily come back from this.
You know, CLG even now just going for some interesting upgrades here as Collar going for the SSG buy pickup there. Or the SG, excuse me. As he's going to be looking to catch out some interesting aggression from the Renegades. Now, 4 of their players pushing into T-Con here to hold this back off. Collar is ready for it if they go beyond the wall. But I think for the moment, they're just posting up now, though that's going to change as they move in. They actually catch one of them, trading the gun back out, but thankfully all the kills still go by the way of CLG. Moving in, Hexa holds off with, oh, nicely found, actually kills both those players back to back. JKS hitting one player down to 34 HP, but now it's just Nexa, and he's escaping with like a Deagle armor and now an SG, so he'll be happy with
save
that.
it. They really don't even have like the greatest buy next round even, so you should save it. He only has about 16 health. No kit. Almost an impossible round to win.
And he's definitely running away to save that for the round afterwards.
Yeah, but it might just be like too little too late from CLG. I mean, they had their opportunities. They had a lot of 1v1s, a lot of close rounds where they could have broke the economy of Renegades if they won them, you know, which would lead to rounds like this where it's pretty easy, pretty safe to say that you're going to, you know, get back into this game. But 12-2, if it ends 12-3, a lot of it's going to ride on this pistol round, and it's going to be a long road back.
Yeah.
If CLG wants to end up, you know, winning this game. Nexa already at 21 frags on the CT side.
Well, we do go into round number 15.
Serbians,
now.
man. He's Serbian, right?
Yeah, he's Serbian.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never even, you know, played against him or heard about him really. So
I'm interested to see. I'm interested. Like, I didn't catch up on like if there was any interviews or anything. Well, like, where did they find him?
I have no idea.
Like, how did they figure out that he'd be a good addition?
We'll see if Vendetta knows anything about him. He's writing some Kassad.
Oh,
so
yeah,
their coach.
That is a good point. Yeah. Well, Kusta swinging back in here now. He's going to look for that first kill, and he gets it too. Nifty obliged to peek back into it, but we do see a trade from Ustillo, and he goes for another one as well. As now he's playing back over here by T-Con, able to pick up that second kill against Cutler. Ricky, FNS, and Kusta, the last 3 remaining. Although they got Ivy control, now they're going to try to swing around and pinch towards inner. JKS reading into this, however, so he goes back out towards CT, takes the battle versus Ricky. Nice shot from Ricky, though, instantly takes the head off of JKS. That does ensure, or that does make the fact clear, though, that their new plan has been revealed. So they have to kind of cancel that, go back over here towards Ivy. Although that may be a mistake. You keep going to those battles versus Ustillo. That's a dangerous game as he ends up with a 3K before he finally goes down to FNS, and we end up in another 2v2. CLG getting the bomb back outside of Ivy and pushing into the short lane. Flashbang missed, so Nex is able to escape with the kill onto FNS, although very low, so he'll be traded out by Kusta. And now this is back down into another 1v1. Azur playing from inside of the ladder room here still. Kusta definitely expecting it to come from somewhere else at the moment before he goes for this plant, but now he's out behind E-Box, and Kusta did miss the note on Azur crossing to that, so he's going to have an extremely early flank. May just be able to wait for him to plant the bomb and take him out easily there, as he is following him very closely behind. He saw him go into Z. He knows exactly where Kusta's headed, and as long as Kusta doesn't check his flank anytime soon, Azur should be able to have this. This is definitely going to be the commitment to the plant right here. Just waits until he gets up, however, so that he does not get RNG'd by the hitbox or anything like that, and he will indeed close out pretty easily in that 1v1. It'll be 13-2, a dominating first half here for the Renegades, and a much, much different scoreline than we had back on our first map on Cobblestone. Stick with us, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll see if CLG have any chance of all of getting back into this match in just a moment.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
And we're back again, ladies and gentlemen. The Renegades taking on CLG, and CLG still trying to push forward to remain within the top 6. Playoff contention is up for grabs for them. Unfortunately, the Renegades ended up with a destructive first half, and they now hold a 13-2 lead, which is going to make it pretty tough for CLG to bounce back into this and try to end up with a 2-0 victory tonight to earn that 6th place spot.
Yeah, and I mean, it just was not a good T-side at all by COG. I didn't see any refined level of play, refined level of strategy from them. A lot of bad decisions, a lot of just like nothing really clever or anything like that. Just, you know, especially like around ladder room, that was very questionable. Despite that, they still had their opportunities. They still had 1v1s that they could have capitalized on and could have made this half like a 10-5 scoreline. But unfortunately, they failed to deliver on those clutch situations. And now we're going to see 13-2. Everything really rides on this pistol round for COG.
Yeah, it's a phrase that's said a lot, but it definitely means something when you're at a scoreline like this.
Yeah, and I mean, even if they win the second round follow-up, it would end up being 14-3, and you'd think that's just too difficult to come back from. So this round is huge.
Well, it's looking like Renegades will try early on to push in towards Ivy here, and Ricky getting challenged, but he holds his ground, picks up both kills. Nexa trading out onto one as well against Ricky here, finally taking him down, but Kusta still alive and well with support from FNS at the bomb trade. JKS gets a triple kill, a pile of corpses laid out at his feet, and Cutler.
So good, Blue.
Cutler's going to have to try and pull off this flank. The miracle, though, as he walks back in, gets one, but then Nifty peeks up from the mini cubby and closes out for the Renegades.
I'm telling you, man, JKS is a beast. Like, especially the spots he plays on CT side. Not only does he make plays like this, but on CT side, guys
oh my god,
the guy's nuts.
That looks even more brutal from his perspective.
Yeah, that was sick.
So a nice play from the Savage Man himself. Well,
that's the coolest name too.
What's his middle name though? Because his initials are his name, or like his alias is his initials.
I have no idea. How would you know anybody's middle name?
I don't know, dude. Just curious. I'm trying to think of what K
What's
middle
your
name
middle
is.
name? I don't even know your first name, but no, I'm playing.
You don't?
John.
My middle name's Edward.
Edward.
Yeah. Well, Nexa is going to get the early kill here, as we somewhat expect, although they did lose Ustillo along the way. So bringing this back down to a 4v4. CLG's only hope of winning out here is to basically take this into a brawl, but it doesn't work out. JKS and Nifty both get eliminated and trying to push into T-Con, and then Cutler and Ethan are the last two standing now. Cutler doesn't survive for very long, and Ethan, patience seems to pay off for him at the very least, and waiting in the open there by the bomb train. Nexus thinks, yeah, it's all clear if I move in here. No! Nice follow-up as well to finish off Nifty. Not going to be the headshot, but still a second kill. Unfortunately, it has to end at some point, and it's going to be at the hands of Azur, where they do close out and get themselves into 15.
So what do you think my middle name is, Blue? Do you know?
I have no clue.
No?
No.
We'll keep it that way.
All right. I'm guessing you don't like it.
No, it's fun. It's Eli.
Oh,
Yellow.
okay. Actually, I think I have seen that somewhere before.
Probably the Bible. Or something like that. Seems like a pretty religious name or something.
No, like I've seen your middle name somewhere before. Now that he's told it to me. I feel like I saw it in like a blog or something like that.
Yeah, I don't really know what it means. I'm not
like
very
overly professional news
knowledgeable when it comes to things like that.
No clue what mine means either. Just a third of it. So.
Mom was just a Twilight fan.
Well, as we can see here now, CLG trying to force into it and keep themselves in this match, but ultimately it's going to be tough to do with a buy such as this. Rookie and Ethan both working with Deagles. They've got 2 scouts, neither of which have armor sitting behind them, and they're already completely out of utility. You know, losing FNS this early on certainly hasn't helped their case. Renegade just taking it nice and slow so they can try to execute the players on CLG one by one without making too many mistakes, although this slow play may actually cost them a little bit. We can see those scouts are kind of picking them off slowly. No actual kills just yet, but a few tags may make it easier for the Deagle players to end up with a few frags in these closer situations. Bomb is now going to be deployed towards inner. Be really careful to check that spindle spot. However, now Nexa goes off once more. Ends up with 2 additional pickups here. Ethan holding on for 1 before being traded out by Nexa again. And Azur closes out, so it is going to be the Renegades that destroy map number 2 here and take it with a final scoreline of 16-2. And off of that, they'll have quite an easy closeout to take it 1-1 for the night.
Yeah, I mean, Renegades just winning every close round, like we discussed earlier. COG kind of had their opportunities to make it close, but at the end of the day, Counter-Strike is very fickle when it comes to you need to win the rounds that are important, you know, and Renegades won every single one of them.
Yeah. I mean, just like we said, we saw so many 2v1 situations or just close clutches that almost every, didn't even really seem to struggle with it. Every single time went the way of Renegades, and it just made it so easy for them to close out. So let's bring the analysts into the conversation now and get their thoughts, of course, on CLG. Unfortunately, dropping 1-1, not going to have that easy path to the top 6, but still a few more games for them to go.
Most definitely. Something about Odin's Ravens. Anyway, the point is, definitely not the same CLG we saw on Cobble.
Definitely not. And again, I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that the result does look worse than what it should have been, or what it could have potentially been, for sure. Because again, they did lose every important swing round, every clutch situation, pretty much anything that could have gone the direction of Renegades did for the better part of that game. And they didn't even need it like a big game for JKS. Everybody else was stepping up. Nexa had a magnificent game out in yard by himself, or being that swing guy. Just a lot of things working out really for Renegades, where everything went wrong for CLG.
Well, let's talk about the savagery, which is Mr. Justin Savage. We've got round number 7 loaded up for you guys.
Yeah, so one of the big benefits you get from having a solid inner player is the fact that you can leave them alone, and this is something JKS does really, really well. And this is going to be a delayed execute from CLG after finding, trading picks initially. But you can see what JKS does so well is that it doesn't necessarily take the initial duel that could pop up, because he knows he doesn't have a rotation in time. So what he does is put down utility to actually allow for Nifty to come in and actually cover him up. And they're going to get a beneficial trade because of this. Well, I mean, Nexa, not Nifty, but yeah, because of that, they're going to end up with a beneficial trade. And really, that's all you want when you're a solo site bomb player. Either delay for as long as possible so that rotations come in time, or, if you can grab more than 1 kill, that's absolutely amazing.
Anchor the site.
Exactly.
Hold
what
it
you're
down.
doing.
And get 2 kills and you've done your job.
Exactly. And JKS is doing a masterful job of that. So if you look at the scoreboard, yeah, he's not going to, blow anyone away in this game because, well, CLG didn't really go a whole lot towards inner, but that's not his fault. But it's probably partly because he's doing such a good job whenever they go there. They might as well figure out it's not even worth trying at this point.
Well, someone that absolutely was trying, and I do think they succeeded. Let's talk about Nexa on this CT side, boasting 116 ADR across the board. This guy was killing it.
Yeah, and talk about coming in hot. It didn't have the greatest of Cobble games. Obviously, it's a difficult map to play when you're in a new team. I would have expected something similar, honestly, going into train as well, but he seems to be finding his groove right there. He, again, not necessarily the guy to be first into duels or anything like that for Renegades, but he was always the guy who was the step behind to close things out, to get a trade frag, to get multi-kills, and so on. And I don't know. I think Renegades might have, found a good one in this guy.
Found a good one, and this day and age in Counter-Strike, that is few and far between.
Yeah.
Not even just in terms of skill levels. I mean, there's contracts. It just gets complicated. But nonetheless, we're going to be going to a second doubleheader tonight between,
NRG and Misfits.
It's NRG and Misfits. What do you know? How about that? Anyway, we're going to go to them when we come back from this commercial break. And honestly, splitting maps with CLG,
I mean,
it is what it is.
It is what it is, but they do manage to be a part of that cool 11-win club, right?
Definitely in the club now. We will be right back. We're going to Inferno. Don't go anywhere.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport. It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
This is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Penguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Penguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
All right, we're back. It's time for NRG and Misfits to go head-to-head here at the ESL Pro League Season 5. I'm your host, Stunna, and with me is Vendetta. How's it going, Vendetta?
I'm doing pretty good. I had a pretty exciting, at least first map in the first bout we had today. A bit more of a decisive victory in the second one, but I'm, feeling good going into this final matchup of the day.
Well, we're going into Inferno and then Cobble. And in all reality, Inferno, a map we're starting to see more and more as teams become more and more comfortable.
It's heating up, funnily enough.
Wow. All right. We're going to write that one down for later.
I mean, it's last day of the week for us. We got to bring out all the cheesy jokes we can.
Bring the worst of the worst. Let's take a look at NRG's roster now. I think it's that time where we reintroduce these guys. We got Daps, PTR, Fugly, Breeze, and you're going to note the newest addition there in Lil Man.
Yeah, exactly. Lil Man just making it over from Rush right now. Saw him have his debut yesterday. Not doing too poorly for himself, actually. Just doing a respectable job so far. And obviously, we don't know the full circumstances around what happened with NRG, but if they opt to make a change at this point in the season, you kind of have to assume that it was a necessity, really.
Well, this also being a closer matchup, right? And we're talking about now is a way for some of these guys, like we just watched Nexa kind of prove himself over there on Train.
Yeah.
We're going to see the same sort of thing go on here as we go into Inferno, where Little Man is given that opportunity, that platform against a team of like caliber.
Yeah, no, definitely so, and he's gonna have to, make sure that he can solidify himself as a solid pickup, really, for NRG, especially if they want to get into Dallas, right? And he can't just be the guy who fills some space. He has to be able to contribute in a lot of opportunities as well.
Well, on the other side of the seesaw here, we do have the Misfits, who do have two new French players. So as we take a look at that roster now, Sean Gare, Shazam, Sick, Devo, Duvek, and I got that one.
Yeah.
Amanek. All right, close. I'm not going to church it up any more than that. I tell you what, you can try his last name. How does that sound?
Yeah, Dobroslavijevic. Easy.
That was beautiful.
It was close enough in any case, right?
Outstanding.
But yeah, two new French guys coming over. I'm not really sure if Amanek has actually made it to the States today, but didn't really seem to affect him all that much in the last matchup we saw him. Devodek at least is in the NA, and Devodek probably is the most exciting player for this team, honestly, because Dace has mentioned this throughout the season. One of the biggest issues for Misfits as a lineup, with the original five they had, is that even though they're talented players who've come together, with a experienced leader to kind of guide them, their roles didn't really make sense as a whole five. They didn't necessarily have that one guy who could go in first, create space, and open things up for the rest of them. And I think Devodek actually might be that guy who can be the solution to that problem.
Well, a problem here could be this matchup of the AWPers in this map. We've got PTR and we've got Shazam.
Yeah, obviously the two, statistically best operators in Pro League this season, and that's, outclassing guys like Fallen, Kusta, JDM, and we saw, what kind of form Kusta was in, right? So if that's any indication of how well Shaz and Peter have been doing so far this season, it's a pretty solid mark to leave for both of your sides. And honestly, with how well Shazam has been playing up to this point, kind of surprised that Misfits are in the situation they find themselves right now, sitting at 9-9. Whereas NRG kind of makes more sense to me that they're able to actually thrive off of the impact that Peter's having for them, sitting at a much better record.
I mean, we're seeing these two at the 1 and 2 position.
Yep.
Across. I believe it is kills per round with the AWP.
Yeah.
But these are also two players that have primarily been shadowed in terms of the other talent in the region.
Yeah, no, they've kind of been bypassed in many ways, and a lot of them actually came out, striking hard, having a highlight game. Peter, for instance, MLG Columbus, but after that night, being able to live up to the hype afterwards, which is a bit of a shame, but they're coming back into it.
Okay, well, most definitely going into Inferno. And I think this is exciting to see because it would be a true op duel here as the story is told. We're actually going to kick it over to Eric DeBear Stromberg right now, who has a little bit of Misfits Inferno loaded up.
Yo, hey, how's it going, guys? Thank you, and welcome back to Stromberg Strategeries. We're going to take a look at Shazam for Misfits, and what I want to focus on in his angling. He's a great angler. As you can see right here, he's always peeking. He's being super aggressive, and Misfits relies on this. This is a big part of their success is that Shazam is constantly peeking, constantly just making it very hard for the enemy to execute on bomb sites. As you can see right here, every angle that he peeks, what makes him so awesome at peeking angles is that he's giving this opponent is very little to shoot at. As you see, as he peeks around corners, he's just as soon as they pop him, boom, dead. And he's peeking corners. Call him the geometry wizard because he's just peeking angles so perfectly all the time that it's very hard for teams to react and to shoot against him, as you see right here against this box. Very little to shoot at all the time. All the time he's just playing tight corner angles, making sure, easy ace, why not, Shazam. And from another point of view, on T side, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about on this on the pick on Yell. Yell, he's upping down. So what Shazam's going to do, he probably knows this. Let me just, boom. That's so crisp, so clean on that angle peak. He makes it a little too easy. And then after that pick, Misfits can start their strat now where let's just clear out all the angles, blah, blah, blue, blah, blah. And I like these flashes by Shazam. I like the one on the antenna right here. So that second one he tosses over the wall, it won't blind people here, but it'll blind people in the bomb site. So it's a good run-up flash, and Shazam is going to hold the angle, wait for the bomb, but you know what? His teammates died. So this is, again, Shazam being Shazam, peeking aggressively, running around, getting information, and he's just constantly so aggressive, and it really hurts, like, against teams that don't expect this. I mean, you should expect by now by Shazam. Again, 2-on-2 situation, the bomb's planted. You know what he's going to do? He's going to peek, and it works. And there's not much. I mean, technically, it's a good move that because they didn't expect it. But if I'm playing against Shazam, I'm literally going to hold a corner and just wait for him to peek me. Because eventually, in a minute and 45, he's going to peek an angle that I'm going to be holding. And so that's why you should play against him. Doing great. A lot of close angle shots by him. And Misfits, if he's having a bad game, Misfits is going to have a bad game. So good luck to him. Back to you guys.
That was an epic wink, I think. That was by far just chills down my spine.
Fitting, considering it is Thursday.
That's what I was going to say. From the man on his day, he just winked at us.
Top form.
Top form. Well, which team is going to be in top form today?
I'm going to have to side with NRG. Fewer changes, more of their chorus together still, and I'm not really sure what we can expect from the French guys on Inferno.
Well, we're going to bring in the commentators at this time, and actually a question I have for you, Sam, would be, out of these two oppers here, PTR and Shazam, who's got the better rifle? I mean, excuse me, the better op in their hands.
Who's got the better op? Well, online, I'd pick Pete 10 out of 10. But on land, I'd pick Shazam 10 out of 10. So for this match, you got to go PTR. But, I mean, on land, it's a completely different story, two completely different play styles. Giant risk constantly being taken by PTR. He's just going to whip out his pistol and rush you and try to make, like, these insane plays. Shazam plays much more reserved, kind of just like has his routes that he's going to do that he's going to be able to do on LAN and perform well on LAN at. And I actually think Shazam's actually statistically, I mean, he's still obviously up there, but I think he could be like a good opera on a pretty good team because of his play style. Like he's not going to really hurt you, you know, but and he has a consistent play style, right? So I think on LAN Shazam, but online PTR for sure.
Okay, well, you guys can take it from here and bring all the action to our audience at home.
All right, thank you very much, Stunna. Yep, Inferno will be our third map tonight here now, as the teams do prepare for it. Now, interestingly enough, our fourth map is actually going to be Cobblestones. Yeah, that new version is coming up, and I'm pretty sure that we're going to end up playing on that one, so you may want to stick around for that a little bit later, and we'll have more to talk about on that. But for now, it's Inferno and NRG taking on Misfits. NRG, you know, playing earlier on in this week and actually not really looking as strong as we'd seen in the past. Do you think that tonight they're going to struggle against Misfits now with this new French duo, or is it going to be a little bit too hard to tell considering that it's like still new?
I think NRG will win. I'm not very high on this Misfits team, although I think Sick is like really talented and whatnot. I don't know. Nothing that I ever seen from Misfits is like inspiring that I think they're like a good team even. You know, they're I just don't have confidence in them. I don't like the way they play CT side. They almost never change anything. They just play like default almost every round CT side every time. They never have Shazam move around the map, op B, then op A, then op mid, then move over here, go for a pick here. Like it never happens. It's always so basic and easy to play against. They never make it difficult on the other team. NRG on the other hand, I mean, online they're pretty good. So. Straight up. On LAN, I mean, I watched Copenhagen games. It was pretty bad. It wasn't even like close to what we see when we watch these matches. So,
well, it is time to get into the match here now for NRG. As we can see, they're actually going to go really aggressively in the pistol round, like all the way down mid already. Misfits thankfully didn't really bite into this too much. They themselves haven't really pushed out too much, so they can post up to defend against this. Breeze, though, right into his old self there, moving forward, knocking out Devoduvek at the start. Shazam's going to have to back away from the underpass there and get himself over to the other side on alt mid, trying to push up there. In the meantime, the rest of the team did take Hall's control, but Fugly doing a nice job of holding that, just gets a double kill. Sick and Amanek both knocked out of the play, and now it's down to just Shazam and Sean Garris. More of these CTs also have rotated back into the A-bomb site, ready to defend it, so it's not necessarily going to be an open site anymore. In fact, the exact opposite of that. They're all posted up, they're all ready to defend this, so Shazam and Sean have to take a bit of a step back, really slow things down, and hope that they can successfully still push back in and make an impact here to battle it back. Daps spotting both of them. Now they can work to sort of pinch them, as it's going to be pretty obvious that they may attempt to run a wrap back around here and take it over towards B. Shazam, spotted by 2 different players, still gets the kill though. Now that opens up a pathway for them to get into the site, but it's not cleared out yet. You're going to have 2 more to battle against within the site. Another one's trying to push their way down Banana up mid to counter out from that direction, and then you still have Little Man also watching over here at the edge of the highway too, and really jiggling around there. Nicely shot. Just delete Sean, and now all that's left alive is Shazam here, and he's only got 25 seconds left to plant the bomb as well. I don't really see this one ending up well for him, and Breeze is going to swing up from the library to put a close to it. It's NRG that start off with the advantage after taking the pistol.
Yeah, ultra aggressive, but it's not even spotted, their aggression. Like, Breeze runs down middle. I don't even think the guys from T-Step saw that he was down middle. 2 people push B, and usually when that happens, it's a very quick reaction from the T's to maybe like jump out halls or react to it, but they had no reaction to it. I don't think they had the information that that was happening from T-Steps. So it's just really easy for NRG to just surprise people in these situations if it just goes undetected like it did. So we're going to see Tech 9 armor come out from everybody but Sean Garris, who has full utility. And it looks like it's going to be maybe a Halls jump, if I had to guess. They are taking early Halls control. It's a double site setup, though, on the A site for NRG. Low man at around the default box, and I believe that is Breeze. Sitting a little bit back there, maybe towards the Emo.
The rest of Misfits just moving their way through the halls now, and they are going to start to swing out to execute into A. A 3-man stack is already waiting here for NRG, though, so even if they do get themselves out swinging, for the most part, NRG are going to be positioned on the trade and probably multi-frag, as Misfits are definitely going to be grouping up. They're not really going to be super tricky about the way that they end up deploying themselves into it. Amanek goes in, instantly deleted out there by Daps as they take him down. The other players trying to push up. There's 1-2 trades, but still 3v2 advantage here, and Breezy lines himself up another kill because just duck behind the box, waste some time. Shazam still being able to pick him off at the very least, but Peter comes in to put a close to it as NRG get that second.
Yeah, 3 kills on the board. A round that they could have won. Unfortunately for them, just missing a couple key shots. Even Shazam could have brought that into 1v1 very easily. Got, 1 or 2 bullets off on PTR at that headshot angle. But now it is going to be the full save, so if you're NRG, you probably push up pretty aggro. Don't give them positioning. Let them set up in anything and kind of get the information early on, which it looks like they're going to try to do. So Daps peeking towards the window, has the MP9. Mid gets smoked off. He's going to move back, play a little bit more passively, but he got a lot of information on how many just were in alt mid, and they get even more information now. They peek down the car. They have a deep B smoke, so Misfits is definitely in trouble this round.
Yeah, they're not really going to be able to make any progress at all here, as PTR still holds in that close cub even after the smoke starts to go back away. Nobody's going to check for it, though. Peter has some of his own troubles, actually. Fugly still able to multi-frag, though, up to 4 as he finishes off this last player here against Amanek. And even going to go for the ace as well, and he gets it. Nicely played by Fugly. Fugly has to sacrifice Peter in the process, but still ends up shutting down the round.
Yeah, so we're going to have an op on PTR. Him and Fugly are now playing B. When Marky got replaced, they moved Fugly over to B, so he's kind of that support.
Just taking these battles out to shut down the round. So clean 3-0 beginning to the match for NRG. And now we're going to have to put up a bit more of a fight, however, as Misfits back into having the full buy. But Peter, I'm instantly going to put one of them back down over here on the banana push. So that's going to be Shazam going down nice and early on. Don't think Shazam got the op this time. Pretty sure he was just on an AK, so not going to be seeing the op battle come to fruition just yet. But still, early elimination of him. good strides for NRG to capitalize on that. Sick. Having some trouble here. There we go. Gets himself up on top. And now they can take easy Hall's control. NRG not even really resisting this to begin with. They've actually got a 2-man stack over on the arch side of the wrap there. So maybe playing that a little bit too heavily most of the time. So far, we've just seen Misfits deploy their porch. They haven't tried to take it towards wrap side too heavily, with the exception of that pistol round. So we'll see if this ends up being an overplay or if it is a little bit more warranted. Fugly trying to toss a Molotov in, but it hits a smoke. It's just starting to fade away. So the timing on that one not really working out in the way he would have liked. Another molly gets wasted over on the T side, though, as it ends up connecting into the smoke outside on balcony here. So just a couple whiff nades to start off the round. But I think it's going to be much more adverse for the Misfits players here. They would have tried to clear out an area and then start the push over towards porch side if it had hit. Now they are going to have to smoke over towards pit itself. But the problem is, well, Dap's swinging out with an SMG, granted, so at range is only going to be able to pick up one of those kills. But Breezy lining up what thought was one, but no, Devo Dubek's going to take him down. It's short-lived, though, as the trades continue to roll back in. Little Man actually runs out of ammo, so Sick is able to survive off of that. But now in falling back, there's no time remaining. He just has to go back in and re-execute. He'll know, well, to a certain degree, it seemed anyway, where Little Man was, but even still, was not able to check to that top spot. And then Peter just peeks right out, finishes the job, and puts NRG into a good path to control their lead for most of this early game.
Yeah, and NRG just keeps one player towards B, probably in large part because they had 2 SMGs over at the A site, so they wanted to get a decent rotate going off, kind of just trusting PTR, be on an island, end up going A, so essentially going into a stack right against 4 players, puts Misfits onto another save, already 4-0. Nade stack goes off towards the middle. Breeze just going to juggle peek the apartments, then toss a smoke grenade. Hall's control going uncontested. So Misfits going to have that early in the round, but just a smoke and flash on Sean Gares and half armor on Sick. Not working with much here.
Misfits, again, really probably going to end up struggling a lot in this round by just having the upgraded pistols. We already saw 2 rounds back, how they were able to fare with it. And it's going to be a very similar situation right here, where NRG are set up to defend against these A hits. Misfits, really not wanting to. I mean, on this round, obviously, it makes sense. They don't really have the utility to push up Banana, and they would, for the most part, get destroyed by either Peter or a second player that may be positioned to car. But on these gun rounds, haven't really even been considering trying to play around with Banana all that much, despite it just being 1 player at car that blocks their way. They keep going into these A setups where there's 3 full guys committed to it here. And Peter, again, now that they try to push back to Banana, he's ready for this one, spots the hit, legs one of the players, almost full killing it, but not going to be the case this time. It's just Sean getting tagged down to 17 HP. But with time getting lower here, really just trying to do something tricky to sell a fake and maybe get an extra player to rotate over there, but even this doesn't work. Fugly, while he goes towards highway, is still, halfway across and can be in position to counter out this hit from the Misfits, but then just a few seconds notice. Dap's playing into the corner, gets the double kill, finishes the job that Peter started earlier, tries to go for that 3rd kill and brings Sick down to 9 HP, but Sick does take him out, and now Breeze is here, getting a nice double kill, and then swinging out for the 3rd one as well, shutting down Misfits for the 5th time now. They are growing themselves into a nice, strong lead.
Yeah, Breeze showing some of that skill that, I talked about last time we casted, man. This guy's just crazy talented.
Absolutely. And he's showing it leading. Actually, no, Fugly's leading the way for his team right now. Well, a large part because of the, because of what we saw earlier on the ace. Giving him a bit of a boost there, but Breezy definitely finding a lot of the impact so far here as Shazam, well, tries to hold in the logs position, but the Molly is going to send him out a little bit here. And Jeffany trying to spot for Peter. He can hear. Oh!
So 2 gun rounds in a row, instant 4v5s. And both times PTR killing Shazam.
And this time Peter just hits a
Shazam's
banger.
so mad. So
it just came out of nowhere too.
No, he heard him spamming. He was
he heard him spamming, but
he knew he was spamming that. He tried to counter spam him.
Up until
but as soon as he went for the shot, he just got shot in the head.
Mm-hmm. So that puts us back down to a 5v4 now. NRG having to still hold a 2nd player over at B this time instead of just the usual job of having Peter defend it. So that is going to leave A slightly more open than normal.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's some MM2 talk coming soon. I don't think we could see that on the stream though, huh?
What in wait, what?
MM2, it's like where message mode 2 or whatever. You don't know what that means?
No.
Or I guess it would be MM1. right?
Wait.
Yeah.
What?
It's where you talk. You do all talk instead of like team chat.
Oh yeah.
Like
I've never heard MM1 or MM2. I've never heard it referred to that. I don't know if that's something from an earlier version of CS.
Oh my.
I've literally never heard it called that before.
You're
serious.
seen in the ESL Pro League.
I've never heard it called that
And you
before.
don't know what MM1 and MM2 mean?
Hold on, there's a gun round going on. We'll come back to this in a second.
That's someone who wants to change the subject.
He's taking down Amanek. His NRG are trying to fight back in, but Sean and Devo Duvak are holding on quite nicely. They push back and bring this into a 3v2 situation, but Peter has an advanced spot. The problem is, though, they're running out of time now, and Peter pushing back in. Looking for Sean in a moment here, but Sean's going to spot it first. Dap's able to trade. He's got a lot more work to do, and he can't do it.
Sean.
Yeah, Sean finding some nice, clean headshots to shut it down. Finally put Misfits on the board. All right, back to the more important topic. I've literally never heard it called that before. It's always just all chat and team chat for me.
Wow.
Like if you said like all chat or team chat, I obviously would have known what that was. But I've never heard it called MM1 and MM2.
People literally say that in like matchmaking.
No, I've never heard anyone call that before.
Crazy.
I'm serious.
Yeah, so MM2 just means like you talk to your team.
Oh, okay.
And MM1 is when you talk in all chats. So like when people start typing in, to the other team will be like MM2, like basically mean like shut up.
Yeah. I've just never seen that before.
I feel like
today I
just live in a bubble, Blue.
Apparently, yeah, dude.
You don't know anything, man. You don't know any movies. You don't know anything about sports. Apparently you don't even know MM1 and MM2. It's crazy. A shocking amount about Battlestar Galactica trivia, though, and Star Trek trivia. Shocking amount.
Well, as we wait for Misfits to go for their execute, at the moment just gone for a 3-2 split across the map as a default opener. They have gotten up to car for free as NRG kind of pulled back on the aggression this time. Peter not really out looking for kills this early on. He'll have to move from the CT spot if the smokes can get into his way. Usual timing shot, but Misfits are still a little bit disconjoined right now as they are trying to sell this fake, but it's not really working. No one from NRG is rotating off of the A-bomb site. They haven't rotated anyone off of B, granted, yet either, but they've spotted Sick. He gets dinked, but it's a very, very small amount. Now he just pop right back out, take down Fugly, and while changing out a gun, eliminates Peter. However, now the actual hit is going to come through, but they canceled it at the last second there after deploying a player out their balcony and him utterly failing. They are going to try and send the rotates over, but the problem is that now Sick is in the way. He's pushed himself out. It's left down to Daps in a 1v3, and he really can't do anything about this. So Misfits are going to run away with this one, and Daps is more than likely just going to try to find a better gun and fall back and save.
Yeah, not much for him to do in this 3v1. They basically send Sick into B. He's fighting all on his own, ends up killing Fugly and PTR, pushes towards Library, gets another kill, completely takes the B site by himself and kills the rotator. There's still about 30 seconds left after he got the 2 kills at B, so they just wisely take the bomb back to B. It's basically a free round win as long as they can get the bomb out of there at port side. So Misfits winning these 2 rounds in a row, it's now going to force NRG on a save. They're only going to get 1,900 for this round. So we're going to see, 2,800 onto Fugly, just really not enough money to warrant a buy. I think you definitely save here if you're NRG. And they're one of the most conservatively purchased teams that we watch play. Almost never opted to force buy, so I'm sure they will save here.
Yeah, and a lot of it coming back from I think the Gavi era of when this team was still kind of formed up there. Influencing it.
Yeah, I don't like that push-up voice style at all. I think you need to be well practiced and having 2 umps, having an op, having a CZ and an M4. Like those are the teams that are really, really good. When you can win those low bot rounds, you need to win those rounds if you really want to compete against these tier 1 teams. You need to. You have to win like 1 or 2 of those, usually a half or not necessarily a half, but a game or 2 or 3 a game to beat really good teams. I think if you just buy super conservatively and you lose these rounds clean, the economy just gets too crazy in the other team's favor.
Well, for now, Misfits going to be stacking up again and taking early falls control. Devo Duvek.
It's kind of working against like the meta almost, right? And just always trying to make sure you have like full M4s, mollies, smokes, and everything. I mean, the ump is so good. Why would you ever do that,
Yeah.
It's just, it doesn't make any sense to me.
bit of a boost up there, but Sean was able to spot it, so good damage is going to be done to Breezy. Not so much the Little Man, but still 40 HP getting knocked off of him combined overall. It's over 100 damage between those two players. And no, now Devo Duvek's going to finish the job against Breeze, taking him out of the picture here. Little Man looking for revenge. He'll get it, but not much more than that. Devo immediately trades it back out, and Fugly tagging on to a little bit of damage at the very least with the CZ, but really not getting very far at all. Yeah, these players just getting knocked out one by one, and Daps, who did save the M4, is going to be left as the last man alive again. Well, he's just going to go for it. Picks up one in the open now, seeing the pit player, but can't adjust quickly enough for that. So Almanac is going to trade him back out and give Misfits the round.
Yeah, still, you know, getting 3 kills is a mild success for NRG. It's not a bad round for them. Just spamming this smoke onto Porch as Breeze and the Little Man try to get aggro behind the smoke. Had Daps rotated earlier, I think they definitely... I think they would have won that round if Daps actually rotated. He comes art side, he fights with his team like that. I think they win the round. Fortunately for him, he didn't, you know, just take that risk, just stayed towards B. Quick B control is coming out from Misfits. There's no op to contest on NRG.
Yeah, now NRG back into the full buy here. We're going to be hoping that they can hold things off. But once again, without this aggression, it just seems like at the moment Misfits is being given way too much control over the map. So already up to the edge of B, able to toss in a few nades here, still in this sort of default setup. Obviously not anything being revealed yet from Misfits, so no reason to believe that they would have rotated upon
Really
any of this.
good by them, though. They're just waiting it out. Forcing NRG to do something and react in some way. They use a bunch of smokes. Now NRG is probably going to triple push B here. Try to make something happen.
Got everybody held back off right now, so Misfits, we're just waiting for them to make the next move here. As they're getting a little bit low on time, but they're going to line this up towards A. They would have to try to do the fake now if they're going to toss in the smokes like they did. I think it was like 2 rounds back when they tried to do that, something like that. They did toss this all back in, but then all 3 of these players abandoned and went over towards A instead. So right now, though, still sticking with their positions here as Molotov starts to rain back in. Peter originally going back, but the AK seems to have brought him back into the fray, and it's a good thing too, as this hit's definitely going to be executing out onto the B-bomb site in a moment here. Peter, though, needs to get himself back into the site, still stuck behind CT over there, where he's going to have to wait this out, hoping he can spray into it. He's getting good damage done and has isolated these 2 to grill, but Fugly overpeaks slightly, still 2 for 1, advantage to NRG, but now you've got the Misfits players spreading onto the site, and Peter just trying to hope he can wallbang them through the glass over there, and the Church and Daps had a perfect lineup for a spray on 2 players, but whiffed it big time. So now it's been even back out. Shazam catching Little Man and Peter as well. Breezy, the last man standing. He's got a 1v3 set against them. He's got good intel, though, but peeks into Shazam, and Misfits will be able to win it out.
Yeah, I don't know why PTR is spamming there when his teammate's fighting. If he would have fought with him, they win the round like 100%. Just lack of communication there. Daps fighting. PTR spamming there. If PTR was with him, that guy's dead 100%. The other guy had like 20 HP behind him. Bomb was getting planted at first oranges. They probably go 2 for 1 there. Then it's a 2v3, and Bomb can't plant. He's at first oranges. So, you know, they win the round for sure. Just bad communication from NRG when it came to, you know, fighting together. So, Misfits now, you know, coming back. I believe they were down 5-0. And have won 4 rounds in a row now, forcing NRG on another save. Their economy is pretty decent too. I mean, 8K, 7K, 5K off a fully bought round versus an eco. So Misfits, you know, getting back into this game. We see a hull stack basically for NRG. Daps close middle, trying to get that one-shot P250, 1 in boiler and 2 in hulls. CZ rather.
Daps does get the early spawn with the Devo Duvek there, right outside of the mid choke point, but not able to act on it as of yet. Really just going to have to sit back here, try to work off that intel, and hope that these guys in the halls can make some magic happen. As you got Peter and Breeze both stacked up against this. Almanac being the one to push into it here currently, but he's a bit hesitant to look towards it as yet. He's going to be checking out for Peter, and Breeze takes them both out 1 by 1. Nice slow execution. Fugly does find revenge over on Banana, but that's just going to send the bomb back up towards mid now, where Little Man is not going to be prepped for this one, as he has to fall back over onto the bomb site. He's going to try to catch himself into a safe position, but nowhere's really going to be safe when you have the T's slowly flooding around this entire part of the map. Little Man gone. That's going to flush out Fugly and Daps, and Fugly won't even probably attempt to do anything here. More than likely, he's just going to run to save, and Daps, I think, will defend him.
Yeah, so Misfits going to tie up the game. T-side looking pretty dangerous for them. Should take a look at the scoreboard. See how the kills are going down. Misfits pretty, you know, similar score on everybody. Sick at 9. He had that really nice round at B where he had that 3K. Been playing well these past 5 rounds. So they do save into CT spawn.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to make it out. Daps just ends up going down to the explosion at the end of it, but he doesn't really lose anything. He's probably going to rebuy into this round anyway, so not a huge deal there. Now, NRG's last chance to preserve their lead before we do end up seeing Misfits push ahead of them now and be able to try and take this half in their favor. Regardless of the outcome of these last 5 rounds, though, getting 5 in itself for the Misfits is definitely going to be a pretty big accomplishment. And now, if they can keep it close, something like 9-6 or 8-7, then that is going to be a huge amount of rounds to try and work off of, assuming they can start off strong on the CT side.
Triple B push comes out from NRG. Immediate rotate, though, from Daps. But Misfits probably did their homework. They know it's a triple B push, and they're going to immediately try to take some type of a mid control, it looks like. Having said that, Daps already rotated back, and here comes the rotate from Fugly as well.
Yeah, so pushing into here, it is going to be, you know, one of the stronger 4-man stacks that we were starting to see before. One at Arches here. Daps has got to get prepped, but he catches one and is pushing it. That's the bomb, too, that was leading the charge. They've got it. Now they've got to continue to play aggressively, but the CTs over here by Arch can just try to set up for this one. They eliminate Breezy further into the bomb set itself, but Fugly can push back in. They've already got Double down to 1 HP, but he's still able to impact for 1. Little Man still holding there. A missed shot from Shazam, and Little Man ends up with a massive 3K to close out.
That was rough by Misfits.
Yeah, that was, especially at the end there.
Sean Gare's going through the Molotov by himself. They had no backup plan to kind of go through that Molotov, or, you know, it was very disconnected, right? Sean goes there, he's flashed and Molotov fighting 2 people in the arches. There's no arch smoke. They do it delayed to where 2 guys are already rotated back from NRG off the triple push at B, and they're essentially playing right into their setup, right? They have 2 guys arches because they were triple pushed B, so you're doing kind of exactly what NRG wants you to do.
So now Peter's going to go back to the aggression. NRG preserving their lead. Flashbang, though, does send him right back into the site, or at least hugging the corner around the around this position here. Now, this time he's the one that gets tagged through the wall, but it's not a full kill. It is only going to bring him down to 34 HP, and then he'll promptly kind of back up and play into the site. Besides this, Misfits still playing into their usual strat now. Hall's control going to be theirs pretty early on. NRG, unless they've been on eco, not really been huge fans of aggressing into that and trying to hold on to it for the early portions of this round. We are just going to see Devoduvek clearing it out systematically. That opens up Boiler if they want to try to move in and take mid control. A few more players are going to be joining him in those halls, however, so likelihood that we could see them try to flush out towards the balcony this time and hope to take control of A that way. But there's a stack closer to the hay barrel and the porch for NRG, so it's not necessarily going to be easy kills and moving out towards it. And more than likely, Misfits are obviously going to be able to catch, or excuse me, NRG are obviously going to be able to catch on to what Misfits is doing at the balcony and then adjust to try and make up for that. As we even have Daps rotating into this site, holding a position there. Swinging back out towards it. Little Man does fall back, so they go into a normal setup here. Not a whole lot to be seen when they go out onto the site, and Breeze strikes first. Picks up that kill, re-peeks into a second. He knows there's a third up top. Sick is trying to still sneak in from underneath, and John the other direction here. But Little Man's going to be able to take out Sick. Shazam, though, finding 2 kills. Breezy's still alive, up to 3 now, as he's taken out Sean Garris, and it's just on Shazam losing himself in that flashbang. Breezy gets a 4th and final kill to solidify the round for NRG.
Yeah, Breeze again, man. Like, you put this guy in a spot where he could just hold an angle, and he just always seems to be successful. Just crouches up. It's kind of like it's a head glitch like that. Pretty much anytime you play like that, where you're the one who's crouching above something, you almost always have the advantage. Just because of how the engine works. So Breeze takes advantage of that. Gets a nice 4K. Banana control and aggression comes out from the CTs, but no deep smoke. So it's just something to kind of delay them a bit.
Yeah, Misfits are pushing up once again over here on Banana early on to take that control. As they do move in, it's actually an early rotation off the site from Peter this time and leaving Fugly within the platform itself. But Peter's still going to be sticking around just much further back towards CT, as they have started to just generally expect A hits now from Misfits, as that's been, for the most part, where they've been able to shut them down, but it has...
Again, we see 3 players going towards B for NRG, though.
And last time that they had this, it still didn't even work for them. But this time, I think it will because they're going to have Daps boosted. They're never going to expect this if PTR shoots his op at spawn or anything like that, especially.
Looks like he's rotating out, though, so he's going to go over towards A. And we'll have to kind of move back into this one now. So it still could end up going pretty well for the Misfits here. And in fact, Daps even gives up the boosted position. So he's back over just towards the edge of the smoke. I thought he was going to try to rotate towards Church quickly, but now it gets re-smoked. He'll have to spray into this one, hoping it's lucky. Peter gets that first kill. Distraction moving back in. Sean does burn out Fugly moments later here, and Peter firing in some shots, but he's having trouble. Nothing connecting within that smoke there. So bringing it down to a 4v3. Certainly still a very palatable retake for NRG. They can definitely pull this back off, especially now that Misfits have used all their utility. They've got nothing to fire back. Meanwhile, Little Man, who's rotating in at the moment through Banana, has a Molotov, an HE grenade, and a... What? Sick as well. Seemed dead to rights there, but somehow he recovers in time to take down Little Man. Now that utility's gone, Bree still trying to battle back in, but he's only going to be able to get one more before being knocked out by Amanek. However, Amanek is the last man standing, and with Daps getting that final kill, NRG pick up their 8th.
Yeah, Daps with the 3K. They're not expecting the rotator to be a rifler there since PTR has been opping it. Not expecting somebody to go through the smoke or anything like that. Does a good job getting a kill, staying alive, holding construction control in that 4v3. And then from there, just a pretty systematic, easy retake for NRG. Now we're going to see a pistol armor buy come out from Misfits. Just Tech 9s, P250 on Shazam, but a mid push coming down. Nope, just nades. And a spot from Boiler, so getting a little bit of early info, I guess. Sick, though. Trying to take all his control, gets mollied off. Now they have Foreign, alt mid, one player mini pit. And Sean setting up for some type of a smoke.
Yeah, we'll see what Misfits can work for here, but obviously not having the greatest of buys, trying to save up for the last round there. The smoke still terrible. Yeah, still leaves a pretty large gap for Daps to be able to punish them through. I think he was expecting like a clean hit off the wall, but it bounced off that
Did
window.
Sean just dink him in the air across the map with a Tech 9? Through a Molotov?
Possibly. Breeze, though, continues to destroy.
He is so good,
Dude.
I'm telling you.
3 kills
amazing.
From 3 completely different positions, while having to change his own position, like in the process of that as well. It was just so fluid from Breeze, and it just seems like he's doing it without like even having to think about it.
It's just a breeze for the guy, man.
Yeah, I mean, not to get too punny with it, but... There's one, changes position. There's a second, changes position again. There's the third. Look at it, it's incredible. It's some crazy stuff. Granted, it's like kills against upgraded pistols and stuff, but still, just the way he's going about it.
Vincent. For some reason, when I see Breeze, I feel like he might like own a sword or something.
What?
Just has that look.
I don't think I've ever seen a photo of him before. So, Misfits, after going through that round, they're going to be able to buy up at the very least into this last one. Slightly limited in terms of like flashbangs and whatnot, but they still get like mollies and smokes. This is actually not a bad buy by any stretch of the word here. Now Shazam even getting the op to play with, so maybe Misfits maybe being able to piece one more together, make this a 6-9. Very respectable half if they're going to be able to do that. 10-5, of course, is part of the course for T-sides here. So long as they can bring firepower to their CT side, then they would still be okay, but it is going to be relying upon that. Hopefully we kind of see Shazam come into a little bit of better form on that second half. But that'll be seen in a few moments. We still have one more T-sided round to play out here for the Misfits, as they are stacking up towards Banana again. And we'll be more than likely pushing into execute here within just a few moments. The triple stack that you normally tend to see over here, P, is actually not in the picture just yet, but they didn't smoke CT at all this time, actually. So Peter's just going to peek into a second kill. The good news is they do trade on the Fugly at the very least, so they catch that one, but Devaduvic got dinked before he goes down. And Peter smoked back off. He'll retreat into the church and hold back in this spot for a moment while he waits for the rotates to move back in. Sick is able to hold with his own up, however, now back over on Banana, and re-challenges into a second one against Little Man. Sick destroying people over here, but Peter destroying him just as well. He moves back in for his 3rd kill now in the round, and Daps still sneaking in by CT. Sean back in Emo paying attention to that. He picks up the kill on Daps, and they know where PTR is moving in from, but I think the info got relayed of just how low these last 2 players are. So Pete's going to hop with a pistol. 1 kill, and oh, he needed 1 more for the ace, but he's not going to get it. Sick comes out as the better player there and clutches it with 12 HP. So a 6th round on the board for Misfits. They fight it close on their T side. And now we're going to end up seeing who comes out on top in the second half, which is coming up in just a few minutes, guys. Stick with us right here at the ESL Pro League.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Welcome back again, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Pro League. We're well into our third map of the evening. Misfits taking on NRG. NRG starting off strong, faltering a little bit towards the middle, but then closing out as well with a good stride. They're ending up 9-6 coming off of their CT side. An advantage, of course, but can be very easily trounced by the players of Misfits in being able to pick up 6 rounds. But the real highlight player for that first half, of course, on NRG was Breeze, who ended up with 17 and 10 and 117 ADR over the course of the half.
Yeah, guy's just a monster. I mean, last time we saw him on Inferno as well was just outstanding. But it's anybody's game. I mean, if NRG wins this pistol and can pick up the following 2 rounds, they have a great advantage. But you know, Misfits, they're not out of it. 6 rounds isn't too terrible. This can be a CT-sided map at times. It kind of seems to be going back and forth. You know, I'm on the record saying I think it is a little bit CT-sided, like 9-6 half. So we'll see how it goes for Misfits.
We can see the rest of the stats spread across the board there too. Daps having himself a pretty good game, 14 and 9 with 107 ADR. Meanwhile, the leader for Misfits over there was sick, especially in those last few rounds too. His attempts at the very least to hold off Banana after they got B control were definitely admirable. Making up 106 ADR over the course of the half with his next highest teammate way down at 70. And that's Sean.
Yeah, and Shazam at 41.7, and Almanac only at 40, so bit of gaps there for that T-side DAR, but at the end of the day, 6 rounds isn't too bad.
Is actually, I'm curious question because this was a thing the other day. Is Almanac still playing from Europe?
I don't know. I haven't checked his ping.
Can we see?
I see.
There we go. Let's get. No, looks like he's in it now. So
yeah, I wonder where they're living. Do they have a team house or?
No, I don't think so.
Because they all have very similar pings.
I would take a guess. I'd say Miami. Because I think their org.
Because they're party animals.
No. I think the org is backed by the Miami Heat now, I think.
Really?
Yeah, the Misfits org. I'm pretty sure that they're the ones. Someone got back.
What's his name? I think Mickey Arison owns the Heat.
Yeah, I forget it. I'm pretty sure.
How many players on the Heat could you name?
None at all.
Not one?
No, not one.
For real?
No. It's literally 0. I don't watch basketball at all, dude.
Okay, what about well, I can't say his name, the Big 3 era? Could you name anybody then?
Nope.
The Decision?
Nope.
You don't know what the Decision is?
No.
Are you serious?
I'm serious, dude. I've literally never paid attention to basketball. Ever. At any point.
Do you know who Pat Riley is?
I think I've heard the name. I don't know who he is. I'm telling you, dude. Just not my forte.
I know. Star Trek trivia, though.
I spent 8 years learning how to play
the lore of Lord of the Rings.
No, it wasn't even that.
Down.
I spent 8 years grinding classical violin. That was my childhood. I could spit off mad facts about classical music, but that's one of the few areas I'm gonna have a lot of knowledge on.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
So you could just have a violin, just
play some.
I haven't played in like 4 years, so it'd probably be a little rough actually. But
that's pretty cool though. I had no idea.
I think I played like 4 or 5 different instruments when I was a kid. Did a lot of music stuff. But anyway, NRG pushing their way out here now onto the A-bomb site. Shazam, though, just destroying them. And it's Sean taking most of the heat. Back over from the other corner. He's the distraction. The bomb went down. They don't have a full lock onto it right now as it's kind of buried in that smoke. But regardless, NRG are having to try to push back into it to recover upon it. It's down to Breeze now. If he can pull this off, it'd be incredible. There's one, but then down afterwards. So Amanek as Misfits pick up the second half pistol. And just like that, they're right back in the game.
Yeah, Shazam from Graveyard. Again, Shazam, one of the best pistol players in North America. Hit some great shots right here. And like you said, Sean, they're all chasing him. They go right into the crosshairs of Shazam. Even though Sean's Gear's smoke missed, didn't matter. They hold it off very nicely. Breeze was dangerous, though.
Yeah,
just turns around 186.
You never underestimate his play there. So just leaving the hope alive for a few extra seconds. However, NRG, without the plant, they do decide to pretty much just go for the usual force into this second round now. CZs and P250s along with the Tech 9 over on the Breeze there. A few smokes and whatnot that I'm sure they're going to try to use to get out more than likely onto A, judging from the current way things are going, but that could change itself as well. Misfits still stacked into a standard 3-2 across the map, not changing themselves up too much here. And we do actually see the bomb falling back now, so potential for this to maybe go in a different direction here as NRG are trying to make up their mind. But overall, still a strong start for the Misfits, and this combining with the 6 rounds they got in the first half there. Some really good stuff overall from Sick that we saw. Was able to kind of carry his team forward, get them, keep them in the match, and prevent NRG from really just running away with it because it was getting kind of dire there at the beginning of the first half. But him along with some of the efforts of the other players brought it back. Amanek, though, striking first here. Peter able to trade, but Sean also tagging for one. However, it's just those 1 kills. And now Fugly as well cutting off one of the rotators, so a 3v2. Will be a 2v2 on this site, but in a moment here, you are going to have the third guy rejoining the B defense. But Shazam, while they are only 2 in the site, could be able to move in and punish this little man waiting right around the corner here. I'm not sure if he's going to be expecting that, but nice check from Shazam. He was able to read into that. That's the site completely cleared off. The remaining 2 are actually way back on Banana right now. However, it is planted for them. These CTs are going to have to be careful of these surprise peaks, which they may have to deal with. And in clearing it out, now they can jump onto the bomb. Sick covering for his teammate. Daps now remaining as the last man standing. They jump onto the defuse, and while Daps does his best to try to line it up, it's just not going to happen. Misfits close out and are able to take that second round.
Yeah, really dangerous there for Misfits. Luckily, in that 2v3, they're able to overcome those odds. Thought they were going to lose that round just based off, taking B that cleanly. Sean Gares and Amanek. Sean Gares got caught with a smoke out. Amanek gets bum rushed. By the time Sean deploys the smoke and actually fights, only able to get 1, right? Because after that, he's going through a smoke himself. So maybe next time, I think a better setup is if Sean's just holding like an off angle as well. And then when Amanek shoots, he could kind of swing out. But then if he gets smoked out, then he can counter smoke, something like that. But it definitely comes down to like millisecond timings there and how it works. Now NRG though on another save. PTR with a smoke flash on low man, just a dig on Fugly, and everybody else at P250 or a clock.
Yeah, Sick going to try to bust out here and see if he can get some really frags with the timing on these flashbangs, but for the most part, NRG to kind of evacuate away from the hallway there. So he's not going to catch much, and he actually uses pretty much all of his utility except for the molly, tossing it out there. And what's even worse is the smoke went too deep, so Fugly can actually peek into that and re-challenge if he wants to without having to worry about the smoke. But not going to be seeing much of that. Most of NRG actually still kind of stuck way back at the crossroads. And now pushing up towards the mid-choke, they will try to make a little bit of progress here. Still, ultimately, though, with P250s being the best of some of the best of the guns that they'll carry into this round, it is going to be pretty rough on them. You can already see Misfits pretty much shutting it out. Shazam just running out of ammo, a bit unfortunate there, but the quick trade from Devo Duvek and Daps coming in a little bit late to the party here. He's going to walk himself into his own death. A Sick closes out and reties this match.
So Shazam should be getting an op, $9,000. They keep the moss on Devaduvek and the ump on Sick, so I like that. NRG with the fully bought round as well. They did get that bomb down, if you remember, on that second round, so they're good on money. Everybody gets whatever they want, essentially. Lowman going to push back B with the Molotov. Shazam pushes right past it, though, and takes 80 damage.
So he thought he could go in front of the Molotov. Did not work out at all. He even had a pretty nice little bunny hop, it looked like.
It still ends up costing him far more than he gains. Now Dab's trying to make up for it with his own bit of aggression here and pushing forward. Not really going to be able to do all that much to Sick. I think he hit some once or twice to the wall, but that's it. Only bringing him down to 86 HP. Little Man having some much better luck, however, in chasing down Shazam. He's able to finish the job that was started earlier, well, by himself. And now Little Man going to continue to push in, but Devaduvek just gets the clotheslining headshot there. Unfortunately, blinded out afterwards. Sick still alive in the pit, but it's a short-lived occasion. As just like that, we're down to only Sean Garris being left alive, and he's already revealed himself. So he's going to fall back, save the gun, and let NRG get back their lead.
Yeah, we'll see if Misfits have enough money to buy next round, because they did have a lot of deaths on that second round. Let's see if we can hold tab for a second. Okay, so they definitely have enough money to buy. They could even get, let's see, I don't know if Devaduvek was going to want to opt because he'd only have $5 grand, but they'll definitely have an opt for Shazam. And so if Escalators can get like one exit here, I think it's worth it. But it looks like he's just content with saving the M4.
Yeah, he's going to be holding back now. I think there's 1 or 2 players here that are going to be a little bit lower off. May have to go down to about like ups or 5/7, so this will help to alleviate that a little bit here and maybe toss the one gun over to, I think it's primarily just Almanac. Shazam was okay, as you can see, he just dropped the rifle, so he's going to be able to get himself the full buy. And they're going to donate the op over. But everybody else back into a full buy here. Pretty much full utility too for everybody except Sick and Shazam. So they'll be looking in good strides to try and, you know, bounce back against this. Prevent NRG from really running away with the lead again. But if they fail in this regard, then they will be right back down into another save here. And this is going to be NRG going right into their dominating form that they had going for the CT side. But slow to open NRG. Just kind of messing around over mid and alt. Gonna push up through there and gets a little bit of Hall's control. I don't think Misfits are going to really resist it too much as they're holding back over towards the port. They did push out aggressively on B, but they had to stack up for Sick, although he didn't really get much done. It's brought a little bit down to 20 HP. It's actually Devaduvek that gets a lot of work going for himself. Here's Shazam picking up a kill too, but ultimately still advantage for NRG as they get the site, and Misfits just, the 2 remaining players, I should say, for Misfits, just not really given any time to react to that at all. So much like the last gun round, they're really going to have no choice but to sit on B and save.
Yeah, and again, another pretty much just quick A-take. Right off the bat, they jump out of halls with 2 players, other guys coming up porch, just a quick split onto the A site. Sick goes down right away, and I mean, they're not even going 1 for 1, right? So they get 2 kills off 3 deaths. It's not a good retake to go for. They decide to save, and it's just A, and losing the rounds within 30 seconds a day. So.
Yeah, just like I said, a couple trades here and there, but for the most part, NRG always seeming to strike first, so they end up with the better odds of it at the end of the day, and now they're going to be able to re-solidify the lead they had coming into this half.
But it's a really disconnected setup. I mean, they have Sick on the porch roof, the other guy goes back to site, the guy just gets smoked out at arch side, so he's a non-factor, and you know exactly where he's rotating to. I mean, it's 3 one-on-one battles, or one on the entire T-side NRG team. You know, Sick takes his own battle, then Devo takes his own battle, and then Shazam takes his own battle. There's no cohesion in that setup.
Now Almanac is going to be moving out a little bit here to challenge and mainly just pop the smoke off over down Banana early on and even re-smoking it too. Breeze still trying to challenge that a bit, but in all reality, this is an attempt to try to show much more force than there actually is, since besides Almanac, there is nothing sitting on that site. He's solo defending it, and they do have obviously the other rifle sitting in the hands of Sean, but the other 3 players only purchased at most P250. Shazam buying into nothing here. So if this ends up sending them into A, it is actually going to work out really well, and it's a great strat from these guys to try and just force them in the other direction here, gambling that they would go the other way. But it seems like NRG were patient enough to try to check for that. Still leading into A, however, as they've been able to once again get up towards the mid-choke point and take boiler control without, you know, suffering from any resistance at all. All 4 of the Misfits' CTs are stacked up on the site and are waiting to defend it there. You just have Shazam slightly outside that may try to end up in a bit of a battle over towards the library there. Now sitting with a USP, but after he does see T-nades, he backs up entirely. confirmed their presence. He knows they're going to push back into here. Devo, though, just gets deleted by a little man. 3 bullets, 1 headshot is found out. Sean is able to do work with that rifle, though. Him and Sick picking up a combined 3 kills, still left to a 2v1 as they do knock out the remaining players on the site. And now Amanek is the only one still standing. Goes for the play. Tag down to 14 HP as soon as he shows himself. And now this is going to be very, very difficult for him to clutch back out. I hope he can kind of creep in the other way. Peter, though, is going to go for the peek, and I think they already know he's low, so Peter just has his pistol out. Doesn't even take the battle either. Just falls back after he's confirmed he did wrap in that direction. Doesn't have enough time to try and, sneakily wrap around the other way or continue forward, so he's just going to give up, fall back, and save again.
Yeah, and again, I mean, I thought the way they're taking Rap side, like the smoke didn't even bounce properly, I don't think. Nobody challenges. They get let up Rap freely. He's on top of the balcony. Misses his first initial burst, doesn't get the kill. Lowman just adjusts, 1 taps on. From there, it's a pretty easy site take. So, I don't know, Misfits just having a ton of trouble at that A site. So far, since the pistol round, they haven't gotten 1 round. Fugly doesn't have a shot on Sick.
Calls it up right after that as well. So, just like that, it's another advantage for NRG working in their favor, but Misfits now are able to continue to rebuy into this next one. Since they were working off of essentially just a full eco there and 2 saved guns. Now Shazam, hopefully with an op in hand, get a little bit more work done to stop this early mid-pressure from coming out from NRG. Although it seems NRG are a little bit less interested in taking it this time. And Breeze, almost caught by Amanek with a flashbang, actually ends up working in the favor of NRG to a certain degree. Breeze still found out. Both Sean and Amanek pick up kills. They did lose Sean in the process, but still bringing it down to a 43, giving Misfits a nice advantage to work with, and they have no control over at A currently. Daps, as you can see, is way up through the long haul. Wanted to try and pressure back out, but the smoke has now been deployed. However, the smoke is actually outside, so he can abuse that very heavily. As you can see, sneaking right in, he finds Sick. He sees the second player, ducks down below it, trying to hunt for the headshot. He's got the better angle here, so he's going to take down Devo Duvek, and now they've got a site under their control, and just like many of these rounds in the past, Misfits as B players, I should say, were completely away from this one. So it is looking like they're going to rotate over to try and do something about it, but all the 3 of the NRG players are now entirely set up in a post plant. And smoked off at both sides, too.
Yeah, I don't know what that was from Sick. How are you going to miss a smoke like that and not expect him to be on the left side? I don't know, just a mistake that really should never happen, right?
They had literally just cost them the round and missed smoke.
Yeah. Well, not just the smoke, like not realizing that somebody could be in halls who has worked halls every single round this half. Daps has been halls every single round. So if you see Daps alive, how do you not expect that, right?
Big mistake that will end up costing them, especially after they got the early advantage there over on Banana too, and it kind of made NRG take a step back, but making this play just completely reignited the fire for NRG and let them walk into a victory.
Do you see how when he was crouched, though, he didn't just like immediately come up? He waited and did a different timing. So anytime you crouch in a situation like that, you want to move a little bit and give it like just half a second so the timing's different, and then pop up, and you're always advantaged to get the kill.
So after the round, like that plays out, we do see a pause coming in for the Misfits. They're going to need to take a moment here to re-strategize and probably, to be completely honest, to take a bit of a breather after something like that happens. Breeze as well, currently still dominating the playing field for NRG, but some other stars are showing up here, specifically in the second half. As you can see, 2 of his other teammates right behind him at 18 frags. It's Fugly and Daps definitely having quite a decent impact on this T side as well in showing up to the table.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been that A site every single round.
And it's been working too.
Yeah.
Most area where they have struggled actually has been when there's been aggression from Misfits pushed out towards B. They've been able to trade, on gun rounds at least, they're usually pretty well. Or just at the very least hold NRG away from it and force them into making A plays. So just waiting for the unpause to come in from Misfits now. And then we will be able to get back into it. And it looks like the unpause has come in. So we're going to see if Misfits can carry through. They did decide to force into this round, as you're going to see now. 2 umps with full utility, 2 M4s, and a single op sitting on Shazam. working with those saves on the previous round. NRG still has full AKs along with the op sitting on Peter, though, and they've been hitting their stride quite well. So now we have to hope that Misfits kind of going for a bit of a Hail Mary buy here after saving those guns can keep it together. Either increase their own defenses on the A-bomb site or somehow funnel energy over towards B, where they've had better luck in a lot of these rounds here. In fact, Ominek's going to get aggressive. There's a lot more aggression just across the entire board from the Misfits. They've got players pushing halls this time, in addition to the usual guys over here towards B that are pushing out towards Car. Fugly tries to move in and get that early kill, but it doesn't work out, and it's not just him either. Fugly losing 20 HP, Peter losing just under half of his health. You know,
yeah, but that was actually a really good lurk by Fugly if they decide to hit B and hit it soon. Like, he showed presence in Boiler, he showed presence at mid. If they were able to like hit B right now, the rotate would be really slow, but because it's taking them a little bit, look where Devaduvek is going.
Yeah, now he's going to have to try and run back over here as they only have Ominek along with Sean to try and defend this. And Sean's just working with it off. Ominek gets one, but he's behind a smoke now, so it's going to be very risky to continue spraying into that. It might just give away his own position here. Plant goes down. There's no one, actually, excuse me, there is going to be Sick working his way back in on Banana, and he knows that the op presence is there. So tossing in a Molotov looks like to stop them from peeking out towards Car. There's actually 2 players here waiting for this one. The flashbang, I think, was a little bit too far back, but no, it actually does hit the offer. Fugly, though, was waiting for that one, so he catches the trade, brings us back out into a 3v3. Smokes in the site are going to start to fade, which means now the main retake group can start to move back in, but they're walking into their own deaths, it seems. Breeze, 1, 2, he doesn't get the third, but he might as well have. It's 80 damage, which Little Man will move in to finish off upon, picking up the kill there, and bringing NRG up to 14 rounds.
Yeah, and that round just going quickly towards B after a little bit of A presence from Fugly. Just going on contact, walking in really when the smokes are blooming, winning the initial gun battles. They had a player at Spindle, he didn't get anything done, and then that player at First Oranges was just on an island, so it was a pretty easy kill. And from then on, the post plant with Misfits by that round, you know, they don't really have like the mollies or anything like that to really help, you know, take that site after they get the bomb down. Makes it very difficult. So now they are going to force buy. They have 3 umps, 2 M4s. We have quick halls control coming out from NRG.
Yeah, NRG just quickly swinging back in again to take halls. Misfits did try to aggress into this a little bit more last time, and they're going to do it again with Sick, at least over there towards the balcony area and pushing up towards Porch. But neither team really getting a whole lot going here at the beginning, and this does still favor NRG as they've got that halls control they want. They have the ability to push back over towards the mid choke point once again, and Misfits can't really continue to risk their own situation, so they're going to be pushed back further into the site. Shazam specifically around the wrap side over by Arches, where he's just going to wait things out. And overall, the team is just going to have to sit back and wait to see what gets thrown at them, which now could reignite the possibility for NRG to just go for another direct A play, all 5 players grouped together. And if they keep hitting these entries like they have been on the past, the entire half so far, then they are going to be able to possibly just walk right in here, get the site, get the plant before these B players even give a chance to rotate. So in they will go, and it starts off with Fugly moving in here, but smoking off the other side. It's like double smoke going over there towards the hay barrels here, as it's going to give Fugly a little bit more room to maneuver up and try to play sneakily again. But they have 2 players, the CTs, this is waiting inside of the pit to counter out maneuvers like this. And this is all going to be a fake too, as now they're pushing into B, and they did get the second guy rotating off. Ominek, though, picking up a first kill, and now you do have Sean Garris rotating back. Ominek, though, is going to get burned out down to 1 HP, just barely escapes it. Keep in mind, 8 seconds left to find the plant, so if Sean can stop it, then they will be able to win out the round because of that. But Sean just destroyed the second he jumps out from that smoke. Now leaves us down to a 4v2 scenario. Both the CTs stuck inside of the new church. Devo trades out the kill of his teammate there as Daps just picked up, but now he's got a 1v3 set against him. Pushing in, there's 2 waiting for him over here by Emo, and the second guy may just throw him off entirely. It's becoming a little bit more common, but you don't necessarily expect there to be a second guy waiting over there at Emo, so Little Man does indeed surprise against Devaduvek, and NRG win out again, now pushing up to map point.
Yeah, a couple force buys not working out at all for Misfits. Sean Garrett's just kind of hoping for a prayer, man. Like, you have the Molotov, you could have just volleyed him, probably. I don't think you need to do all that.
Well, the force buys continue here now, and they really don't have a choice, of course, on this round, as it could be the very last one. Still decent utility and an overall decent buy, but no op to be present this time. A lot of downgraded weapons, 2 umps. FAMAS goes on to Shazam, whereas NRG still continues straight. their strong buys that they have had for most of this half now, as they've really been dominant here, and they really came into shape. Unfortunately for the Misfits, while they did win out those first couple rounds, I'm pretty sure this has been a nearly flawless streak from NRG since, ever since the first gun round there. They're on about 6 rounds in their favor now, and about to make it 7 if they can close out here, and that will take control of the map as well. Misfits still into that default 3-2 split, and now Bombadek just tried to take a risk this time after the smoke faded at the half wall. Wanted to go out, taking the battle versus Breeze of all people, and Breeze wins it. It is a bit of a hesitant win as he ends up taking it with only 7 health, I should say, remaining. But now it's going to split the defenses 2-2. Either way NRG go, if they do try to push it together, it is going to be relatively easy to clean up shop and then hold it from that point forward. And there's no saves this time either, which means the Misfits are going to have to try and rotate into it quickly and retake the site. So Fakes may be very, very prone to selling this, especially with Fugly just picking up that kill. We're already starting to see players rotate back off, and now they can just catch them out of position in the B-bomb site. Look, as they do move in, Sick traded, but Shazam has already moved past the CT smoke right now, so he's stuck behind that. However, they're not seeing Sean Garrett is still sitting behind the crypts here. He's only able to get that 1 kill, though, as he's traded out afterwards by Little Man. Peter also took down Shazam, hiding back behind the smoke. 6 set against a 1v3, and in a moment, as he swings back up here, Daps is just going to be waiting for him. There you have it. It's NRG that control the situation here. I believe a team ace as well in that last round. They take map number 1 here on Inferno, and they'll push themselves ahead to an early advantage.
Yeah, just nobody on that CT side for Misfits. I mean, on that A site, like we saw Breeze for NRG, he's just like a turret. Like you put him in a position where people are going to peek into him and he's going to get kills. And they use Low Man with him with decent amount of teamwork. Daps kind of rotating around. And if you noticed, generally speaking, Misfits on their CT side, they have Shazam opping art side, and it's really easy to take him out of the play. You know, they just smoke left side mid, they smoke Moto when they hit A. It's basically like 2v5. And yeah, that's why people are opping B now, you know, because of those issues. It's a lot harder to op A in this current, this current game, or the current map of Inferno. So, again, Misfits on that CT side, man, their A was just so bad. I mean, they didn't win 1 round after they won the pistol in the following 2.
Yeah, there's just no gun rounds won at all. So let's bring the analysts into the conversation now and get their thoughts on this CT side. Very poor form. Good start, of course, winning 6 rounds on the T side, but then just unable to translate any of that to the second half.
Yeah. Absolutely unable to translate it. And more so than that, I mean, it looks like Misfits did struggle, just have a rough T side.
Yeah, no, so even if though they end up on 6 rounds, it's not like a pretty way of going about it. A lot of the rounds they have are honestly situations where NRG are favored most of the times when the takes come in. Misfits, for pretty much all their T-side rounds, let the clock run down a lot, but they didn't necessarily do a whole lot in that interim, just trying to bait out utility a lot of the time, or not to great success. So they seemed kind of lost really as to what they wanted to do a lot of the times when you get down to 30, 20 seconds left of the round, which shouldn't be the case. Yes, fair enough, they are a new team. They will have some time needed to adjust and set up. Get the new players into the groove of things, but still, you would have expected a tiny bit more. The only thing they really had to show for was pretty much a B take, and that was kind of what they relied heavily on their T side.
Well, let's look now at this pistol round from the first half, and I do believe this is a little bit foretelling.
Yeah, NRG, this is just them playing it really smart. Aggressive CT pistols is not the first time we're seeing on this new iteration of the map, but what we're going to see is them actually not getting overconfident. So Breeze is going to find the first kill here on Devodivek initially, and normally CT sides would stick around at this point and throw away the round doing that, but instead NRG going to be wise about it, rotate back in time, because you can, obviously it's a big tell when you've got the entire team pretty much down by T-Pit, that there's got to be openings elsewhere on the map, but NRG falling back in time allows for Fugly to be prepared for the apps push that's coming in from the T side. And at this point, you're in a 2v5 situations, you don't have any utility to speak of really as a T side, and the round is pretty much over. So that's kind of the cool adjustment that NRG made. Instead of just being too overconfident, sticking with it, and staying aggressive after finding that first frag, there's no real reason for them to do so. They've already stifled what Misfits potentially wanted to do. So, just go away, go back to the bomb sites with the advantage in hand.
No, most definitely. When we look at this Misfits lineup now, and we bring out this problem where, okay, well, it's late round, and the clock is dwindling. What are we going to do? Some teams can get away with that. Some teams in their best form and they're well drilled.
Navi.
they can get away with these late last minute decisions. within a round, but not so much here today.
No, not so much, and I think they could have very easily been more heavily punished than they were on their T side. Again, this could all be a result of the fact that they have such a new lineup that they haven't really been able to really dry run all the things they want, or have Amanek and Devek kind of in tune with what kind of nades they need to throw. Like basically like the most cookie cutter setups, or stuff outside of that if the cookie cutter stuff doesn't work. So still gonna have to go easy on them in that sense. But what we saw today wasn't necessarily impressive, even though they do pick up 6 rounds. So, and then you go over to the CT side. That's a completely different chapter. They won the pistol and then have nothing to answer for really when you go into the second half either. So I don't see Inferno being like their staple map going forward, unless they do or make a lot of changes to what they're currently doing.
Well, who knows? It's hard to say a wake-up call when it's this new of a team. But, who really knows? 16-9. There for NRG, walking away with Inferno. We're going to get into Cobble, and there's actually an update. There's been some changes to the Cobble, and I believe we're going to take a look at some of that now as we do pull it up here.
Yeah, it's not massive changes. It's Danger, Matrix, whatever you want to call it. Rose is known by many names. It's not massive changes. Basically, they're just kind of added different plateaus here. You're going to get a second angle to potentially hold mid from. What surprises me with this kind of an update is the fact that it doesn't really address the massive issue that is the entire B-bomb site. And it doesn't really change all that much for the A side either. I wouldn't say Danger was one of the stifle points of where CTs broke down and started crying because they couldn't do anything. It was actually one of the sites where they could find information by going aggressive in A halls, or they could actually take the peek through through doors without necessarily having a death sentence over their head, which is very different from what you see on the B bomb site. So sure, it's a change. I don't think it's going to have any effect whatsoever on the map and how it plays out, but at least they're changing something, right?
They did something.
Yes, updates. Yeah.
Updates. That is exactly right. Well, we're going to be seeing Misfits and NRG on Cobble.
Yeah.
You're saying that you don't think that this update's going to affect that much. Are we going to have at least a good fight?
Yeah, it should be a decent fight. Just to preface, I don't think it's going to change all that much. Sure, some teams might find some cute use for it, but in the grand scheme of things, not going to be a game changer, I think.
Okay, well, we're going to go to a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we're going to Cobble with Misfits and NRG right here at the ESL Pro League.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
We're back here for NRG and Misfits, about to battle it out on a new version of Cobble, and it's not that new. It's not that different, but it's an update. It's new. It's kind of what it is, right? You can't say much more.
It's kind of like a repackaged. Well, it's like when you've received a Christmas gift from your grandma that you're not happy about, so you repackage it and give it to someone else for
That's what
next
you did,
Christmas.
man?
No, I've never done that.
Messed up,
no, but I've
honestly.
seen. I learned from TV shows. Okay, American TV shows.
Yeah.
So I'm getting all of this from you guys.
Okay.
No, but in any case, like it's not really a whole big a change. Like not a big change. I don't think it's going to have the biggest impact. It's not like this all of a sudden makes A side just impenetrable.
They didn't add a second drop room, so I guess we're still okay.
No drop room, no laser beams, like no entrapment kind of room where you can't get out, and you have to be Catherine Zeta-Jones to kind of sneak your way through everything. But it is what it is. At least they're looking into the maps, and it's not like there's no secret that Cobble is one of the more stagnant maps that we have in the map pool right now. So I guess just the fact that they're keeping tabs on it is good.
Well, more so than that, with Misfits and NRG, both teams needing to kind of prove something now, at least for the Misfits side.
Yeah.
NRG, with that small roster change, they didn't necessarily add 2 Frenchmen, and then kind of let's see what happens. We're still looking at NRG with a little man that needs to show here.
Yeah, no, definitely do. And I think it's going to be a big task for them as well going into a map like Cobble. Cobble hasn't necessarily been one of the strong suits for NRG throughout this Pro League. They've been doing really well for themselves on other maps, Inferno being one of them. But Cobble has been one of the more lacking ones, I would say, in NRG's map pool. So this is a good time to showcase whether or not they've actually, if communication necessarily was an issue for them earlier on, and having Littleman there, if he's able to kind of fill that gap for them, that could play a big part on their CT sides and so on. Should be really cool to see. And honestly, since we didn't get to see it on Inferno, I'm kind of hoping that we get to see that odd battle between Peter and Shazam coming into fruition this time around. I think it's a bigger likelihood of that happening this time around.
Well, I'm actually getting some news that we're not going to have a Stromberg Strategies. It appears that he's lost.
He's taking an early day.
But it is his day. This is April 20th. This is the Bears' day. Mark your calendars. Tell your friends. Tweet about it. Start a hashtag. Do the whole 9. But we won't be having Stromberg strategies right now, unfortunately. I don't have any earthly idea where he is. But we are going to bring in the commentators. I'm going to get right with you. All right. But we're going to bring in the commentators real quick here. Guys, is this a map where both teams can feel a little more comfortable in terms of, even with these new lineups, they're going to feel more comfortable in this map?
I just want to know why you're re-gifting your grandma's gifts. How cold-hearted, terrible of a person are you?
I didn't do that. I said I've seen it on American TV shows.
No, that's impossible.
Nobody re-gifts their grandma's gifts, no matter what it is. It's your grandma, man.
No, like mom or something crazy. I can understand.
I haven't done it, man. I'm just saying, I get these ideas from watching, your shows.
Like, my mom re-gifts everything. My mom literally gets gifts from her friends and gives it to her other circle of friends without even opening it or anything. Just changes the name on the card. Yes. Just keeps the packaging. And she has them in her car. And then, like, if she needs a gift, she just,
Hey, that's actually not a bad play, especially in the trunk of the car.
Smart.
All kinds of stuff. And look, hey, I know this is all great and stuff. There will be a company Christmas party, I'm sure. But right now, we've got Misfits and NRG on Cobble.
All right, thank you very much, Stunny. Yep, the map is already going live here, so we're going to jump directly into it now. NRG taking on the Misfits, and we'll get to see the second map played out here. NRG destroying Misfits in the second half of our last map. Now we go into Cobble, where hopefully things will be of a bit more even ground for these teams. And we can see Misfits battle back to try and take this 1-1 for the night. If not, NRG is also going to be continuing on the warpath to remain within the top 6 here and try to earn their playoff spot. Now, Fugly getting aggressive outside early on. What they may not notice is this double stack of players to their left. Hello, there they are. And Fugly goes down first, along with Peter directly afterwards. Yeah, French duo, the French stack as well, apparently. As we can see, Shazam trading back the first, or picking up an additional kill here too. And Almanac just continuing forward as well, taking down Daps. Now it's just going to be Little Man trying to hold back over on the B bomb site as he creeps his way over. And basically going to be trying to find as many kills as possible, but doesn't get any at all. So it's a completely clean pistol to start off on this map for the Misfits, as they'll go 1-0 at the beginning.
Yeah, Misfits starting out on a much-needed pistol after what we saw from them on Inferno. We'll see if this T-side can, their T-side wasn't too bad the last time on Inferno, but I don't know, Cobble's pretty finicky. Like when you look into the map, you think it's going to be very T-sided, like inherently, but then a lot of teams just can really leverage like that B-plat control and things like that into round wins really well. We see NRG very conservatively bought here. Breeze on the Deeg, a couple CZs, 2 P2 or 2 USPs as well. Just a full B stack though.
Yeah, and for Misfits now, they are going to continue to proceed forward outside over towards B. We do have the full stack of NRG waiting, so they are going to spring the trap here. For NRG hopefuls out there, now is going to be their chance to upset. It's fortunate they didn't buy into armor or anything behind their investments, so they're just going to have those upgraded pistols, but 2 for 1 to start now. Yeah, Misfits do end up shutting it down pretty handily. Only 1 or 2 kills at the beginning there, but for the most part, it is cleaned up pretty fast by the Misfits to claim a second round.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty tough economy to deal with if you're NRG. Going into that 4th round, 5th round, you're probably going to have to win at least 2 rounds in a row in order to break their economy, as long as they, don't lose too many bodies here.
Yeah, NRG themselves are just going to end up in another situation where they have minimal investment. CZs and P250s are all that they do. Bring in Peter and Breeze, just saving up entirely, sticking with their own defaults. And Misfits just taking it nice and slow, sending a few players over here to the edge of Broken Wall, along with the drop area. They want to systematically clear it out just to be safe and make sure they don't get tripped up by anything NRG would throw at them in this round. A 4-1 split, so there is going to be another heavy stack of players from NRG waiting out on the bomb site. But even so, with the guns they have, I wouldn't expect anything too crazy this sort of a round here. Sean is going to start us off by moving into the transition room and then thusly out onto the site and start off the overall hit for his team this round. And moving towards it, Breeze was spotted with the flower bot, but okay, little match hopping right up apparently. Sick with a quick trade on the Breeze though, and it's pretty much like the last round where NRG start up with 1 kill, but for the most part that seems like it's all they're going to get. Devo even hopping up onto the platform there, getting him 1 more kill. He just kind of had to run now, he's at 9 HP, but Peter just gets mind gamed a little bit there as Devo just hides into a corner. Peter runs right past him.
Yeah, and I mean, they have a ton of money, so it should be multiple rounds in a row that NRG is going to have to win in order to break that economy. PTR gets the op, but only 2 kills so far this game. I mean, even on that pistol round, to upgrade to head armor, they just, most of them probably just had to spend 350, you know, so.
So now going into the first gun round, we are going to see the Misfits proceed up into another, what more than likely, if it stays this way, will become just a default beat play. NRG, even the players they send over towards A are pretty close to the door and can rotate over pretty quickly. So if Misfits do try to kind of force the issue onto this site, then they are going to be going up against a lot of CTs, and they may just decide to not want to do that. Smokes early on, of course, will delay the action over right past the broken wall there, over top the big arch. It's going to hold them back, but now Misfits need to start to move in on their own regard here. Molotovs will go in to flush out the drop room and send the CTs outside so that they can safely drop in and take control for themselves. But afterwards, no one's really going to follow through with it. In fact, they pull all pressure away from the platform. Double stack inside of drop, though. And that is where Little Man and Breeze will work together to take out Devoduvik right at the start. No more pressure is going to come in from drop. So we can probably actually start to see not only Peter more heavily commit deeper into A, but also maybe 1 or 2 more players start to rotate in the other direction here. We can already see that with Daps. Smokes and whatnot is going to start to come out onto the site, which means the rest of the B players will rotate in kind. Molly is going to go back there, but I think it blows up in the air, so it actually won't hit the ground. And we'll have to use a second one here. Sick, though, just takes down Peter so quickly and then follows it up with Daps as well. So some good stuff from him. And now Ominix going to continue forward. Spotted those 2 players retreating. They'll know that they have this under control. And some of the others can start to move out to hunt down those that went outside the site to save.
Yeah, good decision by NRG to save here. This is not a retake you want to have like any part of. I mean, 9 times out of 10, it's not going to be successful. It's much more beneficial to your team to just save these 3 guns, maybe get a couple umps on the other guys, and, you know, play for the next round. And you could still just, like, have them both have umps and then not invest fully with Low Man, Fugly, and Breeze, and then buy the next round, even if you lose this one. So, trying to get back into it, you know, economically.
Right now, it is Misfits controlling the situation here as they do push forward, and Sick leading the charge for his team. Him and Devoduvik both with 5 kills in the first 4 rounds. And overall, not a whole lot of battling back being done by NRG, but just coming off the first gunner and not really trying to resist it in their first couple of anti-ecos. They have built up the losing bonus and now are going to be able to buy back into this one a little bit. They still really just only have the saved guns, though. No one else decides to go past that. So Daps gets himself armor and a CZ tossed over to him, and Peter just ends up with a P250 here. Those 3 rifles will have to have massive impact if they want to have hope of upsetting in this round. Otherwise, Misfits will continue to push forward up to 5. And again, the same pretty much basic opener here from the Misfits. Players into the B halls with a couple more posting up outside. They'll hold those good positions. NRG changed up their dynamic quite a bit this round, however. They actually sent quite a few players over into the mid connector and around this new suicide area in A, trying to hold it off there. So they're going to put a lot of defenses there this time and only have 2 defending B. Misfits, though, reading into this actually really well, where previously they were able to push into A pretty casually and really only relying on Sick to hit those entries for them, which he did, and it just opened up the site. Now they're going to try to do the same thing over here towards B, where they've only got Little Man and I think Breeze to defend it. Little Man, though, holding first off and drop. He's going to get extra assistance over here from Daps, who just dinks Devoduvik. That'll send him flying in the other direction. Sick, at the very least, is able to clear out Breeze, and then Ominek and Sick again, following it up with 2 more nice kills. Brings the situation back under the control of of Misfits. It's flanked from Peter. Finishes the kill into Devoduvik, re-evens it into a 2v2, and now there's 2 rifles in the hands of both the remaining members of NRG. They're expecting Peter to work on a flank, so Sick is taking up a position inside of the cubby, when in all reality, it is going to come from drop. Thankfully, it's a quick adjustment from Sick to be able to get in the way. That problem is, though, is that Fugly gets the first kill. Now it's just Shazam on the outside. He even misses the first shot, recorrects the issue as he goes for the repeat, though, and takes down Fugly, and Peter does not have a whole lot of time left. He needs to get in here and defuse that bomb. Full 10-second defuse as well. Picked up a kit, but oh, Shazam? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no! He snuck it in and then killed him with a pistol afterwards. So Peter just goes right for the smoke defuse and steals the round out of the hands of Misfits.
How did that not hit him? It looked like he was right on him.
It was swiping too high, I think. I don't know if he knew he was crouching or not. I think it was slightly too high. It was hard to tell from within the smoke, though.
Wow.
Well, that's one way to get yourself on the board.
Yeah.
As NRG will finally find themselves starting off here, and it was on a round 2, or for the most part, they weren't really buying into too much. So now they are able to reinvest into this next round with no problem whatsoever. All in 4 is the op for Peter. Everybody's got kits and utility. Obviously, Misfits still haven't been broken down just yet, but that could be something in the future for them if they continue to lose out rounds in these close situations. So needing to find their footing quickly here before NRG does round another comeback and moves in to take quick control of the lead here. But a big stack from Misfits again over here towards the B bomb site. You're more than likely going to be looking at another pretty straightforward push out onto the site from them, whereas NRG has gone back into their usual play style as well. 3-2 split. Fugly going to be playing closer contact at the broken wall, with the other two focusing on the statue and drop room respectively. Just a minute left remaining here for Misfits. And actually, nice pre-fire goes over to catch Sick out, knocking off just about half of his HP as they were getting ready to deploy smokes and molotovs down onto the site. Fugly catching an easy first kill, and a second one continues to go out aggressively, but that is what is going to lead to his own death. Almanac able to trade into 1 kill in drop room, but then Little Man peeking in to battle it back. NRG still controlling most of this site as well. They were able to creep back up. They're going to try to go for the plant. Little Man does give himself away in the process, and Shazam was able to use that to get a kill, and a second one through the chicken coop in its entirety to take down Breeze. Nice shots from Shazam, but he's got one more kill to go against Daps, who's coming out of drop right now, but he looks away at the wrong moment. That'll give it over to Daps and give NRG their second round.
Yeah, just Shazam just banking on the fact that he's flanking. Not a bad read. You'd figure if he kills that player coop, maybe Daps comes more quickly and tries to fight him, but in the end, was wrong on his read, and now Misfits gets probably one more opportunity to reset their economy before they will have to save, or at the very least take that armor.
So the last fight here for Misfits now is they'll end up with the full investment here. But NRG finding their stride and getting back into it. They're now going to be battling in much closer areas of the map too. We can see that. An attempt for Fugly to get himself on top of the platform. He's going to be fighting here for a lot of the round. And also we got players pushed in towards long A and right outside of the new mid, right outside of mid.
That's kind of why I don't like the way NRG purchases though, because even though Misfits isn't the greatest team, they get 3 opportunities, 3 gun rounds in a row, because they don't really put pressure on them economically speaking, you know? They give them 3 chances to reset NRG's economy.
Yeah, they let them.
And when you play against teams like SK or Virtus Pro or Cloud9 or Liquid or whatever, you know, like these tier 1, tier 2 teams, they're usually going to capitalize if you give them 3 chances like that, right? They only have to win 1 round to win 5 rounds essentially. Or a little less, but 4, you know?
Yeah. Well, now they do start to move back out. Peter spots it, dodges an op shot as well. It didn't miss his player that got up real close to him, though. It's Sean that sneaks the kill against Peter. Now Daps trying to respond. So messy on the UMP. There was used so much ammo, only 7 bullets left, and he's not going to get to use any of them. Almanac knocks him right out of the park. And now we can see Little Man still up on the ramp. He's going to have to try to surprise, but just 1 kill. It's definitely not what he was hoping for here. And Shazam lines up the final frag as well. Ends up with a nice 3K on the round. That's 2 in a row, where he's actually gotten a 3K here.
And they had so many players there. Figured they would capitalize off that opportunity. But PTR not realizing they were all the way up the ramp. That first kill really happened.
So that restores the balance here in the favor of Misfits now. As you can see, NRG, they do decide to force up here a little bit. Just going for basically as much as they can, as they never really stabilize their economy, even with those 2 rounds. So everybody except for Peter buys out.
And then this round, I don't think you should force action.
Because they already have money.
Exactly, because now you have to win 2 rounds in a row, right? To break Misfits' money. And it's you know, you give them another opportunity again, even if you win this round, which you're really not favored to win. When, if you save this round, I think you would have been able to buy the next round pretty decently, if I think right. Then another issue that they have is that PTR will always just save for the op no matter what. So it's really hard to fully invest in rounds like this.
So now we're going to end up seeing Misfits just try to funnel through the mid connector and up onto A, which they can do pretty freely. Daps is waiting way over here at A long. He's still trying to play around with Suicide there, and obviously is probably going to end up staying on A-Long for the most part here as his teammates have to rotate all the way over from the B-bomb site. It's not even like they can really do much, unfortunately. Misfits are going to walk in, they'll plant the bomb, set themselves up, and it's not even looking like NRG is going to contest. They're all just going to, I think, fall back into the B halls and try to set up to get exit kills, but that'll be it.
Yeah, they should just save. They're not going to retake this, maybe get some exits. Some kills to go.
Yeah, so a walk-on round for Misfits, and they're going to end up restoring the lead they had before here, going up 6-2 now. NRG, obviously, if they can save a few of these guns, then it's going to help them out a little bit in trying to restore their economy in the long run here as they head into the next gun round, but still. We can see Peter getting close up here. He's going to try to move in for intel. Dinked Shazam, but good adjustment from Shazam to flick onto that one, though. He keeps himself alive and moving. And that's going to be the only kill in that entire round, actually.
That was a 6-shot.
And still not even looking like there's enough cash to buy up for NRG this time. A lot of the players that had gone for the upgraded pistols just not even going to be able to afford the rifles now to support their armor buys. So they've got to save again here and just wait one more round before they can really go into it and try to fight back against Misfits, who seem to be hitting a much better stride on the T side this time, building up that money early on, and specifically off of the fact that NRG choose not to contest it. It leaves them in a really good spot early on. Shazam just hitting a nice shot on Breeze, already has him down at 1 HP. And unfortunate that he survives a 1, but for sure Breeze isn't complaining about it. Now Sean doesn't even care about the molly, either just hopping right in there. Flashbang comes in a little bit late, but it's still able to give him the kill onto Little Man regardless, so now the rest of the team can follow through out onto the B-bomb site. They've spotted Breeze hiding in that corner. He's going to be a little bit difficult for Sean to hit the shot there, as that tends to be a tricky angle, but he does indeed follow through with it. Peter picks up the first kill for the CT side. Looked like it may end up being the only kills again. Misfits clearing out of sight, and there is no room for the 2 remaining players on NRG to do anything about it besides just post up for exits.
Yeah, and so far it's just like, it's almost like NRG just hasn't even had a chance this game, really.
Yeah.
You know? They won that one round where he 10-second defused, BTR did, but it's just, I don't know. Just doesn't seem like they've had much of an opportunity because of the way the economy's worked out. Now they are going to try to get a couple exits here with Daps and Fugly. They're pretty aggressively set up. Almanac just clearing the T-spawn. Looks like he's going to dodge them, but Shazam might die here.
He's going to get caught making the shot out, so Fugly, not only just Fugly can push him either, he's able to recover against Fugly at the very least, but Daps, he can still try to push back in and kill him, although he's got way more support now.
Yeah, why peek then? Might as well just keep the ump in that case.
Well, pause call seems to have come out from NRG, so they are going to take a moment here.
Look at that drive-by.
NRG's going to take a moment here to figure out how they can really piece back together this CT side. It's been very, very messy to say the least, picking up 2 rounds, but they were very scrappy 2 rounds, and then they were immediately put back on the ecos after that, and now we end up in the situation where we're at here. Misfits just controlling almost every situation, controlling the economy of NRG, building up their own so early on that NRG really can't do anything about it, and it has just left them in a really crap position where there's not a whole lot of room for them to get back into this, even as we head into these last few rounds in the half. They're going to have to come out with a massive streak here if they want to still try and take a lead coming out here. Otherwise, it's might be looking at just like a flip scoreline of what we had back on Inferno, with Misfits kind of dominating somewhere between like 10 to 13 rounds.
Yeah, maybe. Well, I don't know. I don't have that much faith in this Misfits squad right now. But yeah, they do have a commanding lead. You know, NRG has just been like wrong on all their reads when it comes to, you know, where they're stacking and things of that nature as well. But they do get pretty much a fully bought round here. I mean, they have 2 umps, 2 M4s, and an op. I think that's more than fine. I actually like this buy a lot.
Nice shot from Peter, though. Just goes into mid-connector nice and early. Destroys Sean and now backs up. If anybody wants to challenge him, they can swing on into the connector, but otherwise, It's under the control, and what? He hits another shot. This one, I think, through the door as well. Takes down Sick, and then Daps holds A long. He just got the bomb down. All right, this is the energy from the last map that we needed to see. Suddenly coming back into it. Misfits not looking too good, as Shazam and Almanac are going to have to try to clutch 2v5. Peter says no to that, though, as he's back up through Suicide, now supporting Daps. He's picked up a third. Good trade. Finally seeing Shazam battle it back, but now he's down at 15 HP. Molly going to be reapplied. There's not a whole lot of room for him to try and do anything here. If he can get the guys from NRG to peek him and get them like greedily moving out so that he can punish a few more, then of course that'll be great. But overall, the round itself is almost for sure going to go into NRG's hands. Shazam, oh my god, gets that no-scope. He tries to go for one more, but finally Fugly does put him down, and NRG went out the round.
Yeah, it does good economic damage, though. Because of those 2 extra kills that he got with, you know, about 10 HP, I believe if they win this round, Misfits, or yeah, NRG is going to be on another save.
They're already down to like another ump as well, and it ends up on a donated rifle after it, so both the Oppers hitting their strides in that last round. Shazam almost bringing it back. Shazam's arguably, though, it ends up being more important for the long run of things, but a nice spray early on as Peter attempts to pull off the same feat again. And just like that, he's going to be down at 7 HP for the rest of this round. And Misfits have not had to do anything else besides that just yet. Just posted up outside, waiting to see if anyone else is going to try to test their luck against an aggressive or against a more passively held Misfits. And if they do, well, they'll be ready for them. And Misfits would be able to punish that quite handily. As